This audiobook contains 15 censored sentences and 110 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. And now the artifact is on cooldown for an entire month. He sucked in a sharp breath. Fuck. He shifted on the bed, forcing himself upright, then glanced toward the wall where the Academy calendar hung. His eyes narrowed. He even attended the 7 Stars ball? Gray clicked his tongue in annoyance. TSK. Did he at least seduce someone? He scanned the room instinctively, half expecting to find a card, a token, something left behind, some trace of the other Gray's usual mess. Nothing. That was when it hit him. Right? They weren't on the same side anymore. Huff. Gray exhaled slowly, trying to control the huge amount of irritation that was flowing through his head. Status. Status panel. Name. Graver D. Aurelian. 2 titles. Vessel of Beauty Destruction. Exiled Noble. Incubus in Human Form Race. Human. Class. Clown. High. Rank. Early Grandmaster Unique Skill. Swap Unique Talent. Nullification 200 active skills. Puppet Strings Class. Madman S Mirror Class. 9 Illusionary Dream Steps 0 9th Step. Dimensional Storage Passive Skills. Blessing of Beauty Vessel Skill. Laughing Veil Class. Combat Intuition Ultimate Skills. Final Masquerade Class. Gray stared at the panel, and almost immediately his eyes widened. Oh! His lips curved into a wide grin. I actually broke through to the Grandmaster realm? He exclaimed in pure excitement. Doesn't that mean that my combat power has perhaps reached the same level as great Grandmaster level powerhouses now? Hearing his words, Jasmine went quiet for a moment. She thought of the other Gray. That version of him had already crushed an intermediate king-level beast as if it were nothing. He had crossed boundaries that shouldn't have been possible. He had done something unheard of. Despite being only in the Master Realm, he had formed his own sword intent, something that even most Emperor-level powerhouses struggled to achieve. So compared to him, the early Great Master Realm was mediocre at best. The semester's over. Gray exhaled softly. He glanced at the calendar again, confirming it. 2 whole weeks of free time, huh? His lips curved faintly. Should I go meet Lyra? For once, he genuinely wasn't in the mood to train. After being trapped for over 2 years in that damn dungeon, he obviously wanted to do something fun other than fighting. It's currently morning, so maybe she's in the cafeteria? He pondered before deciding to take a quick bath and get dressed. Then, he headed out of the dormitory and walked towards the cafeteria, where he hoped Lyra would be. Hey, you! But unfortunately for him, before he could get closer to the cafeteria, a voice called out to him, interrupting his peaceful walk. What? He asked flatly, clearly irritated by the interruption. How dare you refuse our president's request? Fwhip! A dagger screamed through the air toward him. Gray reacted instantly. He stepped sharply to the right, his body twisting as he narrowly avoided the blade. The dagger sliced past where his head had been a moment earlier and buried itself in the ground with a dull thud. Before the echo faded, Gray extended his hand. Thin, nearly invisible strings spread outward in all directions, weaving around him in a dense web. His eyes narrowed instantly. Why the fuck are you attacking me? Gray exclaimed, clearly annoyed. Don't play dumb, fucker. 2 figures stepped forward aggressively, hostility clear in their posture. They're probably guys that are in love with that president. Jasmine spoke, to which Gray nodded as he was thinking about the same thing. But deep down, he was a little annoyed. Why had Cecilia come to talk with the other Gray? Did he do something during the meantime to get her attention? The idea that the other Gray might have been better, more impressive, or more desirable than himself, made something dark coil in his chest. And now, these 2 idiots stood in front of him, projecting their frustration onto the wrong target. A dense, chilling bloodlust leaked from Gray's body, spreading outward like an invisible wave. The air around him seemed to thicken, pressure crashing down onto the 2 attackers. The students nearby felt it instantly. Their conversations died mid-sentence. and some people instinctively stepped back, sensing danger before their minds could process it. For once, they had remembered that the Academy allowed killing. It had simply been peaceful lately because no one had felt the need to kill someone. Until now, that is, he stepped forward. The threads around him tightened, almost invisible as they stretched outward, clinging to walls, pillars, ceilings, anchoring themselves like a spider claiming its web. The two attackers stiffened. "Don't just stand there, kill him," the one on the left snarled. Instantly, both of them lunged towards Gray. Swap space twisted for a fraction of a second. The assassin on the right suddenly found himself behind his ally, his forward stab plunging straight toward his companion's back. Gray reappeared above them, already moving. Whip. Threads snapped downward. They wrapped around wrists, ankles, and throats, causing thin lines to cut into flesh as the attackers desperately tried to pull away. One of them slashed wildly, his blade scraping sparks off the stone wall as he severed several threads. Slow. Gray landed lightly, his foot slamming into the man's knee. Crack. Half dash. The leg bent the wrong way. The man collapsed, screaming, but Gray didn't even look at him. He was already gone again. Swap, the second attacker, felt the world flip. One moment, he was charging forward, but the next one, he was standing where Gray had been, directly in front of his fallen ally. Gray appeared behind him. Whip. A thread was directly tightened around his throat, enough to kill, but Gray decided to torture them a little, as they had annoyed him quite a lot. And with this, Gray yanked the strings hard. Bam! The man flew backward, smashing into the wall hard enough to rattle the entire hallway. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he slid down, gasping. Students were watching now. Some backed away in fear. Others watched with wide eyes. This was the Academy they remembered. The attacker with the broken leg tried to crawl away, fingers clawing desperately at the floor. However, Gray slowly walked towards him before stepping on his back. Creak. The floor cracked beneath the pressure. "You want to fight," Gray said coldly. "So don't crawl away." Whip, whip, whip. Threads pierced into the stone around them, forming a tightening circle. The hallway itself became part of the trap, walls, ceiling, and floor all stitched together by Gray's control. The second attacker roared and surged forward again, veins bulging as he poured mana into his body. Gray smiled darkly. Good. The man swung both daggers and a cross aimed at Gray's neck. Gray didn't dodge. Swap, they switched places mid-swing. The attacker's own blades tore into the stone wall instead, embedding themselves deep. Before he could react, threads wrapped around his arms and yanked them outward. Rip. Shoulders dislocated with sickening pops. Guard. The scream that followed echoed down the hallway. Gray raised his hand and tightened the strings before pulling them again. Rustle. The two attackers were dragged toward the center of the hallway, bodies lifting slightly off the ground as the web converged. Threads dug into skin, drawing blood in thin lines, binding tighter with every second. Step, step. Gray slowly walked towards them, hoping to torture them since his rage hadn't subsided yet. And how could he waste such a good opportunity? "You think refusing a request gives you the right to try and kill me?" he asked quietly. "You think you're protecting someone?" He stopped in front of them. Pathetic. One of them spat blood onto the floor. "Go to hell." Gray raised his hand slightly. Whip. Threads snapped inward. Arf. The man screamed as the pressure increased, bones creaking, ribs compressing. Boring, Gray sighed. There was no point in playing around anymore. So he decided that it would be time to finish it. But just as he was about to increase the sharpness of the strings, Gray stopped. The voice cut through the hallway like a blade. Everything froze. The threads halted mid-motion. Gray's eyes widened just slightly as he turned his head, just to see Lyra standing at the end of the hallway. Her chest rose and fell quickly, her mesmerizing golden eyes fixed on him. Not angry, but actually worried about him. Students parted instinctively around her, giving her a clear path. TSK, he clicked his tongue before letting them go. "You guys are lucky today." Chapter 176. A date with Lyra. Lyra, I was just looking for you. Gray's voice softened as a light smile spread across his face. He stepped closer and gently brushed his index finger along her cheek. Ah! Lyra's breath hitched as a faint flush crept up her cheeks before she could stop it. What's wrong with him? Why did he suddenly get touchy again? Lyra was a little confused, but was extremely happy nonetheless. Let us go on a date today, Gray added casually. Her eyes widened. He.S. even asking me to go on a date? Is he sick? Lyra frowned slightly, then reached up and placed both hands on his forehead, feeling his skin carefully. Normal temperature. What was that for? Gray asked, genuinely confused, blinking at her. Nothing at all, Lyra replied quickly, breaking into a bright smile. She slipped her arm through his without hesitation, fingers tightening just a little as if afraid he might disappear. Then she turned, tugging him along. Let's go on a date, then. Without any hesitation, they left the academy and headed towards the main street of the city. There, stone-paved streets stretched forward, warmed by the soft morning sun. Merchants were setting up wooden stalls, hanging colorful fabrics, polishing metal goods, and arranging baskets filled with bread, fruits, and dried meat. The air smelled of fresh dough, herbs, and faint incense drifting from nearby temples. Lyra slowed her steps slightly, her arms still linked with Gray's. So, where are we going? She asked curiously, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. Gray looked around, genuinely taking everything in. Anywhere. I actually didn't go on many dates before, he replied honestly. It's not exactly a lie since it was the other Gray who went on them. Ahem. She looked at him more carefully now, noticing how relaxed his shoulders were, how his gaze wandered instead of piercing through everything. Really? She asked softly. He nodded lightly. Well, yeah, I've spent much of my time training after all. He shrugged lightly. Lyra's grip on his arm tightened just a little. Then, we'll have a proper date now, she exclaimed with a small smile. She tugged him gently toward the marketplace. The first stop was a bakery, a small stone shop with fogged windows and the comforting heat of an oven spilling into the street. Inside, rows of round bread, honey pastries, and sugar-dusted buns filled the shelves. Lyra leaned closer to the counter, eyes sparkling. 2 honey twists, please. Gray watched as the baker wrapped them in parchment. When Lyra handed him one, their fingers brushed. Careful, she teased. They're still warm. He took a bite. The crust cracked softly, sweetness spreading across his tongue. This is quite good, he exclaimed with surprise appearing on his face. You sound like you've never eaten sweets before. Lyra laughed quietly. Well, I wasn't exactly attracted to them. They walked again, sharing the pastries, occasionally bumping shoulders while laughing at each other. They passed a street performer, an old man playing a lute, his melody light and clumsy, but sincere. Lyra stopped to listen, swaying slightly with the rhythm. Gray watched her instead. Her hair caught the sunlight, and her smile was really unguarded. Without thinking, he reached into his pocket and dropped a gold coin into the man's case. Lyra turned to him, a little surprised. You didn't have to do that. Gray glanced at her, then back at the performer. True, he nodded calmly. He leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice just enough. But he just let me enjoy the most beautiful sight in the world. Lyra blinked. Huh? Gray's eyes shifted back to her, a faint, lazy smile tugging at his lips. You. Her face heated up instantly. Gee, Gray. She protested, flustered, turning her head away while trying and failing to hide her smile. Gray chuckled lightly at her reaction, but just before he could tease her more, Lyra suddenly stopped in her tracks. Ooh, wait, she exclaimed, eyes lighting up as she spotted a small stall to the side. Look at those. Before Gray could reply, she was already tugging him along. The stall was modest, filled with simple jewelry laid out on worn cloth, like wooden bracelets, cheap metal rings, strings of colored glass beads. Lyra leaned in, clearly fascinated. These are cute, she murmured, lifting one bracelet after another. Gray watched her for a moment, then reached out and picked up a thin bracelet woven from dark thread, small metal charms stitched into it. He stepped closer and held it up against her wrist. It suits you, he commented lightly. Lyra blinked, surprised. Gray, that S. I know, he cut in calmly. He fastened it around her wrist with careful fingers, deliberately slow. That S.Y. Lyra stared at the bracelet for a second. Then her cheeks flushed. Thank you, she replied softly, fingers brushing over the charms as if afraid they might disappear. Gray smirked faintly before pushing a gold coin over the table and winking at the old lady, who smiled warmly at their interaction. They didn't go far before Lyra stopped again. This time, it wasn't out of excitement, but from pure hesitation. Gray, she called out softly, tugging his sleeve and pointing ahead. At the corner of the square stood a small tea and stew house, its wooden sign creaking gently in the breeze. The place was modest, built of dark oak beams and pale stone, with open windows letting warmth and the smell of herbs spill into the street. A few round tables were set outside, occupied by townsfolk. An old couple sharing bread, two guards laughing over bowls of stew, a mother feeding her child. Gray didn't know what was so special about this place, but smiled at Lyra nonetheless. You want to go in? He asked. Lyra nodded, then immediately shook her head. I mean, only if you want to, she added quickly. It's just, I used to come here when I was younger. With my mother. The stew is good. She came to Glorious City before? Gray noted inwardly. Gray looked at her for a moment. Then he smiled. Sounds perfect. Her shoulders relaxed instantly. They took a table near the window, the wood worn smooth by countless hands before theirs. A young server approached, bowing politely. 2 bowls of lamb stew? Lyra asked, already familiar. And bread, Gray added. Whatever is fresh. The server nodded and hurried away. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Lyra rested her chin in her hands, watching the steam rise from the kitchen window. Gray leaned back slightly, arms relaxed, observing the people around them. You're really different today, Lyra muttered quietly. Oh, Gray glanced at her. In a good way, I hope. She smiled faintly. In a much better way, I think. Usually, it feels like you're always about to disappear. But now, you seem back to how you were before, and even started teasing me again. Gray didn't answer immediately, looking at her for a while. The other Gray didn't even bother to try to be like me. Huh? Fucking bastard. That piece of shit should die already. I was just a little worried about a few things those days, but I've already solved those problems. Naturally, my mood returned to normal. At his words, her fingers tightened slightly around the edge of the table. The stew arrived soon after, letting out a thick and fragrant odor, filled with tender meat and vegetables soaked in rich broth. Gray took a spoonful, paused, then nodded approvingly. You weren't lying. This is really good. See? I have good taste. Lyra laughed softly. In food, at least, Gray teased. Hey, she gasped. He chuckled, and for a moment Lyra just stared at him. You're laughing more today. I've said that my mood is slowly getting back to normal. Gray sighed, pointing a spoon at her. I know, but it just feels nice, I guess. She chirped happily. They ate slowly and started talking about small things like their classes, the teachers they didn't like, or even the rumors around the academy. Except that the moment Gray made a slight comment about another woman other than Lyra, she would get a little mad. For example, I heard one of the senior instructors brought a new assistant, Gray stated casually. Apparently, she is quite. Lyra S. Spoon stopped midair as her eyes narrowed just a little. Oh, is she? What? Gray blinked. Nothing, Lyra replied quickly, resuming her meal with a bit more force than necessary. Gray stared at her for a second, then smirked faintly, deciding it was wiser not to push that topic any further. A moment later, Lyra seemed to remember something and leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. By the way, did you hear about Raven? She said, trying and failing to look casual. What did he do this time? Gray raised an eyebrow. He asked a girl to be his girlfriend. That doesn't sound unusual. No, because he has done it 4 times, she added, grinning now. Gray paused. 4? Same girl. For different times. For different rejections. She nodded enthusiastically. Gray stared at her. Is he stupid? PFTT. Lyra burst out laughing, nearly spilling her stew. That is exactly what I said. She wiped her mouth and continued, clearly enjoying herself. But here's the funny part. Some girls actually thought it was sweet. They said he was loyal and kept comforting him after each rejection. Gray leaned back in his chair, clicking his tongue. That was probably his plan from the start. Lyra froze. Slowly, she turned to look at him. Huh? Gray shrugged. Think about it. Public rejection, repeated heartbreak, sympathetic girls gathering around him. Lyra suddenly shot to her feet before slamming both of her hands on the table, causing a loud bang noise to echo through the tea house. How shameless is he? The entire tea house went silent. Dozens of eyes turned toward her. Lyra realized what she had done and stiffened. Her face turned bright red. Sorry, she said quickly, bowing her head a little to the surrounding tables. She sat back down just as fast, shrinking in her seat. Gray stared at her for a second and immediately started laughing. Pwahaha. Lyra pouted as her cheeks reddened even more. Didn't laugh. Chapter 177. A Date with Lyra 2. Gray leaned back in his chair, one hand pressed to his stomach as he tried. But Filetto stopped laughing. He wiped at the corner of his eyes with his thumb. Pwahaha. He sucked in air for a small moment. Saw the, I'm done. I swear. He wasn't tea, as another snort escaped him. Lyra crossed her arms, turning her head sharply to the side, her cheeks burning red enough to be compared with a fire crystal. Stop laughing, she muttered, clearly mortified. Everyone is staring. Gray finally managed to calm down, exhaling slowly as his shoulders relaxed. He leaned forward again, resting his chin on his palm with his eyes fixed on her. You know, for someone who looks so gentle, you're surprisingly terrifying when you get angry, he said casually, his lips curling up into a deep smile. Lyra shot him a glare. I am not terrifying. Gray replied. Remind me never to be shameless in front of you. Her pout deepened, but after a second, she huffed and reached for her cup, taking a small sip. You deserved it, she mumbled. Gray smiled softer this time. They fell into a brief, comfortable silence, the clinking of cutlery and low chatter filling the space between them. Then Lyra suddenly stiffened. Gray noticed immediately. What? She frowned slightly, eyes unfocusing as if something had just clicked in her mind. I completely forgot, she exclaimed slowly, tapping her forehead lightly, before then looking at Gray with an excited look. Did you hear about the Inter-Academy exchange? Inter-Academy exchange? Gray raised an eyebrow. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. The other Gray probably knows about and didn't even let a small note. That damn fucker. He groaned inwardly. Lyra nodded, leaning forward again, putting her elbows on the table. Apparently, starting next semester, there is going to be a full exchange program. Not just visits, as students are actually staying at the other academy for the entire second semester. Classes, dorms, training, everything. Gray blinked once. That sounds troublesome. It is, but that is not even the worst part, Lyra stated seriously. Go on. Gray tilted his head in interest. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice slightly. The academy we're exchanging with, they're sending only their weakest students here. Gray's fingers paused around his cup. Only the weakest? He repeated. Lyra nodded lyly before continuing. And Gloria Academy is doing the opposite. We're sending our strongest students there. For a moment, Gray stayed silent. Then a faint, amused breath left his lips. So that is how they want to do it, he commented. Gather all the fangs in one den. Lyra nodded again. It's obvious what they're aiming for. Put the strongest from both sides into a single academy and see which one dominates. A direct comparison. Huh? Exactly. Gloria Academy is taking in the weaker students from both sides. And the other academy, she paused, they're gathering all the strongest students together. Gray leaned back slightly, fingers tapping once against the table. So they're stacking the deck on purpose, he muttered. One academy becomes the proving ground. The other becomes the comparison. Yup, Lyra sighed. Whoever student come out on top gets to declare themselves the strongest academy. Reputation, influence, future alliances. Everything hinges on it. I think. Gray was silent for a second. Then he waved a hand lightly, as if brushing the weight of it all aside. It'll all be fine, he smiled calmly. That essay problem for later. Huh? Lyra blinked. He leaned forward a little, resting his elbow on the table, his tone shifting back to something lighter. Right now, we're on a date, not in a strategy meeting. If we keep talking about academies, I'll start charging consultation fees. Puffed. Lyra let out a small laugh. You're unbelievable. Yet here you are, he replied smoothly. She shook her head, but the tension in her shoulders eased. All right, just for today. They ordered dessert soon after, simple cakes, lightly sweet, served warm. The plates were placed between them, the scent of sugar and baked dough softening the atmosphere even more. Gray's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, he raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased. They didn't tease Skimp. He picked up his fork, cut a small piece of cake, and without hesitation leaned closer to Lyra's side. Her heart skipped. He brought the fork up, hovering it near her lips, a grin spreading across his face. Say ah. Lyra froze, and her cheeks flushed instantly. Gee, Gray, she muttered, but after a second, she hesitated, then nodded lightly. She leaned in, brushing a few loose strands of hair behind her ear, eyes closing as she parted her lips slightly, ready to take the bite. Swish! Instead of cake, she felt something soft press against her lips. Her eyes snapped open. Gray was right there, too close to her. His lips were brushing hers. Just for a brief moment, his eyes filled with unmistakable, teasing amusement. Lyra jolted back in panic. Her face went completely red. She stared at him, stunned, while Gray calmly leaned back into his seat, clearly satisfied. I missed, he said innocently. Lyra's hands flew up to her face. Why you dash? You dash. Before she could finish, an elderly couple passed by their table, the woman smiling warmly as she whispered to her partner. What a cute couple. Lyra completely shut down her words. Her face went from red to burning. C'est cute? She squeaked, voice jumping an octave as steam practically threatened to rise from her head. She shot to her feet, so fast her chair scraped loudly against the floor. It's not like that, dash. She blurted out, waving her arms wildly in pure panic, nearly knocking over the table. WWE we re-dating, but I just dash. The old couple had already walked past, smiling to themselves, clearly unconcerned, which somehow made it worse. Lyra slowly realized the attention she was drawing. She froze instantly. Every nearby table was now looking at her. Her brain caught up a second too late. I am so sorry. She bowed rapidly toward everyone around her, voice shrinking with every word. Please ignore me. She practically collapsed back in her seat, pulling her hood slightly forward as if it could hide her existence. Her hands covered her face entirely. I want to disappear, she muttered miserably. Gray, meanwhile, was leaning back in his chair, resting his cheek on his knuckles, watching her while holding back his laugh. We're dating, he said calmly. Why are you so embarrassed? Lyra peeked at him through her fingers. It took her a moment to answer. Because you're acting different, she said quietly. Gray blinked. Different? She slowly lowered her hands, her face still flushed, eyes avoiding his as she twisted the edge of her sleeve between her fingers. You weren't like this in this past few days, she admitted. You tease me now. You touch me so easily. You say things so naturally. She swallowed. It keeps catching me off guard. Her blush deepened, spreading all the way to her ears. I don't hate it, she hurriedly added. It's just, my heart doesn't keep up. Gray stayed silent, listening to her words. Huff. Lyra took a shaky breath. Then, as if finally deciding not to run anymore, she lifted her head and met his gaze. Her voice trembled, but she didn't look away. I just really love you. The words hit him harder than any blow. For a brief moment, Gray forgot how to breathe. Something tight pressed against his chest, sharp and warm at the same time. He reached across the table without hesitation, gently placing his palm over hers. His touch was steady, grounding. Lyra stiffened slightly, then relaxed. Gray smiled sincerely and closed his eyes for a brief second. "I love you too, Lyra," he said warmly. Her eyes widened and slowly. Her expression softened into a smile, just as shy and far more fragile than ever. For a brief moment, the tea house felt strangely quiet. "Oh, Quiche, 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 Caius." The whispers, the claps, the teasing shouts burst out all at once, spilling from nearby tables like a wave that could no longer be held back. Someone even whistled while the others laughed loudly. Lyra froze. Her entire face turned red in an instant. Wait. Please." She stammered, flustered beyond belief, instinctively pulling her hands back to herself. "This is a public place. I think it's better if we not." Her words faltered when Gray stood up. Before she could retreat any further, he stepped closer. His hand rose gently, fingers brushing along her cheek, as if grounding her trembling thoughts. "Relax," he murmured softly, only for her to hear. Lyra's breath caught. Then his other hand slid behind her neck, just firm enough to keep her from running away. Her eyes widened. "Gray?" He leaned in and pressed a soft kiss against her lips. It was a gentle kiss, and just from that, Lyra went completely still, stunned, her mind blanking out for a heartbeat. Then the crowd erupted with cheers and laughter as they saw the young couple kiss each other. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart slammed against her chest, loud enough that she swore he could hear it. Slowly, hesitantly, she closed her eyes. The noise around them faded into the background, replaced by the warmth of his touch, the soft pressure of his lips, and the dizzying comfort spreading through her chest. She relaxed, and for those few seconds, she simply let herself enjoy it, her heartbeat racing, her thoughts melting away, and her world narrowing down to just him. It was a truly beautiful memory for her. Chapter 178, A Date with Lyra. 3. Their lips slowly parted. The cheers around them died down little by little, turning back into laughter, murmurs, and clinking cups, as if the tea house itself was gently returning to normal. Lyra stayed still for a moment longer. Her face was burning. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes fixed on the table, as her fingers curled together in front of her, as if she didn't quite know what to do with them anymore. Her heartbeat refused to calm down. Gray, on the other hand, looked perfectly composed, satisfied even. He smiled and turned back to his seat. Then, he slowly picked up his fork, cut another small piece of cake, and placed it into his mouth. Delicious. Lyra froze. Her head snapped up. Her face went from red to scarlet in an instant, as she realized exactly what he was implying. Gray, she sputtered, completely flustered. That's not what you should be saying right now. Gray glanced at her, feigning innocence as he chewed. He hummed lightly, giving her a confused look. "I'm just enjoying dessert." She instantly looked away again, hands flying up to cover her face. "You're terrible," she muttered embracingly. Gray curled up his lips at her reaction, taking another bite of the cake while looking at Lyra's blushing expression. "Hey, when are you going to try and get divinity for me to awaken my powers?" Out of nowhere, Jasmine asked lightly. At her words, Gray took another bite of cake before replying to her casually. "Relax, we have a lot of time in our hands. As I promised, when I find a target that isn't a beautiful woman, I'll kill him and give you his divinity. Just be patient." Jasmine felt completely silent at his words. However, Gray didn't think that it was strange for her to be quiet, so he simply ignored her and continued eating his cake while chatting with Lyra. But on the other hand, Jasmine, who was already more than disappointed with Gray, now had confirmed which side to choose. She wouldn't stay with someone who only cared about his own desires. Before, she actually liked him quite a bit because of his pure rage for revenge and how he was actually looking for ways to help her. But now, that little liking had completely disappeared. He only cares about himself. So why should she care about him? He might as well disappear. I'm stuffed. The food was really delicious," Gray exclaimed, leaning back slightly as he set his fork down. "It really was." Lyra smiled softly, nodding as she placed her own plate aside. Her cheeks were still faintly pink, the warmth from earlier refusing to fade completely, but her expression was much more relaxed now. They stood up together and made their way out of the tea house, the door chiming lightly behind them as the cool afternoon air greeted their faces. The sun was already beginning to sink, painting the streets in soft gold and orange hues. Lanterns were being lit one by one, their flames flickering gently as merchants prepared for the evening crowd. Lyra suddenly stopped. "Oh," Gray turned. "What is it?" She pointed ahead, eyes lighting up. "Their essay circus today." Sure enough, at the edge of the plaza stood a large striped tent, red and cream fabric stretched high, ropes tied to thick wooden stakes. Colorful banners fluttered above it, bells chiming faintly as performers moved about. The distant sound of drums and laughter drifted through the air. Gray raised an eyebrow. "A circus, huh?" Lyra looked at him expectantly, hands clasped together just a little too tightly. "I've only seen one once," she admitted. "When I was younger." He studied her for a second and then smiled lightly. "Let us go inside then," he said casually, stepping forward and offering his hand. Her eyes widened. "Really? Really?" She hesitated for half a second, then placed her hand in his. They walked toward the tent together, the striped fabric looming closer with every step. Up close, it was even larger than it had looked from afar. Thick ropes stretched tight, lanterns hanging from wooden posts and swaying gently in the evening breeze. The muffled hum of voices, laughter, and instruments leaked from inside, warm and inviting. As they entered, the air changed. It smelled of hay and oil, of metal and smoke, mixed with something sweet. Rows of seats curved around the circular stage, already crowded with people talking excitedly. Children tugging at their parents' sleeves, vendors weaving through the aisles. Lyra looked around, eyes shining. "It's bigger than I imagined," she whispered. "It indeed is." Whoop! The lights dimmed slowly, and the chatter slowly softened into anticipation. However, as the minutes passed, no one stepped onto the stage. Murmurs started spreading through the crowd as people shifted in their seats. Finally, a man stepped onto the edge of the stage, dressed plainly, clearly not part of the act. He cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely apologize, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the main performer, our clown, will not be appearing tonight." The reaction was immediate. "What do you mean, not appearing? We waited all day. This was the highlight." People began to stand, shaking their heads, some already filing toward the exits. The lively air drained away, replaced by irritation and letdown. Lyra stood as well, her shoulders drooping slightly. "That's unfortunate," she said softly. "I was really looking forward to it." Gray watched her for a second, his gaze drifting to the empty stage. And suddenly, a memory surfaced, but wasn't obviously his memories. The other Gray, standing awkwardly, pretending to be something he wasn't, smiling when it didn't come naturally, acting, performing, just to make Maylis laugh, just to see her eyes light up, even for a moment. Gray's fingers tightened instantly as he got an idea that didn't come from his own brain, but from Gray's memories. TSK. Before Lyra could turn back to him, he squeezed her hand once. "Wait here," he said quietly. "Hudash." She didn't even have time to ask before. Swap in the blink of an eye, Gray vanished. At the center of the stage, where a single grain of sand lay unnoticed, someone suddenly appeared. The showcaser's eyes widened in shock as Gray's form solidified out of thin air. His clothes shifted instantly, fabric twisting and reshaping, colors blooming across them. A painted clown's face spread over his own, clean lines, sharp contrast, yet somehow, impossibly, he still looked handsome. Gray straightened, rolling his shoulders once. Then he looked up and winked at the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen," he exclaimed loudly, his voice echoing through the tent. "Apologies for the delay. Sometimes the star takes a bit longer to arrive." The crowd froze, and near the exit, Lyra turned almost immediately. Her eyes widened completely, breath catching in her throat as her heart began to race uncontrollably. Gray? She stared at the stage, unable to look away, her gaze locked onto him. For half a second, the tent remained frozen in stunned silence. Then Gray moved. He leapt forward with an exaggerated hop, nearly tripping over his own feet before catching himself at the last moment, arms flailing wildly. "Whoa, see?" he said loudly, patting his chest. "That's what happens when you arrive fashionably late." A ripple of laughter spread through the crowd. Gray grinned wider. Now, he continued, pointing at the exits where people had started leaving, "Don't go just yet. You've already paid, and I haven't embarrassed myself enough to justify the price." That did it. Laughter burst out in earnest as people stopped and started returning back their seats. The children giggled loudly. Gray rolled with it, spinning once, then bowing deeply. "Welcome, welcome. I'm today's clown, a substitute, understudy, emergency replacement, and emotional support performer." The showcaser near the stage blinked several times, then hurried closer, whispering frantically, "W, what are you doing? You're not on a list." Gray leaned in, whispering back without dropping his smile. "Relax," he muttered. "What is the clown's role? Entertain. Keep the crowd alive. Jokes, tricks, magic if possible." The man swallowed. "Don't worry about it. Just tell me what the other clown was supposed to do. This way, your business won't lose much, as I'll probably even be better than your performer." The man was taken aback by his words, but before he could speak up, Gray straightened and clapped his hands loudly. "All right, everyone, let us start simple." He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a red ball. Then another one. Far too many at once. They spilled from his arms, rolling across the stage, bouncing toward the audience. Children squealed, reaching for them as Gray pretended to panic, chasing the balls in chaotic circles. "Wait, no. Those weren't supposed to escape." He suddenly vanished. Gasps erupted. "Behind you." Gray reappeared behind a man in the front row, peeking over his shoulder upside down. "Ah!" the man yelped. "Ha ha! This clown is so damn funny. That guy almost passed out. Pwaha!" The tent exploded with laughter and applause. Chapter 179. A Date with Lyra. 4. The laughter didn't die down immediately. It rolled through the tent in waves, mixing with claps, whistles, and amused shouts. Gray straightened up slowly, one hand pressed to his chest as if deeply offended. "Almost passed out?" he said loudly, peeking back at the man he had scared. "Sir, I assure you that was a professional heart attack. Very controlled." The crowd burst out laughing again. He spun around, tripped on purpose, barely catching himself before face-planting into the stage. "Oh ho! See? Still alive." Mostly. More laughter. Children were practically crying from how hard they were laughing. Gray didn't stop moving as a clown would never let the silence settle. He pulled a handkerchief from his sleeve, wiped his brow dramatically, then kept pulling, grip, and pulling, and continued doing so. The cloth kept coming, long enough to trail across the stage, over the edge, brushing past the first row. A little girl grabbed the end, her eyes shining with excitement. "Oh!" Gray gasped in complete disbelief. "Hey, thief! Security!" He pointed accusingly at her. The girl froze, then burst into giggles as the crowd laughed with her. "All right, you can keep it, but only if you promise to laugh." Gray leaned closer to her, whispering loudly. She nodded furiously. "Snap!" He snapped his fingers, and suddenly the cloth vanished. "Huh!" The girl blinked in surprise as the handkerchief reappeared, tied neatly around Gray's neck like a scarf. "Oh!" Gray exclaimed loudly in surprise. "So that's where it went." The applause grew louder. He jumped onto a barrel, balancing with exaggerated wobbling steps, arms flailing as if he was about to fall at any moment. "Do not worry," he announced. "I have trained for this my whole life." Slip! He slipped, but just before he could hit the ground, he vanished from the crowd's sight. He reappeared sitting cross-legged on the barrel, chin resting on his palm. "Nailed it!" The tent erupted. Claps thundered through the tent, sharp and loud, mixing with whistles and stomping feet. Ha! This guy is better than the real one. Where did you find this clown? Strengt. My stomach hurts. Bring him back again. Even a few adults were wiping tears from the corners of their eyes, laughing just as hard as the children, while others slapped their knees or leaned forward, shouting over one another. The noise swelled into a single roaring wave of applause that refused to die down. Oh, well, Gray bowed deeply, his hat nearly touching the floor. Just as the laughter began to settle, a clear voice rang out from the side of the stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the announcer called, smiling broadly, let us give our clown a round of applause as we prepare for the next performances. The applause surged once more. Gray waved enthusiastically, blowing kisses to the crowd, then hopped off the stage and slipped behind the curtain. The moment he stepped backstage, the noise dulled, replaced by hurried footsteps and murmured voices. A tall acrobat stared at him in disbelief. Who are you? Someone who really didn't want a date to end early. Gray wiped imaginary sweat from his brow. Puffed. A woman adjusting her feathered costume laughed at his words. You saved the show. I thought the tent was going to empty. The announcer approached, shaking his head with a wide grin. I don't know where you came from, but that was incredible. Well, most people are ordinary humans. So, well, any kind of magic trick is more than enough to make them surprised. Gray shrugged lightly. One of the jugglers extended a hand. Name is Corin. I've been doing this for 10 years, and I've never seen someone improvise like that. Gray, he replied, shaking it. Temporary clown. Rang. A bell rang. All right, the announcer said, clapping his hands once. Aerial act, you're up. The acrobat nodded and jogged toward the stage entrance. Gray stepped aside, watching as they passed him one by one. Each performer gave him a nod, a grin, or a quiet word of thanks as they went. Don't go anywhere, the announcer added before leaving. The crowd is already asking when the clown is coming back. I want to leave until my little girlfriend is satisfied, Gray laughed lightly. You're unbelievable, the announcer snorted, shaking his head as he walked off. Backstage buzzed briefly with movement, but the show rolled on without fuss. Jugglers leapt into the ring, blades flashing under lantern light. A pair of acrobats followed, bodies twisting and snapping through the air like living ribbons. A beast tamer drew cheers, then musicians, then fire, each act earning its own applause. The crowd still riding the lingering excitement Gray had left behind. And then, the drums slowed down. Bam! Boom! The announcer stepped back into the ring, wiping sweat from his brow, his voice echoing through the tent. Ladies and gentlemen, for our final performance of the night. He hesitated, then glanced toward the curtains. We leave it to our clown. Behind the curtain, a few performers exchanged looks. That it? One muttered. We didn't plan anything special, another admitted. Can you just do something? The announcer whispered urgently, leaning in toward Gray. Anything big. Finish strong. Gray blinked once, and then a wide grin spread across his painted face. Leave it to me. The drums hit hard. Gray leapt back into the ring, arms thrown wide, spinning once in a dramatic bow as the crowd immediately erupted again. P.S. back. The clown. Yeah. Ah, so much love. Careful, careful. My heart can't take it. Gray pressed a hand to his chest, staggering as if overwhelmed. Laughter rippled through the tent. He straightened up, raising one finger. But a circus is nothing without a finale. Yes, something unforgettable. The crowd leaned in. So tonight, Gray continued, pacing slowly, his boots thumping against the wooden stage. I will perform my greatest, most dangerous, most unbelievable trick yet. Gasps, whispers. But he turned suddenly, pointing outward. I cannot do it alone. The audience stirred. He scanned the crowd exaggerately, squinting, leaning forward, even standing on his toes. A volunteer. Hand shot up instantly. Me. Pick me. Ivan Nago. Children bounced in their seats, while adults laughed nervously. Gray hummed, tapping his chin, pretending to think, and then stopped. His gaze locked onto a familiar figure near the front. Time seemed to pause. Lyra. Huff. Her breath caught. Gray's painted smile softened before turning wicked again as he pointed straight at her. You. The tent went silent for half a second before exploding. Huh. Her. Lucky. Lyra's eyes widened in complete shock. "Me," she blurted, instinctively pointing at herself. "Yes. You. Don't worry," he added quickly, waving his hands. "I only mostly ruin lives." Gray nodded solemnly. The crowd roared with laughter. Lyra froze, heat rushing to her face as dozens of eyes turned toward her. "Go on. You can do it. The clown chose you." She looked around helplessly, then, almost unconsciously, her eyes found Gray's. He gave her a tiny nod. Her heart pounded. "Oh, okay," she murmured. As she stood, the applause swelled again, and Gray bowed deeply in her direction, sweeping one arm out grandly. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced proudly, "give it up for the bravest soul in the entire tent." Gray hopped off the stage and landed right in front of her with an exaggerated flourish, spinning once and bowing so deeply his painted nose almost touched the floor. "Welcome, welcome," he announced loudly. "Please do not be afraid. If anything explodes, it will be me." The crowd burst into laughter. Lyra stood stiffly at the edge of the ring, hands clenched at her sides, cheeks burning so hot she was sure the makeup on Gray's face would melt just by proximity. "Oh, I don't know what I'm supposed to do," she whispered, leaning closer to him. Gray straightened and leaned down as well, lowering his voice just enough. "That's the best part. Neither do they." He winked. Her heart skipped so hard it hurt. Gray took her hand and gently guided her to the center of the ring. The lantern light bathed them both, shadows stretching across the tent as every eye remained fixed on them. "Now," Gray turned dramatically to the audience. "For my final act, I will demonstrate the most dangerous magic of all." He paused. "Trust." The murmurs grew louder. "What is he going to do? That girl looks terrified. Is this part of the show?" Gray raised his hands. Instantly, thin threads shimmered into existence, almost invisible, glinting faintly like spider silk under the light. They floated around Lyra without touching her, forming slow, elegant arcs. Gasps rippled through the crowd. "Whoa, are those strings? Magic?" Lyra froze, eyes widening as she felt the faint pressure of mana in the air. "Relax," Gray murmured softly to her. "They won't hurt you. I promise." She swallowed, then nodded. Gray snapped his fingers. Whip! The threads moved. They lifted a small stool from the side of the stage, spun it once in the air, then gently placed it behind Lyra. Another snap, and a shower of colored handkerchiefs burst from nothing, fluttering down like petals. "Ha! This is amazing. I've never seen a clown do this. Behold, my lovely assistant, who is absolutely not questioning her life choices right now." Gray strutted around her, arms wide, basking in the noise. "Ha ha!" Lyra let out a tiny, nervous laugh. Gray's expression sharpened. He raised one finger. Now comes the dangerous part. The tent fell silent. The threads suddenly wrapped around Lyra. Slowly, carefully, her feet left the ground. "Ah!" she gasped, instinctively clutching at the air. Gray immediately placed a hand under her back, steadying her lightly. "Easy. I've got you." She hovered there, heart hammering, dress swaying gently as if caught in an invisible tide. The crowd held its breath. Gray looked up at her. "Everyone wants power, strength, greatness." "Greatness," he said clearly, voice echoing through the tent. The threads shimmered brighter. "But power without care?" His gaze softened. "That's just cruelty." He snapped his fingers one last time. The threads dissolved into light, and Lyra descended safely into his arms. He caught her effortlessly, spinning once before setting her gently back on her feet. The tent exploded. "Woo! That was incredible. Best finale ever. That clown is a genius." Applause thundered so loudly the canvas itself seemed to shake. People stood, whistling, stomping, shouting praise without restraint. Lyra stood frozen for half a second, but as she woke up from her trance, her eyes shimmered as she looked up at him. He grinned, stepping back and sweeping into one final bow, dragging her gently with him so they bowed together. Thank you, he called out. Please remember to breathe on your way out. The cheers only grew louder. As the curtains finally began to close and the noise slowly dulled into a distant roar, Gray leaned down toward her again, voice low and amused. So, how was your first time performing in a circus? Lyra laughed breathlessly with her cheeks still reddened. I think, she said honestly, I'll remember this forever. Gray sincerely smiled at those words. And for once, there was no teasing in it at all. Chapter 180, A Date with Lyra V. It's getting late, Gray muttered as he noticed the beautiful sunset in the distance as they walked away from the large red tent. Oh, Lyra nodded softly, her hands still clasped in front of her. She truly hadn't expected the circus to last that long, nor had she expected him to step onto that stage, to shine so effortlessly, to make the entire crowd laugh and cheer as if the world revolved around him. And yet, if she could relive this day again, over and over, she knew one thing for certain. She would always choose to see Gray act as that clown. It was an experience she knew she would never forget. And thinking of this, her eyes shone as she remembered something. Grip! Lyra suddenly squeezed his hand tighter. Come on, there's south one last place I want to go. This late? Gray raised an eyebrow. Yes, she replied instantly, already pulling him along. She is only in the city today. Before he could ask anything else, Lyra was already dragging him through the thinning streets, almost excited enough to lift her off the ground. The sunset faded behind them, replaced by lantern light and murmuring crowds, until the noise slowly thinned out again. Then Gray saw it. A small tent stood at the corner of a quiet square. Purple fabric, slightly worn, embroidered with faint silver patterns that shimmered softly under the lanterns. Incense burned near the entrance, its scent strange but not exactly unpleasant. A fortune teller? Gray muttered. Lyra turned back to him, smiling brightly. A future sight user, she corrected. Apparently, she's the real deal. MHM. His lips curved faintly. And you believe that? Lyra didn't answer, and instead just hugged him forward again. The moment they reached the tent, she didn't hesitate even a little. She lifted the flap and stepped inside, dragging him along whether he liked it or not. The interior was dim. Soft purple light came from small crystals hanging along the poles, casting shifting shadows over the fabric walls. At the center stood a simple wooden table, old and scarred, and resting atop it, there was a single crystal ball, clear and flawless with a faint mist swirling deep inside it, as if something alive was breathing within. Behind the table sat a woman, or at least someone who looked like one. She wore a dark hood that concealed most of her face. Only her pale lips and slender chin were visible. Her hands rested calmly on either side of the crystal ball, fingers long, unmoving, as if carved from wax. The moment Lyra stepped in, the woman's head lifted slightly. Welcome, she said softly. Hello. Lyra straightened, suddenly a little nervous despite her earlier enthusiasm. Gray, on the other hand, calmly scanned the tent, instinctively measuring the woman in front of him. No obvious killing intent. No immediate danger. The hooded woman's head turned slightly. You're not here for yourself, she said, her unseeing gaze settling on Lyra. You're here because you're curious. Yes? Lyra blinked. And you? The woman continued, turning her attention to Gray, are only here because you followed. True. Gray smirked faintly. The woman's lips curved lightly. Seat. Lyra hesitated, then nodded quickly and sat down on the small cushion in front of the table, pulling Gray with her. Their knees nearly touched. The hooded woman placed both palms on the crystal ball. The mist inside stirred immediately and thickened a lot. Future sight is not fate, she said calmly. It is a possibility. Threads that may intertwine or snap. Lyra swallowed hard at her words, not being able to hide the excitement in her eyes. Can you really see it? Silence. I can see what wishes to be seen, the woman replied. Her hands lifted, and immediately the crystal ball glowed faintly. Lyra leaned forward without realizing it. Her breath caught somewhere in her chest. Gray glanced at her from the corner of his eye. The woman tilted her head toward Lyra. What do you wish to know? Lyra hesitated for a moment, fingers tightening together on her lap. I want to know about my future life, she said softly. Nothing too complicated. Just if I'll be happy. The hooded woman didn't answer right away. Her hands pressed against the crystal ball again, and this time, the mist inside began to swirl more gently, like slow clouds drifting under moonlight. The purple glow softened, warming the tent. You were surrounded by light, the woman said at last. Not the kind that blinds, but the kind that stays. Lyra's eyes widened slightly. You will walk a difficult path, the woman continued calmly. There will be fear. There will be moments where you doubt yourself. Moments where you feel small. The mist shimmered, faint images forming and dissolving too quickly to fully grasp. But your wish will come true. Lyra leaned forward, breath caught. Oh, really? Indeed, she replied. You will protect what you cherish. You will be protected in return. Love will not leave you, even when the world tries to pull it away. Lyra's chest tightened. You will be happy, the woman concluded simply. For a second, Lyra just stared at the crystal ball. Then her eyes shimmered slightly, and she let out a small, relieved laugh. That's enough. She turned instinctively toward Gray, her smile bright, almost glowing. See? No cursed future. You're safe. Gray met her gaze and smirked lightly. Lyra nodded. The hooded woman then turned to Gray. Now, she muttered, turning her attention toward Gray, it is your turn. Sure. Gray raised an eyebrow and leaned back slightly. Jasmine tells me if there is some kind of energy entering my body. Okay. The woman placed her hands on the crystal ball again. At first, nothing happened, but just then, whoop, the mist inside the crystal ball stilled completely, and in the next instant, it collapsed inward. The soft glow vanished, replaced by something thick, heavy, and unnaturally dark. The mist turned pitch black, swallowing all light inside the sphere. The temperature in the tent dropped. Lyra felt it immediately. Gray? She whispered. The hooded woman froze. Her hands trembled. For the first time since they entered, her breathing grew uneven. Your future, she began slowly. The black mist churned violently now, pressing against the glass as if trying to escape, is betrayal. I don't feel anything. Jasmine's words came just right after that sentence. Gray's expression didn't change. The woman swallowed. Everything will be thrown at you, she continued, voice low and strained. From all directions. Strikes you cannot predict. Blades you cannot dodge. The black mist surged. You will lose. Not once. Not twice. Again and again. Stop. Lyra's heart started pounding. Even when hope appears, the woman added, her voice growing darker, it will be no more than a sliver. Something fragile. Something barely alive. The woman's hood lifted slightly, and Lyra saw it. Her eyes turned completely black. You will cling to whatever remains of yourself, she stated coldly, even when there is almost nothing left. The tent felt suffocating. Crack. The crystal ball cracked slightly, thin fractures spreading across its surface. And in the end, the woman whispered. In the end? Gray finally spoke. The woman looked directly at him. You will return. The black mist suddenly imploded, collapsing inward with a sharp sound. Stronger than ever. Whoop! The glow vanished. The crystal ball went completely clear, as if nothing had ever been inside it. The woman jerked back sharply, breathing hard, sweat dripping down her chin. That is all, she said hoarsely. Leave. Let us go. Lyra grabbed Gray's arm instantly. As they stepped outside, the cool night air rushed over them, the lanterns flickering softly around the quiet square. Lyra looked up at him, with worry written all over her face. Are you okay? Gray exhaled slowly before smiling softly. A fortune teller's words, he chuckled lightly. That is all. Lyra didn't say anything for a few steps. Her fingers were still laced with his, but her grip was tighter now, as if she was afraid he might slip away if she loosened it even a little. She kept glancing at him from the corner of her eye, her brows faintly knit together. That woman didn't sound like she was lying, Lyra finally muttered. Future readers never do. Makes them bad liars and great performers. Gray. She frowned. He turned his head slightly and smiled at her. Light and easy, the same smile he always wore. Come on, he laughed it off. If betrayal was enough to scare me, I would died years ago. That's not reassuring at all, Lyra replied, puffing her cheeks a little. Don't worry about it. I won't die anytime soon. Gray chuckled and squeezed her hand. She stopped walking for half a step and looked at him properly. I'm serious. I know. He nodded, then leaned closer, lowering his voice just enough. That's why I'm joking. Someone has to keep your heart from jumping out of your chest. Lyra froze, then turned her head away with a soft humph. You're awful. But she didn't pull her hand away. They continued walking, the sounds of the city growing quieter as lantern light stretched long shadows across the stone road. Gray kept smiling, kept talking lightly about the circus, about the cake, about how she almost fainted when the crowd started chanting. Lyra listened to his words and slowly relaxed again. However, she didn't notice when his steps grew a little slower or when his gaze stopped wandering. He stared straight ahead. The smile on his lips remained, but his eyes had turned much colder than before. Betrayal, huh? Chapter 181 181. Before the Inter-Academy exchange today, the classroom was unusually noisy that morning. Whispers overlapped. Chairs scraped softly against the floor. And more than a few students kept glancing at the blackboard where Professor Otto stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression stern but faintly satisfied. All right, he said, his voice cutting cleanly through the chatter. Settle down. Silence slowly spread. Otto nodded once, then turned toward the board and tapped it lightly with his knuckle. As some of you have already heard through rumors, yes, they're indeed true. This academy will be participating in an inter-academy exchange for the remainder of your first year. Murmurs instantly erupted again. With that said, this will not be a normal exchange. Otto continued calmly, letting the noise die on its own. He paused deliberately. The chosen strongest students of the first year, Cassandra, Gray, Maelys, Adrian, Leon, Lyra, Lyra, Celine, Katia, Claire, Selena, and surprisingly, Ronan will be sent to another academy to spend the final semester there. Professor, strongest students only? Someone raised his hand and asked. Yes, Otto replied without hesitation. And the other academy? Who are we exchanging with? Clarentine's Sword Magic Academy. Otto's lips curled faintly. That name alone caused the room to buzz again. As if Gloria's academy, the Clarentine's Sword Magic Academy, was one of the 3 main academies of the whole continent. Then if we were sending our strongest students, what are they sending us? A student suddenly asked in curiosity. Their weakest students. Otto turned his gaze toward him. The room froze. What? Professor, are you saying this exchange isn't balanced? Otto looked at the student for a long moment, then nodded. That is correct. So this is a comparison. Exactly, Otto said. Clarentine will gather the strongest students from multiple academies, including ours, into one environment. Gloria Academy will receive those who failed to reach that level. Hearing these words, Leon scoffed lightly. So whoever's students survive and outperform the rest gets to declare themselves the strongest academy. Yes, Otto nodded plainly. Reputation, influence, authority, all of it hinges on this. He paused lightly and then finished his words. Sue, prepare yourselves. Only then did the murmurs begin again. A student from the middle rows raised his hand hesitantly. Professor, when you say strongest, what exactly does that mean? Combat strength? Rankings? Talent? Otto nodded, as if expecting the question. All of it, he replied. Combat performance, growth rate, adaptability, mental resilience, and overall potential. This exchange is not a reward. It is an evaluation. So, if we're not chosen, does that mean we're considered weak? Otto's gaze shifted to him, and he explained calmly. It means you are not ready, he corrected. Strength is contextual. What Clarentine tests is not something every first-year student can endure, which is why even our academy has a different ranking for strength. A low, uneasy hum spread through the room. Endure? As in dangerous? Otto didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned and began writing on the blackboard. Inter-Academy Evaluation Program The exchange, he said slowly, will consist of joint classes, shared combat drills, mixed environment survival training, and periodic evaluations where students are ranked publicly. That last word hit harder than the rest. Publicly? A girl whispered. Yes, Otto confirmed. Your performance will be visible. Failure will be visible. Success will be visible. A hand instantly shot up. What happens if someone fails badly? Otto capped the chalk and turned back to them. They are removed from the program and returned to their home academy. So there's no permanent punishment? A student frowned. The punishment is understanding your own limits. Otto met his eyes. That answer didn't comfort anyone. Professor, Clarentine is known for its sword-focused doctrine. What about magic specialists? Summoners? Support mages? A fair concern, Otto nodded lightly. Clarentine values combat above all, but that does not mean magic is disregarded. On the contrary, those who rely on spells without understanding close-quarters pressure tend to break fastest. Several magic-oriented students stiffened. So, they're going to crush mages. Otto heard it. They're going to test you, he corrected, and you will test them in return. A pause. Do not misunderstand, he continued. Clarentine is not doing this out of goodwill. They want to measure Gloria Academy's upper limit. They want to know how our strongest fare when stripped of familiar ground, familiar instructors, and familiar advantages. And what do we gain from this? Proof. Otto smiled faintly. If Gloria's students rise above all others in that environment, no academy will be able to challenge our authority for years. Funding, political backing, recruitment, all of it follows strength. A ripple of understanding passed through the room. This is about dominance. Exactly. It's all about academic dominance. A hand rose again. Professor, will there be cooperation between academies, or is it purely competitive? That depends on you. Clarentine encourages rivalry. Alliances may form. They may also shatter. Otto tilted his head. The implication was clear. Betrayal would not be punished. How long will the exchange last? The remaining of the first year's second semester, Otto answered. The room went quiet again. Finally, a timid voice asked the question many had been avoiding. What about death? Otto's eyes sharpened. Clarentine's academy operates under the same rules as Gloria during sanctioned evaluations. Those words only meant one single thing. Killing was absolutely allowed. A collective chill ran through the class. This is not a place for hesitation. Those chosen will represent Gloria Academy, not with words, but with results. He looked around the classroom one last time. For those not selected, your role is no less important. You will train alongside Clarentine's weaker students here. You will observe, adapt, and prepare. When this exchange ends, the gap between the top and the bottom will be painfully clear. No one spoke. Otto stepped back from the board. That is all for today, he concluded. The class is dismissed for today, and the chosen students shall appear tomorrow by the academy's main gates. The room erupted as the students practically rushed out of the classroom. At this moment, Gray silently stood up. He slung his bag over his shoulder and slowly walked out of the classroom. Clarentine's Sword Magic Academy. Strongest students only. His thoughts overlapped. Strongest. Lost in thought, he barely noticed the familiar figures waiting just outside the classroom door until one of them moved. Gray. Lyra stepped forward first, relief flashing across her face the moment she saw him. Her shoulders relaxed, and she let out a breath she clearly hadn't realized she was holding. You're okay, she said softly, then frowned. Why wouldn't you be? That was stupid. Heartfelt concern followed by self-criticism. How impressive. Gray raised an eyebrow. She huffed and crossed her arms. And then, from behind her, Brew. Ronan suddenly threw an arm around Gray's shoulders, nearly knocking him sideways. Did you hear that? Strongest students. That's US. He laughed loudly, his chest puffing out like, huh, an animal that does that, maybe a peacock or SMTH. Clarentine's gonna cry when they see me. He smirked proudly. Gray removed the arm from his shoulder. That just sounds annoying, he added. Annoying? Celine laughed lightly, spinning a dagger between her fingers before tucking it away. I think it sounds fun. You think everything sounds fun? Selena shot her a flat look. That's because everything is fun, Celine replied cheerfully. Lyra rolled her eyes at their bickering, and then suddenly spoke out. Isn't the first princess attending that academy? For a single second, the corridor was silent. The first princess, Ronan shouted. His voice echoed down the hallway, earning them several annoyed looks from passing students. I heard about her. He continued loudly, his eyes practically sparkling. They say she's gorgeous, bro. Like silver hair, noble aura, eyes that can make a man kneel on the spot. Lower your voice, you idiot. Selena slapped the back of his head. Ow, I'm just stating facts. A princess? Lyra stiffened slightly. Oh, you didn't know? Celine raised an eyebrow. Ronan puffed out his chest, clearly thrilled to be the center of attention. Of course I know. The first princess of our kingdom, Clarentine's pride. They say she entered the academy last year and crushed half her batch in the first month. That part is indeed true, Lyra nodded lightly. Ronan snapped his fingers. See? And get this, rumor says she was already stronger than most second years during her first semester. Sword and magic combined. No hosatashchen. No merci. You sound a little too excited. Lyra frowned. What? Can't admire talent? Ronan grinned. Plus, imagine this royalty, strength, beauty. It's like a legend walking around in a school uniform. Gray finally spoke. You're drooling. I'm not. Ronan wiped his mouth instinctively. You absolutely are. Celine laughed. Selena crossed her arms. From what I've heard, she's not approachable. Cold, disciplined, and terrifyingly strict. That just makes it better, Ronan said without taking a breath. The girls frowned at his words, but Gray was a little interested in her. From the point Ronan had said she was a beauty, but it seems like she's pretty talented too. Maybe another. Bessel? He was quite curious indeed. Chapter 182. A trip to the city of sword magic. The day of the trip had finally arrived. And, to everyone's surprise, there was no teleportation circle waiting for them. Instead, they needed a walk. Actually walking, apparently, that was the first test granted by Clarentine's Academy. 15 hours had passed since they started walking under a sky that slowly turned from bright blue to dull orange, then to deep violet. Their feet ached, clothes clung to sweat, and even the most disciplined among them had started to breathe heavier. The road beneath them had long turned from stone to packed dirt, then to a seemingly darker atmosphere, as if the land itself was slowly swallowing their steps. Gush, can we stop now? Ronan groaned loudly, bending forward with his hands on his knees. We've been walking for more than 15 hours already. My legs are dead. Selena simply rolled her eyes at him and continued on walking. The faster we get there, the faster we'll rest, she added expressionlessly. Cruel, heartless, absolutely evil, Ronan muttered, dragging his feet. Indeed, Lyra nodded lightly, though her breathing was a little uneven as well. She hesitated for a moment before speaking again, her gaze drifting ahead, where the land darkened unnaturally. But shouldn't we at least stop for a short break? To eat something, maybe drink water. Ahead of us is the Forest of Nightmares, and people say it's difficult to navigate. The Forest of Nightmares? Gray lifted his head slightly. Yup, Celine replied before anyone else could. She gestured forward. Ahead of them, big black trees rose like twisted spears, their branches tangled together so tightly they blocked most of the light. A faint gray mist crawled between the trunks, clinging to the ground like living smoke. They say the forest messes with your head. It creates illusions, voices, memories, and familiar faces. Paths that look real but loop endlessly. Loop endlessly? Ronan swallowed. Celine smiled creepily. People who lose their way don't die. They just stay there, walking, turning, believing they're getting closer to the exit. So it traps you. Lida Fronit. Exactly. Gray's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the forest. The mist shifted almost imperceptibly, forming shapes that vanished the moment he focused on them. Interesting, he murmured. Celine stepped closer to him upon hearing his words, her shoulder brushing his arm. You sound excited. Careful, Gray, this place loves to eat up people. She leaned in a little, fingers almost touching his sleeve. Thunk. However, before she could get any closer, Lyra stepped in. She moved quickly, placing herself between them, then reached out and grabbed Gray's arm firmly, pulling it against her side. Her grip was tight, possessive, as if afraid he might slip away if she loosened it even slightly. We should stay focused. Lyra spoke in a calm tone, but left no room for argument. This isn't a place to joke around. TCH, touchy. Celine clicked her tongue, finally withdrawing her hand, her eyes lingering on Lyra for half a second longer before she turned away. I agree with Lyra here. Adrian suddenly spoke, stopping in his tracks. He swung the heavy backpack off his shoulders and let it drop to the ground with a dull thud, a small cloud of dust rising around his boots. He rolled his shoulders once, as if finally relieved of the weight pressing down on him. The Forest of Nightmares can be a real pain in the ass if we aren't careful. He continued with a serious voice. There's a rumor that the so-called Dragon Rider, the only guy who actually managed to tame a dragon, passed through this forest. He paused and came back missing a leg. A brief silence followed. A leg? Ronan shivered lightly. That part is true. Leon nodded lightly, adjusting the grip on his own pack. He looked toward the dark forest ahead and narrowed his eyes. The Forest of Nightmares is semi-sentient. The illusions it creates scale according to the intruder's combat power. If you're in the Master Realm, you'll face illusions of that same level. Oh, Claire nodded slowly, hugging her arms as if she suddenly felt cold. Melis also seemed to have agreed with their words as she quietly set her bag down near the edge of the group and uncorked her water container. She tilted it back, taking a long gulp before letting out a satisfied breath. Huh, that was refreshing, she said, licking the remaining droplets from her lips. She glanced around casually, as if the forest didn't bother her much at all. Are we camping here, then? A cold, lazy voice suddenly reached them from above. Everyone looked up. Cassandra was stretched out on a thick tree branch, one leg dangling freely, her arms folded behind her head. She looked half asleep, as if the conversation bored her. Gray sighed and also set down his bag. It seems so, he nodded. Thank good, Ronan shouted instantly, throwing himself face first onto the ground. He spread his arms wide, breathing heavily. I swear, if I had taken one more step, my legs would have divorced me. The others also set down their things and gathered in a small circle, all except Cassandra, who didn't want to join them at all. And after they were done setting up, Ronan suddenly pushed himself upright. Hold on. The tone alone was enough to make several people tense. He crawled toward his backpack, dragged it closer, and began rummaging through it with exaggerated movements, pulling out random items like a long rope, dried meat, a dented tin cup, and something that clinked ominously. Ronan, Selena warned flatly, if you're about to do something stupid. Found it, he exclaimed, eyes lighting up. He straightened, grinning like a man who had just uncovered forbidden knowledge. All right, he announced proudly. Who's up for some spicy Jenga? The clearing went dead silent. Every head turned toward him. Even Cassandra lifted her head slightly from the branch, one eyebrow raising just enough to express a very clear, you have 5 seconds to explain yourself. The looks he received weren't confused. They were the looks people gave someone moments before a public execution. Ronan blinked. Why does everyone look like that? All of them stared at him with a deadpan expression, but 2 of them were a little different. Crack. Celine slowly cracked her knuckles. This is how idiots die, Selena muttered. Come on, at least let me explain before you kill me. Ronan waved them off. Before anyone could stop him, he reached back into his bag and started pulling things out. One bottle, then another, and another one. Glass clinked against glass as he lined them up on the ground. By the time he finished, 9 full bottles of wine sat neatly in front of him. The silence somehow deepened. "Why do you have 9 bottles of wine?" Lyra asked with her eyelids practically twitching. "Preparation." Ronan puffed out his chest. "For what?" Leon asked. "For fun." "For what kind of fun?" Selena pressed. Ronan ignored her and grabbed a small wooden bundle from his bag, unwrapping it to reveal a neatly carved Jenga set. Each block had faint markings burned into the wood. "Simple rules," he said cheerfully. "Normal Jenga. You pull a block. You read what's written on it." He grinned wider. "They're dares. Spicy ones." A pause. "And if you don't want to do the dare," Ronan added, lifting one of the wine bottles, "you take a shot." Gray's gaze instantly followed in interest. Adrian's eyes lit up immediately. Leon adjusted his posture slightly, expression unchanged, but his attention was clearly caught. "Oh," Adrian said. "That kind of spicy?" "Exactly that kind." Ronan pointed at him. The girls, on the other hand, looked far less impressed. Lyra hesitated, her hands folded in her lap. Selena crossed her arms. Celine leaned back with a skeptical click of her tongue. Claire looked a little hesitant, while Maylise didn't seem interested whatsoever. Cassandra obviously wasn't interested, and Lyra seemed as expressionless as ever. But then Gray leaned forward with a faint smile as he looked at the stacked blocks, then at the wine, then at Ronan. "I'm in," he said casually. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Lyra froze. Celine's eyes gleamed. Claire's ears practically perked up. Even Selena blinked once in surprise. "Gray?" Lyra murmured. "Yes. See? A man of culture." Ronan slapped his knee. "Well, if Gray's playing, I can't back out." Taking the opportunity, Adrian laughed and rolled his shoulders. "I suppose one round won't hurt." Leon sighed quietly. The girls exchanged glances, clearly reevaluating their stance. After all, Maylise and Cassandra refused, while the other accepted, except one of them that Gray particularly didn't have any memories of. "It'll pass," Katia said calmly, setting her bag aside. "I'm still preparing curse bottles." Gray frowned slightly, turning toward her. "Curse bottles? Just in case." She nodded. That gave him pause. "A curse user. In our class?" The thought lingered for barely a second before Ronan shoved the Jenga tower into the center of the circle. "All right," he declared loudly. "No backing out now." Chapter 183. A Trip to the City of Sword Magic 2. "Who's first?" Ronan asked excitedly with a huge grin splattered on his face. The small circle fell into a brief, awkward silence. The Jenga tower stood quietly between them, stacked neatly, almost innocent, despite everyone knowing it absolutely wasn't. In the end, Gray didn't wait for anyone else to speak. He leaned forward, sleeves brushing his knees, and reached out with steady fingers. Without hesitation, he slid a piece straight from the middle of the first platform. Such a scaredy cat. Adrian clicked his tongue, clearly disappointed he hadn't gone for something riskier. Gray didn't even look at him. He turned the wooden piece in his fingers, eyes lowering to the faintly burned letters carved into its surface. His eyebrows lifted just slightly as he read it. "Stare at the person of the opposite sex and closest to you for 15 seconds?" He muttered aloud. His gaze turned as he looked at the girl who was the closest to him. There was only one possible answer. Lyra. She blinked once, then twice, before her lips curved into a small, pleased smile. "Hee hee." Gray huffed quietly, the corner of his mouth lifting. "All right," he said calmly, placing the piece aside. "Let us start. It's just 15 seconds. A few nods went around the circle. "Oh, this is already good." Ronan clasped his hands together. Gray and Lyra turned fully toward each other. For a moment, nothing happened. MHM. MNN. They simply looked at each other. At first, Lyra held his gaze easily, eyes bright, shoulders relaxed. But as the seconds dragged on, the silence grew heavier, more noticeable. Gray's expression didn't change, but Lyra, on the other hand, wasn't faring nearly as well. Her ears slowly turned pink. Then her cheeks followed. Her lips parted just a little, breath growing softer, her fingers curling slightly in her lap as she fought the urge to look away. Every second felt longer than the last, and the way Gray's eyes never wavered only made her heart pound harder. 10 seconds. Ronan whispered dramatically. Lyra swallowed. Her face was burning now, color spreading all the way down her neck, but she stubbornly held on, eyes trembling yet locked onto his. Time, Adrian finally said. Lyra snapped her gaze downward instantly, covering half her face with both hands. That was harder than I thought. She exhaled deeply. Haha, harder? All you did was literally look at your boyfriend. At those words, Ronan burst out laughing. You don't have a girlfriend to know how it feels. Lyra shot him a glare so sharp it could cut rope. Ugh. Ronan was directly shot in the area where it hurt. You did fine, Lyra, Gray added lightly. That single sentence was enough to make her ears turn red again. Okay. Adrian clapped his hands together, flashing what seemed to be a charismatic grin. Next turn, someone else. Before Lyra melts into the ground. The tower still stood tall, barely disturbed. Celine was the next to move. She leaned forward with a lazy smile, deliberately brushing close to Gray's side as she did so. Lyra's posture stiffened instantly, her hand tightening around Gray's arm in an obvious, very possessive way. Am I getting a déjà vu? Gray shivered inwardly. She slid a block free and turned it over. Hold hands with the opposite sex for 30 seconds. The air changed. Oh, this is getting good. Ronan leaned forward. Celine's eyes flicked to Gray without hesitation. Lyra didn't even wait. She reached for one of the wine bottles, popped the cork with far more force than necessary, and poured herself a generous shot. I'll drink for you, she said flatly. That fast. Celine blinked. Gulp, gulp, cough. Lyra downed it in one go, coughing slightly afterward but refusing to look embarrassed. Next. The guy stared. That should be illegal, Rona muttered. You're not even pretending. Your turn, Selena. Celine smirked, clearly pleased, and set the block on top of the tower again. She leaned forward immediately, her fingers steady as she reached for a block near the upper layers. The piece slid free without so much as a tremor. She glanced at the writing and smiled. Whisper something sweet to the opposite sex Clois from you. That person was unfortunately Ronan. Oh, come on. Now we're talking. Ronan's head snapped up so fast his neck almost cracked. Selena slowly turned her head toward Gray, held his gaze for exactly half a second. Then, without breaking her smile, she reached behind her, grabbed a glass, poured herself a shot, and drank it in one single motion. You didn't even consider it. Leon blinked. I did. I rejected it. Selena exhaled lightly, setting the glass down. That fast. Gray raised an eyebrow. She met his eyes again, this time with a playful glint. Some things are better left implied. I've never felt so thoroughly ignored in my life upon hearing her words. Ronan clutched his chest. Lyra was next. She stared at the tower like it was a mechanical puzzle, and, after a few long seconds, she extracted a block from the second layer with clinical precision. She read the text. Compliment the eyes of the opposite sex. Her face didn't change. Then, slowly, she turned her head toward Gray. She met his eyes, and looking at those hypnotic circles, even she who is naturally cold by heart, couldn't. No, she said flatly. She picked up the bottle, poured herself a shot, and drank it without a word. No sputtering or drama, just an instant refusal. This is statistically impossible. Ronan slammed his palm against the dirt. The odds don't work like this. Lyra didn't even look at him. She simply wiped the corner of her lips with the back of her hand after the shot and placed the glass down neatly, as if she had just finished a routine maintenance task. Your statistical model is flawed, she said calmly. You forgot to account for preference bias. Ronan stared at her before scoffing. I hate smart people. They continued playing, and after a while, the Jenga tower, which previously had 18 layers, now had 22, and the gaps were more visible than before. Oh, is it my turn again already? Celine exclaimed, her lips curling upward. She didn't even hesitate as her tiny fingers slid out a block from the lower middle section. Creak. The tower groaned. Everyone held their breath. It stabilized. Tisich, Leon muttered. Of course. Celine glanced at the block and read aloud. Spicy round. Place your hand on the thigh of the closest person of the opposite sex for 10 seconds. Wait, I am closest. Ronin's head snapped toward her. Celine's eyes flicked to gray instantly. Then away. She clicked her tongue softly. Pass. She poured herself a shot and drank it, smiling as the alcohol burned down her throat. Shame. Rules are rules. I was right there. Ronin collapsed forward onto his elbows. Selena was next. She adjusted her posture, eyes scanning the tower like a chessboard before removing a block near the top. Clean. Efficient. She read it once. Spicy round. Whisper where you'd like to be touched by the closest person of the opposite sex. The closest person to Selena was Adrian. Adrian froze. Slowly, hope bloomed on his face. Oh. Selena looked at him and held eye contact for exactly 1 second. But just then, she turned away, already pouring wine into her cup. Rejected, she replied plainly, downing the shot. That information is classified. Adrian laughed, rubbing the back of his neck. Wow, I didn't even get emotionally injured. That S knew. Now it was Lyra's turn again. She hesitated slightly this time, not because of fear, but because the tower was starting to look genuinely unstable. After a moment of calculation, she slid out a block from the third layer. The tower tilted. Stopped. She exhaled quietly. Spicy round. Lean close and tell the closest person of the opposite sex one thing you like about their body. The closest person to Lyra was Leon. Huh. Leon blinked. Lyra slowly turned her head toward him. Then, without changing her expression, she reached for the bottle. No. She poured a shot, drank it, and added, I decline participation. Fair. Leon nodded, oddly relieved. This game is cursed. Ronin screamed into the dirt. Claire went next, visibly nervous now that the word spicy had become a pattern. Oh, okay. She muttered, pulling a block far too carefully. She read it, eyes widening. Spicy round. Hold hands with the closest person of the opposite sex for 30 seconds. The closest person to Claire was Gray. Her face instantly turned bright red as she froze while everyone leaned in. Everyone leaned in. You don't have to if you don't want to. Gray tilted his head slightly. Claire's fingers trembled as she glanced at him, but seeing Lyra's gaze filled with killing intent, she gulped hard. She squeaked, grabbed the bottle with both hands, and drank a shot so fast she nearly choked. I can't do it, she blurted out. Hearing her words, Lyra's eyes, full of killing intent, instantly dissipated, and so did Celine's cold gaze that she was barely holding back. And now, it was Gray's turn as he carefully slid out a piece and read aloud. Extremely spicy round. Do a 7 minutes in heaven with the person of the closest sex that is the furthest away from you. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Chapter 184. A trip to the city of sword magic. 3. Instantly, Gray's gaze moved to the girl who was the furthest away from him. It was none other than Selena. Her face instantly flushed upon noticing his gaze, averting her gaze slyly. I'll drink for her. Lyra blurted out instantly as she snatched a cup of wine and tilted it up, clearly intending to down it in one go. Gray's hand closed around her wrist mid-motion. Don't. You've already drunk enough, Gray said calmly. Lyra froze, then looked up at him with wide eyes. But Gray, she protested, instantly switching to a clingy tone as she leaned closer. You're my boyfriend, and I don't allow you to spend 7 minutes in heaven with another girl, except me. Her voice dropped, sharp and cold at the end. Gray sighed, rubbing his temple. It's a game, he said flatly. Just because we're going to be alone, it doesn't mean that we're going to kiss each other or something like that. Very true. Extremely logical. Nothing spicy about a barrier, and two people awkwardly standing there. Ronin immediately nodded as his life depended on it. That is affirmative, Leon added seriously. Arms crossed. The others kept silent about this. Adrian obviously wanted the trouble to continue since he didn't really like Gray. As for the other girls, they liked Gray, and so they thought that this was maybe an opportunity for them. Gore. Lyra gritted her teeth in annoyance before biting her lip and giving Gray an aggrieved look, to which he simply ignored. His gaze even turned a shade colder, and upon seeing that, Lyra seemed to have seen Gray's hypnotic rings flicker slyly. That caused her face to turn pale instantly as she remembered how cold he was when the hypnotic rings weren't present on his eyes. "All right," she said quickly, tugging his sleeve. "Just don't look at me like that," Lyra muttered aggrievedly. Gray blinked in surprise, and his cold eyes returned to the usual warmth. Satisfied, he reached out and patted her head lightly, fingers brushing through her hair as he leaned down to whisper near her ear. "I won tea." Lyra stiffened at his words, and soon relaxed after thinking that Gray wouldn't think of kissing another girl when he had her. Gray straightened and turned toward Selena. "I guess we'll use a barrier?" he asked, glancing at the group. They nodded in agreement, some a bit too eagerly. Selena stood as well, stepping forward. She stopped at a very careful distance away from Gray, mainly because of Lyra's deadly glare. "Once the 7 minutes are up, just knock on the barrier," Gray said calmly to the others, to which they nodded lightly. Seeing this, Gray lifted his hand and infused it with mana. Crackle! The mana rippled outward, creeping into the ground before a translucent barrier rose smoothly from the ground, sealing the two of them inside. They couldn't see the outside, and the others couldn't see what was happening inside. The moment the barrier settled, Selena's lips curved upward instantly. Not a shy smile, but a confident one instead. She tilted her head slightly, her dark blue eyes glinting under the faint glow of the barrier, then began to walk toward him. Her hips moved naturally, unhurried, as if she knew exactly what she was doing and had no intention of stopping. Gray watched her approach with his arms relaxed at his sides. For a second, the corner of his mouth twitched. For someone who was forcibly kissed by me twice before, you're looking a bit too eager now," he calmly stated. Selena stopped right in front of him. She lifted her hands and rested them loosely around his neck, letting her warm breath ghost over his skin. "HM," she hummed softly, her eyes narrowing in a teasing way. "People adapt." "Huh, really?" Gray scoffed lightly. His hands instinctively found her waist, pulling her flush against him. They slid down, cupping the soft curve of her ass and giving it a hard squeeze. On her teeth dug into her plump bottom lip as she looked up at him, her eyes dark and smoldering with desire. "I guess. You've tamed me faster than you thought." Selena looked deeply into his eyes, those deep, swirling rings that seemed to pull her in. Her throat slowly got dry upon looking at them. Gulp! She swallowed audibly. However, even that didn't seem to calm her down, and just after a few seconds, she couldn't resist the temptation anymore. MMPH. She crashed her lips against this. Her mouth was open instantly, almost begging that he answer immediately. Of course, Gray didn't hesitate, as he directly stuck out his tongue, shoved past her lips, claiming the wet heat inside without a moment of hesitation. Mwah. Slurp! A thick string of saliva escaped the corner of her mouth, trailing down her chin as he tilted his head, deepening the kiss, devouring her. His tongue was everywhere, stroking against hers, coaxing it to play, then dominating it completely. He explored every inch of her mouth, the roof of it, the soft insides of her cheeks, like he was trying to memorize her taste. His hand fisted in her hair, not gently, his fingers tangling in the strands and gripping tight at the scalp. The sharp sting made her gasp into his mouth, a sound he swallowed greedily. His other hand was a possessive brand on her hip, holding her close. A jolt, sharp and electric, shot through her, making her legs tremble. As she finally managed to pull back a fraction of an inch, her lips swollen and glistening, connected to his by a thick, shimmering bridge of spit. "Huh, I've wanted this." She panted heavily, staring deeply into his enticing eyes. "Gosh, Gray, I've wanted this for so long." Graydon T let her finish as he crushed his mouth back to hers, cutting off her words with another wet, hungry kiss. He sucked on her bottom lip, pulling it into his mouth and biting down gently before letting it snap back. Pop, the sound it made was quite obscene. Chop! Schlick's own hands roamed desperately. No longer passive. One slid up his chest, her fingers splaying over the hard muscle, feeling the frantic beat of his heart through his shirt. The other tangled in the hair at the nape of his neck, her nails digging into his skin as she tried to ground herself against the overwhelming sensations. More. Please, more. Chirrup. SNGH, she practically begged him. She only had 7 minutes, and she wanted to enjoy them fully. He answered her words by sliding his hand from her ass down the back of her thigh, hooking it behind her knee, and lifting her leg. Enga. The sudden movement caught her off guard, drawing a sharp breath. Right there. Droplets glistened everywhere, trailing from her chin, smearing across his lips. It was messy and so incredibly good. She could feel the fabric of her dress growing damp where his body pressed against hers, and she knew it wasn't tea just from his mouth. Half. Your lips taste so delicious. Gracelina pulled back, taking a deep breath before whispering into him to seduce him. And that seemed to have been successful as Gray changed his approach, and instead of kissing her lips, he started to trail a hot, wet path down her jaw. Licky licked the sensitive skin just below her ear, then bit down on her earlobe, sending a fresh wave of goosebumps across her flesh. Ugh. Didon T, stop. She begged, her head falling back to give him better access. Pleasey Gray, don't ever stop. His mouth was back on hers in an instant, as if he couldn't bear to be away for more than a second. This time, he let her take a little control. She pushed her tongue into his mouth, exploring him just as he had explored her. Smack! Chop chew! The wet sounds of their kissing filled the air. PWA. He broke the kiss again, both of them breathing heavily, their chests heaving. He looked down at her, and seeing the string of saliva that still connected them, he leaned in, licking it away from her chin before kissing her again, a softer, deeper kiss this time. Russell slowly, his hands started to travel upwards, trailing from her firm and kissable abs to her soft and perky breasts. Talp, talp. Both of them froze. Another sound followed, clearer this time. Knock, knock. Selina's eyes snapped open. Gray pulled back just enough to look at her, his expression gradually becoming calmer, as if the moment hadn't nearly slipped somewhere dangerous. Looks like our time is up, he murmured. She let out a slow breath, straightening herself, smoothing her clothes with a faintly annoyed click of her tongue. TCH, poor timing. Gray laughed before raising his hand, causing both of their clothes to return to normal and any remaining mess to disappear. After that, he waved his hand again, and the barrier shimmered once before dissolving into wisps. Few cool night air rushed in, carrying the sounds of the group outside, along with Ronan's far too loud voice arguing about how 7 minutes was definitely too short. Chapter 185, A Trip to the City of Sword Magic 4. After that round, Gray calmly withdrew from the game. Almost immediately, the rest of the girls followed him out, one after another, as if it were the most natural decision in the world. Their excuses weren't the best, but worked somehow. Ronan, Adrian, and Leon were fucking jealous of this. How could Gray have so many beauties in love with him despite having the worst reputation in the entire capital? Then, since the sun was already setting, they decided to call a night, choosing the safest clearing they had explored so far to set up camp. Gray, Lyra whispered suddenly, leaning close enough that her breath brushed his ear. Let's share the tent tonight. Of course, Lyra and Gray had the same tent to sleep in. Gray looked at Lyra in surprise at how forward her suggestion was. Noticing his gaze, Lyra's face flushed slightly. And never mind, she muttered quickly. I just meant for sleeping. Gray raised an eyebrow. No worries, I have plenty of women to satisfy my nay thud. Ack. Gray staggered slightly, rubbing his shoulder. What was that for? Oomph. Lyra huffed, crossing her arms tightly and turning her head away. Her expression screamed irritation. but her body language betrayed her completely, as she was clearly waiting for him to comfort her. "That's what you get for teasing me," she said stubbornly. Grace sighed at this. Then, without warning, he bent down and scooped her up effortlessly, one arm under her knees, the other supporting her back. A classic bridal carry. "Kaya!" Lyra yelped, instinctively grabbing onto his collar. Her heartbeat spiked almost instantly as she stared into his hypnotic rings. "Don't be mad, princess," Gray said calmly as he started walking toward their tent. "Even if they have my body, you're the only one who has my here." "Gray, thud thud, ack, joking," he protested as another hit landed. "I said I'm joking." The next morning, sunlight filtered softly through the thin fabric of the tent. Gray woke up slowly. The first thing he noticed was the familiar hands wrapping around him. Lyra was curled against him, her head resting comfortably on his arm, her soft breathing hitting the collar of his neck. One of her legs was draped over his, while her hands were wrapped firmly around his sides, as if afraid he might disappear if she let go. Her usually expressive and mischievous face was quite peaceful now, and the faint smile on her lips caused Gray also smile. She truly was beautiful. Gray didn't move right away. He simply lay there, staring at the ceiling of the tent, listening to her breathing, feeling the steady rise and fall of her body against his. "TSK," he muttered quietly. Careful not to wake her, he adjusted his arms slightly, letting her settle more comfortably. But of course, even if she was comfortable, he definitely wasn't. He shifted again, trying to ease the awkward pressure building, especially as Lyra's body moved slightly, causing her leg to brush against him. Status panel, name, Graver D. Aurelian, 2 titles, Vessel of Beauty Destruction, Exiled Noble, Incubus in Human Form Race. Human, Class, Clown High, Rank, Intermediate Grandmaster, 76, Unique Skill, Swap Unique Talent. Nullification 260 active skills. Puppet Strings Class. Madman S Mirror Class. 9 Illusionary Dream Steps 0. 9th Step. Dimensional Storage Passive Skills. Blessing of Beauty Vessel Skill. Laughing Veil Class. Combat Intuition Ultimate Skills. Final Masquerade Class. My cultivation is indeed raising faster than expected, even if I'm not cultivating. Gray thought inwardly, his eyes narrowing slyly. He was cultivating these days, yet his cultivation kept rising on its own as if his body had already been set on a path that refused to slow down. Is he that eager to take over my body? Obviously, Gray wasn't stupid. For someone who inherited the memories of an insane genius, of course, he too would be some kind of genius. And he knew that his body was cultivating on its own, probably because of some kind of technique the other Gray had put on his body. But even if he successfully won over him, he would be able to know how. After all, the eaten soul would have his memories and skills taken by the other. However, there was a single problem. Jasmine. She was acting a little strange, and Gray grew suspicious of her the moment she asked when he was going to get divinity to her. Before, he would be normal about this question, and that is how he acted in that moment. But inwardly, he truly was suspicious. After all, the other Gray could now take over his body when he wanted. However, he wasn't sure if he could assume the soul contract, and probably couldn't, and that was him overthinking. It seems our battle will happen in the Great Grandmaster realm after all. A soft sound interrupted his thoughts. After a few minutes, Lyra finally stirred in her sleep, moving slightly against him, her lashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. "Finally woke up?" Gray asked with a small smile. Lyra blinked twice before rubbing her eyes lightly. Yeah, I did." She yawned lightly before burying her face in a Gray's neck once again, causing his body to shiver slyly. Her warm breath on his neck was simply a tease for him. Gray tried to remain silent, but soon, a playful hand slowly drifted from his sides toward his hip. This gesture probably wasn't on purpose, however. What's this?" She poked him gently, and in that instant, her face turned red like a tomato as she felt a heat coming from it. Then, she cautiously looked upwards, just to see Gray's blank face as he stared down at his lower region where her hand was placed. This time, both of them remained silent as Lyra slowly retracted her hand. "Why?" she muttered lightly, waking Gray from his trance. "Why are you like that?" she shouted lightly. Gray's eyes widened at her question, and he looked at her face like he was looking at an idiot. "What do you mean by why? You're in your underwear. How am I supposed to keep calm around you? Do you realize how beautiful you are?" Lyra's face flushed even more. She stayed quiet since she didn't know how to reply to his words. At this, Gray sighed deeply before removing Lyra's hand from his body and sitting up. He grabbed his clothes and slowly started putting them on. Where are you going?" Lyra also sat up, a bit scared that Gray was mad at her or something. After putting on his shirt, Gray turned to her and took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "Smoke." He got out of the tent and instantly noticed Claire, apparently the only one awake besides them, eating a piece of bread. "Joe." Gray instantly walked towards her, and hearing his voice, Claire turned to look at him and waved at him with a smile. "Morning, Gray." She beamed at him. "Morning." He took a cigarette from the pack and silently put it to his mouth before looking at Claire slyly, who instantly understood what he wanted. Fwisp! A small flame appeared on her index finger as she pressed it against the tip of the cigarette, lighting it up. "Huh!" Gray exhaled in relief, letting out a curling cloud of smoke. But strangely, Claire didn't continue eating her bread, and instead, she kept looking at him with a curious gaze. Gray noticed after a few seconds. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked calmly. Claire blinked, then laughed lightly, rubbing the back of her neck. I was just curious," she admitted. "I've never tried one before. I was wondering what a cigarette tastes like." That earned a short chuckle from Gray. "Huh." He pulled the cigarette from his mouth, holding it between two fingers, then extended it toward her, careful to offer the unlit end. "Want a drag?" Claire hesitated only a moment before nodding. She leaned closer, lips parting slightly as she wrapped them around the tip. She inhaled hard. "Cow." "Bad decision." "Cough." KKCHA-. She recoiled instantly, coughing violently, eyes squeezing shut as tears welled up at the corners. Her shoulders shook as she staggered back a step, hand flying to her chest. It burns." PFFTTT. Gray couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, shaking his head as he took the cigarette back. "You're supposed to suck it lightly," he teased her lightly. He tapped the cigarette once, ashes falling softly to the ground. Claire sniffed, tears swelling up in her eyes, as her face flushed slyly, but she was surprisingly smiling through it. "I thought it'd be sweeter," she muttered weakly. Gray exhaled another thin stream of smoke, glancing at her sideways. "Yeah," he muttered lyly, looking at the curling smoke that drifted towards the sky. "Most people do." Chapter 186. Flashbacks. A short while later, the preparations were finished, and the group finally stood before the forest of nightmares. Even from the outside, the place felt wrong. The trees were tall and twisted, their branches bending inward like crooked fingers trying to claw at the sky. Thick mist crawled between the roots, clinging to the ground like something alive. The light dimmed unnaturally the closer they got, as if the forest itself was swallowing the day. From far away, it looked creepy, but it just looked fucking scary. A few meters from the mist, Leon suddenly stepped forward, increasing his pace before turning around to face everyone. "Before we enter, I need to make something clear." The casual air vanished. "This forest isn't joke," Leon continued. "Some people call it a trial. Others think it's just another dangerous area filled with beasts and traps." His eyes swept over the group before stopping openly on Gray. "That's a mistake." His gaze lingered. "Especially for you, Gray." Gray raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. "You're strong," Leon admitted plainly. "Physically, even your instincts are sharp. But this place doesn't care about muscles or cultivation alone." He tapped his temple lightly. "It attacks what's in here. It creates illusions that feel real. Not just images, but memories, emotions, regrets. Anything unresolved. Anything you're afraid of, ashamed of, attached to. Leon paused. The force finds it, and then it digs. Gulp. Ronan swallowed audibly. Any weakness you don't even realize you still have, Leon added, voice tightening slightly, will be dragged out and used against you. Gray simply nodded, albeit a little annoyed. Should you be more attentive towards yourself? You stole my talent because of your stupid inferiority complex. Leon then continued. I'll do what I can to help, he said, lifting the chain around his neck slightly. A faint rune glimmered against his collarbone. This is an illusion-repellent necklace. It won't nullify everything, but it weakens mental interference and stabilizes perception. If someone starts acting strangely, tell me immediately. As expected of the royalty, Adrian clicked his tongue. Ronan looked at the necklace with naked envy, then looked away, pretending he didn't care. All right, Celine cut in, folding her arms. We get it. Creepy forest, spooky mind games. Can we go already? Selena nodded in agreement, while Lyra walked closer to Gray. Lyra had the usual calm expression, and Melis and Cassandra, too, were pretty calm. Cassandra was isolated from the group, while Melis stood a bit close to Adrian. Let us go then, Gray spoke, taking the lead. The others stayed close as they stepped into the mist. The air grew colder almost instantly, muffling their footsteps as they walked in what they thought was a straight line. Give me a second, guys, Gray suddenly said, raising a hand. They stopped. What is it? Adrian frowned, already feeling uneasy. Gray reached into his dimensional storage and pulled out a dagger. He turned to the nearest tree and carved a shallow mark into its bark. If there's a space illusion, this will tell us if we're walking in circles, he explained calmly. Ugh, that's smart, Ronan exclaimed lightly. Gray shrugged, stepping back from the tree. However, as soon as he did so, his expression turned into a deep frown. Where are the girls? The mist shifted slightly. Oh fuck, Leon cursed as his eyes widened. They're gone. Is there something we can do? Ronan stared at Leon, since he was the one who understood the most about this forest. Leon clenched his jaw. Not really. Once illusions separate you, you're on your own. He exhaled sharply. All we can do is hope they find the exit. For now, we should stay close. Adrian nodded slyly before suggesting, what if the four of us walk with our backs pressed together? Everyone stared at him for a moment. It was a good idea, but a weird one. That might work, Gray said, carving another faint mark into a different tree, this one slightly higher than the last. Let's just do. His voice paused slightly. Just as he turned back around from the tree. No one was there. Fucking hell. He was completely alone now. Jasmine, is there any way you can help me? Not really. TSK. He clicked his tongue. You really are useless. With nothing to do, Gray simply decided to slowly walk forward while continuing to carve a few marks on every tree he saw. But he didn't crave them in the same place, and, instead, craved in different positions to keep in mind where he actually was. Sure, he could crave numbers, but for Gray, who had a perfect memory, this seemed a more plausible way, as by numbers, if there was a humanoid monster, it could easily replace it with another number to confuse him. So, only by doing it this way could he actually keep on track where he was. What is that? Gray muttered. Ahead of him, a figure was moving. Shit. A humanoid shape stepped out from the fog. Its arms were twisted at wrong angles, joints bent backward like broken branches. Its face was smooth except for dozens of dark question marks etched where eyes and a mouth should have been. Gray narrowed his eyes and took a single step closer. Crack! The creature's neck snapped sideways toward him, bone grinding loudly as its invisible lips suddenly appeared and revealed a wide, deep, unsettling smile. Why am I feeling sleepy? His body suddenly started getting heavier, as his thoughts started blurring slyly, as if he had gotten drunk. His eyelids started trembling as they threatened to close, and soon, thud, he directly passed out from exhaustion or whatever was happening to his body. Drip, drip. It was the sound of water trickling somewhere in the distance, echoing faintly in a secluded greenhouse of Central Park. Dew clung to the glass walls as the beautiful moonlight painted silver patterns across the marble floor. It was too late for students to be here, but that's what made it perfect. A sudden noise echoed through the empty corridor, and a soft voice trailed off into a quiet whimper before the silence settled back in. Her voice breathless, her legs trembling where she was pinned gently against the ivy-covered wall. Her uniform's top buttons were undone. A little more, and her lace bra might be shown. The boy in front of her leaned in with a smile, his lips brushing hers. "You came here knowing I would tease you." His voice sounded very confident and a little lazy, like he was trying too hard because he didn't need to. MMN didn't. Her moan cracked the night's air, and just then, his lips crashed into hers. Slosh, suck, smack. Their kiss was messy, deep. Her hands gripped his jacket as he held her close. Her body trembled with each breath as he drew her nearer. She wasn't shy anymore as his affection eased her hesitation. Dante didn't rush. He liked watching their expressions change. From doubt to want to utter ruin. Mmasha. Ashi. She gasped, arching as his lips slid down her throat, his teeth grazing that sensitive spot just above her collarbone. Chew. Lick. Slish, I can hear your heart racing, he murmured against her skin. Scared you'll get caught? Her answer was a dazed giggle. Why you such a jerk? I know, he replied with a small smirk, but just then, bang! The door to the greenhouse slammed open. The sound cracked like thunder in the quiet air. You bastard! Dante blinked lazily. The girl froze, and her expression went completely white. A tall figure stood in the doorway, breath fogging in the cold air, fists clenched at his sides. Caleb, the girl squealed, breaking free of Dante's grip. Why, you were supposed to be out of town. You lied to me. Caleb roared, jaw clenched. Eyes locked onto Dante, with murder in his gaze. Dante sighed, not moving an inch. Seriously? He muttered, adjusting his collar before giving him a bored look. TSK. You're early. You re-dead. Caleb charged at him. Stomp, stomp, dash. His coat flared as he closed the distance, cocking his arm back. Dante didn't even flinch. Instead, he stepped forward, lips curving lazily. You sure you want to do this, Romeo? I'll kill you. Whoosh. The punch flew for his face, to which Dante leaned sideways and dodged his punch before muttering in a teasing tone. Too slow. Wham! Then, he drove his palm up into Caleb's exposed armpit. Caleb's arm spasmed and dropped, momentarily numb. You swing like a drunk, Dante said. Fuck you. Caleb spat, swinging again with the other hand. Slam! This time, Dante blocked it with his forearm, and seeing this, Caleb grunted and stepped in close, throwing a brutal knee to Dante's gut. Swoosh thud. Dante easily caught Caleb's thigh midair and lifted it hard, forcing Caleb off balance. Crack. Taking the opportunity, he headbutt him. Ag dash. Caleb reeled back, nose bent, blood running. You wanted to play rough, didn't you? Dante murmured. His foot slid across the floor as he took on what seemed to be a fighting stance. Just fucking D. Caleb screamed and lunged again, his fists flying in a rapid barrage towards Dante. Pap! Whap! Wham! Dante blocked the first, dodged the second, tanked the third with his forearms, and felt the fourth graze his cheek slyly. There it is. BM. His fists lit up like pistons, one straight to Caleb's sternum, another hooking into his liver. GHHH. Caleb doubled over, choking. First rule of fighting, Dante said, grabbing him by the collar, dragging his face up to meet his gaze. You don't start shit. Bam! Elbow to the nose. If you can't finish it. Thwack! A spinning back fist caught Caleb square on the temple, sending him stumbling. Arg! Caleb slowly stood up, his legs almost giving out before starting to throw punches at Dante. But now, his punches were stupidly slow. Huh! Dante sighed as he sidestepped one of his punches. He literally slapped one aside, and now they barely contained a hint of strength before getting a little annoyed. Crack! He punched him in the throat. Kirk! Caleb gagged, hands flying to his neck, eyes bulging. "You should be thanking me," Dante said. "At least now she won't have to fake it." He scoffed slyly before then stretching his leg and directly kicking his chest hard. Caleb almost flew backward. Thump! He crashed into a flower bed, crushing petals and glass clippings, scattering under him. He didn't get up, just lay there, twitching faintly, his bloodied mouth open like a fish. Dante rolled his wrist once, then shook out his hand. "Damn, your jaw is harder than it looks," he muttered. The greenhouse fell into complete silence. The girl stared at the scene, practically trembling from what seemed to be fear. Her lips moved, but no sound came. Dante approached her, brushing imaginary dust from his sleeves. The girl backed away. Sorta. I didn't mean for this dash," she cried, stumbling toward the door. Her heels clacked wildly as she ran into the night. Dante didn't stop her and instead just stretched his neck until it cracked. TCA. He looked down at Caleb's broken, twitching form. The bastard was barely conscious now, probably moaning something between a curse and a prayer. Dante sighed. "What a hassle," he muttered, running a hand through his dark hair. Chapter 187. Flashbacks 2. That fucker was damn heavy. Dante cursed, walking down the dark and silent hallway of his apartment. The floor even creaked at each step he took. The faint scent of dust lingered in the stale air, mingling with the faint trace of alcohol and cigarette smoke that clung to his clothes. Truthfully, his parents had been gone for years. He had grown up learning how to fend for himself, with no family, no safety net, just the cold streets and the underworld. Yes, the underworld. Due to some unpleasant encounters, Dante somehow turned into a drug dealer. And from then on, he kept the gig, making enough money to survive. He made his way into his bedroom, his beautiful sanctuary, and sat at the small desk where his computer sat, blinking in the darkness. He could hear the faint hum of the machine as it powered on. With a sigh, he sat down in the worn-out chair, running a hand through his messy hair. The glow of the screen illuminated his face in the otherwise dark room, and for a moment he just stared at it, lost in thought. "Let us continue writing the novel, I guess," Dante mumbled to himself as his fingers hovered over the keyboard. Other than being a damn drug dealer, he was also a novelist. He was really popular, but he still got a few decent bucks from it. If the drug dealing was for his rent, food, and stuff like that, the money that came from his novel was definitely for his personal interests, such as games and other subscriptions for applications like Xflix or Amazon. The novel is finally coming to an end. He stretched his arms above his head as he prepared himself to write the last chapter of the 700-chapter-long novel. The novel's name was The Last Resurgence of Me. It was a trashy romance novel set in a prestigious academy, filled with drama, betrayal, and, of course, countless swooning heroines. It was particularly good, coming from the author themselves, as it was full of cringy tropes, over-the-top villains, and absurdly dramatic love interests. But to Dante and his followers, it was some kind of guilty satisfaction. The actual premise was simple. A boy named Adrian had almost his whole family killed by the Witch of Greed, leaving only him and his sister alive. Fortunately, they were found in their burning village and rescued by a pair of loving elders who took care of them until both of them had reached the golden age of 17. After that, the brother and sister separated, each one going towards their own adventure, until they finally reunited at the prestigious academy called Gloria Academy. Now, the actual plot twist about it was that Adrian was actually what was called the Vessel of Nothingness. In other words, he was the avatar of the all-knowing god of nothingness, which later would come to be one of the last bosses of his adventure. Now, Dante planned to completely erase Adrian from his story, since, just like the title of the novel said, it was basically the last moment anyone would see Adrian. However, there was a slight problem. More specifically, a character that went by the name of Gray Vireux d'Aurélien, and also the ultimate villain of Adrian's story, and the one who would undoubtedly be the one to kill him. Heck, how am I supposed to write this? Dante sighed deeply. furrowing his eyebrows as he looked at the little over 100 words that he had written. The problem was, Gray was simply too overpowered. Dante decided, so because he wanted to make someone so incredible to be defeated by the protagonist. And because of that, Gray's talent was maxed out. Well, Adrian's talent was also maxed out, but what differentiated him from Gray was that Gray was a genius among geniuses. For example, if a normal genius had 140 IQ, Gray easily had an IQ above 300. Dante had simply created someone who could not be defeated at all, and hence his crisis. He didn't know how to make the protagonist Adrian have a draw against a Gray. TSK, how did I even write such an unkillable character? Dante muttered to himself. At first, he tried to debuff Gray by putting him as a playboy, but even with that, he noticed that if Gray was a genius, there had to be a reason for every action. So, he wrote that his family was simply using him, and even had thrown him off after his talent was stolen by the crown prince, which later came to light that it was part of the plan of his big sister, who actually was one of the main heroines of the novel. She, too, would fight against Gray alongside Adrian, along with multiple other heroines like Adrian's own sister, who wasn't his blood sister at all. After all, this was a stupid novel with every kind of cliché trope. Maybe I can make Adrian and the others kill Jasmine, who supposedly has a soul contract with him. Dante hummed thoughtfully. I could make Adrian explode his own soul power, breaking their contract and effectively killing both of them. And as a result, Adrian's own soul power dissipated, killing him and making the fight a complete draw between them. He sighed. The readers wouldn't like that. Besides, it's pretty crazy to believe that Adrian, who absorbed the power of 92 gods and even has a team of 4 highly talented heroines, each with her own contract with goddesses, especially Lyra, the avatar of the 4 main gods, cannot fight against Gray, who only has a contract with Jasmine, the goddess of beauty destruction. Arg, he groaned. How come I made Gray this overpowered? He exclaimed to himself. Without any ideas, he simply decided to scroll through the comments of his last chapter, where more than 20 comments could be seen. I realized this before, but my community really loves Gray as a character. He muttered lightly. Maybe, should I just let him win and simply give the story a bad ending? His eyes brightened entirely. That idea, it could work. After all, if you can't kill an unkillable character, you might as well make it win. All right. Dante rolled his neck. Talp, and almost immediately started writing the final fight scene where Gray would beat the crap out of 5 of them and win the fight. 3,000 words passed, and it still wasn't over as Dante decided to make Adrian exhaust his potential, summoning every bit of his power just to be directly slapped aside by Gray himself. And just after a little more than an hour, it's finally done. Dante smiled as he arched his back slyly, feeling a strong soreness all over his shoulders. 9,000 total words. A complete battle displaying Gray's dominance and power over them. And the finale, showcasing Adrian's little monologue about trying to beat an unkillable enemy, with his last words being, "In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are useless." It was simply perfect. Click. Uploaded. Dante stood up from his chair, putting his arms on the headrest as he looked at the screen that showed. Chapter uploaded successfully. I hope they like it. Dante muttered before heading out towards the exit of his small apartment and taking out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Phew! A cloud of smoke seeped out of his mouth as he looked at the beautiful night sky, full of shining stars, each brighter than the other. It was fun while it lasted. Dante removed the cigarette from his lips before mumbling to himself as he recalled the first chapter he wrote. The grammar was all over the place, and he didn't even know how to describe the basic clothes of a character. But soon, he improved and started enjoying writing more and more. I wonder if I should try to write another novel. He took a drag of his cigarette before throwing it on the ground and stomping with his shoe. I had time to think about it. He went back in and headed back to his sanctuary before sitting back in his chair. Oh, he raised an eyebrow. It had been a bit over 15 minutes since he had uploaded the chapter, and he had already gotten a lot of responses from his readers. Just like I thought, his lips curled up in satisfaction. They loved this ending. Just as he expected, most of the comments focused on how perfectly fitting the ending was, given that Gray had a 100% chance of winning. A few of them even expressed that they honestly liked Gray more as a character because he simply had one goal since he was presented to the readers, and that was to be the strongest. But then, there was a small comment that caught his interest. Riding the Hood, author Sama, how about you create a novel for Gray's adventure? We would love to see the story from Gray's perspective. Beneath it, a few replies appeared, with other readers also agreeing on the idea. And thinking about it, it wasn't such a bad idea. He was already used to the world building, had all the characters written and everything. He just needed to organize and then put his thoughts into motion. How about I write a little premise? He opened a doc file and decided to create a little idea for the prologue, where was the scene of Gray actually being thrown by his own family. Done. It took him a little over 15 minutes, but he was actually satisfied with this premise. Boom. However, before he could actually save the document, the sound of his door being kicked away reached his ears as he instantly stood up. He cautiously approached the entrance, just to see a familiar face. Caleb. He muttered in a confused tone. He was pretty sure he had knocked him out. So normally, he would be this crazy to barge into his apartment. Bang. Arf. However, before he could delve much into the situation, he was directly shot on chest. His vision blurred slyly. She actually broke up with me. He laughed in pure rage. Now, you should fucking pay for your sins. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out, each one landing squarely on Dante's chest. See you in hell, bastard. Caleb quickly shot through the exit of Dante's apartment, leaving his trembling body behind. Dante groaned deeply as he looked at his bloodied hands that had been trying to cover his wound for the past few seconds. He wanted to live, but he knew that he was going to die. Creak. Still, he climbed to his chair, and since no one actually cared about his existence except his loyal readers, he slowly typed out a final message from them in the community tab. Drip. Kirk. Blood freely flowed out of his wounds, but maybe because of the adrenaline he was feeling to write his last goodbyes, he hadn't died yet. And just like that, he finally pressed enter and directly passed out as his soul slowly flew onto the river of reincarnation. However, the world his soul had been sent to was a little familiar to him. Really, it was just a little familiar to him. Chapter 188. A Trip to the City of Sword Magic, V.Arg. Gray groaned. He jolted upright, his hands flying to his head as a deep, pounding pain drilled into his skull, causing him to grit his teeth. What the fuck just happened? He muttered hoarsely. Did I pass out? He forced himself to stand, even though his legs shook beneath him like they might give out at any second. You were attacked by one of the humanoid creatures. Your consciousness shut down completely. The creature stared at you for a while, then left. Seriously? He groaned. Is my mental resistance really that weak? He rubbed his temples, then lifted his gaze to inspect his surroundings. His expression stiffened slyly, as surprisingly, none of the trees had his carved marks on them. So, he pulled his dagger out again and carved several new marks into the nearest trees, deeper this time, before moving forward without hesitation. This place is fucking annoying to navigate through. The path ahead twisted unnaturally. Thick vines crawled across the ground like living things, while crooked trees leaned inward, blocking his way as if on purpose. More than once, Gray had to slash them apart just to keep walking. It almost seemed like an infinite maze. But considering the size of the forest from upward, he should have gone out already. Is this another illusion? The thought finally settled in his mind, causing his eyes to narrow sharply. Jasmine, can you sense if this is an illusion? I wouldn't say that it's an illusion, but I do know that there are faint traces of spatial magic around here. It's like you're passing through spatial portals that send you to another side of the forest. That's my theory for now. MHM. Thinking about Jasmine's words, Gray took a step back and started analyzing his surroundings once more. The trees around him were tall and twisted, their trunks bending at unnatural angles, bark cracked and dark as if burned long ago. Some leaned toward each other, branches intertwining overhead like grasping fingers, blocking most of the sunlight filtering through the mist. Thick vines crawled between them, coiling and overlapping, hanging loose in some places while pulled tight in others, as if stretched by invisible hands. At first glance, it all looked normal. Normal for this cursed forest, at least. Gray slowly turned in place, observing the spacing between the trees. His gaze sharpened. A few of them were too close together. Not randomly close, but positioned in a rough curve. The vines between them didn't just hang or wrap naturally. They arched, looping from trunk to trunk, forming a bent frame. The ground beneath that spot was oddly clear, with fewer roots breaking through the soil, almost like it had been smoothed out by repeated passage. Gray narrowed his eyes. If he hadn't been paying attention, he would dismissed it instantly. The trees were crooked everywhere in this forest, and the vines were always tangled. Nothing here followed proper logic, which was exactly why it worked. Sneaky fuckers. He took a few careful steps closer, stopping just before the curved formation. From this angle, it had become much clearer. A hidden threshold. It seems that this is the spatial gate Jasmine mentioned, he thought inwardly. He glanced back over his shoulder, then forward again. If someone walks through this without noticing, they think they're still going straight, when in reality, they're being tossed somewhere else entirely. And that is the reason why I didn't see any of my curve marks. So fucking annoying. Without hesitation, he raised his dagger, coating it with mana before stabbing forward, aiming not at the trees but at the space between them. Crack! The air itself split. It wasn't dramatic like a tearing sky or roaring vortex. It was very subtle as a thin, warped line appeared, like glass fracturing in slow motion. The vines shuddered violently, the curved formation trembling as if in pain. Gray twisted the dagger. Shatter. The space collapsed inward with a dull whomp, the trees snapping back into normal positions as the invisible distortion vanished. The vines dropped limply to the ground, lifeless. Now he had the confidence to advance forward. But this time he was being much more careful to find those spatial gates. Each time he found them, Gray repeated the same motion. Stabbed the middle part, and then twist his dagger. Shatter. The forest groaned quietly with every portal he destroyed, the mist trembling, pulling back as if reluctant to let him go. And then, after cutting through the fifth portal, something changed. The mist ahead thinned. The air felt clearer in his lungs, no longer pressing down on his chest. Even the sounds changed. The oppressive silence faded, replaced by faint wind brushing through leaves. Gray's lips curled slightly. I'm close to the exit. He continued forward, destroying 2 more distortions along the way. With each one, the forest lost a bit of its grip. The twisted trees straightened little by little, the ground becoming more solid beneath his feet. Then, he felt a slight heat coming from the light ahead, the sunlight. Found you. He took another step, and then he froze instantly. Gray, help. The voice came from behind him. It was none other than Lyra's panicked voice. Gray's smile vanished. His eyes darkened in a heartbeat as he spun around, killing intent leaking out unconsciously. Lyra. The mist behind him thickened again, rolling in fast, swallowing the path he had just cleared as if the forest itself was trying to erase it. But he didn't seem to notice this as he enveloped his body with mana and dashed through the vines, breaking them with the pressure coming from his mana. Gray, this could be a dash. Shut it. Gray completely ignored Jasmine and continued towards the place where more screams were coming from. At this scene, Jasmine frowned slyly. There was a saying that love made people blind, and from the looks of it, it really seemed true in Gray's case. Gray! Lyra's voice seemed to have become even louder as he was gradually getting closer, but then, once he reached the place, nothing. Lyra? He called out. Lyra! He shouted, and yet, nothing replied to him. Gray, this is probably a trap. Jasmine tried to speak once again, hoping that this time, he would listen to her. No, I can feel her mana around here. He still refused, and slowly started approaching the place where the faint flow of Lyra's mana came from. It didn't take long before he reached a strange part of the forest. Lyra? He finally found her. She was lying on the ground, half buried under torn leaves and broken vines. Her cloak was ripped in several places, one sleeve shredded entirely, blood staining the fabric near her shoulder and thigh. Shallow cuts lined her arms, her breathing uneven, her face pale and damp with cold sweat. She wasn't moving. Shit. But standing around her were three figures. They were humanoid in shape, but wrong in every other way. Their bodies were completely white, smooth like unfinished statues, with no clear facial features except for wide, carved smiles that stretched too far. Their arms hung low, unnaturally long, and from their fingers extended nails that had grown until they were longer than swords, scraping softly against the ground. SCRRK. SCRRK. They noticed him at the same time. Crack. Their heads snapped toward Gray, and their lips curled into a deeply unsettling grin. Whoop! Mana exploded from Gray's body as he instantly dashed forward, the ground cracking under his feet. One of the creatures lunged instantly, nails slashing down in a brutal arc clang. Gray twisted his body at the last second, the nails grazing past his shoulder and slicing clean through a tree behind him. The trunk split in two and collapsed with a heavy thud. TSK. Gray spun, his dagger flashing as he slashed across the creature's chest. Screedash. The blade carved a deep line, but instead of blood, white mist poured out. The creature staggered back, shrieking, but didn't fall. The other two attacked at once. One came from the left, nails stabbing forward like spears. The other leapt high, arms raised, shadows falling over Gray's head. Fucking hell. Gray crossed his arms and forced mana outward. Boom! The pressure blasted the one above him away mid-air, sending it crashing into the ground hard enough to leave a crater. But the one on the left slipped through, nails piercing his side. Splurt. GUH. Gray gritted his teeth and grabbed the creature's arm with one hand, ignoring the blood spilling down his ribs. He pulled it close and smashed his forehead straight into its faceless head. Crack! The impact echoed. The creature staggered, stunned by his headbutt, and Gray took this opportunity and plunged his dagger upward, straight into where its throat should have been. Swish! The creature convulsed violently before collapsing into mist. Huh! One, Gray muttered, breathing heavily. The other two didn't hesitate. They screeched together, the sound sharp and piercing, and their nails grew even longer, stretching past a meter, scraping and clicking as they moved. The one that had been blasted earlier rushed him head-on. Gray ducked, rolled under its swing, and slashed at its legs, but the nails stabbed into the ground, anchoring it in place. The second creature used that opening. Pain exploded across Gray's back as nails ripped through flesh. Arg! He stumbled forward, blood dripping down his spine. The creatures slowly closed in, and now they seemed more confident, but Gray almost wanted to laugh at their attempts. He firstly just wanted to test his current physical strength, since his realm had increased a lot, and he was a little dependent on his threads. But now he had already confirmed, and well, the combat intuition skill was already activated. You picked the wrong prey. His eyes sharpened. Swap. In an instant, Gray vanished. The creatures froze. Gray reappeared behind the second one, right where its back had been exposed. Swing. His dagger carved a deep X across its torso. The creature screamed, thrashing wildly, nails tearing through the air without control. Then he stepped in close, grabbed its head, and slammed it into the ground again and again until the white body cracked and shattered into mist. The last creature roared. It charged blindly, nails stabbing in every direction. Gray met it head-on. He took one hit to the arm, another to the thigh, pain stacking, vision shaking, but he stayed standing. He slipped inside its reach, pressed his palm against its chest, and released all the mana he had been holding back. Boom! The creature's body burst apart from the inside, dissolving into nothing. Clink! Hog! Gray groaned slyly as he patched up his wounds with his own strings. Lyra. He rushed to her side and dropped to his knees. She was still breathing. Huh. Relief hit him so hard his hands shook. He gently lifted her head, pulling her into his arms, careful not to hurt her more. I'm here, he whispered, pressing his forehead to hers. I've got you. Gray stood up, pulling her to a bridal carry, and started walking towards the exit of the forest, carefully holding Lyra in his arms. Chapter 189. A Trip to the City of Sword Magic. 6. Gray. Shut up. If I had trusted you, Lyra would probably be dead by now. He snapped inwardly, ignoring completely whatever she was trying to say. He kept walking toward the exit when he suddenly felt Lyra shifting slightly in his arms, prompting him to look at her. Gray? The voice was faint, and yet made him stop on his tracks and put all of his attention on her. Lyra's eyelashes fluttered, her brow knitting as consciousness slowly returned. Her fingers twitched first, then curled weakly into his clothes, as if afraid he would vanish if she let go. Gray? She whispered again, her voice coming out hoarse. You're awake, he breathed out in relief. Her eyes finally opened, unfocused at first, then slowly locked onto his face. For a second, she just stared, then her lips trembled. Her voice cracked. I thought I was going to die. She shifted clumsily in his arms, pressing her face against his chest, arms wrapping around him with far more strength than her condition suggested. I couldn't find you, she murmured, words spilling out between shallow breaths. I kept walking, and everything looked the same. I heard your voice, but every time I followed it, it disappeared. Then those things... Her body shook. I was so scared, she whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. I thought I'd never see you again. Gray tightened his hold without realizing it, one hand moving to the back of her head, his fingers threading gently through her hair. I'm here, he muttered in a comforting tone. You're safe now. She nodded against him, clutching him like a lifeline. I missed you, she admitted softly. So much. I didn't care about the test anymore. I just wanted to find you. His expression softened slyly. The last stretch of the forest passed in silence after that, broken only by Lyra's breathing slowly evening out and the distant sound of wind moving through the thinning trees. After a while, they finally stepped out of the mist. The forest of nightmares ended abruptly, as if someone had drawn a line through reality. The oppressive air instantly vanished, replaced by open space and clear ground. Gray! Celine's voice rang out. He lifted his head. The rest of the group stood near the edge of the forest. Celine, Selena, Leon, Adrian, Ronan, Katia, Lyra, Claire, Melis, Cassandra, every single one of them. All looking at him, but then their gazes dropped to the person on his arms. To Lyra. Gray? Someone called out slowly. His heart skipped as he heard someone step forward. Gray? That voice. Gray's blood ran cold as he slowly turned his head, and standing a few meters away from the group was Lyra. Another Lyra. Her eyes were wide, fixed on him. Why are you holding me? She asked softly. Time stopped. Gray's mind went blank for exactly half a second. But just then, his body moved before thought could catch up. He released his arms. The Lyra he had been carrying was thrown away, landing hard on the ground with a dull thud. Gray! Celine shouted. Whoop! Mana exploded beneath his feet as he dashed backward, creating distance in a second. He stopped far from the group, back pressed against a broken stone outcrop, his eyes snapping between the two identical figures. Gray, why did you drop? Her voice broke mid-sentence. The Lyra standing beside the group froze, her eyes locking onto the other Lyra, who was slowly getting back on her feet. The two of them stared at each other. Same face, same hair, same trembling breath, and the same familiar mana signature that made Gray's chest tighten painfully. That's me, the Lyra beside the group said first, her voice shaking. That's not funny. Gray, that thing. The other Lyra laughed softly. Don't be stupid, she replied, brushing dirt from her knees as she stood upright. She asked the fake. Can't you feel it? That wrongness? Gray didn't answer. His gaze flicked between them, scanning every detail, whether that was their posture, breathing, micro-movements, or mana flow. They were identical, perfectly. Gray, the Lyra beside the group, took a step forward, panic creeping into her tone. You carried me out of the forest. You saw me hurt. You heard me cry. You know it's me. The other Lyra stepped forward as well. No, she stated firmly. That's exactly why she is the fake. The forest feeds on guilt and attachment. It gives you what you want to see. She looked at Gray, her eyes revealing a soft and pleading look. Gray, remember that time we trained together? You wrapped my hand because I burned it trying to conjure the lightning snake spell. You told me I was reckless but earnest. You laughed. Gray's jaw tightened. The Lyra beside the group sucked in a sharp breath. I remember that too, she added quickly. And you said it while pretending not to care, but you were smiling. You always do that little thing with your mouth when you're lying. She mimicked it unconsciously. Exactly right. This is messed up. Ronan swallowed hard. Gray. Celine's fingers twitched near her weapon. The Lyra who had been carried took another step closer. Gray, you promised me. After the date, after the circus, you said, even if you were sent away, you'd come back. You said I didn't need to be afraid. Her voice cracked. I believed you. The other Lyra's eyes widened in genuine shock. I said that, she whispered, word for word. She turned to Gray desperately. And you teased me right after. You said I was getting sentimental. Then you kissed me to shut me up. Gray's fingers curled slowly into his palm. That was true. Both of them were true. Gray, both of them spoke at the same time. He flinched. Look at me, the Lyra beside the group pleaded, tears forming. You know me. I'm not afraid of you when you look like that. I always get closer instead. She stepped forward boldly. The other Lyra also stepped forward. And I always hesitate, she said quietly. Because I know that look means you're about to do something dangerous. She stopped one step short. Fuck, they're both perfectly identical. It's like they're twins or something. Gray groaned inwardly. Everything matched together. Even the tiny tremble in their fingers when they were nervous. The same. Huff, calm down and think. Details. There are always details. He focused harder. The way Lyra stood when she was scared, she usually leaned forward just a little, like she was ready to run or cling. But both of them did that now. When she lied, her eyes tended to blink too many times. But neither of them blinked. This is bullshit. His fingers twitched, his threads threatening to slip free without his command. Think about memories. Reactions. But that was the problem. Every memory they spoke of was correct. Every reaction was something Lyra would genuinely have. Fear, trust, or love. Even the tiny anger she tried to hide when she thought he was being reckless. Can we simply go already? Just try your luck and kill one of them. Suddenly, Cassandra's voice reached out to him, causing him to stare at her for a slight moment. But at that same slight moment, one of Lyra's expressions changed slyly, just for the slight moment. A hint of jealousy found you. Clink. His threads instantly tightened around the neck of the Lyra that he had thrown off his arms early, lifting her off the ground before she could even gasp. Wag. Her hands flew to her neck, nails scraping uselessly against invisible strands. Gray stepped forward and then lightly moved his fingers. Grip. The threads twisted. Crack. A sharp, sickening crack echoed through the clearing. Her body went limp. For half a second, she still looked like Lyra, with her eyes wide, mouth parted, and hair falling over her face. Then her skin began to pale unnaturally. The warmth drained from her frame as her form collapsed inward, bones shifting, flesh warping, until the illusion shattered completely. What fell to the ground was no longer Lyra. A completely white humanoid creature lay there instead, its elongated nails retracting as its body broke apart, turning brittle, then crumbling into fine gray ash. The wind picked it up. Swish! The remains scattered upward, dissolving into the mist as if it had never existed. Gray, the real Lyra, launched herself at him, her arms wrapped around his neck with desperate strength, her body trembling violently as she buried her face into his shoulder. I really thought I was going to die, she choked, fingers digging into his clothes. I was so desperate. I thought you wouldn't be able to see that I was the real one. Gray caught her without a word, holding her tightly, his hand pressing firmly against her back, as if to reassure himself she was real. You're safe now, he muttered quietly. Behind them, the rest of the group finally exhaled. Celine wiped her brow, and Ronan slumped onto a rock. Even Leon let his shoulders drop, tension easing from his posture. The only reason he was so tensed up was because his necklace didn't seem to affect both of Elira's, and he knew how important she actually was. The others looked equally relieved. TSK. Cassandra merely looked away, clicking her tongue softly. Chapter 190. A Trip to the City of Sword Magic, 7. It had been 4 days since the start of their trip. From the pace they were keeping, it would still take about one more week, maybe a few extra days, before they finally reached the City of Sword Magic. It was so strangely timed. If things continued like this, then by the time they arrived at the city, he would likely have already stepped into the Great Grandmaster realm. And Gray couldn't help but get a bad feeling about it. Did Gray plan this or something? The idea crossed his mind before he dismissed it almost immediately, as it was very improbable, as the other academy suggested this. And there's no way Gray had the authority to ask for something like a favor from the headmaster of the other academy. Still, the feeling wouldn't go away. Huff! We've finally reached one of the cities on our trajectory, Adrian suddenly exclaimed, stopping for a moment and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yeah, and I'm damn tired of walking, Ronan complained, dragging his feet beside him. Are we taking a break here? Selena asked, glancing toward the city gates ahead with clear interest. Leon nodded as he walked past them. Yes, we arrived almost exactly when our instructor expected us to, just before nightfall. It's not 10 yet, so we'll stay at an inn for the night. He continued calmly, we leave tomorrow morning at 9 sharp. Until then, you're free to do whatever you want, as long as you're all at the entrance of the inn by 9. Hell yeah, Ronan shouted, instantly energized. Before Gray could react, Ronan rushed over and threw an arm around his shoulder with a wide grin. Bro, we should totally go to a brothel. A sudden chill crawled up Ronan's spine. Why does it feel like the temperature just dropped? He muttered in confusion, while Gray simply shook his head, letting out a sigh. Did you forget I have a girlfriend? Ronan blinked at his words. Right? My bad, man. Must be rough having to deal with the crackle. Golden lightning snapped through the air. Gaia dash. Ronan spasmed as a sharp jolt ran through his body, his hair standing on end as he collapsed to his knees, smoke faintly rising from his clothes. Lyra stood behind him, her smile bright and calm, golden sparks still dancing around her fingers. Can you say that again? She asked sweetly. Ronan lay face first on the ground, his body twitching continuously. I regret everything, he croaked. PFTTT. You never learn, do you? Claire chuckled as she crouched beside him and offered her hand. Ronan grabbed it like a lifeline and let himself be pulled up. Thank you. I really needed that, he sighed, rubbing the back of his neck without thinking. Claire smiled and nodded before approaching the others, who were a little more forward. At that moment, Ronan approached Gray and whispered to him. She totally wants me. Bro Gray glanced sideways at him, raising an eyebrow. You should get your head checked. What? No way. She was definitely giving me the look. The look? The look. Just go visit a brothel on your own. Gray sighed deeply at his confident expression before patting his shoulder and walking a little faster, leaving Ronan behind, in a completely dumbfounded state. Yes, just in denial, Ronan muttered confidently. When they finally reached the city gates, a long line of people stretched out in front of them. Carriages came and went, guards shouted orders, and the massive walls loomed overhead. This city is more crowded than I expected, Katia muttered. That's a given. Ronan nodded confidently, grinning widely. Everyone slowly turned to look at him. This is the city of pleasure, he declared proudly. The most famous red light district on the continent. Brothels on every street. Taverns that never close. Beautiful women everywhere. His eyes were practically sparkling as he said those words. And it's not just normal stuff, he continued without taking a breath. They even do themes here. Costumes, cosplay, knights, maids, mages, demons, Ronan, Leon warned. Even legendary heroes. Ronan added louder. Some places recreate famous battles. Others do royalty play. Their even. Celine stared at him like he was something she stepped on. Why do you know so much about this? She asked flatly. Our research. Ronan froze for a second, then let out an awkward laugh. I mean, think about it, right? We were probably going to pass through here sooner or later, so I figured I'd, prepare myself. No one replied. I mean, it's important to understand local culture. He added quickly, gesturing at the city walls. Customs, economy, nightlife contributes a lot to. Gray walked past him. Leon followed without even glancing his way. Celine turned her head away in visible disgust, while Lyra stayed close to Gray, her golden lightning still faintly crackling like a silent warning. Even Claire gave Ronan a strange look before shrugging and moving on. Guys, Ronan muttered. The group continued forward, blending into the line near the gates as if he had never spoken at all. Hey, wait! Ronan hurried after them, waving his arms. Guys, come on. Don't just leave me behind like that. He jogged to catch up, shouting again, guys, wait for me. Shortly thereafter, they all got in the line that led to the entrance. However, the line barely moved. People complained under their breath. Merchants argued with guards. And carriage wheels creaked as they were inspected one by one. Gray stared at the gates for a moment, then clicked his tongue. Aren't you the crown prince or something? He asked casually, glancing sideways at Leon. Just order them to let us pass. Leon stiffened instantly. Ahem. He straightened his back, placing a hand over his chest. I will not abuse my authority for something so trivial. Status should not be used to trample fairness. Everyone here is waiting their turn, and as royalty, I should set an example. He paused, subtly shifting his stance so the girls could clearly see his profile. Gray blinked once and then shrugged his shoulders. Suit yourself. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a single silver coin. Under everyone's confused gaze, he flicked it forward with his thumb. Clink, clatter. The coin sailed in a clean arc, bounced once on the stone near the gate, and rolled to a stop a few meters past the guards, right inside the city. Gray dusted his hands. CYA, why all and while. He lifted 2 fingers above his head in a lazy salute. Swap. Gray vanished from the line and reappeared exactly where the coin had landed. What? Ronan shouted upon seeing this. Hey, that's cheating. At least take me with you. Of course, his dumb shout caught the attention of the guards, but as they tried to take a look behind them, Gray had already slipped away, leaving the rest of the group behind. TCH, Ronan clicked his tongue. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Gray moved through the city streets at an easy pace, hands in his pockets as his eyes calmly looked at everything around him. Sweet, I guess it indeed deserves the name City of Pleasure. It was already close to night, and the city looked completely different from the rough roads outside. Lantern hung ava, glowing in soft shades of pink, red, and violet. The light spilled onto the stone streets, blurring shadows and giving everything a warm, almost hazy feel. Music softly drifted through the air, and laughter mixed with it. Women leaned against balconies and door frames, dressed in thin fabrics that clung tightly to their bodies. Some wore silk dresses cut far too high on the thigh. Others had loose robes that slipped just enough with every movement. They waved at passing men, fingers curling slowly, eyes half-lidded and inviting. Handsome, come inside for a while. Just one drink. Love from a nearby brothel. A group of girls leaned over the railing, giggling as they waved colorful handkerchiefs through the air. Their chests pressed forward without shame. Curves clearly shone as they laughed and called out to anyone who looked their way. Perfume hung thick in the air, almost dizzying. Men passed by with flushed faces, some trying to act calm, others openly staring. Coins clinked, doors opened and closed, and every few steps, someone was being pulled inside by a soft hand and a playful smile. It indeed deserved the name of City of Pleasure. Click, click. MHM, The sound of heels clicking softly against the stone reached Gray's ears as he saw 7 figures detaching themselves from their position and closing the distance between them and himself. Perfume mixed with warm night air, clinging to his senses before he even truly looked at them. Well, one of them purred, stepping right into his path. Her finger traced the air near his chest, deliberately not touching him. Did the heavens drop you here, just for us? By the gods. Another breathed, circling behind him. They closed in, not aggressively, but confidently. Arms brushed his sleeves by accident. Warm breath ghosted near his ear. Soft laughter followed every small movement he made. I've worked here for years, a third said, smiling lazily. Never seen a face like yours. Not even close. Come on, sweet thing, a fourth teased, tugging lightly at his collar. One night, we'll make it worth your while. Normally, very normal, Gray would have accepted. Hell, he would be already had an arm around someone else's waist. But this time, Gray simply stopped. He looked at them calmly. No. The women froze. No. One repeated, blinking. No. He repeated, stepping past them. For half a second, disappointment flashed across their faces. A few even pouted while one clicked her tongue softly. What a shame, someone muttered. Playing hard to get? Come back anytime, handsome. We'll be waiting. Don't forget us. We don't forget faces like yours. Their voices playfully chased him down the street. Even as he disappeared into the crowd, they were still waving, still calling, still smiling as they already claimed him in their minds. Gray didn't he look back? He muttered quietly, putting his hands back into his pockets. Guess I really did change. Whether that was because of Lyra or some other thing. He actually didn't know. Chapter 191. A Trip to the City of Sword Magic. 8. After wandering through the city for a while, Gray's mood had noticeably soured. Aside from entire streets packed with brothels, inns, and taverns stacked one after another, there was nothing that even remotely hinted at the existence of a black market. Yeah, he wanted to find a black market now. He needed something to prepare against the other Gray, and the first thing he was thinking about was spiritual powder that could increase his mental strength. Unfortunately, items like that didn't exist on normal shelves. They were illegal. Mental strength was something only cultivators above the king realm were officially allowed to train. Anything that accelerated it was labeled heaven-defying, destabilizing, and therefore tightly controlled. Not because it was dangerous, but because the major noble families monopolized it, and letting people like him get their hands on such things would disrupt too many balances. Whatever, you'll need to think of other ways to defeat him, he muttered darkly, as he turned down another lantern-lit street, already planning alternatives. A painfully familiar voice shattered his thoughts. Gray, Eve finally found you, my brother. Gray's eyebrow twitched. He looked up just in time to see Ronan marching toward him with an infuriatingly bright smile, waving as if he had just reunited with a long-lost family member. Grip! Ronan instantly pulled him away towards one of the taverns nearby, not letting him complain even for a second. Dolly, bull. I did research, and Thesis one of the taverns in this city. Ronan puffed his chest out proudly. The tavern Ronan dragged him to sat at the edge of one of the louder streets, half hidden behind red lanterns and wooden balconies where laughter and music spilled nonstop. From the outside, it looked no different from any other place meant to drain coins and dignity. However, the inside gave Gray quite a different feeling. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and he noticed that the tavern actually didn't have many waitresses, and the men sitting near the walls weren't drinking much at all. Don't stare, Ronan whispered urgently, tugging at Gray's sleeve. You'll look suspicious. Your appearance alone is suspicious, Gray retorted. They sat at a rough wooden table near the back, away from the musicians and drunken shouting. A waitress passed by, barely sparing them a glance. No exaggerated flirting or forced smiles, just treating them as a regular customer. By the way, I have something to tell you. Ronan leaned in, voice dropping even further. Oh, what? Gray looked bored already. All right, so, I was sitting here earlier, yeah? And there were these 2 guys. Real shady types. Didn't drink much, didn't talk loudly. But I swear I heard them arguing. About? Gray asked calmly, though his fingers had already curled slightly. One of them kept saying the price was too high for just powder. The other said something about the powder being something that even noble families wanted, and how if someone found out, they'd lose their head. Powder! Gray's eyes instantly narrowed as the bored look in his ear dissipated almost immediately, causing Ronan to raise an eyebrow. How was the bottle? He directly asked. The bottle? MHM. He hummed thoughtfully, his eyes drifting to the corner as he focused on remembering it. Ah, yeah. It was a very small glass bottle. The powder inside had a very light blue color and had a strange red tap that had the word spiritual carved onto it. I remember 'cause it sounded cool as hell, he nodded proudly. Haha. Gray let out a small laugh as his lips curled up intently. I didn't expect this idiot to be my damn lucky star. A light blue powder in a container that had the word spiritual carved onto it. That was definitely spiritual powder. But to think that he would find it in a place other than the black market. This was probably guidance from destiny. You sure you didn't imagine it? Gray asked to confirm, finally looking at Ronan properly. Hey, I'm dumb, not blind. Ronan bristled. At least you're self-conscious, Gray added inwardly. Debatable. TCH. Anyway, they're still here. Or at least, one of them is. Ronan subtly nodded toward the far corner. Gray followed his gaze and saw a man sitting alone, a hood pulled over his head as his fingers tapped lightly against the table. Stay here, Gray muttered, huh? Why? Because if you open your mouth, you'll ruin it. Ronan opened his mouth, but seeing Gray coldly staring at him, got it, Ronan replied, orderly, instantly shutting up. Gray stood and walked over without haste, pulling out a chair and sitting down uninvited. The man stiffened slightly at his actions. Clink. A single gold coin was placed on the table. I heard you're selling something interesting. The man didn't answer his words directly, and instead took a look at Gray's handsome face, and then back to the point before shaking his head. I don't know what you're talking about. Hearing his words, Gray remained calm as he put yet another gold coin on the table, causing the man's eyes to turn a little more eager than normal. You're asking the wrong person, he masked his greed, licking his lips and forcing a careless shrug. Gray tilted his head slightly, as if considering that answer. Clink. He placed another coin, causing the man's throat to bob. You should be careful, the man muttered. Talking about things you don't understand can get you killed. Gray smiled faintly. Funny, he replied, fingers resting on the table. I was thinking the same thing. Swish. The man suddenly felt something cold brushing against his neck, light as silk, yet carrying a pressure that made his skin prickle. Gray's eyes darkened as he pulled his fingers lightly. Grip. Invisible threads slid tighter. Gah! The man's breath hitched. Gray leaned forward just enough for his shadow to fall over the table. His voice remained calm, almost bored. Are you sure you don't know about a little cyan powder? Talp. His fingers tapped softly against the wood. Talp. Talp. The man's eyes locked onto those fingers, wide now, unable to look away. Each tap felt like a noose being tested. Then Gray curled his index finger, and the pressure snapped tight. Aya! The man jerked, hands flying to his throat as if he could grab what wasn't there. His face flushed red, then pale. Sweat broke out across his forehead, trickling down his temples. Think carefully, he warned him. You're running out of air. And I'm running out of patience. The man swallowed hard, nodding frantically. I think I know what you're talking about. He blurted out, forcing a shaky and nervous smile. Why, yeah, that powder. Cyan. Spiritual. That one. Gray relaxed his fingers slightly, causing the pressure to ease, but it didn't disappear. Good. Then we can finally have a proper conversation. He leaned back slightly, before directly asking, How much do you have? The man hesitated, eyes flicking around the tavern as if expecting someone to suddenly appear and save him. The invisible pressure around his neck pulsed faintly, reminding him that escape was not an option. T12, he croaked. I have 12 bottles. Gray's eyes sharpened at once. He'll take them all. The man's face drained of color. All, he stammered. Wait, no. I already made a deal. 8 of them are promised, I swear. If I don't deliver, I'm dead either way. Gray's gaze hardened as T's faint smile vanished completely. He leaned forward, just a little to make the man even more nervous than he already was. Is your life more precious than those bottles? The pressure snapped tight again. The man gasped, chair scraping loudly as he instinctively tried to pull away. His hands clawed at his throat, eyes bulging as tears pooled at the corners. Independent Illinois be killed if I don't deliver them. He wheezed. Gray tilted his head. And you'll be killed if you don't deliver them to me, he replied evenly. The difference is, I'm already here. The man shook violently. P, please. I can explain. Gray raised a finger. Silence. I don't care who you promised, he continued. I don't care how important they are. You made the mistake of letting me know you had what I want. His finger curled slightly, causing the string to tighten immediately. The man let out a broken sob. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll give them to you. All of them. Please. Juste don't. Gray released the pressure. The man collapsed forward, coughing violently, gulping air like a drowning man pulled back to shore. His whole body trembled as he scrambled under the table, hands shaking as he pulled out a wrapped bundle from a hidden compartment in his coat. 1 bottle. 2. 3. 12 small glass bottles clinked softly as he lined them up with trembling fingers. Each one was filled with faintly glowing cyan powder, swirling slowly like mist trapped in glass. Gray inspected them without touching them at first. His eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the faint spiritual fluctuations leaking through the seals. Good quality, he muttered. He swept them into his dimensional storage in one smooth motion. The man froze, staring at the empty table. Get out. The man didn't need to be told twice. He stumbled to his feet, nearly tripping over his own chair, and bolted from the tavern without looking back, disappearing into the night like a rat fleeing a fire. Gray remained seated for a moment longer, exhaling slowly. This should be enough. I doubt the other Gray is going to have a mental strength higher than mine if I consume all of these bottles. Chapter 192. A trip to the city of sword magic. 9 p.m. The man burst out of the tavern like a hunted animal. His breath came out ragged, chest burning as he shoved past people in the narrow street, nearly slipping on the worn stone ground slick with spilled wine and melted wax. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely keep them from scratching his own neck, as if he could still feel something tightening there. Crazy bastard, he muttered under his breath, teeth chattering. The city of pleasure was already waking up for the night. Lanterns glowed with soft pink and red light, casting long shadows across silk curtains and carved wooden doors. Laughter drifted from open windows. Music hummed from somewhere deeper in the district. Women in thin dresses leaned against balconies or stood by doorways, fanning themselves slowly, their eyes trained on passing men like practice hunters. Hey, handsome, come inside for a drink. Rough night? We can help you forget. One of them stepped closer, waving a lace handkerchief, her smile bright and rehearsed. The man swore loudly and shoved past her. Move! Get out of my way! The woman frowned, startled by his tone. TC8, what's his problem? The man didn't stop, as he couldn't wait to get far away from that inn. His mind was racing, his anger boiling hotter with every step. That bastard, that fucking bastard. He had buyers. Important and extremely dangerous ones. The kind of people who didn't ask twice and didn't forgive excuses. He had promised them 8 bottles, and they even were supposed to meet tonight. And now he had nothing. His fingers dug into his coat as he staggered into a darker stretch of the street, where the lantern light thinned and the noise faded just a little. He fumbled inside his pocket and pulled out a small, cracked communication crystal. His thumb hovered over it, trembling. Calm down, he hissed at himself. It wasn't over yet. He could explain what happened, and blame the matter entirely on Gray. That damn monster with the calm eyes and a strange power that made something insivable tighten around his neck. His lips twisted into a bitter grin. Yeah, he'll sell him out. He'll let those people deal with him. Let that damn bastard see what happens when you mess with the wrong middleman. He brought out a crystal from his pockets and raised it. Splurt. Unfortunately, the man never finished pressing the crystal. His body jerked once, stiffening like a puppet whose strings had been cut. For a brief, frozen moment, he was still standing, eyes wide, mouth half open. Then his head separated from his shoulders and flew sideways, spinning once through the air before crashing into the stone street. His body collapsed a heartbeat later, hitting the ground with a dull, heavy thud. Blood sprayed across the lantern-lit stones. For a second, the street went silent. Ah! Screams tore through the night. The women nearby recoiled in horror, hands flying to their mouths. One of them slipped and fell backward, dress tangling around her legs as she shrieked uncontrollably. Another dropped her fan, staring at the headless body with eyes so wide they looked ready to burst. What the hell? Did you see that? His head. Monster. There's a monster here. People scattered. The curtains slammed shut. The doors were pulled closed in a panic. Someone ran, knocking over a lantern that shattered on the ground, its flames sputtering uselessly. Done, Grace said simply, dropping back onto the wooden bench beside Ronan. Ronan took a long sip of his cold beer, then glanced sideways at Gray, eyes narrowing with suspicion. What did you do to that guy? He asked. I swear, he looked like he was running for his life, like something was chasing him. Gray shrugged, resting one of his arms on the table. Nothing special. I just told him there were prostitutes with an eye cup in the brothel across the street. Eye cup. Ronan slammed his mug down, so hard beer splashed over the rim, already half rising from his seat, his eyes shining with pure instinct. Where? Obviously, Gray didn't stop him. Honestly, if Ronan wanted to run off chasing tits and fantasies, that was his problem. Gray wouldn't lose a second of sleep over it. Ah, never mind. Ronan suddenly froze, frowned deeply, and sat back down, folding his arms with a huff. Gray looked at him with deep surprise, even raising an eyebrow at how unexpected his actions were. Then, Ronan jabbed a finger toward him, eyes sharp with misplaced confidence. That was totally a trick. You were trying to get rid of me, so you could sneak off again, weren't you? He puffed out his chest proudly, and also raised his chin. Nice try, you sucker. This time I completely read you. Didn't fall for it at all. Gray stared at him for a second. You're overthinking, he said. Huh. Ronan laughed loudly, slapping the table. That's what you want me to think. He grabbed his mug again and took a victorious gulp, foam sticking to his upper lip. This time, you're stuck, he declared. You're my drinking buddy tonight, whether you like it or not. Sure. Gray answered lazily, already lifting his mug. The cold glass clinked against Ronan's with a dull clack, and Gray took a deep mouthful. How the chill slid down his throat, washing away some of the tension that had been clinging to him all day. He leaned back slightly, resting an elbow on the table. By the way, where are the others? Gray asked curiously. The others? Ronan stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I remember correctly, the girls are in the best inn we found earlier. As for Leon and Adrian, they also were at the inn, but by now, they've probably gone for a brother or something. If they didn't, it would be a waste of such a good opportunity. He nodded lightly to himself. MHM. It really would be a waste, Gray agreed lightly. The moment the words left his mouth, Ronan's grin widened. Such a shame you've got a girlfriend, he sing-songed. How about declaring a one-day breakup? Huh? Just for tonight. Enjoy the city properly. Ah-ha-ha. His loud laughter drew a few glances from nearby tables. Gray frowned slightly, his eyes half-lidded as he looked at Ronan. Well, are the girls in those places really prettier than Lyra? He asked casually, lips curling faintly. Ronan blinked and then smirked. Is Lyra's company going to be better than theirs? She has her own charm, and are more worldly. Ronan shot back immediately. They know exactly what they're doing. Far better. New experiences feel different, Gray replied without hesitation. No, they don't. Have you ever been someone's first? No. Then how would you know? Ronan opened his mouth, then froze. Did you? He asked slowly. Yes. Gray nodded once, completely unbothered. Ronan stared at him. Oh. Then his eyes widened in sudden realization. Right. I forgot. Forgot that the man sitting across from him wasn't just some academy student, but the biggest scumbag of the nobility. The biggest playboy on the entire continent. Damn it. Ronan slammed his mug down, grabbing it again and chugging the rest of the beer in one go, liquid spilling from the corner of his mouth. That's completely unfair. How am I supposed to compete with the biggest playboy ever? He wiped his mouth roughly with his sleeve, sulking. Gray watched him for a moment, then shook his head lightly. You simply don't. They continued drinking for a while, and surprisingly, Ronan was already halfway gone by the time the second mug was empty. His words started to slur, his tongue growing heavier, and his body leaned closer and closer to the table, as if gravity itself had suddenly doubled just for him. He waved his hand in the air, nearly knocking over Gray's mug in the process. Ronan hiccuped, squinting at Gray like he was trying to focus on a distant mountain. I almost died today. Not me, well, almost me, but Adrian. That idiot. Oh. Gray curiously glanced at him. Yeah, that bastard. Ronan laughed loudly, then immediately lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. He actually tried to flirt with Cassandra. Gray paused mid-sip. He did what? I swear on my life. Ronan slapped the table. We were at the inn, right? Everyone just settled in. Cassandra was standing there, arms crossed, face cold as ever. You know that look she has. Like she's already decided how to kill you if you breathe wrong. Gray nodded once as he knew it very well. So Adrian walks up to her. Ronan continued, eyes shining with drunken excitement. All confident, smiling, fixing his collar like he's some noble young master from a romance story. And then he says something real stupid. I don't remember exactly what, but it was definitely flirting. Ronan burst out laughing again. And then? Gray asked calmly. And then, SHH gay. Ronan made a slicing motion across the air. Her hand moved. I didn't even see her draw the scythe properly. 1 second she was standing there, the next her scythe was right here. He pointed at his own arm, just above the elbow, this close to chopping his arm clean off. Gray's lips curved faintly. Adrian froze. Ronan went on. I mean completely froze. Face white. Smile gone. He didn't even dare breathe. And clicked his tongue in annoyance. After that, he continued. She just walked past all of us, went to the counter, paid for a room. One room. For herself. Didn't even look back. Living alone, Gray murmured. Exactly. Ronan nodded hard. No roommates or company. Just her. And her personality that is as cold as ice. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, and then his voice suddenly got quieter. Sometimes I wonder, will someone like her ever get a boyfriend? He muttered. I mean, she's strong. Pretty. But damn, that personality. Who'd survive that? Gray didn't reply as he didn't know the answer. Whoever it is, better have a thick neck and a strong will. Or they'll lose more than just an arm. Ronan snorted softly. Indeed. Chapter 193. A trip to the city of sword magic. Exion. MHM, a small yawn escaped Gray's lips as he lay back against the pillows. One arm wrapped around Lyra's warm body. She was still half asleep, humming quietly against his chest, her warm breathing hitting his chest lightly. The room of the inn was quiet, filled only with the faint morning light that leaked through the curtains. They had slept together the whole night like this. Of course, they didn't have sex or anything as Gray really wanted to take things slow with Lyra, even though they had seen each other naked before. Morning, baby, Lyra muttered lightly, her sleepy eyes landing on Gray's face. She pressed her palms against his chest, gathering a bit of strength, then lifted herself slightly and leaned forward, pressing her lips against his. The kiss sounded strangely loud in the silent room. Gray smiled faintly, his fingers reaching out to caress her cheek before their lips parted again. Slept well? Gray inquired softly as he gently fixed her messy morning hair. Yeah, she replied softly. She relaxed completely in his arms, burying her face in the nape of his neck, her breath warm against his skin. Her body melted against his, as if she truly belonged there. Staying in Gray's arms truly felt like heaven for Lyra. She shifted slightly, trying to find a more comfortable position. Without realizing it, her thigh brushed against him, her body rubbing lightly against his lower half. His face darkened lightly as he remembered a scene that had happened before. "Don't move too much, or we will have an accident like before," he decided to warn her. Hearing his words, Lyra lifted her head slowly, confusion on her face at first, but as she saw Gray's lazy eyes that pointed out to his lower body, she instantly remembered the scene, and her face flushed instantly. "I'll try not to move much," she stammered, clearly embarrassed. Don't worry. There's still a quarter and an hour to 9 a.m. We have a lot of time," he replied lyly, patting her head, messing with her light brown, almost golden locks. "Did you dye your hair or something?" He couldn't help but ask, as in their first meeting, she truly had only light brown hair. But now, it had almost reached a rich golden color, containing small hints of it. Lyra yelped softly as she grabbed a handful of her hair and examined it thoroughly. Maybe it's because of an inheritance I got?" "An inheritance?" Gray raised an eyebrow, even though he was extremely pleased. After all, she was about to tell him her first secret, and maybe one day she would tell him that she's the vessel of the 5 main gods. "Yep, before we met each other, I found one of those inheritance dungeons and passed its trials. There, I met an old man who granted me power and told me that my body would probably have some changes the stronger I get. Oh, it's such a pity, though," he muttered dejectedly. "Why?" Lyra stared into his deep, hypnotic eyes. "I really loved your light brown hair." Gray grabbed a little bit of her hair and kissed it gently before his gaze shifted towards Lyra. Lyra instantly turned her head away, her ears burning red. The blessing of beauty has reached level 5. The authority of beauty has reached level 5. At the same time, a few notifications instantly rang in his head. "You're unfair," she muttered lyly, and Gray instantly slid the notifications away. "Am I?" Gray replied lazily, his chin resting lightly on the top of her head. "I just said what I thought." Her fingers clenched slightly in his shirt. "You're always teasing me." She pouted, her cheeks puffing out, causing Gray to reach out and poke them lyly. "PFTT. Russell." Suddenly, Gray pulled Lyra strongly to his chest, running his hand up and down her back as if smoothing out every trace of embarrassment. Lyra gradually relaxed his carrying movements. The room grew quiet again, filled with the soft sound of breathing and the faint noises of the city waking up outside. Somewhere far away, people were already shouting, carts rolling across stone streets, but none of it reached them clearly. "Baby," Lyra spoke after a while. Would you still love me if I were a worm?" she asked hesitantly. He opened his eyes and looked down at her with a confused expression. Her expression was serious now, a little worried, a little uncertain. But somehow, that phrase gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. Still, after rummaging through his brain for a small moment, he gave the best answer he could think of. "Of course I still love you. I put you in the best soil I could find, feed you orange peels, scoop you up in my hands, and hold you whenever being a worm gets too hard." He pinched her nose lightly, a faint smile forming on his lips. Lyra froze for a second. Then her face lit up, her eyes sparkling as if he had just told her the most precious secret in the world. "Really?" she asked softly. "Really?" She hugged him tighter. "Then, will you ever leave me?" "Of course not." At his words, Lyra pulled back slightly and eyed him suspiciously, her gaze searching his face as if trying to catch even the smallest crack in his words. She stared into his eyes for a long moment, her lips pressed together, her grip still tight around him. After confirming there was no trace of a lie, she finally let out a slow sigh of relief and relaxed against his chest again. "Okay," she murmured softly, and just like that, the questions didn't stop. And just like that, for the rest of the hour and 15 minutes, Lyra kept asking him these kinds of questions. What if she became a burden? What if someone more beautiful and talented than her appeared? And every single time, Gray answered her without impatience, and surprisingly without showing any signs of annoyance. Finally, at exactly 9 in the morning, everyone regrouped at the foot of the inn. "Is everyone here?" Adrian asked lightly, his eyes scanning everyone. One by one, he counted them. After a few seconds, he nodded and turned toward Leon. Then, let us go now, as we can't bother to waste more time, Leon declared, being the first one to lead the way. Without waiting, he stepped forward, naturally taking the lead. They still had a week and 2 days of travel ahead of them, and no matter how much they didn't want it to, time passed slowly. The first few days were calm, almost boring. They crossed long dirt roads that stretched endlessly under the sun, passed through open plains where the wind blew freely, and camped at night beneath wide, star-filled skies. Sometimes they stayed at small roadside inns. Other times they slept outside, taking turns keeping watch. There were monster encounters, but nothing too dangerous. Packs of low-level beasts, wandering creatures drawn by mana, and the occasional ambush that was dealt with quickly. Gray handled most of them with ease, while the others supported or cleaned up what remained. Of course, Ronan complained a lot. About the walking, about the food, about the lack of women. Lyra electrocuted him twice during that week. Some days, rain followed them from morning until night, soaking their clothes and turning the roads into thick mud. Other days, the heat was unbearable, the sun burning down on them without mercy. They crossed rivers using old wooden bridges, climbed steep paths carved into rocky hills, and passed through small towns that barely deserved to be called villages. As the days went on, the atmosphere slowly changed as the roads became wider and the number of travelers increased. And especially more adventurers appeared, many wearing academy uniforms from different regions. By the time the 7th day passed, massive stone roads replaced dirt paths, engraved with old runes that faintly glowed when mana passed through them. And on the morning of the 9th day, they finally saw a familiar emblem. There, Celine muttered, slowing her steps. Everyone stopped. Ahead of them, rising from the land like a colossal fortress, stood the so-called City of Sword Magic. Giant stone walls stretched endlessly to the left and right, covered in layers of enchantments and scars for what seemed to be past battles. The walls were so high that it was hard to see the top without tilting one's head back. At the center stood enormous gates made of dark metal and reinforced stone. Above the gates, carved deep into the wall itself, with a massive symbol, the one that represented the city itself. A sword crossed with a magic staff. The emblem was sharp, powerful, and overwhelming, radiating an aura that made even strong people feel insanely small. An Emperor-grade defensive artifact? Jasmine muttered lightly, causing Gray to raise an eyebrow. Really? I'm quite sure. If the first look at the emblem caused Gray to feel a little small. Now, his eyes were filled of greed towards the emblem. An Emperor-grade defensive artifact? How could anyone miss this? But unfortunately for him, he had another thing to worry about. Rank, Peak Grandmaster, 95, Chapter 194. One last date? We finally got into this damned city. Ronan was the first one to shout, his voice loud and full of excitement, as he practically skipped past the massive gates that had just let them through. Wide stone streets stretched endlessly in every direction, layered on top of each other like veins in a living giant. Towers rose high into the sky, some thin and elegant, others thick and fortress-like, all covered in runes, banners, and magical lamps that floated lazily in the air. Just like Gloria's city, this place was built to house monsters and had the space to support more than 50 million people. Adventurers, mages, knights, merchants, nobles, mercenaries, every kind of figure imaginable moved through the streets, their auras clashing, overlapping, and sometimes outright colliding. Damn, Ronan whistled. I could get lost here for a year and still not see everything. Please don't, Celine muttered flatly. Should we head towards the academy now? Melis asked, looking at Leon. Leon crossed his arms and thought for a moment. The professor said the official meeting is on the 14th. Today is the 12th, so? He shrugged lightly. We have the rest of today and tomorrow free. Ronan's eyes sparkled. Leon turned to Melis with a casual smile. That being said, do you want to go on a date? The silence lasted exactly half a second. No. Instantly rejected, causing his casual smile to instantly twitch. Puffed. Ronan burst out laughing, bending forward slightly as he slapped his knee. Haha, holy shit. That was brutal. Even Adrian failed to hide it this time, turning his face away while his shoulders shook faintly. All right, of course. Just asking. Leon cleared his throat and straightened up, pretending nothing had happened. Sure you were, Ronan snorted. I'm heading to a cursed shop, Katia uttered suddenly, already turning away. Don't wait for me. She left without another word. Almost at the same time, Cassandra walked off in another direction, not even sparing them a glance. As expected, Ronan muttered. I need to contact my father, Meili said next. She paused for a brief moment, her eyes flicking toward Gray before she looked away again. I'll see you all later. And just like that, she was gone too, disappearing into the crowd. Then, Ronan looked around, counting on his fingers. That leaves 9 of us, he muttered. Gray glanced around as well. Leon, Adrian, Selene, Selina, Lida. Ronan, Claire, and himself. So, Ronan rubbed his hands together. Anyone got a suggestion on what to do now? At that moment, without realizing it, everyone turned their eyes toward Gray. His lips twitched. Why are you all looking at me? He sighed, already knowing where this was going. Then he shrugged. I'm already busy, he stated flatly. I'm going on a date with Lyra. Before anyone could react, he reached out, grabbed Lyra's hand, and turned away. Let us go. Lyra blinked for a second. Then her face flushed slightly as she hurried to keep up with him, her fingers tightening around his. Wait, Ronan started, but Gray was already walking off. See why all later. The two of them disappeared into the crowd, leaving the rest behind. A strange silence followed. Celine crossed her arms, her eyes narrowed slyly. Selina looked away with a small click of her tongue. Lyra remained calm as always, though her gaze lingered on their retreating backs for a second longer than necessary. Claire just pouted slyly. TCH, Celine muttered. Hey, anyway, what about the rest of you? Anyone else want to do something? Ronan cleared his throat awkwardly. Selina was the first one to speak. I'm going shopping. I need new clothes. She turned and walked off before anyone could reply. I'll go check the weapon district, Celine added shortly, already heading in another direction. I want to visit a library, Lyra said calmly. I'll return later. I'll go see a magic shop, Claire exclaimed lyly, and just like that, she left as well. In less than a minute, the group was reduced again. Ronan slowly turned his head. Only 3 people remained. Himself, Leon, and Adrian. They stared at each other. The bustling city felt even louder now. Wow, Ronan muttered. We got ditched hard. It seems so. Leon coughed lightly, adjusting his posture. At this point, we might as well explore on our own. Adrian let out a long sigh, rubbing his temples. Yeah, right? Ronan nodded slowly. Right? Leon nodded as well. The 3 of them stood there for another second. Then, without saying much else, they turned and started walking. 3 boys, alone in a city far too big for any of them to truly understand. Gray didn't slow his pace until they were far enough from the others. Only then did he loosen his grip slightly. Lyra noticed immediately. You're walking fast, she said softly, though she didn't pull her hand away. If anything, her fingers curled tighter around his. Habit, crowds annoy me. She smiled at his words, leaning a little closer to his side as they walked. Where shall we go? She asked lightly. Gray hummed thoughtfully. I heard that there was an arena around here. Maybe we could go there and watch some fights. Is that your idea of romance? Lyra rolled her eyes. You need to get stronger, Lyra. He suddenly spoke in a serious tone, causing her to freeze slyly as those hypnotic rings stared deeply into her soul. I have something to tell you, he muttered loudly. And what is that? Lyra asked curiously, tilting her head to the left slightly. Rank, Peak Grandmaster, 96. I'll tell you in a few hours, he muttered, biting his lip lightly, as if holding something back. Thud. Lyra punched his shoulder without warning. Hey, she snapped. Now I'm curious. You can't just say that and stop. Nope, he replied flatly. Later. Oomph. She turned her head away, cheeks puffed slightly in a pout. He ignored it completely. Besides, you need to get better at controlling your golden lightning. The way you use it is almost like you have no fighting experience whatsoever. So if we find a lightning mage, maybe you could pick up a trick or two, he declared. Hearing his words, Lyra frowned slyly and nodded lightly. All right. Satisfied, Gray leaned down and pressed a brief, gentle kiss to her cheek. She froze for exactly 1 second. Then her ears turned red. Why, you can't just do that so casually, she muttered. Flustered. Watch me. Before she could retaliate, he pulled her forward, dragging her toward the massive stone structure looming just ahead. The arena. They paid the entrance fee, passed through the gates, and the sound hit them directly. Crush him. Turn him into meat. Rip his arm off. The roar of the crowd was violent, feral, filled with bloodlust and excitement. The air smelled of sweat, iron, and mana residue. Lyra stiffened slightly, her eyes widening. It's loud. Gray, on the other hand, felt a strange sense of nostalgia creep in. This place reminded him of one of the first arenas he had entered after taking this body. Back then, he fought not for glory, but for the token to participate in the night exam. After finding a place to sit down, their eyes instantly locked on the arena, where the fight had just ended, and another one was taking place. Crump. Another gate opened. This time, the announcer shouted, his voice magically amplified. We have the swift magic swordsman, Lightning Wolf. A lean man stepped out, electricity crackling faintly along his blade, arcs dancing over his boots as he rolled his shoulders. And facing him, raw power incarnate, AXE Barber. The opposite gate burst open. A massive man emerged, nearly 2 meters tall, carrying an absurdly large axe resting on his shoulder. His muscles bulged, veins pulsing, a savage grin carved across his face. Lightning Wolf. Axe Barber. Boom. The gong slammed down, the sound echoing through the arena like a cannon shot. Almost instantly, Axe Barber leapt towards the opponent. The stone floor cracked under his feet as his massive body flew forward, axe raised high above his head. Muscles swelling as mana surged through his arms. Whoosh dash. The axe came down like a falling mountain. Lightning Wolf vanished. Crash. The blade smashed into the arena floor, stone exploding outward in jagged chunks, dust and debris erupting into the air. Miss. He dodged it before Axe Barber could even pull his weapon back. Crackle zap. A streak of blue lightning flashed behind him. Lightning Wolf reappeared in a blink, his body twisting mid-step as electricity burst from his boots, pushing him sideways at an unnatural angle. He didn't T-swing immediately. Instead, he dragged his sword lightly along Axe Barber's back. ZZZT dash. Grah. The giant roared, skin blackening where the blade touched, smoke rising as lightning seeped into his muscles. Lyra sucked in a sharp breath. He didn't T-cut deep, she whispered. No. He S planting lightning on his opponent's body. As if proving his words, Axe Barber tried to turn. His right leg twitched and then locked. What? Ronan's voice rang from somewhere behind them. BZZZT. Electric arcs burst from Axe Barber's thigh, his muscles spasming violently as he stumbled, nearly dropping his axe. Then, the Lightning Wolf moved backward as the lightning flashed briefly under his feet, never exploding wildly, never wasting energy. Crackle. He struck again, but not using the destructive power of lightning in one go, but dealing small, almost inexistent hits that didn't seem to cause any damage. Each hit left faint, glowing lines on Axe Barber's body, like veins made of lightning. Lyra leaned forward without realizing it, her eyes completely locked onto the fight. He not releasing everything at once, she murmured. He circulating it. Gray glanced at her. Good. She learning something from this at least. Axe Barber roared and slammed his axe into the ground. Enough. Mana explodet outward. Boom dash. A shockwave ripped through the arena, flinging Lightning Wolf backward. He skidded across the stone, his boots screeching. Axe Barber. Axe Barber. The giant charged. swinging wildly now, abandoning precision for raw power. Wham! Crash! Each strike shattered stone, forcing Lightning Wolf to retreat again and again. Crackle! And just then, the Lightning Wolf stopped and lowered his sword lyly as electricity crawled up his arms, not violently, but smoothly, like flowing water. Lyra's pupils trembled. He is compressing it. Gray smiled faintly. Now watch. Lightning Wolf thrust his sword into the ground. Sot sop. The glowing lines on Axe Barber's body ignited all at once. Vuvuha. His entire body convulsed. Lightning erupted from inside him. Bzzrtbom. Axe Barber screamed as his muscles locked completely, axe slipping from his hands and crashing to the floor. Lightning Wolf stepped forward calmly. One clean swing. Thud! The giant collapsed face first, smoke rising from his body. Lightning Wolf wins. The arena exploded. Lyra was breathing fast now, eyes shining. I see it, she whispered in complete surprise. He doesn't let lightning control him. He lets it flow, like it's part of his body. Gray looked at her with a satisfied smile. Her mana was subtly stirring, unconsciously mimicking what she'd just seen. She truly is a genius. That's the difference between talent and experience, Gray stated quietly. You have more power than he has. You just lack refinement. Crackle. She nodded at his words, her fists clenching slightly, a golden lightning crackling lightly. I want to fight like that. Chapter 195, perhaps. Alas, goodbye. They spent over 2 hours watching numerous fights and discussing them with each other, which caused Lyra to refine herself even further. By the time they finally stood up to leave, the roar of the crowd was already starting to feel distant, echoing behind them like a fading storm. As they stepped out of the arena, the noise dulled instantly, replaced by the hum of the city streets and the warm glow of lanterns being lit one by one. Lyra exhaled deeply. That last fight, she said, still thinking about it. That lightning user, the one with the short spear. Gray hummed. Yeah. At first I thought he was sloppy. She frowned slightly, tried to recall every detail. But then, he threw that liquid on the ground. You noticed? Gray nodded in approval. Of course I did. She shot him a look. That bottle wasn't team mana. It was something else. They walked side by side through the street. It was a conductive fluid, Gray explained calmly. Not rare, but not cheap either. When lightning touches it, it spreads instead of dissipating. Lyra's steps slowed, so when the opponent stepped on it, the lightning didn't need to hit directly, Gray finished. It traveled through the liquid, up the legs, into the nerves. She sucked in a quiet breath. And that's why his opponent froze instantly, she murmured. That guy was using his brain, and not simply raw force. Gray glanced at her, seeing the way her fingers moved unconsciously, as if tracing invisible lines on the ground. Lightning doesn't exactly have to be violent, he said. It just needs a path to travel. Think of this as a chemical reaction. Chemical reaction? Do you actually believe in those maniacal scientists? Lyra gave Gray an odd look. Gray stopped walking for a moment, turning to face her fully. Not everything they say is nonsense, he repeated calmly. Some of it is just badly explained. They talk about invisible things reacting with other invisible things. Sounds fake. Lyra crossed her arms, still unconvinced. He sighed softly. Then let me put it in a way you already understand. He reached down, picked up a small wooden splinter from a broken crate near the street, and held it between his fingers. Lightning strikes wood, he said. What happens? It burns, Lyra replied instantly. Exactly. But lightning isn't fire. She frowned. But it creates fire. Because what resists it, Gray continued. Lightning hates resistance. When it meets something that doesn't let it pass freely, all that energy has nowhere to go. So it turns into heat. He crushed the splinter lightly between his fingers and let it fall. Now imagine metal, he went on. Lightning loves metal. It runs through it smoothly, fast and clean, but doesn't create fire or an explosion? Lyra's eyes slowly narrowed. So the material decides what lightning becomes. Now you're getting it, Gray nodded. Lightning isn't just destruction. It's movement, flow, reaction. He lifted his hand and created a small ball of mana threads before then touching Lyra's left hand, who was unconsciously creating golden lightning. Crackle. Gray imprisoned the thin thread of golden lightning in the small, and, using mana, he controlled it, causing it to start humming softly instead of cracking violently. Your mistake is treating lightning like a hammer. You swing it, smash everything, and then wonder why you're exhausted. Lyra stared at the thin strand, her breath slowing. But if I treat it like water, she murmured. Gray smiled faintly. Then you guide it. Her eyes widened slightly. So if I change what it touches, she continued, her voice gaining speed, or where it passes wet ground, metal, certain liquids. You don't need more power. You need better paths for your lightning to flow through. Gray finished. For a moment, she said nothing. Oh, her shoulders relaxed, as if something heavy had finally settled into place. I always try to overwhelm them, she admitted, biting her lip. More power, more speed. I never thought about controlling where the lightning goes after it leaves my body. That's because you've never needed to, Gray replied. Your raw output is fucking ridiculous. Most people can't even stand near it. That's not a compliment. She pouted faintly. It is, he said flatly. But it's also a weakness. She sighed, then nodded. If I had something like that liquid, she said slowly, I could limit how much lightning I release. I wouldn't need to drain myself every time. Exactly, and you wouldn't destroy half the battlefield in the process. She shot him a glare. That happened once. Twice. Okay, twice. Crackle. Golden sparks flickered around her again, but this time they didn't lash out between her fingers. They curved, bending around her fingers like obedient strings. Seeing this, Lyra looked up at him, her golden eyes bright, almost glowing. I get it now. She suddenly grabbed his hand, excitement bubbling through her. Gray, I really get it. That's great. Gray chuckled at her excitement. They slowed their pace as the crowd thinned, the noise of the arena fading behind them. By the way, Lyra said, tone turning a little sheepish as she glanced around. Where exactly is the hotel the Academy arranged for us? Gray didn't even hesitate. The last meal. That's the name? She blinked. MHM. He nodded once. And based on the map I checked earlier, the arena is a bit far from it. If we take this right path and keep going straight, we should get there in no time. Good, Lyra said, stretching her arms lightly. Exhausted. They walked side by side through the illuminated streets, the city slowly settling into its night rhythm. Lanterns glowed softly, merchants were closing their stalls, and the smell of cooked meat and spices lingered in the air. Soon enough, a large, dignified building came into view. The last meal then looked nothing like its ominous name suggested. Wide stone walls, warm lights spilling from the windows, and a carved wooden sign that radiated prestige rather than decay. Inside, the atmosphere was calm and refined. As soon as Gray placed the Gloria Academy student insignia on the counter, the innkeeper's posture straightened instantly. Oh, Gloria Academy? The man said, eyes widening slightly. Please forgive me. His gaze shifted between Gray and Lyra. Then he smiled knowingly. We've already been informed. You'll be staying in our finest room. Lyra opened her mouth. The finest dash? The largest and most prestigious suite. The innkeeper continued smoothly. For honored guests. And, he added with a polite cough, since you're a couple, it seemed appropriate. Gray didn't react much. Lyra, on the other hand, turned red almost instantly. That was fast. Keys were handed over, and moments later, they were led upstairs. The door opened to a spacious, elegant room. Soft carpets, a large bed, tall windows overlooking the city, and a quiet warmth that immediately made the fatigue settle into their bones. As the door closed behind them, silence followed. Gray exhaled and walked forward, sitting on the edge of the bed, rolling his shoulders slightly. The bed is really comfortable, he muttered. At least. Before he could say anything else, Lyra suddenly climbed onto his lap. His body stiffened for half a second before his hands moved on instinct, settling steadily at her waist to keep her from slipping. She interlaced her arms around his neck, her face flushed, eyes avoiding his. Gee, Gray. Yeah, she swallowed, lowering her face just a little, her forehead almost brushing his, her breath trembling against his lips. I think I'm already. Gray directly froze at her words, and just after, he glanced to his right, where a panel kept hovering, like some impending doom. Rank, Peak Grandmaster, 99. He simply looked at her, really looked, reading the tremble in her shoulders, the uneven breath, the mix of courage and nervousness tangled in her eyes. His grip on her waist tightened just slightly. Lyra, I have something to tell you. Hearing his strangely sincere, yet serious tone, Lyra suddenly lifted her head. Her face was still flushed, but it had some kind of a wariness on it. W, what is it? Gosh, why you remaking me nervous? She stammered lightly. Gray bit his lip at her words. He didn't know how to say this, especially since he didn't know if that spiritual powder would make him get enough mental energy to beat the other Gray. After all, it was going to be a mental battle. The one with the biggest mental power would be the winner. Fuck. His eyes suddenly regained a hint of coldness that was hidden from Lyra's eyes. In them, a huge amount of obsessiveness crept in. If I can't have her, then that other fucker also can't. His lips parted slyly. I love you, Lyra. Her breath hitched at his words. His hand rose, thumb brushing her cheek with reverent slowness, as if he were memorizing her skin. Her face flushed deeper at the touch, her lips parting without meaning to. I truly, but truly love you. He paused slyly. However, her smile faltered. He met her gaze fully now, golden eyes locking onto hers. That's exactly why I can't just accept you. Ashu? Panic instantly flashed across her face. And then her eyes widened because something shimmered at the corners of his, something that didn't belong there. Tears. They spilled over before he could stop them, sliding down his face in helpless streaks. Gray, the coldest person she had ever known, and also the warmest one, was crying, actually crying, for the first time since she had ever met him. She reached up instinctively, fingers brushing his cheeks, trying to wipe them away. Gee, Gray, why are you dash? Actually, his voice cracked completely. The tears wouldn't stop, no matter how desperately she tried to chase them away. I cheated on you. Her hand froze midair. The world seemed to drop out from beneath her feet. Her heart seized violently as memory slammed into her. Just a week ago, that inn in the city of pleasure, during the time she asked him multiple questions. And one of them was, would you ever cheat on me? And at that moment, Gray didn't hesitate or pause, directly replying to her. Never. But now he stood in front of her, confessing the very thing he'd sworn he'd never do. Why you lying? She whispered, shaking her head, her fingers trembling as they slipped from his face. Why you have to be? I wish I were. He said hoarsely. God, Lyra, I wish I could tear those memories out of my own head. Her breath shattered. A sound ripped out of her chest, not quite a sob, not quite a scream. Tears flooded her eyes instantly, blurring him into something unrecognizable. When? She choked. Who? I. He desperately reached for her again. Please, let me explain. Don't touch me. She stumbled back, like his hand burned or something. Her tears spilled freely now, streaking down her flushed face, her shoulders shaking so violently she could barely stand. I trusted you, she sobbed, voice breaking again and again. I trusted you. I know. That's why this hurts so much. That's why, she cried, almost hysterical. You don't get to say that. You don't get to decide how much this hurts me. She wiped her face harshly with her sleeve, as if ashamed of the tears, even as more poured out. I gave you everything, she whispered. I was ready to. Her voice collapsed entirely. She couldn't finish the sentence. The room felt too small, and the air too thick. Every memory of him, every smile, every promise, twisted into something sharp and completely unbearable. Sniff, I seek in tea. She backed toward the door, sobbing openly now. I can't be here. Lyra. She turned and ran. The door flew open with a sharp crack, her footsteps uneven and frantic as she bolted down the corridor, her cries echoing behind her. Step! Gray walked towards the door before closing it slyly and turning back to the bed before lying down on it. Tears were dripping from his eyes, but he didn't bother to wipe them. I love you, Lyra, and I'm sorry for being weak. He reluctantly closed his eyes, his lips curling up into a satisfied smile. Chapter 196. Dante versus Gray. It's time. The moment he opened his eyes, Gray found himself standing in a completely clear world. Beneath his feet stretched an endless, flat surface of water, yet firm enough that it refused to let him sink, no matter how much weight he put on it. Above him, the sky was vast and fully blue, so clear it almost hurt to look at, not a single cloud or stain disturbing its purity. Is this Gray's inner world? He muttered to himself. A strong wind suddenly swept across the open space, brushing harshly against his face and tugging at his clothes. At the same time, something inside his mind cracked open, and a violent surge of memories flooded in without warning. Memories of another life. Memories of a man called Dante. Ugh. He grabbed his head tightly, fingers digging into his hair as he tried to hold everything together. Images, emotions, and experiences that weren't his own collided inside his mind, stacking on top of each other until a dull, spreading pain throbbed through his skull. Time lost its meaning as he stood there, forcing himself to endure it. It took more than 5 long minutes before the memories finally settled, sinking deep into his mind as if they had always been there. Only then did he understand. So, I transmigrated into Gray's body, he said slowly, breathing out. And now I have to fight him to take full control. If this really is a mental world. His eyes sharpened slyly, gaining a hint of coldness. I have absolute confidence in winning. Swoosh! The wind surged again, stronger than before, rippling the water beneath his feet. And then Dante noticed someone standing not far away. He had black hair and pure black eyes, one of a kind. However, something was unsettling about that handsome man. His eyes were empty, dull, completely void of emotion, as if nothing in this world could ever move him. Your memories are quite interesting, Dante. Gray's voice suddenly reached out to Dante's ears, causing him to frown slyly. And at that moment, Dante realized that Gray was actually holding something, a black rose. He slowly turned to Dante, having that same cold and emotionless expression. To think I'd be the creation of someone who was merely human, and yet the small things he wrote carried such power. He lifted the black rose and tossed it into the air. It spun slowly, swaying for a brief moment before breaking apart, its petals blooming outward in an almost silent burst. Swish! The black petals flowed around Gray's body like a living current, circling him again and again. He extended his hand forward, and the petals gathered tightly, forming into the shape of a sword, its blade dark and sharp, made entirely of black petals pressed together. Gray grasped it firmly. Come on now. Kill the final boss you worked so hard to create. He raised the sword and pointed it directly at Dante's neck, the tip hovering just inches away. Dante met Gray's gaze without flinching, then slowly curved his lips into a cold smirk. Don't worry, I will. Whoop! A pure white aura burst out from his body, spreading outward like a sudden tide before wrapping tightly around him. The air screamed as streams of wind gathered into his palm, condensing and hardening until a sword formed in his grasp, its blade humming with violent pressure. Authority of everything. Fwish! Erase! Dante muttered the word without emotion, thrusting his sword toward Gray as if passing judgment itself. Yet, despite the overwhelming force behind it, nothing happened. Gray remained completely untouched. You! Dante's eyes widened slightly, disbelief flashing across his face, and Gray looked back at him calmly, almost with disappointment. This is a sword battle, Gray said evenly. 2 human bodies facing each other. You may use any skill related to swordsmanship or body enhancement. His eyes sharpened. But I will not allow anything beyond that. His words fell like an unbreakable rule. A sacred duel, huh? Dante muttered under his breath. After a brief pause, he nodded slightly, accepting it. The white aura around his body compressed inward, thickening and solidifying until it formed a faint outer layer, like invisible armor clinging to his skin. 9 sacred swords. Sword of annihilation. Whip. The moment he swung his blade, it expanded violently, the wind screaming as the sword grew to nearly 50 meters in length, crashing downward toward Gray's position with crushing force. And in that instant, Gray moved. Shadowless sword art, his figure blurred, vanishing from sight. Existence. Clang. The impact sent a violent shock through the air. The giant blade of wind shattered apart the moment it met Gray's sword, exploding into countless sharp gusts that screamed as they were pushed away. Waves rolled across the water beneath them, spreading outward in wide circles. Dante was the first to react. He stepped forward hard, crushing the water under his foot, and swung his sword sideways at Gray's waist. Whoosh! Gray twisted his body at the last second, the blade missing him by a breath. He slid past Dante, his feet barely touching the surface, and answered with a fast strike aimed at Dante's neck. Clang! Steel met wind again as sparks burst out as the two swords collided. The sound sharp and violent. Dante gritted his teeth and pushed forward, forcing Gray back with pure strength. "You're slower than I expected," Dante said coldly. Gray didn't reply. He pulled his sword back and suddenly stepped in close, driving his shoulder into Dante's chest. Boom! The hit landed cleanly. Dante was sent flying backward, skimming across the water for dozens of meters, leaving a deep trail behind him. He dug his foot down hard and stopped himself, water splashing high into the air. Before he could breathe, FWIP, Gray was already there, his fist shooting forward, aimed straight at Dante's face. Thud! Dante barely managed to raise his arm in time. The punch slammed into his forearm, and the force exploded through his body. His bones screamed as he was pushed back again, his feet cutting deep lines into the water. Damn! Dante clenched his teeth and swung his sword upward in a wide arc. Foom! A wall of compressed wind roared forward, tearing the surface apart like paper. Gray jumped. He flipped over the attack, twisted his body in midair, and came down hard with his sword raised above his head. Slosh! Dante blocked with both hands on his sword. Crack! The impact drove him straight down. The water beneath him collapsed inward as if hit by a falling mountain, forming a massive crater. Boom! The shock wave blasted outward, the sky itself trembling as the surface exploded into mist. Gray didn't waste a single second and dropped into the crater and slammed his knee into Dante's stomach. Thud! Air burst from Dante's mouth. His body bent forward, and Gray followed immediately, smashing his elbow down onto Dante's back. Bam! Dante was forced face first into the water. Splash! But even then, he didn't stay down. Phew! With a roar, Dante twisted his body and kicked upward. Wham! His heel caught Gray under the chin. Gray's head snapped back, and he was thrown upward into the air. Dante jumped after him. Whoosh! He appeared above Gray and punched downward with both fists locked together. Boom! Gray crossed his arms just in time. Splash! The hit sent him crashing down like a meteor, slamming into the water and sinking deep below the surface. The surface closed above him, shaking hard as waves spread in every direction. For a brief moment, only silence remained. Then Dante moved, lifting his sword and spreading his arms wide. Foom! The white aura around his body exploded outward, rising high into the sky like a burning storm. The air twisted, screamed, and bent under his will. Divine sword domain. The space above the water trembled. Whip, whip, whip. One sword appeared, then 10, and soon tens of thousands. Blades of pure light, wind, and pressure formed in the sky, all pointing downward. Each sword hummed with killing force, shaking the world just by existing. Dante clenched his fist. Fall! Whoosh! The swords rained down like judgment. Crash! Clang! Boom! They struck the water again and again, piercing through it, exploding on impact, tearing the surface apart as if it were paper. Massive pillars of water shot into the sky, while deep holes were carved straight down into the endless plain. More swords formed, but even while they did, Dante didn't stop. Sacred sword style. He swung his blade forward. Endless execution. Foom! The swords moved at once, stabbing, slashing, spinning, cutting in every direction. The water was shredded, the air screamed non-stop, and the sky shook as if it were about to crack. Still, Dante wasn't satisfied. His eyes burned with killing intent. Blessing of the sword god. The moment the words left his mouth, the world froze. Foom! A heavy pressure descended. The swords in the sky changed. Their edges sharpened further, turning so thin they were almost invisible. The space around them split open in thin lines, unable to handle their sharpness. This blade cuts through anything, he muttered, raising his sword high. He brought it down. Slosh! The blessing surged forward, joining the storm of swords. The attack swallowed everything below, erasing water, air, and space itself. The impact roared louder than thunder, louder than anything before. Boom! The entire inner world shook violently. The water was blown away completely, leaving only mist and broken waves drifting in the air. Seconds passed. Slowly, the water began to fall back down. Drip! Splash! The mist cleared, and there, Gray stood. His body was covered in wounds. Deep cuts ran across his arms, chest, and legs. Blood flowed freely, dripping down and staining the water beneath his feet. Yet he stood completely still. His breathing was calm, as he wasn't gasping or shaking at all. His sword hung loosely at his side, as if nothing had happened. His empty eyes looked straight at Dante. "You're still standing?" Dante's eyes trembled. "Is that all?" Gray tilted his head slightly. Noticing Dante's obviously surprised face, Gray sighed. "It seems so." He looked straight at the clear, blue sky. Since the day he had lost his emotions to get stronger, he noticed something odd about himself. A strange seed of love was planted in his heart, fully dedicated to none other than himself. He didn't know why, but after taking a glimpse at Dante's memories, he realized that it was a simple, necessary protocol for him to cultivate the shadowless sword art, or the so-called émotion sévérine technique. And after witnessing countless interactions from Dante's perspective, he realized something. If one didn't have any emotions, what did it truly mean to be alive? Gray kept staring at the sky, his eyes fixed on that endless blue. It was beautiful, truly beautiful, and yet it felt empty to him, like something he could see but never touch. He had cut his emotions long ago, not by accident or because he was forced, but because he wanted strength. Fear, joy, anger, love, everything that made a person human had been severed, peeled away layer by layer, so his sword could become sharper, purer, faster. At the time, it felt right. Necessary. Power demanded clarity, and emotions were simply noise. Yet now, after seeing Dante's memories, after living through another man's feelings, even if only as an observer, something inside him stirred. People laughed for no reason. They cried even when it changed nothing. They loved knowing it would hurt them. They were weak, and yet they felt alive. Gray slowly lowered his gaze. He finally understood it. Emotions weren't just burdens. They were proof. Proof that one existed not just as a moving body, not just as a thinking mind, but as something that experienced the world. That truth didn't anger him. It didn't sadden him either. It simply existed. He knew what it meant. Others lived first and grew strong later. Gray chose the opposite, and there was no turning back. The seed of love inside him, love for himself, wasn't comfort. It was a replacement, a weak imitation meant only to keep him moving forward without collapsing. Not happiness, not fulfillment, just pure persistence. And as long as he existed, he would keep walking. Gray finally looked back at Dante. Those emotions Dante carried, those were luxuries. Luxuries Gray had abandoned the moment he chose absolute strength. Chapter 197. The purpose of living. Unfortunately, you want to be able to beat me, Dante. Gray muttered the words in a strange tone that was strangely seemed to be carrying a faint trace of something that almost sounded like sadness. His dull eyes, which had been empty for so long, seemed to regain a small hint of brilliance, as if something deep inside had stirred for just a moment. Dante gritted his teeth at his words. He tightened his grip on the sword, and the white aura around his body surged forward, rushing toward Gray like a violent tide. Whoosh! But the moment it got close, the aura shook, twisted, and was forced back, recoiling on itself as if it had felt fear. Pure fear. Dante froze. He could no longer deny it. Gray was a being that never had the chance of being defeated. How dumb am I? Dante muttered to himself. He had always believed in something simple. Someone without emotions should have weak mental power. After all, emotions were the source of will, of drive, of madness. That was what he thought. But he was wrong. Completely wrong. A person with no emotions was not empty because they had nothing. They were empty because they had already lost everything. They had seen through the world, seen through people, seen through hope and despair alike. They had felt pain again and again. So many times that pain itself lost its meaning. When suffering never ends, it stops hurting. It becomes normal. It becomes silent. An empty shell. And yet, that shell does not break. Because there is nothing left inside that can be shaken. No fear to exploit. No anger to provoke. No love to threaten. No despair to deepen. The mind becomes still, unmoving, like a deep ocean with no waves. And because nothing could reach it anymore, nothing could destroy it. That was why his mental power had no end. Not because it was filled with strength, but because it had nothing left to lose. Don't worry. I'll take care of your first love. Gray's words reached Dante's ears clearly. Dante's body stiffened. His head lifted slowly, almost as if pulled by those words alone, and his eyes flashed with raw surprise as they locked onto Gray. Gray was smiling. Not a cold, empty gesture, but an actual smile. Ding. The host has destroyed the implanted seed of love. The shadowless sword art has been destroyed. The emotionless sword intent has been destroyed. The user's realm has dropped to the early master realm. Drip. A thick drop of blood fell to the ground. In another, tears of blood slid down from Gray's eyes, from his nose, from the corners of his mouth, staining his face as his body trembled under the backlash. Yet he kept smiling, a sincere smile, fragile and calm, as he stared straight at Dante. First love? Dante muttered, his voice hollow as he continued to stare at Gray. Something stirred in his mind, a memory he had buried. A girl named Lyra, not the Lyra from Gray's world, but the Lyra from his world. His real first love, the one he had forgotten, yet never truly lost. The feeling was still there, buried deep in his heart, strong enough that he had unknowingly recreated her existence through a character. I see. Dante let out a weak laugh. No wonder. I fell for her again, even without my memories, he said, shaking his head slowly. Then his gaze sharpened as he looked back at Gray. But, are you going to be able to return to normal? Gray lowered his eyes, watching the blood slide down his trembling hands. I will because of you, he replied firmly. The original coldness seemed to have melted entirely from his face, containing a calmer expression instead of a cold one. Well, Dante sighed softly. I knew I was going to die sooner or later. If he truly believed he would live, why had he unconsciously broken up with Lyra? Why had he made sure the other Gray would never have her? However, Dante continued, his tone shifting. I'm sorry to tell you this. His voice turned cold as a flood of notifications appeared before his eyes. An unknown soul form has been detected. The world's balance has been disrupted. Demonic forces will become more active. Your author's privilege has been erased. The demon forces are going to grow far more active than before, Dante declared as he continued staring at the notifications. The World S danger factor has increased by 5 times. Demon forces? Gray's eyes narrowed, regaining that same coldness from before. The balance of this world broke because of your awakening, Dante continued as his body began to blur. A monster with no emotions is frightening. His form slowly turned into drifting wisps of white light. But a monster that has them, his voice faded, is terrifying. Swish! Dante vanished completely, breaking apart into countless white wisps that rushed forward and flowed into Gray's body. Gray closed his eyes. He accepted them without resistance. A violent surge of memories crashed into his mind. Congratulations! Your soul has fused with Dante's. You have inherited the soul contract with Jasmine. You have obtained the title, Vessel of Beauty Destruction. You have obtained the title, Incubus in Human Form. You have obtained the unique talent, Nullification. Ding! The clown class has been forcefully erased by the Akashic records. All related skills have been erased from existence. The combat intuition skill has been deleted due to the user possessing overwhelming combat experience. The emotion-severing technique has been completely removed from the user's constitution. The user is the first being to destroy an innate blessing. Calculating rewards. Gray slowly opened his eyes and found himself back in the in-room. He stared at the endless wall of notifications in front of him, and yet, he showed no surprise at all, like he had expected something like this to happen. Ugh! His hand surprisingly reached out to his chest as he actually felt his heart rate increasing with each passing second. Is this what it feels to be sad? He muttered to himself. He truly was feeling sad because this room remembered the moment where Dante, himself broke up with Lyra, someone he truly loved. Jasmine, you truly did as you promised. Is it over? Yes. How do you feel? Have you regained your emotions? Very strange. But yes, I did regain my emotions. And I apparently inherited his as well. Gray sighed with a faint smile. Honestly, Gray's deal with Jasmine wasn't tea for her to betray Dante, but for her not to interfere during their fight. She always thought Gray would probably be the one to win, but she was a bit doubtful about how Gray was going to regain his emotions. After all, when they made the deal, Jasmine asked why he suddenly wanted to get his body back, and Gray replied, I think I found a purpose to live. At that time, Jasmine had asked what it was, but Gray refused to reply. Now I just need to make up with Lyra, but I'm quite curious about the rewards the Akashic records are creating for me. However, there are more important things to do right now. Gray closed his eyes and extended his spiritual awareness. Unfortunately, since his realm had fallen to the early master realm, his spiritual awareness was not as vast as before. Even so, it was still strong enough to sense Lyra's mana traces. Found her. He opened the window leading to the balcony and jumped out, landing softly on the ground. Then he rushed directly toward the source of Lyra's mana traces and soon found himself approaching a small green field, where a fountain stood beside a marble pathway that led to a seating area. Sniff, W.Y. W.Y. would he do this to me? Sniff! A crying voice reached his ears. No, it was more precisely to say that it reached his heart, since it directly created a faint pain in his chest. The sound of her crying pulled him forward without giving him time to think. Gray slowed his steps the moment he saw her. Lyra was sitting on the edge of the fountain, her shoulders shaking as she tried, and failed to hold back her sobs. Her hands were pressed against her face, fingers clenched tight, as if she was afraid that if she let go, everything inside her would spill out. Gray stopped a few steps behind her. For the first time in a very long time, he hesitated. His chest felt tight. He opened his mouth, and nothing came out. The silence stretched, and Lyra slowly sensed something behind her. She stiffened, then turned her head slightly. Her eyes met his. For a second, she froze, and then her expression twisted. Her eyes reddened even more, and she stood up so fast that water splashed from the fountain. Why you? Her voice cracked. Why are you here? Gray's throat moved as he swallowed. He paused, then forced the words out. I was looking for you. Lyra laughed at his words. Oh, after what you said, she snapped, tears spilling freely now. After you told me you cheated on me? Her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Do you know how stupid I felt? She continued, her voice trembling as her body shook slyly. How small. I kept thinking I did something wrong. I kept replaying everything in my head, wondering when I stopped being enough for you. Gray hesitated once again, 2 times in a row, but then he realized something that caused his whole demeanor to change instantly. After all, he was acting based on his emotions, but if he didn't the whole result would be different. Phew, I almost thought you would turn into a love idiot, but thankfully, you didn't Jasmine sighed in relief the instant his demeanor changed, almost causing Gray to laugh, but he didn't After all, he was facing the girlfriend he broke up with today. And so, his lips parted slyly, as a faint smile appeared on his lips. The blessing of beauty has been activated to the maximum. The authority of beauty is taking effect. Lyra, he called softly, her name leaving his lips just before he dropped to one knee. The familiar posture made Lyra's eyes widen, her breath hitching as she struggled to guess what Gray was about to do. It was then that she realized the hypnotic rings she had once loved and now hated had completely vanished from Gray's eyes. All that remained were his black irises, which, for the first time since she had known him, looked truly empty. But now, they held a warm brilliance that made her face flush the moment she met his gaze. Chapter 198, A Flag That Was Finally Raised. Actually, I didn't cheat on you. The words that came right out of his mouth instantly caused her eyes to widen. Confusion spread across her face instantly, her lips parting as if she wanted to ask what he meant. But before she could say a single word, Gray continued. You notice my eyes, right? He said softly, lifting a hand and pointing at his black pupils. They're different now. Lyra sniffled and nodded, staring deeply at him without even blinking. She truly loved him, so even though she was still deeply hurt by his words, she decided to let him continue. Maybe there's a reason, she thought. That's because I had a split personality. Her breathing stopped for a second. Gray noticed it instantly and continued in a thoughtful tone. However, one of them was, how do I put this? He paused, pretending to think, but creating a small space for Lyra to truly focus on his appearance. Since the authority of beauty still had the effect of enticing someone or making your words more believable. And it was working as Lyra's curious eyes were locked on him the moment he said split personality. But Gray knew that the only reason she was like this was that, in the past, Lyra had told Gray that she had a split personality, so she knew exactly how it felt. Hence, the reason she didn't try to shout or slap him yet, and simply stayed looking at him while waiting for him to explain. Well, he was emotionless, I say. You might have met him, but unfortunately, I do not have memories of when our personality switches. Another lie. However, it seemed to have worked as her hands trembled the moment he spoke those words. But recently, Gray lifted his eyes and met hers directly. I realized that the other personality was starting to consume me. The look he was giving her made something click in her mind almost immediately. Her eyes widened even more, her pale pink lips trembling as hope slowly, painfully formed. Does that mean, that you sniff? I lied about cheating on Emmy? Tears pooled in her golden eyes, spilling over her lashes. But this time, they truly contained a huge amount of hope, awaiting Gray's response. Unfortunately, yes, Gray replied, scratching the back of his neck. Another lie. After all, he did cheat on her, although he had only kissed Selena. And now, I kind of consumed him instead. He lowered his hand and gently took hers. Her hand was cold and trembling, but he didn't mind. He wrapped both of his hands around it and patted it softly, grounding her. In return, I lost that small ring in my eyes, he uttered quietly, and sacrificed a bit of my power. Her fingers tightened around his. The reason I said those things back then, Gray lowered his head. It wasn't because I wanted to hurt you. He brought her hand closer and rested his forehead against it. I didn't want him to hurt you. His voice softened even more. If I try to break normally, I knew you would make a mess out of it. So I resorted to the fastest and ugliest way by saying that I cheated on you. He buried his face against her hand, his breath brushing against her skin. Sorry, Lyra. His voice trembled. Truly sorry. At his words, Lyra stayed silent for a long moment. Her hand was still in his, but her fingers slowly loosened, neither pulling away nor holding tighter, as if she didn't know which one she wanted to do. Full. Her shoulders trembled, and she took a shaky breath, like she was trying very hard not to cry again. Gray, I really hate you. Her voice reached out to him, causing his breath to hitch, and she noticed this instantly. She wiped at her cheek with her free hand, smearing away tears that just kept coming no matter how much she tried to stop them. I hate that I love your smile, she continued, her voice shaking. I hate that I love when you tease me. I hate your stupid sexual jokes that always make me flustered. Her lips trembled as she spoke faster, her emotions practically spilling out. I hate that you can be comforting when I least expect it. I hate that when you embrace me. Her voice softened. I feel happier than I ever should. She paused slyly, her lips quivering as she looked down at him. She gently raised his head and pulled back just a little, enough to look at him properly. And I really hate how you keep everything to yourself and never ask me for help. Her hand gently caressed Gray's cheeks, and at this, Gray gently held it and kept looking at Lyra, awaiting her response. I love you, Gray, she whispered lovingly. I really love you. Her thumb pressed against his lips softly, parting them slyly as the tears finally stopped swelling in her eyes. For some reason, I had never fallen in love, but then I met you. That small encounter during the entrance exam. I didn't expect it to get us here, she laughed cheekily. At that time, I had only seen you as a particularly handsome guy, and of course, I wanted to be your friend. Just for the eye candy. She teased playfully. Her smile softened as she kept talking. But as I spent more and more time with you, I became increasingly curious about you. The rumor said that you were a playboy, and you confirmed that fact yourself, as you always accompanied 2 girls, and that other girl whose name I forgot. And the day that girl died, I noticed that you changed. Her expression dimmed a little. That you weren't actually a playboy and really cared for that girl. I think that's where I truly started falling for you. She smiled brightly at him. So Gray, she called out sweetly. My boyfriend. My future husband. My first love. My last love. My only love. My darling. My precious. My idiot. My handsome idiot. My everything. My honey. She kept on adding more nicknames, and this action actually made Gray feel a little cold. He didn't know why, but the way she kept whispering those nicknames sounded utterly possessively and maddeningly obsessively. Mine, she whispered. Her fingers tightened slightly on his cheek. In the future, Lyra continued sweetly, I won't ever let you go. Her eyes curved into a happy smile, but an overwhelming amount of possessiveness shone behind them. You'll always be mine. Ho, she beamed at him, holding him close, as if the idea of losing him had never existed in her world at all. And to this, Gray lifted a hand and patted the back of her head lightly. I didn't expect that Lyra had this kind of attribute. Me neither. Well, that makes things a lot easier for me. Gray smiled lightly, planting a soft kiss on her shoulder that instantly made a small giggle escape her lips. They kept that position for a while, before Gray finally whispered into her ear. Shall we go back to the inn? Lyra nodded quickly, a big smile spreading across her face. Gray nodded back and, without warning, picked her up. Lyra let out a small sound of surprise before wrapping her arms around his neck. She buried her face against the nape of his neck, breathing him in, and slowly closed her eyes, looking completely at ease. Just like that, Gray carried her back to the inn. Once inside, he gently set her down on their bed and laid down beside her, looking at her beautiful golden eyes. Instantly, she shifted closer to him, putting her head on his chest. Thump, thump. She could hear the sound of his heartbeat along with the small sound of his breathing. That somehow made her truly feel at ease. But she wasn't satisfied. Russell, her fingers started moving, and carefully, she slipped one hand under the edge of his shirt. Gray stiffened slightly. Lyra noticed. She let out a soft giggle. Her hand moved across his skin, her fingers tracing the hard lines of his stomach, feeling the muscles tense under her touch. She pressed lightly, then slid her hand a bit higher, as if testing how far she could go. Gray looked down at her, surprised. Lyra? She didn't answer. Instead, she scooted closer, her body pressing gently against his side. Her other hand followed, resting on his chest, her fingers spreading slowly as she felt his heartbeat under her palm. So firm, she murmured unconsciously. Her head lifted, and then she leaned in close enough that he could feel her breath, and then planted a soft kiss on his chin, lingering for half a second longer than needed. She pulled back slightly and smiled up at him, her eyes shining with mischief. "You're mine," she repeated in a loving tone. Hearing her words, Gray sighed before pulling her closer to his chest. "I am yours." She laughed in pure delight. Chapter 199. The Academy of Sword Magic. Chup. Opening his eyes, the first thing Gray woke up to was the sound and the warm, damp feeling of someone sucking his neck hard, making his skin tingle. "Lyra, what are you doing so early in the morning?" He mumbled sleepily, rubbing his eyes while yawning deeply before he gently pulled Lyra away from his neck. She giggled. "I was just marking you." "Of course." She grinned widely while sitting on his stomach, her body keeping him from sitting up in bed. Her golden eyes looked down at him with a satisfied and proud look. She lifted one hand and adjusted her messy bed hair slightly, then leaned down and snuggled her head against Gray's chest. "I love you." Her words were muffled against him, but they were loud enough for him to hear clearly. Gray smiled faintly, planted a kiss on the top of her head, and replied softly, "Love you too." "Russell." She suddenly lifted her head and glared at Gray with a dangerous look. "I love you too." MHMPH. She shifted her position quickly, then wrapped her arms around his neck and clung to his shoulder. Her nose brushed against the nape of his neck as she started sniffing his scent again and again, clearly satisfied. "Huh." Gray slowly sat up, picked her up with a single hand, and stood from the bed. Lyra didn't resist at all, staying wrapped around him as he walked to the bathroom. He handed her the toothpaste, then grabbed 2 toothbrushes. Squish. Lyra put toothpaste on both of them before placing the toothpaste back on the table. Gray handed her one of the toothbrushes. Scrappy. They started brushing their teeth together. Lyra clung to Gray like an octopus, her arms and legs wrapped around him as he lifted her easily, just like holding a child. Gray held her waist with his hand and used his arm to support her buttocks. Because of that, her massive chest pressed close to him, brushing against his face more than once as she moved slightly while brushing her teeth. Phew. After brushing their teeth, Gray leaned forward to wash his face. As he bent down over the sink, Lyra almost slid off his body, but her octopus-like limbs tightened around him, holding on firmly as if it were natural. Splash! Gray cupped water in his hands and splashed his face, droplets running down his jaw and dripping into the sink. Just as he wiped his eyes, he felt a small poke on his cheek. He turned his head slightly. Lyra was staring deeply at him with half-closed, sleepy eyes. Splash! Without hesitation, Gray flicked water at her face as well. The cool droplets hit her skin, and instead of protesting, she let out a small hum, sounding oddly satisfied. However, the next part of his routine was changing his clothes. He opened his dimensional storage and picked out the clothes for himself and Lyra before settling down neatly in the bed. "Lyra, get off me. I need to change clothes," he said, lightly tapping her forehead. She was clinging to his back now, her legs wrapped tightly around his waist. She had shifted positions earlier when she nearly slid down while he was washing his face. "No, I want to be close to you," she whined in a spoiled manner, kissing his shoulder multiple times. Gray simply sighed. It had only been 2 days since they got back together, and yet she had managed to become unbearably clingy. Not that he minded, but he really wanted to change his clothes, as in just a few minutes, they needed to head towards Clarentine's Sword Magic Academy. Lyra, we need to go to the academy. Fuck the academy, I just want to be close to you, and Mitchum, she muttered lazily, before she snipped the back of his neck once again. At her words, Gray simply waited a few seconds. Click! A realization suddenly got into his mind. Wait, today is the day we will go to the academy. Her eyes snapped wide open in complete shock and surprise. She instantly let go of him and fell backward off his back, landing neatly on the floor with her hands. Why didn't you say that sooner? Without wasting a second, she started taking off her clothes right in front of him and quickly put on the special academy uniform Gray had already taken out for her. Gray turned away slightly and changed as well. In less than a minute, both of them were fully dressed. The academy's just on the next street, Gray said with a small chuckle as he watched Lyra struggle with her bed hair. Relax a little. Lyra ignored him completely, staring at herself in the mirror with a serious expression. Seeing this, Gray stepped closer, took a hair elastic, and gently started tying her hair into a ponytail. Gee, Gray? Her face flushed slightly as he turned her face toward him and carefully began adjusting her bangs with his fingers. He smoothed them down, fixed a few loose strands, and stepped back after a moment. Gray nodded with a satisfied smile. Perfect. Let us go now. At his words, Lyra took a look at the mirror, and seeing her hair neatly arranged, she hummed happily and slipped her arm around Gray's. Just as he had said, the academy entrance was on the next street, and already there they saw the others waiting for them. You guys are finally here, Selena exclaimed. But as soon as her eyes fell on the fact that Lyra was sticking much closer to Gray than normal, her eyes showed a small hint of coldness. Looks like they had a good night, Selene added dryly from the side, letting out a soft scoff. Faced with their barely concealed jealousy, Lyra only grinned wider. Indeed, mischievously, she reached up and tugged Gray's collar down just slightly, revealing the faint hickeys along his neck. The effect was immediate. Both Selena and Selene stiffened, their expressions darkening as the urge to punch Lyra surged almost simultaneously. That aside, Gray interrupted immediately. Who is supposed to be meeting us again? At his question, Leon, standing beside Adrian and Maelys, spoke up casually. The student council president, I think. You mean the first princess? Ronan shouted in pure excitement, causing everyone to look at him almost instantly. Even several nearby students frowned and turned to stare as they passed through the academy gates, heading toward their respective classes. Realizing the attention he'd drawn, Ronan coughed awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. Sorry. I'm just really excited to meet her, he admitted, trying to sound modest but failing miserably. Adrian raised an eyebrow. She asked that impressive? He asked, clearly puzzled. I mean, what is the big deal? Ronan straightened immediately, as if that question alone demanded a proper explanation. Seraph everything.My, he began with a strange reverence. The first princess of our kingdom. She was declared a sword prodigy and awakened her sword aura at the age of 14. There are even rumors that she has already manifested sword chi, something only king-level swordsmen are supposed to achieve. He took a quick breath, then continued without pause. And on top of that, in the beauty rankings made by commoners and nobles alike, she was crowned the most beautiful young woman in the kingdom. Only the Northern Duchess Evelyn surpassed her, and that's mostly thanks to her mermaid bloodline. Ronan kept rambling enthusiastically, but Gray barely heard him. After all, her name gave him a sense of nostalgia. Seraph everything.My was his first love, actually his true first love, during the age when he was the most innocent, when his love was truly pure. However, everything ended when he was 16, when his family told him to start acting like a scumbag to distract the royal family from their own. Because of this, Gray decided to break up with her, not wanting to hurt her anymore. She refused, saying that if he died, she would only love him. At that moment, Gray was truly smitten with her, but he swallowed his emotions and simply said they were over before starting his scumbag spree. Since then, he had never seen her again. "Oh, wait," Adrian suddenly interrupted Ronan's monologue, pointing off into the distance. "Is that the person you're talking about?" Everyone turned to look, including Gray. For a brief moment, his eyes widened before returning to their usual state. Clack, clack. In the distance, walking toward them with a perfect posture, was a woman who immediately drew the eye of any man nearby. She had long, pure silver hair that shone faintly under the morning light, and icy light blue eyes that seemed sharp enough to cut through anything. She wore the Academy's official uniform, black accented with deep blue, its emblem displaying a crossed sword and staff over her chest. A band wrapped around her upper arm bore clear lettering, Student Council President. Her figure was tall and well-proportional, and her chest seemed to be of an average size. But that is just for the naked eye. When they were around 12 years old, both of them would talk about their own bodily changes to each other, since that was the age when their body started to mature. Seraph at that age was much taller than Gray, even looking more than 3 years older than him. And that wasn't the only thing that was big about her. At that age, her breasts had already reached the D-cup size, not to mention how big they should be now. She was probably wearing bandages over her chest to hide her size, just like she started doing when she was 14. Other than that, she was quite tall, even taller than the average male. It looked like she was around 183 centimeters or 6 feet tall. Their eyes met for a brief moment, causing both of them to freeze momentarily. Chapter 200. Meeting the student council after exactly 2 seconds, Gray averted his gaze from her and focused on the power levels of the group. All of them are at the early Great Master realm, except for Seraph. Huh? His eyes flicked back to her for a brief moment, his thoughts immediately assessing her. Peak of the Master realm. Although Seraph's cultivation was weaker than theirs, Gray knew that she was much stronger than all of them combined. After all, sword chi is no joke, and given the prodigious talent she had displayed at such a young age, Gray was certain that she had already reached that level. Speaking of sword chi, I still need to acquire another sword art. But all the public ones, even those sold in auction houses, are far too basic. Low level, nothing special. He narrowed his eyes slightly, frowning deeply. Maybe I should perform a ritual and offer something to Divika, the goddess of war. If she is generous, she might grant me a stronger sword art. Gray briefly considered this. After all, Divika's character was said to be detached, emotionless even, only swayed by logic and calculation. If she could weigh the benefits and drawbacks of giving him a powerful technique, perhaps she'd offer it willingly. But then again, there's the matter of another option. Gray's thoughts turned back to Jasmine. Jasmine, do you have any sword technique you could pass down to me? A sword technique? I believe so. But to transmit it properly, I need to materialize my body, and unfortunately, I don't have enough divinity left to do that. Right? You'll have to warn me if there's anyone with divinity nearby. If not, I'll need to sacrifice the Saint Chi orb to the demon converging gourd. All right. If anything, you can also save up blood for me, as when I materialize, I can also recover by absorbing blood. Blood? Noted. Welcome to the Academy of Sword Magic. A young man, bearing the title of Vice President, was the first to speak. He wore a small, polite smile as he addressed the group. I trust you all had a pleasant stay at the finest hotel our dear city has to offer, he said, giving a respectful bow toward them, acknowledging the privilege of their accommodations. Before we proceed with the tour of the academy, however, I must ask, he paused, his eyes scanning each individual in the group, who will be considered the leader of this group. His voice sounded quite casual, but there was an obvious curiosity in it. Everyone easily knew that the group in front of them had already measured their power, but it seemed that they were still a bit cautious. At his words, everyone's eyes turned to Gray slyly, even Leon's. I wouldn't say leader, but Gray is definitely the strongest between us. Adrian, always the straightforward one, answered without hesitation. Although he never fought Gray, there was a confirmation that he had beaten Cassandra the strongest student of their year, and that, of course, makes him the strongest. However, he was always thinking that maybe Maelys was hiding her power, as the killing intent she had shown towards him made him extremely scared. Yeah, the strongest between us is indeed Gray, the others murmured in agreement. This affirmation only deepened the vice president's curiosity, and soon his eyes were locked on Gray. They didn't seem to find anything unusual except that he looked a bit too handsome for their liking. "Sarah, you're drooling." The voice came from the man standing next to the short-haired girl, poking the girl's cheek in a teasing manner. Sarah, who had been silently gazing at Gray with a mix of admiration and curiosity, snapped out of her daze immediately. Her eyes widened in embarrassment. Sorry. I just couldn't help myself after looking at him," she exclaimed earnestly, clearly flustered. The sincerity of her words only seemed to make her blush more, but they also caused Lyra's eyes to narrow coldly. And then, unexpectedly, Seraph was the first one to approach Gray. "Nice to see you again, Gray." She extended her hand towards him, causing the others behind her to widen their eyes in shock. Gray didn't seem to bother, and shook her hand. "Russell," but then he frowned, as he felt the tip of her fingers caressing the back of his hand, in a way that the people behind or in front of him couldn't see. "You guys know each other?" said the vice president from behind him. "Yeah, we've met before," she slowly spoke, gazing deeply into his eyes. Gray retracted his hand and turned his attention back to the vice president, offering a polite smile. "The name's Gray," he said, extending his hand toward him. "Henrik," the vice president replied, shaking his hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm sure we'll get along just fine." Gray nodded, then glanced over at the others. Henrik took the chance to continue introducing the rest. "And this is Sarah, our secretary," Henrik continued with a slight chuckle. "The one who was drooling over Gray earlier." "That's me," Sarah chimed in with a bright smile, lifting both hands in a playful gesture, her embarrassment now gone. Henrik turned to the next person. "This is Zach, our treasurer." "Yo," Zach greeted casually, giving a small wave. "And of course, our president. You've already met her." Henrik spoke with a small smile, referring to Seraph. Gray nodded at the mention of her, then turned his focus to his own group. Maelys, Lyra, Katia, Celine, Selena, Lyra, Cassandra, Adrian, Leon, and Ronan, Gray uttered, gesturing to each person in turn. Almost everyone just offered a casual smile, especially Maelys and Cassandra, who just nodded lightly. But yeah, almost everyone, as Ronan waved his hands excitedly. "Hey, glad to meet you all." They all nodded lightly at his excited words. "Now that introductions are done, let us take you on a tour of the academy." He smiled, clasping his hands together. The group started walking, with Gray right beside Henrik as the others follow behind. First off, there are 3 key rules in this academy. Killing is allowed, but I'm sure you've already gotten used to that from your own academy. That said, the atmosphere here is quite peaceful overall, with most students more focused on self-improvement than mindless violence. Gray nodded at his words. Secondly, you cannot kill someone in a duel. It's a bit of a dumb rule, if I must say, but here we consider duels something sacred, where no one shall die. It's simply a way to improve your power by fighting others. And finally, every single week, there's a mandatory demon hunting session, where we enter the lower ground of the netherworld to kill demons. Based on your hunts, you'll be granted rewards fitted, whether that is money or any artifact. Netherworld? Lyra suddenly questioned from behind, causing Henrik to stop. "You have a portal to enter?" She pressed. "Indeed," Henrik nodded. "Indeed," Henrik replied, his expression slightly amused. "Our headmistress is a bit, well, let us say, she is very eccentric." He hummed for a moment, struggling to find the right words. "Crazy?" Sarah piped in, finally stepping forward to approach Gray. "She is a bit of a crazy genius," Sarah continued with a wink. "She loves experimenting, especially with demon bodies. So, she created her own portal to the netherworld to let us hunt demons for her. If she finds any interesting bodies, she rewards us. Simple as that." Lyra puffed up her cheeks in annoyance before grabbing Gray's arm and glaring at Sarah. "Oh, so you have a girlfriend?" Sarah exclaimed, her voice dripping with disappointment as she turned toward Gray. Gray simply nodded, poking at Lyra's puffed-up cheeks, making them pop. "A very loving one," he added with a faint smile. Lyra smiled at his words, snuggling against his shoulder in happiness. Anyway, Henrik cleared his throat, drawing attention back to him. "This is our academy's main ground. It's a non-killable zone, mainly for relaxation. It's also a popular spot for couples," he said, eyeing the pair of them with a slight, teasing smile. Lyra nodded happily in response. As they walked, Henrik continued his tour, pointing out various buildings. "Over there is the battleground, another non-killable area. It's where our sacred duels happen. And beyond that, the dorms are our first kill zone. We train our students to stay alert, even at night." Henrik paused briefly, looking at the group with a little chuckle. "Most students end up building expensive barriers around their rooms. That building over there is the Coliseum," Henrik continued. "It's where big events like the Academy Interchange Duels and the Winter Festival happen. You'll probably see the Hunger Games soon." "Hunger Games?" Gray muttered. "Yeah, it's basically a battlefield game where the last student standing wins. You'll be thrown onto a deserted island with no food or anything, and you need to be the last one to survive. Most of the students choose to kill the others. There are even a few cases of them eating other students, but well," Gray nodded. "And finally, there's our classes building, where you guys will be divided into 4 classes. Our student council president will decide which class you belong to." He turned to Seraph, who gave a slight nod. Few a sudden, strange light emanated from Seraph's eyes as she started scanning everyone. "Don't worry. This is a unique ability from our president that allows her to measure your combat power." His smile turned a little cold. Hearing his words, Gray turned to Seraph, and as the light fell over him, his eyes narrowed slyly as he started sensing the flow of mana from her eyes. Slowly, he started understanding the process behind that so-called special ability. Ding! The skill Spirit Eyes has been acquired. Current proficiency, elementary. Minus 120 permanent points of nullification. It worked. What did you just do? How could you copy her ability? Jasmine was entirely shocked by the actions. I reversed the nullification ability that I gained from Dante. It can nullify any kind of skills, but to do that, it needs to understand the process behind it to successfully erase it. I just reversed. And instead of trying to nullify, I tried to copy it. And it worked. Doesn't that mean that you can now copy any kind of skill? Yes. However, I'll lose permanent points to use nullification, which isn't a bother since I can meditate to get more. However, if there's a very strong skill, that can take quite a dump in my soul energy. After the light coming from her eyes faded, Seraph nodded lightly. Gray, Cassandra, and Maelys will be entering the Phoenix class. Lyra, Adrian, and Katia will enter the Black Turtle class. Celine, Selena, and Lyra will be entering the White Tiger class. And the rest will be entering the Azure Dragon class. The classes were decided instantly. Chapter 201. The Phoenix class, Azure Dragon class. That's dope. But why those names? Ronan asked with an excited yet confused expression. Our headmistress firmly believes in the existence of those divine creatures. Even though they vanished thousands of years ago, she still holds onto the hope of finding one. He gave a brief pause before continuing. She also thinks no class should have more resources than the others, so she created an equal class system. As for why you're all grouped this way, each of us will be overseeing the class we're assigned. Oh, Ronan nodded. For example, the reason Gray, Cassandra, and Maelys are in the Phoenix class is that they're the strongest of you guys. Therefore, they will be directly overseen by the student council president. But I still don't understand why Gray was chosen for the Phoenix class, he added inwardly. Truthfully, they were the strongest among all of them. However, the Phoenix class was a classroom made solely of girls. So Henrik didn't really know why Seraph had put Gray in the Phoenix class. Strongest? Are you sure about that? Leon asked lightly. I'm sure. I fully believe in the capabilities of our president. Your Highness, his eyes sharpened coldly, causing Leon to scoff slyly. Ignoring Leon's scoff, he continued, I'll be overseeing the Azure Dragon class. Sarah has the Black Turtle class, and Zach S. in charge of the White Tiger class. He clasped his hands. That being said, you will now follow your representative to your class. At these words, everyone nodded before approaching their own representative, meaning that Gray was now with Maelys, Cassandra, and Seraph. His sister, his second love, and his first love. Brother taking the opportunity that Lyra wasn't nearby anymore. Maelys directly started clinging to Gray, pressing his right arm between her breasts. How lucky we are to be in the same class, she purred excitedly. Before Gray could respond, a faint sneer cut through the air. Seraph turned her head, her eyes narrowing as she glanced at Maelys. You Haven T changed a bit. Still clinging to your brother like you did when you were kids, Seraph remarked coldly, looking at her with a mocking look. Maelys smirked at her words, not backing down. I could say the same about you. But did you forget? He chose me over you. He did break up with you after all at those words. Seraph remained surprisingly calm. Do you think I don't know what your family ordered Gray to do? She simply uttered those words, and that was enough for Maelys to shut up. She scoffed lightly before pressing closer to Gray. At the same time, Seraph glanced at Gray lightly. She still loves me, huh? But also hates me. That's conflicting. He sighed inwardly. Do you know her? Jasmine curiously asked. Gray nodded lightly. She was my first ever love, and one of the few people that I truly loved. Back then, I was forced to break up with her because I needed to ruin my own reputation so that her family, the royal family, wouldn't target my family. So, why didn't she greet her brother? That's obvious. He asked the crown prince, and Seraph, as the elder princess, probably has ideas for usurping the throne. Besides, people in the royal family aren't usually friendly with each other. Jasmine nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Cassandra walked beside them, having the same calm expression as ever, as if she didn't care about anything at all. Seeing this, Gray decided to tell her that now, he wouldn't lose his memory anymore, and that he had resolved the issue. It was quite a bad lie, but it was more than enough for someone like Cassandra. However, Maelys was on his right side, so he couldn't exactly tell her. I'll tell her later. We're here. After what felt like forever, they reached the door of the so-called Phoenix class, where the emblem of a phoenix was etched prominently on the wood. Without any hesitation, Seraph pushed the door open, and the three of them followed right behind. But as they stepped into the room, all of them froze, eyes widening. Even Cassandra looked taken aback. The room was filled with beautiful girls. Every single student inside was female. Is that a guy? It really is a guy, and it's such a handsome one. The girls in the class were instantly in an uproar, all eyes on Gray. Seraph, noticing their reaction, turned to him and added with a smirk, I forgot to mention, but the Phoenix class consists only of girls. That late warning caused Gray's expression to twitch slyly. The professor should be arriving in a few minutes, so you three can go and find a seat for yourselves. The three of them nodded lightly, and immediately Gray spotted two seats next to the place where Cassandra was going, with one being next to the window. Without a second thought, Gray followed her, taking the seat by the window. Maelys, seeing this, pouted softly before choosing a seat 2 places ahead of him, just far enough to not be directly beside him, but still within reach. Now, they only had to wait for the professor's arrival. Cass. He simply muttered that name, and that was enough for Cassandra to sharply turn her head towards him. Emryn, she muttered softly, only for him to hear. He nodded lightly. There's no memory issue anymore. He lightly pinched the bridge of her nose. When he retracted his hand, he added with a faint, teasing smile, Now, you can always come to me if you want. She nodded instantly at his words, a faint smile appearing on her face before quickly vanishing. Russell, just then, Gray felt a hand crawl to his right leg, and seeing Cassandra look forward resolutely, he wanted to laugh. He grasped her left hand with his right hand and interlaced their fingers, causing Cassandra's ears to flush lightly, but she tightened the grip almost instantly. Clack, clack. After a while, the sound of heels tapping against the floor reached them. A moment later, a beautiful woman stepped into the classroom. Her long black hair was tied back into a neat ponytail, and her glasses barely concealed her sharp green eyes. As she entered, her gaze swept across the room before briefly pausing on Gray in complete surprise. Her eyes then glanced over to Seraph, who gave her a small nod. "Hello, students," she began speaking. "As you all saw earlier, we have 3 students from Gloria S. Academy here for the inter-exchange project." She paused, her eyes lighting up with enthusiasm as she continued. "My name is Ellen, and I'll be your professor for the rest of the semester. For now, I just have a few questions for the 3 of you." Gray, Cassandra, and Melis all nodded in acknowledgement. First, Ellen continued, tapping the table lightly in front of her. "What are your names, and what combat style or specialty do you each have?" Melis was the first one to talk. "Mighty Vireux d'Aurelion. I'm a gravity mage." Her words made Ellen raise an eyebrow in surprise, clearly impressed. "A gravity mage, huh? That's a rare affinity." "Very interesting," she said thoughtfully, before turning her gaze to Cassandra. Noticing her gaze, Cassandra calmly spoke. "Cassandra, I'm an aura user, and I specialize in using a scythe." "Interesting. And finally you." She pointed towards Gray. Immediately, all the girls in the room turned to look at him, their eyes filled with curiosity and interest. This caused Cassandra's hand to tighten around his. "Gray Vireux, and I specialize in swordsmanship." "Gray Vireux." Ellen's eyes widened in complete shock as she stared at him. The other girls were also deeply surprised. Gray sighed at their reaction. His reputation was terrible. "Oh my, I didn't expect to meet the terrifying genius from back then," Ellen exclaimed, her voice full of excitement. "Seems you've recovered your talent since then. What a pleasant surprise. No wonder Seraph chose to put you in this class." Gray was bewildered by her words, but not by her alone. The girl's eyes also didn't show any signs of disgust or disdain, as he had expected. Instead, they practically sparkled with excitement. "Do they like playboys or something?" "It seems so, unless—" His eyes turned to Seraph, who had a faint smile on her face. "It seems like someone solved the misunderstanding," he added inwardly. "This is really a surprise. I've always wanted to teach someone like you." Ellen continued, her excitement building up even more. She took a few steps toward Gray, practically glowing with enthusiasm. "Bam! How about you become my personal disciple?" She smacked the table in front of him, looking at him with eager eyes. Gray was taken aback by her sheer amount of excitement. "Professor," Seraph's voice interrupted, cutting through Ellen's exuberant energy. At the sound, Ellen immediately snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing slightly as she cleared her throat. "Ahem. That aside, I'm really happy to have you in my class," Ellen said, clasping her hands together in front of her. She then turned to the board with a more composed expression. "Now, let us get the class started. Chapter 2 pour examination top. Ellen picked up a piece of chalk and tapped it lightly against the blackboard, the sharp sound causing the murmurs in the classroom to stop. "Before we begin today's lesson," she said, turning to face the class, "this first class will be a power examination." That single sentence caused the room to stir. A power exam? Already? So sudden. Soft whispers spread among the girls, excitement and nervousness mixing together. "Calm down. This examination is not meant to rank you or punish anyone." Ellen raised a hand, signaling for silence. She wrote a few words on the board as she spoke. "First semester comparison test. This test is designed to compare how much you've improved since the first semester," Ellen explained. "It allows the Academy to measure growth, control, and stability in your power." One girl near the front raised her hand quickly. "Professor Ellen, will this affect our grades?" Ellen smiled calmly. "Yes and no. It will not lower your grades if you perform poorly, but grade improvement will be noted." That answer caused several students to relax. Another girl raised her hand, eyes shining. "Will we be fighting each other?" "No, Ellen replied. This is not a combat match. You'll be tested one by one using magic instruments. Power output, control, and endurance. A third girl leaned forward in her seat. What about injuries? There will be none, Ellen answered firmly. I'll be supervising personally. That reassurance eased the tension in the room. Then Ellen turned her gaze toward Gray, Cassandra, and Maylise. As for our 3 exchange students, your situation is slightly different. The room immediately quieted, all eyes shifting toward them. You are not students of this academy, Ellen said in a strangely professional tone. So this test will not be used to evaluate improvement over the semester. Then what is the point for us? Maylise tilted her head. For you, we will simply measure your current power level, control, and compatibility with our standards, Ellen replied. So no ranking? Cassandra spoke calmly. No ranking, she confirmed, nodding her head. Just pure data collection. Several girls whispered among themselves. So unfair. They don't have to stress. But still, one girl suddenly raised her hand, pointing slightly toward Gray. Professor, is it true that Gray Varu was once expelled from the elementary sword magic education because his power had bypassed all the charts? The room went dead silent. Gray sighed inwardly. Ellen glanced at Gray, then back to the class. That is not something we'll discuss today. What matters is who he is now, not who he was. Her firm tone shut down further questions, though the curiosity in the girls' eyes only grew stronger. Another student raised her hand, voice trembling slightly. Professor, will we get to see their test? Yes. Their test will be conducted first. Ellen smiled. That caused an instant reaction. Really? That's amazing. I want to see a gravity mage and an aura user. And him. At the last murmur, Cassandra's fingers tightened slightly around Gray's hand again, causing him to smile slyly. He didn't expect her to show this much jealousy. Maybe the pent-up emotions were simply overflowing now. As for Maylise, she just grinned proudly, her chest puffing out just a little. All right, enough chatter. Ellen clapped her hands once. She pointed toward the back of the classroom. We'll move to the examination hall shortly. The devices are already prepared. She paused, then added with a small smile, think of this as a way to understand yourselves better. Power is meaningless without control. Now, Ellen said, turning toward the door, line up and follow me. We'll begin with the exchange students. The classroom buzzed with excitement as chairs scraped against the floor and the girls stood up, their eyes constantly drifting back to Gray, Cassandra, and Maylise. The moment Ellen stepped out of the classroom, the girls quickly followed, their voices filling the hallway almost instantly. I wonder how powerful Gray is now. He must be at least in the Master Realm, right? Yeah, it's a pity that he had his talents stolen, because if he didn't, he probably would be in the King Realm, or even further. The corridor echoed with excited chatter as the group moved together. Ellen walked at the front, heels tapping steadily against the floor, while Seraph stayed close to the exchange students. Gray walked beside Cassandra, their hands no longer interlaced, but still brushing occasionally with each step. Maylise stayed just behind him, close enough that her presence was impossible to ignore. MHM, I wonder how strong you actually are. She spoke to Cassandra, looking at her with a faint smile. Cassandra remained quiet, her gaze focused forward. Probably stronger than you. Oh my, how prideful. Maylise laughed softly. As they exited the main building, the scenery opened up. Before them stretched the battleground space, an enormous open area surrounded by tall stone walls reinforced with glowing runes. The ground itself was layered with reinforced plates, etched with complex magic circles meant to absorb excess power. Several floating crystals hovered in the air, slowly rotating, humming with countless layers of pure mana. So this is a proper testing ground, Maylise muttered brightly. Gray nodded lightly. Compared to Gloria's academy, he had to admit that this one was a bit better, and even more grand than the one from Gloria Academy. Ellen stopped near the entrance and turned to face them. This is the Academy's primary testing and combat zone. The barriers here can withstand high-level magic, so don't hold back during the test. A few girls swallowed nervously. Professor, what happens if someone loses control? That won't happen, Ellen replied confidently. The suppression field will activate instantly. She gestured forward. Now, from a semicircle around the outer edge. Do not step onto the central platform unless instructed. The students quickly obeyed, excitement mixing with tension as they took their places. At the center of the grounds stood a raised circular platform. Runes glowed faintly beneath its surface, and several crystal pillars surrounded it, each connected by thin lines of light. Ellen stepped onto the platform and tapped one of the pillars. It responded with a soft chime. These pillars will record your power output, stability, and control, she explained. For Academy students, the test will be adjusted based on your previous records. She then turned toward Gray, Cassandra, and Maylise. For you three, the system will simply record raw data. Maylise stepped forward eagerly. So who goes first? We'll start with you. Ellen smiled at her enthusiasm. Maylise nodded, grinning widely as she walked onto the platform. Swoosh! As she took her place, the runes beneath her feet flared to life. Several girls leaned forward, barely containing their excitement. A gravity mage test. I've never seen one before. Cassandra crossed her arms, watching carefully, while Gray kept his eyes fixed on Maylise with a calm expression. Ellen raised her hand. Mighty Viru de Aurelion. When I give the signal, release your power slowly. Focus on control first. Got it. Maylise cracked her neck slightly. The air around the platform began to feel heavier. Through them. The girls noticed it immediately. Why does it feel like my legs are heavier? My breathing? Feeling the pressure increase. Maylise closed her eyes, her playful expression transforming into a focused one. The runes beneath her feet brightened, their light pulsing in slow, steady waves. At the same time, the floating crystal pillars around the platform began to hum louder, thin lines of light connecting them to her body. Good. Maintain that level. Don't rush. Maylise lifted one hand slightly. The air above the platform warped. Several of the smaller stones embedded in the ground trembled, then slowly rose into the air, as if an unseen hand was lifting them. The pressure around the testing ground increased, pressing down on everyone watching. Some of the girls gasped. I can barely move. My knees feel heavy. That's just control output, Ellen explained calmly. She's not even increasing density yet. As if hearing Ellen's words, Maylise smirked faintly. Then I'll add a little more. She curled her fingers inward. Fool! The floating stones were instantly crushed, turning into fine dust that fell straight down, hitting the ground with dull thuds. At the same time, the gravity around the platform intensified, causing faint cracks to form along the reinforced surface. The crystal pillars flared brightly. Rioting. Warning tones started to ring out. Careful, Ellen warned. Increased slowly. Maylise opened her eyes, a purple light flickering briefly within them. She adjusted her breathing, relaxing her shoulders. The pressure stabilized. The cracks on the ground stopped spreading, and the oppressive weight eased just enough for the watching students to breathe properly again. That S-control, Ellen muttered, clearly impressed. She broke the ground and fixed it? That's insane. Final phase. Compression test. Ellen raised her hand. At her signal, one of the crystal pillars projected a glowing sphere into the air. Compress the gravity inside that sphere only, Ellen instructed. No leaky. Maylise nodded and then extended her palm toward the sphere. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then the glowing sphere suddenly shrank, collapsing inward as if space itself was folding. The light inside twisted violently before stabilizing into a dense, pulsing core no bigger than a fist. The surrounding air remained untouched. There wasn't a single hint of pressure or backlash at all. A perfect isolation. Ding! The crystal pillars let out a clear, melodic chime. Test complete. The runes beneath Maylise dimmed, and the heavy pressure vanished completely. Maylise exhaled and stepped back, rolling her shoulders casually. Done. For a few seconds, no one spoke. That was incredible. She controlled all of that by herself. Ellen stared at the readings floating in the air, her glasses reflecting the glowing numbers. Outstanding, she finally spoke. Power output far exceeds the Academy's first-year standards. Control rating extremely high. Stability flawless. She looked up at Maelys, smiling openly now. You passed with results that most instructors would only dream of seeing. Maelys grinned proudly and hopped off the platform, walking straight toward Gray. Well? She asked, pressing close again. Did I do well, big brother? Gray smiled faintly and patted her head softly. You did great. Maelys beamed at his words, not resisting the urge to hug him. Grip. Her hands instantly wrapped around his waist, squishing her breasts on his chest as her face snuggled onto the nape of his neck. Hee, she giggled mischievously as Gray gently held her head and caressed her back in slow and comforting motions. Everyone looked at this scene with a hint of jealousy in their eyes. Clap. Ellen clapped her hands once, drawing everyone's attention back. All right, next test. Her gaze shifted. Cassandra, you're up. Chapter 203, Power Examination 2. Cassandra stepped onto the platform without any hints of hesitation. The moment her foot touched the runes, they reacted differently than before, gaining a sharper and more precise glow rather than overwhelming one like Maelys. The crystal pillars adjusted, and their light thinned slightly, as if recognizing a different kind of power. A group of girls noticed it immediately. It feels strangely quieter. Yeah, but somehow sharper? Maybe because she's an aura user? Ellen's eyes narrowed with interest. Aura users tend to produce focused pressure rather than wide output, she slowly explained. Watch carefully, as her power is leagues above the average. Cassandra stood still at the center with a straight and relaxed posture. She didn't draw her soul weapon yet. Instead, she closed her eyes and exhaled slowly. Swish! The air around her shifted. It wasn't heavy like Maelys' gravity, nor explosive. It was very tight, compressed, like the space itself had been pulled inward. A faint, colorless shimmer wrapped around her body, slowly turning into a slight lilac color. Is that her aura? It's so dense. Ellen nodded at the student's words before adding lightly, passive aura reinforcement. She's reinforcing her body before even attacking. Begin output, Ellen instructed. Cassandra opened her eyes. The ground beneath her feet cracked lightly, from pressure being pushed downward with perfect balance. Her aura thickened slightly, now forming a quick, thick layer around her entire body. Then, she reached behind her back. A scythe formed in her hand. It wasn't summoned with any kind of effects. It simply appeared, as if it had always been there. The blade of the scythe was dark, curved, and faintly outlined by her lilac aura. A few girls gasped. That scythe? Is that a soul weapon? A soul weapon at that age? Huh. Just alone to control, it requires extreme control. This is another pleasant surprise. Ellen nodded at their words with a faint yet satisfied smile. Then we'll switch to the movement test, Ellen stated. 3 targets. At Ellen's signal, 3 crystal constructs instantly rose from the ground at different distances and heights. Cassandra looked at them for a while, and then she took a single step forward before vanishing in the next moment. Whoop! A sharp wind cut through the testing ground. Before anyone could properly track her movement, Cassandra reappeared behind the farthest target, and her scythe passed through it in a clean arc whip. The construct is split in half. Before the pieces could even fall, Cassandra had already moved again. Whip, whip. 2 more flashes. 2 precise swings. The remaining targets shattered into clean fragments, their energy dispersing without any explosion. Silence followed. She didn't waste anything during that half-second. Ellen muttered in a delightful tone of surprise. That means that she still has enough experience to move her body coordinately with the scythe to attack her opponent. I didn't even see her move. One of the girls swallowed. Final test. Aura pressure. Ellen raised her hand again. A larger crystal pillar rose at the center, its surface glowing brighter than the others. Release your killing pressure, but keep it directed at the crystal, Ellen instructed calmly. Cassandra's grip tightened slightly around the scythe. Phew! The air around the platform dropped in temperature. Several girls felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively holding their breath. It felt as if something invisible was pressing against their throats. Even the crystals vibrated faintly. Gray's eyes narrowed at his. Cassandra's aura sharpened even more than before, no longer just reinforcing her body, but also actively strengthening her soul weapon. Foom! The pressure slammed into the crystal pillar. Cracks spread across its surface, not exploding outward, but collapsing inward, as if the crystal itself was being forced to submit. The sensors rang sharply. Maximum directed pressure reached. That's enough. Ellen quickly raised her hand. The pressure vanished instantly. The chill lifted, and the air quickly returned to normal. Cassandra lowered her scythe, and it dissolved into nothing. She stepped back, her breathing steady, as if she hadn't done anything taxing at all. Crack! The crystal pillar shattered quietly a second later, crumbling into dust. No one spoke for a few seconds. That was terrifying, right? She didn't even look tired. Ellen stared at the readings, her eyes going wide behind her glasses. Perfect control, extreme lethality, zero instability, she stated slowly. Just like Melis, a flawless grade, almost reaching the point of perfection. Cassandra gave a small nod and stepped off the platform, walking back to Gray's side. Rustle as she passed him. Their hands brushed again, and in that single second, her index finger tightened around his before separating as quickly. Ellen looked up, excitement burning in her eyes once more. Finally, she exclaimed, her gaze turning to the man she had been waiting to test. Gray Viru, you're last. Gray gave a small nod and stepped onto the platform, but the moment his foot touched the runes of the platform, through him, the entire testing ground shook. An overwhelming pressure exploded outward, slamming everyone to the ground. Even Ellen was forced down, her palms scraping against the stone as she struggled to breathe. Gurg, I can't move. My chest. The air felt crushed, like the world itself had suddenly gained weight. Shit. Gray, control your power. Ellen forced the words out, as her voice was being restrained by the pressure itself. At her shout, Gray paused. Snap. He casually snapped his fingers. The crushing pressure instantly collapsed inward, condensing into a small, dense ball hovering above his palm. Half. Phew. The students gasped as the weight vanished, coughing as they pushed themselves off the ground. Slowly, all eyes turned toward Gray. He stood there calmly, casually tossing the small ball of pressure into the air and catching it again as if it weighed nothing. Ellen stared at him, frozen. Why, you already compressed it? Ellen stammered in complete surprise as she looked at Gray, more precisely, the ball in his hand. Yes. What is the next test? Ellen swallowed hard, then nodded absently before raising her hand. At her signal, the ground trembled, and a massive crystal pillar rose in front of Gray, far larger than the ones used before. Attack it with maximum power, she said, regaining her composure. Noti strengt. Gray frowned slightly. That isn't needed. What do you mean? Ellen blinked at his words. Instead of answering, Gray lifted one hand, and slowly, a tiny ball of mana formed at the tip of his finger. He flicked it forward. Boom! The pillar was directly pierced by the small ball of mana. A clean hole tore straight through the crystal, and a second later, the entire structure collapsed into countless fragments, raining down across the platform. The testing ground fell silent. Ellen's mouth hung open. The girls stared in complete disbelief. Next one? Gray asked, turning back to her. All right. Ahem. Final test. Ellen shook herself, confidently. Her eyes sharpened. I'll activate the hardest test this academy has ever used, she said seriously. Even a few professors struggle with this one. With a sharp gesture, the runes across the entire testing ground lit up. Barriers rose, and dozens of magic circles formed in the air, overlapping and spinning violently. Endurance, precision, and lethality. All at once. Seeing this, Gray looked a bit more hesitant as he knew that he couldn't one-shot this exam without his sword. So, He reached to his side. Shing! His silver rapier suddenly appeared as it slid free from its sheath, the blade catching the light for just a moment. The girls held their breath. Step! Gray took a single step forward and swung it vertically. Fwhip! Just a simple, casual slash. But that was enough for the air split. Crack! Every magic circle froze, then shattered. Crack, crack, crack! The barriers cracked and dissolved, and the pressure reading spiked before instantly dropping to 0 as the entire system shut down due to Gray's power. This caused an awkward silence to fly through the air. Until a moment later, the sensors chimed. Perfect score. Ellen stared at the readings, then at Gray. Maximum grades, she whispered. Perfect, across all categories. That's all? Gray calmly sheathed his rapier and looked at her. Ellen let out a shaky laugh at his unchanging expression. Yes, she said softly. That's all. For a brief moment, the testing ground was completely silent. Did you see that? That was just one swing. He didn't even try. The silence was shattered as the girls erupted all at once, their voices overlapping in pure excitement. That was insane. I've never seen Mana behave like that. He shut down the whole system. Several of them leaned forward, eyes sparkling as they stared at Gray like he was something unreal. So cool. Is he really a student? How can someone be that calm after that? Before the chaos could grow any louder, a sharp clap echoed across the testing ground. Clap, clap, enough. Ellen's voice cut cleanly through the fangirling, calm but firm. The sound alone was enough to make the girls flinch and straighten up. I understand your excitement, she continued, adjusting her glasses, but remember where you are. She turned toward the group, her expression returning to that of a strict instructor. Now that the exchange students' tests are finished, it's your turn. A wave of tension washed over the girls. So soon. Ellen pointed toward the platform. You'll be tested in the order on your roster. Step forward when your name is called. She paused, then added with a faint smile, and don't worry. You're obviously not expected to match what you just saw. Several girls sighed in relief. Gray stepped off the platform, moving back beside Cassandra and Mayalise. As he did, more than a few eyes followed him, lingering with open admiration. Ellen raised her voice once more. First student, Chapter 204, Power Examination 3, Classification. Hi. Your power has tripled since the beginning of the semester. Congratulations, Ellen declared happily, smiling at the girl standing on the platform. Yay! The girl clenched her fists in excitement, bowing quickly before running back to her classmates. The other girls immediately surrounded her, patting her back and congratulating her loudly. Good job. I knew you'd do well. Your control was way better than last time. All right. Next. Ellen glanced at her list again. It had already been over half an hour since his own examination ended. The sun had moved slightly in the sky, and yet only 2 students remained. One of them was Seraph. It's really amazing, Mayalise suddenly muttered beside him. What is? Gray turned his head toward her. She looked back at the testing ground, her eyes narrowed in curiosity. Almost every single girl here got a high classification or above. That is not exactly normal. That is indeed true. Gray faintly looked at the group of girls. Each one had a stable mana flow and showed no signs of fatigue or health issues. Typically, mana users usually have a mana deficit, but these girls' bodies had no flaws. That told him 2 things. They either had the best teacher or they were geniuses. Clearly, it was the second. Every girl in this class was a true genius, and almost all of them were at the Master Realm, far stronger than Gray's own class. And finally, for last, our dearest princess. The name alone caused a ripple to pass through the testing ground. It's finally the first princess's turn. She must have improved a lot compared to the last semester. Right, obviously. Don't you know that there are rumors that she actually reached the state of sword mind and mastered sword chi? Step. The whispers faded, and the girls straightened unconsciously as the first princess stepped forward. Seraph walked onto the platform calmly, her posture straight and composed, as if she were simply taking a casual stroll. The runes beneath her feet activated the moment she stepped onto the platform, responding smoothly to her presence without any instability or backlash. Ellen adjusted her glasses, watching closely. "You may begin whenever you're ready." Seraph reached for the hilt of her sword. Thrum! The instant her fingers closed around it, the air around the platform subtly shifted. It wasn't heat pressure, nor was it weight, but a sharp sensation that made the skin prickle, as if invisible blades were brushing against everyone nearby. That feeling. Melis frowned slightly. Gray's eyes narrowed as he recognized it immediately. Sword chi. Seraph slowly unsheathed her sword, the soft sound of steel leaving its scabbard carrying farther than it should have. The air around her became cleaner, sharper, as if it had been refined along with her intent. She really comprehended sword chi. Ellen's expression stiffened. Several girls reacted at once. "My arm feels strange. It's like the air itself is cutting." Seraph raised her sword loosely, her stance simple and efficient, with no wasted movement. She wasn't forcing anything. The sword chi flowed naturally along the blade, stable and controlled. "Begin output," Ellen said carefully. Sarah stepped forward and released her intent. Fwip! Thin lines appeared across the surface of the nearby crystal pillars, spreading evenly before slicing straight through them without a single explosive reaction. The cuts were clean, precise, and perfectly aligned. She's cutting without swinging. What an excellent show of invisible sword chi. Ellen's eyes widened slightly. For the movement test, 3 crystal targets rose from the ground. Seraph moved once, her sword tracing a short, smooth arc through the air. The targets didn't shatter immediately, but a second later, each one slid apart cleanly and dissolved into light. There was no excess force or wasted motion. "Final test," Ellen called out. "Maximum sword chi release." One strike. A thick, reinforced crystal wall rose in front of Seraph, far denser than the previous targets. Seraph adjusted her grip, her expression sharpening slightly as she focused. Fulham. The sword chi around her condensed, tightening along the edge of her blade. The air vibrated faintly, and several girls instinctively took a step back. Gray watched closely. She refined it properly. Seraph raised her sword and swung once. The sword chi left the blade in a straight, invisible line and cut cleanly through the crystal wall from top to bottom. The wall split apart a moment later and collapsed silently. The sensors chimed. Excellent classification. Sword chi was fully comprehended. Control and stability, perfect. Ellen stared at the readings. At her words, Seraph nodded, sheathed her sword calmly, and stepped off the platform. That was incredible. She cut it without even trying. "Did you see that control?" The girls stared at Seraph with wide eyes, their earlier excitement turning into pure awe. Even those who had already finished their own tests couldn't look away. She's on a completely different level. A few girls pressed their hands to their chests, visibly shaken. I felt it the moment she drew her sword. It was scary but truly beautiful. Ellen cleared her throat sharply, snapping the students back to reality. "Enough. Save your excitement for later." The girls quickly straightened, though their eyes still followed Seraph wherever she went. "The power examination is officially complete." Ellen looked at her list one last time before lifting her head. She paused for just a moment, then her lips curled slightly. "So for now, we'll proceed with an exhibition match." The reaction was instant. An excited murmur spread through the testing ground. "A match? Right now? Between who?" Ellen raised her voice over the noise. "One student from Gloria's academy, and one from our academy." The girl's eyes lit up even more. As for the participants, Ellen continued calmly. "I'll be calling the strongest from both sides. Gray and Seraph, please step onto the duel grounds." At her words, the noise died down again. Gray and Seraph both nodded lightly, neither showing surprise. "Good luck," Brother Melis purred, leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Behave." Gray sighed, flicking her forehead lightly in response. He then glanced at Cassandra and gave her a quick, subtle wink. Cassandra's lips curved slightly before she looked away. Without another word, Gray walked toward the duel grounds, passing through a faint green barrier that shimmered briefly as it accepted him, before stepping fully into the arena. Ahem, are you two hearing me? Ellen's voice echoed across the space, amplified by magic. Seeing that both of them were listening, she continued with her explanation. Gray, the barrier you just passed through is a time barrier. Its function is to freeze your body time while inside the arena. Even if you were to lose an arm during the match, once you exit, your body will revert to its original state. A few girls gasped. That means you can fight without restraint, Ellen added. Except for one single sacred rule. Killing is absolutely forbidden. She adjusted her glasses and glanced towards Seraph. And, per Seraph's request, no one outside the arena will be able to hear what either of you says inside. If you wish to speak before starting, you may do so freely. Ellen stepped back, raising one hand. That's all. You may begin whenever you're ready. The dual grounds fell silent as soon as Ellen's voice dissipated away. Seraph was the first to speak. You've changed quite a little, she said, her gaze fixed on him, sharp enough to pierce through his body. Her eyes lingered on his face, then settled on his particularly vivid black eyes. Your eyes are much different than before. Gray smiled faintly. I don't think so, he replied, shaking his head lightly. Although his outward appearance may seem quite different inside, even if he was no longer emotionless, he remained the same cold machine that treated anyone as a tool. And he wasn't bothered to say those words to the same person if needed. Tools were tools, and when they stopped being useful, they were discarded without hesitation. If there was an exception, it was only for those who serve a purpose in the long run. People like Jasmine, whom he had never once thought of as a tool. If anything, she was the closest thing he had to permanence. After all, a soul contract between two humans is said to be the purest form of marriage. So, by the standards of this world, she was his wife. Seraph's lips tightened slightly, her fingers curling at her side. Do you still see me as a tool you can throw away whenever you feel like it? She asked quietly, then continued before he could answer, her voice gaining a colder tone. Or just someone you kept around to use whenever you wanted? Those words almost made his calm expression twitch. After all, those were some insults he said to her when he wanted to break up with her a couple of years ago. He honestly didn't know how to get her off him. So he opted for the most stupid solution, and even with that, it didn't fucking work. Suha, Gray called out her nickname, causing her body to flinch slyly. Why are you still clinging to me? Chapter 205. Little Sarah, Little Gray, the grass fields rolled like a green sea beneath a wide, untroubled sky, the kind of sky that belonged to old songs and quiet prayers. Dandelions crowded the earth, their yellow heads bright as coins spilled from a king's purse. Ding! Somewhere far off, a village bell told the hour, as faint steps could be heard in the distance. Hee! Gray ran ahead, his boots thudding softly against the ground. His cloak half slipped from one shoulder. He skidded to a stop and turned, arms spread wide, as if daring the world to catch him. You're slow. Suha, he called, grinning widely. Behind him, Sarah, huffed and chased after him, skirts gathered in her hands. Her silver hair streamed loose behind her, catching sunlight and wind alike. She was smiling too, bright and breathless, though her eyes never left Gray. Not even when her foot caught on a tuft of grass, and she nearly fell. Gray was there instantly, grabbing her wrist and steadying her posture. Careful, he said, concern flashing across his face. You'll break your neck one day. Then you'd have to carry me home. Sarah instantly replied with a sweet laugh, hugging him just as she had the opportunity to do so. He snorted, as if I could lift you. You're heavier than you look. She let go of him, but didn't step away right away. Liar, she said sweetly. Few the wind brushed past them, bending the dandelions so they whispered together. That caused Gray's hair to lift slyly, fully showing his face, including the small scar near his right eyebrow. Mine. Ugh. Gray dropped into the grass with a dramatic groan. I'm dying, struck down by running. You're ridiculous. Sarah sat beside him, tucking her legs under her. I am not. Fool. He plucked a dandelion and blew on it, scattering white seeds into the air. See? Final breath. The seeds floated between them, catching on Sarah's sleeves, her hair, her lashes. She watched them drift, then reached out and brushed one from Gray's cheek. "I'll protect you," she suddenly stated. "From what?" Gray blinked. "Anything," she replied, smiling again. "Whether that is monsters, wolves, or even other people. PFTTT. You're the smallest knight I've ever seen." He laughed, rolling onto his side to face her. Size doesn't matter. She didn't laugh this time. Gray shrugged, unconcerned by her reaction, and picked another dandelion. "Then you can be my squire." "I'll be anything you want me to be," she suddenly declared, causing the young Gray's face to redden slyly. "What are you saying?" He, Sarah gently picked up the dandelion from his hand and got closer to him, their shoulders brushing against each other, as she gently took his hand and put it over the one that was holding the dandelion. "Then, how about we make a promise?" "What promise?" Gray looked at her beautiful, light blue eyes. "That we'll be together in the future," Sarah uttered with a small smile. "Forever," she added inwardly. "Okay." Gray nodded lightly. "Then, let this dandelion be the witness of our future." She raised the dandelion dramatically, causing Gray to laugh. "Ready?" She eagerly looked at Gray, who nodded. She looked at him once more before lifting the dandelion. Phew, for they blew. White seeds scattered into the sky, spinning and drifting, carrying promises too heavy for something so small. "Ha ha ha," Gray laughed as the fluff clung to his hair. And Seraph just kept looking at Gray with the same sweet smile. Exactly a month later, the fields were the same and nothing like before. The grass lay flattened and bruised, the dandelions blackened and torn apart, their stems bent like broken necks. Rumble. Rain hammered the earth, soaking it into dark mud as thunder rolled overhead. Lightning split the sky, striking the ground with violent light, burning the memory of summer away. Seraph stood trembling, her hair plastered to her face, her breath coming in sharp, broken gasps. Gray stood a few steps away, frozen, rain streaming down his cold expression. "Tell me why, Gray." Seraph screamed in complete panic. She had already asked him for a reason 2 times, and yet he refused to answer, simply averting his gaze from her. "I don't like you anymore," he repeated. "Liar. Tell me the real reason." She screamed, taking a step closer to him, causing him to take a step back. Gray remained silent, keeping his head lowered. "Grr." She gritted her teeth almost audibly, and finally, she couldn't hold herself back anymore, and approached Gray directly before pushing him to the ground. Thud! Ack! Both of them fell onto the ground with Seraph on top of Gray, her tall figure completely overshadowing his as she sharply looked at him. "Drip, Seraph." Gray's eyes were stunned as he saw tears streaming down from her beautiful face, and suddenly, his heart started aching really hard. He knew that it was going to hurt, but not this much. Her crying face had caused such a reaction in him that he almost wanted to tell her the whole truth. But in the end, he couldn't. "WY, just tell me. I want to be mad, I swear." Sarah stammered as more tears kept streaming down. She was biting her lower lip in hope that Gray would tell her the truth, but he simply looked away, causing her eyes to go bloodshot. "Why you?" A tear of blood dripped from her lower lip from how hard she had bitten it. And suddenly, her light blue eyes suddenly gained a red glint. "You forced me." At those strange words, Gray turned towards Seraph to instantly feel the softness of her overdeveloped breasts on his small chest. And then, rumble. Her lips had crashed into his with all the violence of the storm above them. She had kissed him. She kissed him like she was trying to tear the truth out of his mouth, as every unanswered question had turned into fury and grief and desperation all at once. Her hands fisted into his soaked shirt, fingers trembling as she pressed herself closer, rain and tears mixing between them. Crackle. Thunder roared madly. "You think you could just throw me away?" She hissed between frantic kisses, her lips slamming into his again before he could speak. Say you don't like me anymore and expect me to smile and disappear? Crack. Lightning flared once again as she kissed him harder, deeper, her grief bleeding into every movement. Gray felt it then. How her lips trembled, how uneven her breathing was, how this wasn't desire, but pain clawing for something solid. Seraph, he tried, his voice dissolving as her mouth silenced him again. She bit his lower lip. Not enough to draw blood, but enough to make him gasp, enough to make his chest tighten painfully. Her teeth lingered, dragging, punishing, as if she wanted him to feel even a fraction of what she felt. Rumble. Liar. She whispered against his mouth, kissing him again. Coward. You're cruel. You're awful. Her curses blurred into kisses, each word pressed into him like a wound. Gray's hands twitched at his sides, his resistance slowly melting away as his heart screamed for him to stop this before it went too far. But he didn't push her away. The rain intensified, hammering them both as Seraph's mouth moved from his lips to his jaw, to his neck. She bit there too. Act dash. Gray sucked in a sharp breath. Crash. Her teeth sank in, claiming, marking. Her lips sealing over the spot as if daring the world to erase her presence from him. She left another mark, and another, each one fueled by the same silent vow. You are mine, whether you like it or not. Even if you hate me, she muttered, voice breaking, pressing her forehead to his for a second before biting his collarbone through wet fabric. Even if you lie to my face. Gray's vision blurred. His body felt weak, heavy, his chest burning with something he couldn't name. Every part of him screamed to confess, to beg forgiveness, to pull her close and never let her cry like this again. But he stayed silent, until finally she stopped. The thunder rolled on without them. Seraph pulled back, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, her expression twisting into something fierce and unyielding. Her eyes, still faintly glowing red, locked onto his one last time. I'll never give up on you. Then she stood, turned, and walked away into the rain without looking back. Rumble, rumble. Gray remained on the ground, unmoving, rain soaking into him as he stared up at the shattered sky. His fingers slowly lifted, hovering over his lips where her taste remained. Sera. A tear of blood slipped from his right eye, causing him to hide his eyes with his arm while biting his lower lip. At the same time, a figure slowly approached Gray from behind. Gray, what are you doing here? It was a familiar voice that made Gray instantly wipe away his tears and turn towards the source of the voice in surprise. Big sister? It was none other than Alina. But what was she doing there? Conveniently holding an umbrella. Chapter 206. Gray versus Seraph, why are you still clinging to me? Seraph's expression hardened instantly. The warmth vanished from her eyes as she raised her sword and leveled the blade straight at his chest, the tip pointing in the direction of his heart. Did you forget our promise? I did not. Her grip tightened. Then you already know the answer. Whoop! Her aura burst outward in a sharp wave, pushing against the ground as thin currents of wind spiraled around her body. Her gaze stayed locked on him, cold and focused, every trace of hesitation gone. Prepare yourself. Her fingers moved into a strange hand sign. Crackle. Blue lightning crawled across her sword, wrapping the blade in violent sparks as she launched forward, her body turning into a streak of light that tore across the arena and left a jagged trail behind her. She appeared at Gray's side in an instant and swung for his ribs. Clang! Seraph froze. Her sword had been stopped by the handle of Gray's inverted rapier, raised just enough to intercept the blow. Why you? Her eyes widened as she noticed his hand. Two fingers were already hovering beside her neck. You would be dead if this were a real battle. His calm voice reached out to her ears. Huff! Seraph sucked in a breath as his hand moved closer to her face, instinctively closing her eyes. Flick! Ack! She groaned, more shocked than hurt, as he flicked her forehead. Try again. Gray hopped back lightly, creating distance and resetting his stance. The words sank in immediately, a cold pressure tightening around her chest as she bit her lip, shame flashing through her expression. Lightning flash sword. Crackle. Lightning engulfed her entire body this time, her form blurring as she vanished and reappeared right in front of him, her sword already mid-swing. Gray raised his rapier to block, and Seraph vanished. An afterimage shattered apart as she reappeared behind him, her sword slashing toward his back with no hesitation. Clang! And yet, she was blocked once again. Gray stabbed his rapier into the ground, twisted his body around the planted blade, grabbed it with his other hand, and raised it just in time to stop her strike. Seraph's eyes widened in complete surprise, but she didn't give up the opportunity and vanished again. Crackle. This time, lightning clones filled the space around him, overlapping figures striking from every angle at once. Gray quietly looked at them, and without thinking twice, he rushed directly towards the real Seraph, ignoring the fake afterimages. Shit! She reacted instantly, lunging toward him as the afterimages followed, converging to attack Gray all at once. Thud! Gray suddenly appeared behind her, swapping places with one of the lightning images, his arm already around her waist as he pulled her back against him. The cold blade of his rapier rested against her throat. I won once again. Looking at the sword at her neck, Seraph gritted her teeth. Just then, Gray quickly let her go from his grip before taking a few steps away. Last chance, give it your all. And as if thinking of something, his lips curved into a mischievous smile. If you want to protect me, you can't be weaker than me, can you? Those words were enough to awaken Seraph. Boom! The ground trembled as Seraph's aura exploded outward, a massive pillar of blue energy shooting straight into the sky. The air screamed under the pressure as her sword chi surged without restraint, violent and pure. One by one, the energy condensed, twisting and sharpening, until dozens of blue swords formed around her, hovering in the air, all of them pointing toward Gray. To think that you were hiding this huge amount of sword chi? He finally took the initiative to raise his rapier. I think 24 times the speed should be enough, no? Thinking of this, a small invisible aura enveloped Gray's body. Whoop! Take this. The floating swords screamed forward all at once. Seeing the incoming flying swords, Gray took a step forward and muttered. Swap in the blink of an eye. He vanished, only to reappear a few meters to the left, standing where one of the swords had been a fraction of a second ago. The blade that should have pierced his chest instead cut through empty air, shattering the ground behind him. 10 seconds until the cooldown ends. Another wave followed instantly. Her sword traced a sharp arc in the air, and the chi swords responded, changing direction mid-flight, hunting him down with terrifying precision. Phew! Gray exhaled slowly. His rapier trembled slyly as a vicious crimson-black chi wrapped around the rapier, almost like a second skin. He pushed only a fraction of his speed into his legs, barely a quarter of what his body could truly handle, and even it made the ground crack under his steps. Then his body moved, not fast enough to become an afterimage, but fast enough that the swords missed him by the width of a finger. Splurt! A blade grazed his shoulder, slicing fabric, but he had already swapped places again, this time with a shattered chunk of stone behind Seraph. Space folded, snapped back, and Gray appeared there instantly, his rapier already thrusting forward. Clang! Seraph turned just in time, her sword colliding with his rapier, sparks of blue and silver exploding between them. The force pushed her back several steps, boots digging into the stone as her aura flared harder. That ability of yours. It seems that you've truly regained your spatial talent, Seraph muttered lightly. Not really. This was just a unique ability that I awakened, he replied. And at the same time, he swapped positions again, this time with the sword directly above his head. Whoop! The blade disappeared from the sky and reappeared where Gray had been standing a moment earlier, crashing into another chi sword and detonating in a burst of light. At the same time, Gray appeared above Seraph, already descending, rapier angled down toward her shoulder. She felt it instantly. Her instinct screamed as she quickly twisted her body, letting the blade pass just close enough to tear through her sleeve, then slammed her sword upward. Bam! Lightning and chi exploded, forcing Gray to swap away again before the impact could reach him. Huff. Seraph raised her hand, and the remaining swords began to rotate faster, almost forming a moving domain around her. The pressure climbed, grinding against Gray's skin, trying to crush him in place. "You're not escaping this one," she warned him. The sword shot towards Gray once again, to which he shot forward and used his own chi to reflect all of the incoming swords, making small movements to avoid fatal hits. Crackle, until Seraph suddenly surged forward, lightning erupting from her sword as she closed the distance herself, abandoning the blades mid-air to strike him directly. Her eyes locked onto his throat. Swap Gray reappeared behind her, swinging his sword at her neck. Seraph felt it anyway. Clang! She twisted mid-strike, lightning flaring from her spine as she dragged her blade back, barely managing to deflect his thrust. The impact sent a dull shock through her arms, numbness crawling up to her shoulders. That was close, she thought inwardly. She jumped back and slammed her sword into the ground. Boom! Sword chi burst outward in a circular wave, shredding the stone floor and forcing Gray to retreat a few steps. Dust and blue light filled the air as the remaining chi swords above snapped back into formation, hovering tighter now, closer to her body. And in an instant, they shot forward, but this time they didn't attack Gray directly and instead circled him, almost making some kind of cage. Gray scanned the cage slyly and then took a small, cautious step forward. Whip! Instantly, a sword darted in, shooting directly towards his chest. He leaned aside, the blade slicing past his cheek, close enough to cut a strand of hair. Another came from below, causing him to kick off the ground and swap places with a chunk of rubble midair. Crash! The rubble took the hit instead, exploding into dust as Gray reappeared above Seraph again. She was ready this time. Her sword flashed upward, lightning bursting outward in a violent arc. Gray twisted his body mid-fall, letting the blade skim past his ribs, then landed lightly, sliding across the ground. His rapier flicked out, striking 3 chi swords in rapid succession, not destroying them, but redirecting them. They spun out of control, slamming into each other and detonating in bursts of blue light that shook the arena. Seraph staggered slightly, boots digging in as she raised her sword again, aura roaring louder now, less controlled. But just as she regained control, she directly lunged towards him. Lightning flash sword. Her body vanished in a streak of blue, appearing at his side, her sword already cutting toward his neck. Gray tilted his head just enough for it to miss, then swapped places with one of the remaining chi swords behind her. The sword appeared where he had been. Gray appeared behind her again, and using the opportunity, he used the blunt part of the rapier to tap her back. "You're dead now." Sarah froze for half a second, her eyes widening in surprise. Boom! Then she exploded forward, breaking contact, spinning around with her sword raised, breathing heavy, chest rising and falling fast. Again, she said through clenched teeth. The air around her warped as more sword chi poured out, turning even denser now, sharper as the swords reformed once more, fewer but stronger. Gray looked at her and sighed. This is really the last time. Chapter 207. One last chance for a brief moment. The duel grounds weren't the loudest place anymore. The spectators were. "What the hell am I looking at?" one of the girls muttered under their breath. Ellen had gone completely still. Her fingers were gripping the edge of the observation platform so hard that her knuckles had turned pale. Her eyes were locked onto the arena, jumping between Gray and Seraph, pupils trembling slightly as she tried, and failed, to keep up with the flow of the battle, mainly because of how surprised she was. "This almost looks like a restrained execution attempt," Maelise muttered as she watched over the battle. "Not really. It's actually even worse," Ellen replied in a tight tone. At her words, the girls, including both Maelise and Cassandra, looked at Ellen in curiosity. She swallowed hard. Gray is limiting himself. Aggressively. A girl's eyes widened in complete surprise. "What do you mean?" Ellen didn't look away from the arena. His footwork, his breathing, and his chi output. She stated he has capped himself so hard it's actually distorting the fight. If he released even a little more, she stopped herself. Across the grounds, Seraph's sword chi was warping the space around her, heavy enough that even observers could feel the pressure on their skin. Several students had unconsciously stepped back, some pressing their hands to their chests. And yet, Gray calmly took all the pressure without even sweating. The princess is already at sword chi comprehension. At her age, that is. One of the fangirls muttered. Abnormal, Ellen finished for her. Yes, she is a monster. Her gaze sharpened, but he has something else entirely. A sharp intake of breath came from the student's side. Did you see that just now? He didn't dodge. He just wasn't there. No, then he wasn't. How is that even allowed? That ability, that is spatial, right? Ellen she returned. Position swap, she murmured, surprised. With objects, with constructs, with anything that has presence. As expected of my brother, Melis's lips curled up slyly. Surprisingly, for once, Cassandra agreed without a word. She simply nodded, eyes fixed on the arena, completely ignoring the whispers and gasps spreading around them. Crackle. The chi sword shot toward Gray, who weaved between them with minimal, unnecessary movements. The first sword aimed at his chest, so he jumped above it, only to be met with 3 more swords already aimed at his heart. He parried one of the swords and quickly moved through the middle of the remaining 2. Slowly but surely, he was approaching Seraph, who decided to adopt a more defensive stance. But unfortunately for her, Gray's style was extremely aggressive. Swap, he switched places with a rock next to her, already swinging his sword at her leg. Seraph seemed to be expecting it, but was still too slow, letting Gray's sword graze her ankle. Ack! She gritted her teeth, taking a leap back. She quickly condensed more swords, and this time, she created a protective armor around herself, with a few dozens of swords surrounding her. The space between them was minimal, not letting Gray take any opportunity to teleport inside the barrier. Gray stopped on his tracks, analyzing the barrier slyly. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes tracking the rotation, counting without moving. 12 swords per cycle, 36 in total. His lips curled up slyly, and then he shot directly towards Seraph. Seraph instantly put on a defensive stance, prepared to turn around and counter his attack in any case. But surprisingly, Gray just jumped toward her barrier directly, causing her eyes to widen in complete shock. Nullification. -36 soul energy. The chi swords were directly erased from existence as Gray landed right before her. These actions had shocked her so greatly that she had forgotten to even defend herself. And because of this, Fwhip! Gray's rapier was once again on her neck. You lost again. Clink! Her sword slipped from her fingers and hit the ground. A second later, Sarah followed, her knees crashing against the stone as she knelt there, shoulders slack, head lowered. Her eyes had turned a little empty as she blankly gazed at the ground in complete defeat. Gray looked down at her for a moment before putting his rapier away. Then he simply turned around and walked away. The moment he crossed the boundary of the arena, did you see that? He beat the first princess. Like that. That wasn't even close. Oh my God, he was so calm. So cool. Did you see his eyes? That swap ability. No, everything about him. This isn't fair. Girls surged forward, voices overlapping, faces flushed with excitement. Some grabbed each other as sleeves. Others pressed hands to their chests like they were trying to calm their hearts. He was even breathing hard. He just walked away after winning. Who does that? Princess Seraph didn't stand a chance. He is terrifying, but in a good way. That is the so-called old genius. Gray didn't react to their comments. Melis watched him approach, her eyes shining slyly. He really crushed her, she murmured proudly. But even though she had spoken those words, she was happier about the fact that he didn't even say anything to the blank princess. Cassandra said nothing, but the way her fingers tightened together, The faint curve at the corner of her lips said enough. Ellen was already moving before Gray even reached the edge of the grounds. She stepped in front of him, heels clicking sharply against the stone, her expression no longer that of a composed professor, but of someone barely holding back excitement. "Incredible," she stated, her breath slipping out before she could stop it. "No, this goes entirely beyond that." She pushed her glasses up with one finger, her eyes shining as she stared at him like he was a rare treasure. "You controlled space itself, erased sword chi, and restrained your abilities to an absurd degree, all while maintaining perfect awareness," she continued, words spilling out faster now. "Do you have any idea how insane that is?" Gray stopped, meeting her gaze calmly. "I do." Ellen laughed softly, half in disbelief, half in delight. "Then you understand why I'm asking again," she said, straightening her posture. "Gray Varu, become my student. Not officially, not on paper. Personally, I will teach you everything I know." Around them, several students paused, clearly listening in. Gray didn't even hesitate. "No." The word landed cleanly. Ellen blinked. "No, I don't need a teacher," he replied simply. Her smile stiffened for a moment, then turned wry. "You refuse far too easily," she muttered, rubbing her temple. "Do you realize how many people would beg for this chance? I'm not one of them." She studied him closely now, really looking at him, not the monstrous genius, not the anomaly, but the person standing there, calm, distant, unmoved by praise. After a few seconds, she sighed. "Figures." Then, surprisingly, she smiled again. "Very well, but don't think I'll stop trying. Talents like yours don't come around twice in a lifetime." Gray gave no reply. He simply inclined his head slightly and stepped aside. Ellen turned back toward the arena, her expression sharpening again as her eyes landed on Seraph, who was still kneeling on the ground. "Someone check on the first princess," she ordered calmly. "Make sure she's all right." Two attendants moved immediately, hurrying towards Seraph, helping her to her feet and speaking to her in low voices as they examined her condition. "Clap." Only after that did Ellen clap her hands together. "All right," she announced, raising her voice so everyone could hear. "That's enough for today." The girls quieted down almost instantly. Class dismissed. A few relieved sighs escaped, mixed with excited whispers that refused to die down completely. Ellen glanced over the students, her gaze lingering for a moment on the dual grounds before returning to them. "I hope you all understood what you just witnessed." Her lips curved slightly. "If even a few of you learned something from that fight, then today was more than worth it." Upon saying those words, she turned and walked away, leaving the students to do whatever they wanted for the rest of the day. Surprisingly, the academy only had one class per day, as the rest were purely for the students to do whatever they wanted. Of course, normally the class would be more than just a power examination and spar, but because it was the first class of the semester, the teacher had let them go sooner. Fwah! Without wasting a single second, Maylee started clinging back to Gray, putting his arm between her breasts as she normally. "Big brother, let us eat something." Hearing her words, Gray nodded slyly as he was also feeling a little hungry, but as they walked away, he noticed that Cassandra wasn't following them. "You want to go eat with us?" He stopped and softly asked. Cassandra was a little surprised because Gray normally would hide their relationship, but then she remembered that now he wouldn't lose his memories anymore, and that meant that she probably didn't have to hide her liking for him anymore. So without thinking twice, she nodded and started following behind them. "Oomph." Maylis puffed her cheek in jealousy. Chapter 208. Respect? They stepped into the cafeteria, and, just as expected, it was already crowded with students. What stood out immediately, though, was that every single one of them carried a weapon, swords strapped to backs or waists, staves resting against shoulders, blades and cores never more than an arm's reach away. "Whoa, they really are training addicts," Maylis muttered, her eyes roaming across the room in deep curiosity. "Seems like it," Gray replied, nodding lightly. He observed them more carefully. All of them have power levels close to the Master Realm, and many are even above it. But those who power above it are probably in their second or third year. He hummed thoughtfully. There are 3 beings with a hint of divinity on them, but their divinity is extremely hidden, so they probably have a powerful god backing them. Stronger than your current state? A lot stronger than me. Got it. Warn me when any of them come close. HMN, let us just go and grab our food. I'm feeling way too many eyes on us. Meili spoke disdainfully. Upon hearing her words, Gray took a more precise look around, and just like Meili had said, there were indeed many stares in them, probably because they were from a rival academy, but their stares even contained a hint of killing intent. Gray, a familiar voice rang out. He barely had time to turn before someone collided into him, her arms wrapping around his torso as a soft weight pressed against his chest. Chew! A quick kiss landed on his cheek. Of course, it was none other than Lyra. Let us eat together, she uttered brightly, tilting her head with a playful smile. Gray lifted a hand and brushed her cheek without thinking. She leaned into his palm instantly, her eyes melting instantly. You! Ronan's voice came from behind. Gray looked over his shoulder and noticed something weird. Everyone from Gloria Academy was gathered one by one, all of them clearly having finished class at the same time. And, unsurprisingly, all were heading straight for the cafeteria. Why are you all together? Gray decided to ask curiously. Oh, Ronan replied quickly, scratching the back of his head. We had classes together. Which is weird. Actually, your class didn't show up on the schedule. Gray frowned slightly. Do they separate men and women here? He wondered. Anyways, let us just eat. I'm starving, Ronan suddenly exclaimed, rubbing his stomach before walking straight toward the line. The others, including Gray, also followed behind him and patiently waited for their turn to choose their food. So, what did you guys do in your first class? Meili asked curiously, glancing back at them. We had a brief and friendly exchange, and then they tested our strength, Leon replied dryly. Ronan got beaten up without landing a single hit, Adrian added, lips curling in faint amusement. Hey, Ronan protested instantly. How was he prepared for the first hit? And the second one? Selena asked, raising an eyebrow. Ronan instantly looked away, scratching his cheek. Also was he prepared, he muttered quietly. Pfft. Claire laughed softly at his murmur. Ronan froze, then flushed, sneaking a glance at her before looking away again far too quickly. Ronan likes Claire? Gray instantly noticed. Thinking about something, he shrugged his shoulders and remained silent. He knew that Claire probably had a little interest in him, and if needed, Gray wouldn't mind reciprocating it. Maybe even give her a slight hope. After all, even with the emotions, he knew what to value and what not to. Thud! Ouch, hey! Watch where you're going. Ronan snapped, rubbing his shoulder. Gray turned upon hearing Ronan's words. A student had just shoved past Ronan without even looking back, cutting into the line like it was natural. Another followed right after him, and seeing this, Gray's eyes turned colder. The moment the second one stepped forward, trip, ugh, thud. The guy crashed face first onto the floor, plates clattering, the sound loud enough to echo through the cafeteria. Puffed. Surprisingly, Katia was the one who laughed. But the next moment, the other guys next to the one who fell directly next to them turned towards them. Who tripped him? One of them shouted. At the same time, a few murmurs reached their ears. Did they really mess with Drake's group? Drake is one of the strongest first years. Those students from Gloria Academy really don't know who they provoked. He is already at the intermediate stage of the Master Realm. Boom! Who was it? Suddenly, the guy who had bumped into Ronan released his aura and coldly stared at the group, his eyes showing killing intent. That must be Drake. Jasmine, anything? No, but he came in contact with someone with divinity. All right. His eyes curled up coldly. It was me. Gray took a step forward, meeting Drake's stare calmly. Hearing this, Drake intensified his aura, but Gray calmly took it all. As if to mock him, he even yawned. You little fucker. The guy who had been tripped lunged first, his fist wrapped in dense aura, swinging his fist straight for Gray's face. Gray didn't look at him and casually waved his right hand to the side. Swish! The punch was redirected effortlessly, the aura around it collapsing as if cut apart. In the same motion, Gray grabbed the man by the head and slammed him into the ground. Thud! The impact caused heads to turn. Before the man could even scream properly, Gray lifted his foot and planted it hard against the side of his face, pressing him down. Arg! The scream cut through the cafeteria. Who the fuck do you guys think that you are? Gray's eyes started glowing in a black, ominous aura, causing it to spread through the whole cafeteria. At this, everyone frowned at how arrogant he was. Gray, stop, please, Lyra said softly, frowning as she felt his aura. Gray turned his head slightly toward her. No, there is only one person in this world with both dark eyes and dark hair. Drake suddenly spoke. His aura receded, not vanishing, but pulling back enough that the pressure in the cafeteria eased. And strangely, his expression changed completely, no longer containing an hostile look. You must be Gray Veru, he continued slowly, son of Madame Veru, the so-called monstrous genius, the one whose talent surpassed his entire generation. Murmurs rippled outward immediately. Viru? That Viru? No way. Drake adjusted his sleeves and stepped forward in a respectful manner that made Gray raise an eyebrow in surprise. I heard that your talent had been stolen away, but it seems that you've regained it. He cracked his fingers once, his lips curling up slyly. Honestly, it's an honor to meet you again, as I had challenged you in the past and lost within a single move. Drake spoke solemnly. The people around had their eyes widen in shock as they knew that Drake was something that was arrogant until his bones. And seeing him being so respectful, their gazes towards Gray turned much more curious and even contained a little bit of awe. Hearing his words, Gray nodded slyly, as if remembering something. You were the kid that used both a sword and a dagger, right? Drake's eyes brightened lightly. Indeed. And I was also the first to search for you when your talent was stolen, but you sadly dismissed me right away as I simply wanted to help you. Gray's eyes narrowed slyly. Help me? This is strange. Everyone back in the capital fucking hated my guts, but in this city, that is the second biggest city in the whole continent, everyone so far respects me. Yes, unlike the people in the capital, we, from this city in particular, respect people even if they lose their talent. You could say that a single grand achievement, for us, speaks more than a dozen small ones. He took a single step forward and suddenly got on one knee and stretched his hand in a way a knight would kneel before his lord. And that is why Drake said loudly, clearly, I formally invite you to Clantine's Sword Magic Academy. A place like Gloria Academy cannot fully train your talent. The cafeteria exploded instantly. What? P.S. kneeling? Is Drake serious? They never invite outsiders. Gray stared down at Drake without saying a word. Russell. He felt a tug on his sleeve. Gray, Lyra whispered, her eyes showing a bit of unease in them. He ignored it as his gaze stayed locked on Drake. What benefits could your academy give me? Gray asked calmly. The noise around them dropped a notch. Drake lifted his head slightly at his words. The only thing I need is resources and divinity for Jasmine. Gray thought. Drake didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowly rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his knee before speaking. First of all, unrestricted access to high-grade cultivation resources. No quotas or any kind of ranking limits. If you need elixirs, rare metals, ancient beast cores, or spatial materials, you'll get them. A ripple went through the crowd. Secondly, Clantine Academy possesses 3 sealed training grounds designed for people who break common limits. Places where time, gravity, and mana density are distorted. You wouldn't be restricted by safety protocols meant for ordinary geniuses. Gray's eyes narrowed slightly. This is interesting, as Gloria only has normal training grounds. Third, Drake said, his tone lowering, we have direct contracts with multiple divine remnants. Not gods that interfere, but ones that grant knowledge. Technique. Lost systems. If you want information about anything. He paused. You'll get it. That one landed hard as Gray's attention sharpened fully now. Divine remnants. With that, I can easily recover more than 10% of my power in one go. And finally, Drake finished. Clementine answers to no royal family or the church itself. Your past, your reputation, your enemies in the capital, none of that matters there. Drake looked Gray straight in the eyes. Will protect you from any kind of danger. And just to mention that I have full permission of the headmistress to say this, he added a final sentence. This caused Lyra's grip on Gray's sleeve to tighten. Cassandra didn't speak, but her expression darkened slightly. Even Maelys started showing a worried look, as those conditions were far too good for any of them. Bro, you wouldn't betray us, would you? Ronan muttered quietly. The rest of the girls also looked at Gray worriedly. Gray was quiet for several seconds, and then he spoke again. And the cost? Drake smiled faintly. Nothing much. He straightened fully. Just when the academy goes under some kind of trouble, you'll help us. And also help us win the tournament between academies. The cafeteria held its breath at his words. Most of them didn't know why Drake was going too far to recruit Gray. But if he was, that means that Gray was truly a monstrous genius. As for those who knew Gray, they were desperately hoping that he would accept. After a while, Gray's lips parted slyly. I'll consider it. The uproar returned instantly, but Drake simply nodded, satisfied with his answer. That is all I ask. Chapter 209. A decision to make. Let them be served first. Drake gave a short nod to the people in front of him. The students in front of them stiffened instantly as they heard his words, then quickly stepped aside, forming a clear path, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. No one complained or even dared to. Does he have a high authority in the academy? Everyone seems to respect him, and from the murmurs I have heard, even the student council shouldn't dare to provoke him since he is known for being arrogant. Gray acknowledged it with a brief nod and moved forward, calmly selecting a few servings before carrying his tray toward an empty table near the side. The others followed behind him without a word, their steps being oddly hesitant. They sat down, and for a few seconds, only the faint clink of cutlery and the low murmurs of the cafeteria filled the air, until finally, and noticing everyone's gaze entirely on him, he rolled his eyes, sighing. There's a chance that I will. That did absolutely nothing to calm their hearts at all. Bro, you can't do this to us. Ronan groaned, clutching his chest dramatically. After everything we went through, Gray ignored him completely. And you wouldn't just leave your cute girlfriend behind, would you? Ronan pointed at Lyra. Lyra looked up at Gray with puppy eyes, almost pleading. There are teleportation gates in both cities, Gray stated flatly, taking a bite of his food. If I want to see her, I'll use the one here. Wouldn't that be insanely expensive? Ronan complained for the benefits they're giving me. Even if I used it every day, I wouldn't exactly spend too much money. Besides, I'm pretty sure that the organization behind the teleportation gate has a yearly card that lets you use it any time you want during the chosen year. The table went quiet once again. Russell, huh? Fool him. Without thinking twice, Gray conjured a casual hiding spell under the table that would hide whatever was happening. After all, a foot was now resting against his leg. His eyes instantly turned to the culprit, who was none other than Celine, who had previously shared a secret moment with him. It had been more than 3 months since their encounter, and now she had probably gathered quite a hefty amount of desire. Is this her way of convincing me not to enter this academy? Russell. Celine's toes curled against him through his trousers, and he felt himself stiffen in response, her heel pressing rhythmically against his leg. To be honest, Gray didn't feel much from that, but because it had been a long time since he last had any physical contact, he reacted on instinct. So, without thinking, Gray simply grabbed her foot and pushed it away. He also gave her a look that said that whatever she was trying to do, it wouldn't work. She pouted at that, to the point of even averting her gaze. Ahem. Adrian suddenly coughed, getting everyone's attention. He was one of the only 2 people who were happy if Gray went to the other academy. Of course, the only 2 being himself and Leon. After all, Gray was simply too damn charming, and if he were gone, more girls would pay attention to him. As for Leon, well, His history with Gray simply explained it. Did you guys even notice? Adrian said, gesturing vaguely around the cafeteria. Almost every student in here is above the peak advanced stage. Huh? Ronan blinked in surprise. I'm serious. Adrian nodded firmly. I sensed it properly. There are maybe a dozen people still stuck there? The rest have already stepped into the master realm. That many? Claire frowned. At the very least. Leon nodded quietly. Adrian let out a short, incredulous laugh. I know they're supposed to be the strongest students of each year, but this is still insane. Isn't it? He looked around the table, then added bluntly, the strongest people in our class barely reached the intermediate advanced stage. The words hung in the air. When you say it like that, Ronan slowly scratched his cheek. That's a ridiculous gap. Lyra glanced around uneasily, then back at Gray. He simply kept eating, but even though he looked indecisive, he already had an answer in his heart about whether to join this academy or not. Well, Leon spoke up, breaking the brief silence. The only reason our academy is even called the strongest is because of Cecilia. He let out a tired sigh. Our student council president basically crushed most of this academy by herself. By herself? Ronan blinked. Her realm was terrifyingly high compared to her opponents. Not just higher, but extremely overwhelming. Leon nodded. Adrian crossed his arms and continued. There were rumors she could fight through the ranks without stopping. Yeah, Leon added. So of course she won. Single-handedly. And once she brought back that victory, everyone voted for her without hesitation. He paused, then added dryly. That is probably the real reason she asked the student council president. Cecilia, Selena repeated thoughtfully. That is the girl who asked about Gray in the cafeteria, right? I think so, Ronan replied, nodding. I never forget a beautiful face like hers. His tone turned almost dreamy, causing the girls to give him a disgusted look. Seeing this, Ronan clicked his tongue. You girls and your double standards, TSK. If it were Gray saying that, you all would simply get jealous. He muttered under his breath, and of course, everyone heard that. At this, Lyra also scanned the girls around her. The only person she probably could trust to be alone with Gray was Cassandra and Maylise. One was his stepsister, and the other one acted coldly to everyone. As for Kadia, she didn't know her yet, but because of how introverted she seemed, Lyra probably didn't need to worry about her. I'm done eating. Gray suddenly stood up, and that S when they looked at his plate, which only had a few crumbs of food. They were so busy talking that they almost forgot the food on their plate. Gray, why dash? Lyra's lips parted slyly, just to be interrupted. I have something to do, so I want to accompany any of you. He stated before anyone could stop him. What now? Ronan exclaimed in surprise. Bro, you can't just... Unfortunately for him, Gray was already heading towards the exit of the cafeteria, completely ignoring his existence. He then stopped near one of the academy walls, where a large, detailed map had been engraved directly into polished stone. MHM. He took a single look at it and then directly headed towards the gardens, the place where he thought that almost no students would be present. And just like he had expected, it was truly quiet, but it was still very beautiful with wide paths, trimmed hedges, fountains murmuring softly, the air carrying a faint floral scent. A few students lingered at the edges. Most of them were couples. He walked past the common paths, past the decorative arches, deeper, until the sound of voices faded and even the wind seemed reluctant to follow. Only then did he stop and sharply turn around. Get out. Gray suddenly spoke, looking at an empty space. He continued staring at it for a few seconds, and then his eyes moved slyly as if following someone moving. You got me. An oddly enticing female voice pried into his ears as he directly took a step back. In that instant, a few blue wisps appeared in the ground and slowly formed a blue female figure. Your mana detection is still absurdly sharp. Gray, she said, smiling. As expected from the only child I ever wanted as a disciple. Clarentine, or should I call you Aurora? Aurora is fine, darling. She smiled playfully. Swish. The blue wisps dissipated, showing her appearance clearly. She was tall, unnervingly so, standing straight even in black heels. Long auburn hair spilled down her back in loose waves, catching the light as if it belonged there. Her pupils were red, deep, and vivid, carrying a weight of age and experience that no youthful face could hide. A small black beauty mark rested just above her full, reddish-pink lips, drawing the eye no matter how much one tried not to stare. Her white shirt strained unapologetically against her chest, the buttons pulled to their limit, the fabric threatening betrayal with every small movement. Below it, a tight pencil skirt hugged her waist and hips before falling neatly, emphasizing her long legs wrapped in black stockings. Even without the heels, she would have been tall, possibly taller than him, and she looked at Gray like she always had, like he was something precious. "Did you miss me, darling?" Chapter 210. Aurora. Not at all. Gray's reply came shortly after. The reaction was immediate. Aurora's lips curved downward as she puffed out her cheeks in an exaggerated pout, leaning closer as if daring him to react. He did, just not the way she wanted. Pop! He pressed a finger into her cheek without warning, deflating the act entirely. "Cuteness doesn't suit you," he advised. "It looks forced." For half a second, she froze, but just as quickly, her eyes lit up. "Oh," she hummed, clearly delighted rather than offended. "So you were paying attention." She straightened, rolled her shoulders back, and smoothly shifted her stance. One hip cocked just enough to sharpen the curve of her waist, the tight line of her skirt guiding the eye down to her hips, then further to her long legs. A pose truly meant to be sexy. "To be clear, what about this one?" she added playfully. Gray's gaze swept over her once. "It does," he admitted with a small nod. "That one fits you. TSK, TSK, TSK. She clicked her tongue, circling him half a step. "You really are dangerous." She stopped in front of him and gently hooked her index finger under his chin, lifting it just enough to force him to meet her eyes. Flirting so casually with an older woman, Aurora teased slyly, although as he was clearly pleased by his words. "Do you have any idea how cruel that is?" Her smile widened. "And here I thought you didn't miss me at all." "I really didn't. Not even a little," he replied plainly. Aurora blinked once. "Ouch. That's not an insult," he continued, lifting his chin just enough to slip out of her finger without touching her. "It's just a fact. Every time you appeared, you did the same 3 things." "Oh." Her smile sharpened. "Only 3? You teased me," he said, counting calmly on his fingers. "Relentlessly. You try to confuse me with half-truths and flowery words." And then, his eyes lifted to hers, dark and unamused. "You tried to make me sign contracts that would turn me into your possession." Aurora placed a hand over her chest in mock offense. "Possession is such an ugly word, darling. I prefer exclusive disciple. You used blood clauses, minor details. You hid soul-binding subtext in the margins. Creative formatting. You smiled every time I noticed." Her lips curved wider. "Because you always noticed. You're exhausting." Gray sighed, rubbing his temple. "And yet, you never once walked away." She leaned closer again. "I was younger," he replied flatly, "and you were annoying enough to be educational." That caused her to laugh. "Do you know how many geniuses begged me to teach them?" Aurora murmured. "How many would have signed those contracts without reading a single line?" "I'm aware. That's why you kept trying with me." She tilted her head. "And why do you think that is?" "Because my talent was simply too monstrous, and you probably have a kink for people that refuse to comply with your wishes." He answered immediately. Her pupils dilated at his words. "You make it sound so romantic." "Romantic? You literally tried to brand me," he added dryly. "Only spiritually." Gray blankly gazed upon her. Aurora was silent for a second. Then she laughed again, brighter this time, clapping her hands once. "Ah, there it is," she said warmly. "That sharp tongue, that spine, that infuriating clarity." She stepped closer until there was barely any space left, heels clicking softly against stone. "So?" she asked, her eyes gleaming with pure excitement. "Now that you're stronger, smarter, far harder to bind." Her smile turned slow and dangerous. Care to read a new contract together? No. An obvious instant refusal. Aurora's smile didn't fade. If anything, it deepened, as it really was the kind of smile that belonged to someone who enjoyed refusal far more than obedience. Then, Gray exhaled and added calmly, "And next time, don't use a student from your academy to try to corner me into joining." He had hit the mark with that phrase. Ha ha ha, Aurora laughed softly, one hand lifting to her lips as if she had just been gently scolded rather than exposed. "You mean my nephew?" she asked lightly. "Oh, darling, you give me far too much credit. He was already obsessed with you," she continued softly, twirling her hair in her fingers. "Your talent, your growth, the way you move as if the world should keep up with you instead of the other way around. He truly wanted to fight alongside you." Her red pupils glimmered. But admiration alone didn't make someone kneel in a cafeteria full of elites and publicly challenge another academy. Orders did. "You manipulate too easily," Gray stated flatly. Aurora placed a hand on her hip and corrected with a faint smile, "I cultivate potential. Manipulation is such a harsh word. This woman is a little strange." Jasmine, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Why? She has both demonic energy and divinity inside of her body. However, they have a complete balance, as if they were in synchronization." Those words instantly caused Gray to be a little surprised. "You used him." "I used his desire," she replied smoothly. "There's a difference." She leaned forward slightly, enough for her shadow to fall over him. "And tell me," she murmured, "if I hadn't intervened, would you even have considered my academy?" Gray directly nodded. "Those conditions are really good for me." For a small moment, Aurora's smile softened. "Good," she said quietly. "I'd be disappointed if you were that easy." She straightened, turning away a half step, auburn hair swaying down her back. "Don't worry, Gray," Aurora added over her shoulder. "I won't force your hand." Then, with a sideways glance and a knowing smile, "I prefer it when you walk into my grasp on your own." Gray simply watched her walking away, his eyes never leaving her back until she completely disappeared from his sight. This woman, she might be me in a woman's form. This was one of the reasons Gray didn't accept being her disciple in the past. He knew that she was doing everything for herself, and being her disciple meant being used by her. Or even worse. And from the looks of it, she didn't change a single bit. He let out a deep sigh and then turned and left the gardens, heading back into the academy grounds. But just as he did so, wham! A body came flying straight toward him. Gray reacted on instinct, his arms snapping forward as he caught the figure midair. The impact still forced him to slide half a step back, boots scraping against the stone. "Ronan?" "Kurt!" Ronan coughed violently, blood speckling the corner of his mouth. His back was a mess, his clothes were torn, his skin bruised, deep purple and red, several cuts still bleeding as if they had been carved rather than struck. "Gee, Gray?" Ronan wheezed, his eyes unfocused. Gray's expression darkened slyly. "What happened?" Ronan tried to laugh and failed, groaning instead. Just a friendly exchange." Gray gently set him down, already scanning the area. Across the open training path stood a student. He was quite lean and tall, with two swords resting casually on his shoulders, one balanced behind his neck, the other hanging loosely from his hand. His uniform was pristine, seemingly not having a single speck of dust or damage, and he was smiling not arrogantly, but in a comfortably cruel manner. "So this is it," the student said, tilting his head slightly as his eyes moved from Ronan to Gray. "Is this what the strongest students of Gloria Academy amount to?" A few other students stood behind him, watching in complete silence. Gray slowly stood up as his gaze locked onto the twin sword user, looking at him with an almost blank and scary gaze. "You picked the wrong one to throw." "Uft. Ahahahoa." The twin sword user laughed softly, as if Gray had just told him a joke meant only for the two of them. "Oh," he said, rolling his shoulders once. The swords smoothly slid down into his hands in a single motion. "You look calm. That's good. I hate it when they scream too early. It's quite noisy when that happens." and I really hate high noises. Gray didn't answer. He gently pushed Ronan behind him, one hand steady on his shoulder for half a second. Stay down. Ronan wanted to protest, but the words died in his throat when he felt a strange pressure keeping him from moving. His eyes looked at Gray in surprise as black smoke started seeping out of his body. The surrounding students instantly stiffened without realizing why. Conversations around the courtyard thinned, then stopped altogether, attention slowly being dragged toward the two figures facing each other. The twin-sword student tilted his head again, his eyes narrowing just a little. Dark hair and black eyes. His eyes widened in realization. Chapter 2:11-2:11. The Colosseum. The moment the name left his mouth, the twin-sword student went entirely stiff, causing the mocking smile on his face to completely vanish. His pupils shrank as if someone had poured cold water down his spine. Gray Viru, he repeated, his voice suddenly turning a little hoarse. The black smoke curling from Gray's body did not grow stronger upon noticing the sudden reaction coming from the boy in front of him. It simply lingered, pressing down on the space between them, as if the guy tried to attack him, he could one-shot him directly. Gulp! The twin-sword student swallowed audibly, and suddenly, both of his swords slipped from his hands. Clatter! They hit the stone ground and slid a short distance before stopping. He did not even look at them. I didn't know, he uttered quickly, raising both hands. I swear I didn't know he was your friend. Gray did not move and continued staring at him. The student took a step back, then another, until his heel hit the edge of the courtyard stone. I swear on my cultivation, he stated, speaking much faster now. On my future, on my path. I wouldn't have touched him if I knew. He glanced at Ronan for half a second, then looked back at Gray, panic clear on his face. He tried to flirt with the girlfriend of one of my juniors. I thought he was trying to cause trouble, and so I reacted without thinking. That's my fault. Entirely my fault. But noticing Gray's almost blank reaction, the twin-sword student clenched his fists, then suddenly dropped to one knee. I apologize, he said, bowing his head low. Truly, I crossed the line. His voice shook. I swear I will never raise a blade against any of your friends again. If I break this vow, may my cultivation rot and my sword shatter in my hands. A sharp breath ran through the crowd as a mana signature suddenly popped above the speaker's head. That was not an empty promise at all. It seems that I'm pretty respected here. I only thought that it was the girl, and maybe Drake was a special case. However, it truly seems that it isn't. Slowly, the mana signature above the guy's head flickered once, then sank into his body like a brand being sealed. Gray watched it happen without changing his expression. Good. He waved his hand once, dismissing the man like an insect. Get out of my sight. The student did not hesitate at all. He bowed one last time, then turned and hurried away, dragging his swords with him, while keeping a respectful posture. Only then did Gray turn toward Ronan. He crouched and grabbed Ronan by the collar, pulling him upright with one arm, as if he weighed nothing. Ronan groaned. Bro, you didn't have to be so scary about it. Gray looked at him for a moment before kicking him. Thud. Ronan landed flat on his ass, yelping in pain, hands scrambling behind him. Ow, what the hell was that for? For being an idiot, Gray said coldly. Ronan winced and rubbed his back, face twisting. He started it. You escalated it. Ronan opened his mouth, closed it, then sighed. Okay, Fine. But listen, he said quickly, pointing weakly toward where the twin-sword guy had been. The guy was hovering around her all smug like he owned the place. I mean, did you see her? She was beautiful, like unfairly beautiful. Gray stared at him. And he didn't deserve to stand next to her, Ronan continued, growing animated despite the pain. I was doing the world a favor. Someone had to humble him. You're not someone, Gray replied. Ouch, Ronan muttered. That hurt more than the kick. This is not Gloria, Gray coldly stated. People here bite back. You pick a fight, you finish it, or you die. There is no middle. Ronan swallowed, finally catching the tone. Yeah, got it. Then, after a second. Still, though, she smiled at me. Gray kicked him again. Thud. Stop kicking me. Of course, Gray couldn't say anything about it, as he had been with Celine behind her boyfriend's back. However, he still decided to reprimand Ronan, even saying that Ronan was obviously the wrong one. The reason for this? Just improve a little bit of his image for now, since he really needed to integrate into this academy, so that no one would be suspicious of him when someone dies. Of course, killing was allowed, but Gray decided not to do it openly because, like the vice president had mentioned, most of the students just wanted to get stronger. And because of that, killing someone here, even if it was allowed, was probably going to be a huge mistake. Where did the others go anyway? Gray asked, glancing around the courtyard. The others? Ronan repeated, scratching his head, his eyebrows knitting together as he tried to recall. He stood there for a moment, then suddenly snapped his fingers. "All right, they went to the Academy Coliseum," he said, energy rushing back into his voice. "Apparently, there are a lot of high-ranked students fighting today. Like real fights, not training sparring. Second and third years. Was it Lyra who suggested it?" Ronan's eyes widened. "How do you always know?" he asked, half impressed, half offended. "Why would I know my girlfriend?" Gray gave a small shrug. "Ha! Figures," Ronan muttered, then grinned. "She got all excited and dragged everyone along. Said watching real fights was educational." Gray shook his head and turned toward the main hall exit. "Let's go, then." They passed through the wide, stone hallways of the academy, their footsteps echoing against tall pillars engraved with old combat records and names of past champions. Groups of students hurried past them in the opposite direction, all talking at once. "Did you see the matchup board? They say one of the third years already touched the King Realm threshold." "No way. That's impossible." "You hear that? These people are insane. It's impossible for a third year to reach the King Realm." Ronan leaned closer to Gray. Gray simply rolled his eyes at his words. They stepped outside, sunlight washing over the stone path that stretched ahead, and instantly felt that the air was different. Here, mana flowed openly instead of being restrained, as if the academy itself allowed power to breathe. In the distance, the Colosseum rose like a massive crown of black stone. Its outer walls were carved with reinforced runes, and the roar of the crowd leaked through even from this far away. "Phew!" Ronan let out a low whistle. "That thing is huge. Gloria's arena looks like a toy compared to this." Indeed, Gray nodded lightly. As they followed the path, the crowd thickened. Students lined the walkway, some already placing bets, others arguing loudly about who would win. "I heard the spear guy already broke someone's ribs earlier." "That was last week, idiot." Gray noticed how casually they spoke about injuries. My evaluation of them being battle maniacs was correct. They reached the entrance, wide gates standing open as mana barriers shimmered overhead. The sound hit them full force the moment they stepped inside. "Cut him off." "Left, left." Steel shrieked as blades collided, sparks bursting across the arena floor. Thump! A heavy sound followed as someone was slammed into the ground, the impact rolling through the stands like a dull wave. "Whoa, what the hell?" Ronan froze at the entrance, his eyes going wide as his lips parted slightly. "Move. You are blocking the view." They stepped further inside, the noise swallowing them whole. "Again. Don't back off. Finish it." A sword rang out sharply. Clang! Another weapon followed, lower and heavier, grinding against the first as mana crackled between them. "Did you see that exchange?" He countered mid-swing. "That footwork is insane. This is way louder than Gloria's arena." Ronan swallowed hard. Gray nodded at his words, as it was indeed true. They found seats halfway up the stands. The stone beneath them vibrated faintly with each heavy blow below. As Gray sat, his gaze dropped to the arena floor. Two students were locked in close combat. One wielded a curved blade, breathing steady, shoulders relaxed. The other held a thick staff, its surface glowing faintly as it deflected strike after strike. Crack! The staff hit the ground. Whoosh! The blade followed, barely missing a neck. The crowd erupted. "That was close." He almost lost his head. "Keep pressuring him." Ronan leaned forward without realizing it. "They're not holding back at all. That is something obvious." "No, this isn't a fight until one of them dies." Below, The curved blade slid in low. Slash! Blood sprayed lightly, instantly sealed by a barrier rune as the injured fighter staggered back. A bell rang. Winner! The defeated student bowed stiffly, breathing hard, then limped away. And just at that moment, another pair stepped in immediately without even taking a minute of rest or anything like that. Gray, that crimson-haired guy has divinity. Suddenly, Jasmine's voice rang out, and instantly, Gray's eyes narrowed in complete interest as he stared at the red-haired guy in the arena. A faint golden flame erupted from his sword, causing Gray's lips to curl up instantly. Agni's fire, huh? Chapter 212. Night attack? You mean Agni Deva, the deity of fire? Jasmine exclaimed in surprise, as she hadn't even made a conclusion, and yet Gray had already reached his own. I mean, that flame can only be from him. No? I'm not sure. The match began. The opponent moved first, charging with a wide slash aimed at the neck. The crimson-haired student did not step back, and instead turned his wrist, angled his blade, and caught the strike cleanly. Clang! The impact rang sharp and clear. The flame on his sword flared once. He pushed. The opponent stumbled back as heat rolled across the ground, forcing space. Gray watched closely. The opponent tried to circle, leaving his blade low, then rushed again, faster this time, swinging twice in quick succession. The crimson-haired student shifted his shoulder, let the first pass and cut downward. Slash! The golden flame brushed the opponent's arm. Graph! The barrier reacted instantly, sealing the wound, but the pain remained. The opponent staggered, breath breaking. The red-haired student did not chase him, and instead, when the opponent tried to retreat, he moved. The moment he saw his opponent twist his feet slyly because of how nervous he was, he instantly shot forward, swinging his sword as the golden flames enveloping it grew brighter. Clang! The opponent's blade flew from his hands. The crimson-haired student turned his wrist and struck once more, the flat of the blade slamming into the chest. Boom! The body hit the ground and slid across the stone, rioting. Then the bell rang, causing the crowd to explode. That was brutal. He ended it in 3 moves. That fire control is insane. Gray leaned back slightly, his eyes still fixed on the arena. He is far stronger than the others. Indeed, and he is also holding back most of his power. The crimson-haired student extinguished the flame with a simple breath, bowed once to the judges, and walked away as if nothing had happened. Gray watched him leave the arena in quiet interest, and then continued watching as more students stepped onto the arena and fought against. He spent more than an hour watching the fights. Ugh, this is so boring. Ronan finally couldn't hold back anymore and directly complained, getting up almost instantly. Gray also stood up, as he had already analyzed a lot of the students, and it would be a simple waste of time staying here any longer. It's already quite late, so I'll go back to the dorms, Gray muttered, looking at the sun, which was now descending. Ronan followed his gaze and blinked in surprise. Huh, didn't he notice how long we stayed? They moved down the steps and flowed with the crowd as students poured out of the Coliseum. Think we got decent dorms? Ronan walked beside Gray, putting his hands behind his head, before he suddenly asked. If they give benefits based on one's talent, yes, Gray replied. And if not, then I'll sleep anyway. Figures. Ronan snorted. They passed through the academy paths, lanterns already lit along the walkways. The air cooled, carrying the faint scent of grass and stone dust. The dormitory complex rose ahead, tall buildings separated by banners and engraved markers. At the entrance, a crystal board hovered, names glowing softly. Okay, Ronoid, First-year combat wing, East Dorm, floor 4. Ronan leaned in first, squinting. Not bad. He grinned. Gray scanned the list once. Gray Viru, Independent Wing. North Dorm. Ronan froze, then slowly turned his head. North Dorm? Yes. ISNT, that the high-privilege building? Seems so. Gray gave a small shrug. Of course. Of course you'd end up there. Ronan stared at him for a second, then burst out laughing. They stopped at the fork where the paths split toward their respective dorms. Ronan scratched the back of his head. Guess this is it. Try not to scare your neighbors. No promises. See you tomorrow, Ronan waved. Gray nodded lightly before following the path that headed towards the northern building. It didn't take long for him to get there, and when he did, he simply looked for a door with his nameplate on it, and, after searching for a while, he finally found it. He pressed the given Academy ID on the small sensor, then entered the dormitory. Creak. A large window stretched across one wall, curtains drawn halfway to let moonlight or the light of the sunset spill across the floor. A desk stood neatly to the side, already stocked with blank paper and a basic writing kit. Shelves lined the opposite wall, albeit empty, and the air strangely smelled of fresh linen and stone. Quite spacious, Gray muttered. He closed the door behind him and rolled his shoulders lightly before his eyes moved toward the bed. Huh. He suddenly stopped as he saw a big lump on his supposed bed. Gray's hand drifted toward his side out of habit, his fingers twitching as he prepared to draw his sword at any given moment. His gaze sharpened, scanning the room again. Strangely, there was no hostile aura or even killing intent, not even any kind of formation. So what could that lump be? Rustle. The lump shifted, causing the blanket to move slightly, followed by a quiet sound. Gray stared. The blanket suddenly slid down, revealing a head of familiar hair. A long, cyan-colored hair that was almost unique in the world. A pair of half-lidded eyes opened slowly, unfocused for a second, then locked onto him. Ah, Celine murmured sleepily, hugging the pillow tighter. You took forever, so I ended up falling asleep. The pressure in the room vanished at once. What are you doing here? How did you even get in? Gray asked in surprise as he sat down on the edge of the bed. Celine rubbed her eyes before her lips curled up into a faint, wicked smirk. Simple. I told them that I was your girlfriend, and they gave me a spare key. She grinned widely, before licking her lips slyly. As she sat up, the blanket fell away, and Gray's eyes caught on her pajama top. The thin fabric clung to her skin. It was clear she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Her nipples pressed against the material, their shape visible through the soft cloth. The top of her pajamas was low-cut, revealing the soft curve of her breasts. They were already full, and the tight pajamas made them look even bigger, creating a powerful pull on his attention. But Gray's face didn't change, as he just kept looking at her with the same calm expression, seeing where his eyes were. Celine puffed out her chest. Do you like them? Are you impressed? She reached up and adjusted the fabric from underneath, smoothing it so it sat even more neatly against her. They're all ready for you, you know. All you have to do is step forward. She wiggled her shoulders a little, making her breasts move onto the thin fabric. I bet you're just pretending. You want me, don't you? She waited, but Gray just kept looking at her with the same calm, empty face. He didn't move or say anything. Celine's smile faded. Her shoulders slumped, and her lower lip pushed out into a big pout. Hey, are you even listening? What's wrong with you? Don't you think I'm pretty? She crossed her arms, which only pushed her chest up higher. You're supposed to be a guy. Act like one. Just as her pout was at its worst, and her eyes were wide with frustration. Kaya. Everything was a blur. 1 second, she was sitting there pouting, and the next, she was on her back, the air pushed out of her. Gray was on top of her, his hands holding her shoulders down against the bed, his body hovering just over hers. Why you? What are you doing? She stammered, her heart beating fast against her chest as she felt his dark eyes staring deeply at her. Gray didn't answer her question. Instead, he lowered his head, and his lips crashed against hers. It wasn't a soft kiss. It was hungry and demanding. His tongue pushed in her mouth, exploring, tasting. MMPH. Slurp. The sound of their mouths meeting was soft in the quiet room. Slowly, his hands moved from her shoulders. One slid down her back, pressing her body against his. The other moved up to her side, his fingers resting against her. He held her close, and she sighed softly against his lips, and a gasp escaped her throat. The thin fabric of her pajama top did nothing to hide the heat of his touch. Celine's mind went blank. All her teasing, all her confidence, vanished under the force of his actions. Her hands, which had been pushing against his chest, now clutched at his shirt, pulling him closer. Their bodies brushed against each other, the friction sending sparks through her skin. MHMGH. She almost couldn't breathe because of how intensely he was kissing her. She could only feel his tongue tangled with hers, his hand molding her breast into his liking, and his body pinning her down. MHM. Ah! It escaped into his mouth, swallowed by his kiss. Her heart was beating so fast she could hear it in her ears, a frantic thump, thump, thump that mixed with the sounds of their kissing. After what felt like forever, Grace slowly pulled back. Pwah! A thin, shiny bridge of saliva stretched between them before breaking and falling onto her chin. Fuck! Ha ha! They were both breathing hard, their chests rising and falling. Celine stared up at him, her eyes wide and her lips swollen and wet. She was completely breathless, her body tingling from their intense kisses. Gray raised his hand and gently touched her bottom lip with his thumb. He caressed it softly, wiping away the wetness. His touch was so gentle compared to how he had just kissed her. Did you miss me that much? Chapter 213. A Half-Mermaid's Fear. Slurp. At his words, her lips, already parted, curved into a small smile. Instead of answering, she gently took his hand and held it between both of hers. HMN. She gave his thumb a light, playful press, her expression soft and amused. Her tongue, soft and agile, swirled around the tip of his thumb, tracing the nail and the pad in slow, sensitive circles. Slush! She started to move her head, her lips sliding up and down the length of his thumb. Her tongue pressed against the sensitive skin beneath the knuckle, touching him with tender affection, savoring the closeness. However, his lack of reaction seemed to make her try even harder. She wanted him to respond in some kind of way, whether that was a small gasp or him clenching his jaw. She just wanted him to show he wanted her, but he gave her none of those reactions. It was like trying to start a fire with a wet match. And finally, after what felt like an eternity, she released his thumb from her mouth. Papa was glistening with her saliva, connected to her lips by a single, shining thread for a moment before it broke. Hag you! Her breathing was heavy, her chest rising and falling rapidly. But as she stared up at his impassive face, a strange change began to occur. The frustration she felt was so intense, it seemed to manifest physically. Her eyes, which had been locked on his, began to change. The whites stayed the same, but the irises started to change their natural color, the deep blue melting into a vibrant, almost neon pink. What do you think? She snapped at him. Shine! Suddenly, her skin began to change, and her human flesh was replaced by something else. Tiny, iridescent scales started to blossom across her skin, spreading from her cheeks down her neck. They were a mesmerizing blend of deep ocean blue and soft coral pink, not to mention that they were quite small and delicate, overlapping each other, and giving her an appearance that was both beautiful and utterly alien. The most dramatic change came to her ears. Her normal, rounded ears began to twitch and literally stretch. The cartilage seemed to soften and reshape itself, pulling upwards and outwards. They elongated into elegant, pointed shapes, but with a strange, webbed structure. Thin, almost translucent membranes of skin connected the back of her ears to the sides of her head, like the fins of some exotic deep-sea creature. Gray was actually speechless, as he didn't expect Celine to suddenly transform in her mermaid form. Celine, you're a mermaid? He instantly faked a surprised expression. Huh. The instant she heard his words, she instantly reached out to touch her ears, and feeling that soft and elegant shape, she froze. Didi look at me. Gaining a huge amount of strength, probably because of her transformation, she pushed Gray away and directly covered herself with the blankets. Full. Gray sighed as the blankets rustled in front of him. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes lowering for a moment. Celine. Russell, Russell. A wet, broken sound answered him. Ashik. Her voice burst out right after, sharp and shaking. You must think I'm a monster. Her words rushed out faster, uneven, as if fear had torn open a dam inside her chest. I know you do, she cried, words tumbling over each other. Everyone always does. The moment they see scales, the moment they hear the word mermaid, their eyes change. She curled tighter beneath the covers, her beautiful scales glowing faintly through the blankets. From a moment anyone hears the word mermaid, their thoughts go straight to sirens, singing women pulling sailors into the sea, smiling while men drown, using beauty as bait, using voices as knives. Her hands clench the blanket. Sniff. They say mermaids smile while killing. They say mermaids feel nothing. They say mermaids exist only to lure, only to destroy. No one ever cares about the truth. Gray remained silent. Celine swallowed hard and kept going, her voice shaking more with each sentence. I grew up hearing stories about my own kind. Stories where mermaids dragged fathers away from families. Stories where sons never return home. People never asked who wrote those stories. Never asked who survived to speak. She laughed weakly through tears. Humans saw sirens once, and decided every mermaid carried the same sin, same hunger and cruelty. Her shoulders shook violently. Because of that, my whole race went instinct. Do you know how many times I hid my ears? How many times have I wrapped bandages around my neck? How many times have I prayed nobody would hear my voice for too long? She pressed her face into the pillow. I learned to whisper, learned to speak softly, learned to smile less, learned to shrink, all because people see scales and stop seeing a heart. Her breath hitched slyly, as if remembering some bad memories. Her voice cracked completely. I did nothing wrong, she whispered. I never hurt anyone. I never sang to anyone. I only wanted to live quietly. Ashik. A soft sob escaped her again. But the moment someone sees this, everything changes. She gestured under the blanket, ignoring her words. Grace slowly grabbed the blankets, and almost instantly, Celine pulled the blankets away in a flinch. Do not look, she cried weakly. Please, do not look at me like that. Celine. She shook her head. You must hate me, or fear me, or think I am dangerous. Her breath stuttered. Say it. I know you think it. At her words, Gray reached out and gently pulled the blanket down just enough for her face to show. Drip, drip. Tears streamed freely now, sliding across iridescent scales, soaking into the fabric beneath her. He looked at her for a long moment. I love you, Celine. The sentence fell softly, without force. Her entire body locked. Her pupils trembled as her breath stopped halfway through her chest, then shattered all at once. What? Her voice came out thin, almost lost. Gray did not repeat himself. Instead, he slid an arm around her waist and drew her toward him. Her body folded into his lap as if her strength had been drained. His fingers brushed along the scales at her side, slow and careful, tracing patterns without pressure. She flinched at first, and then her shoulders sagged. I'm not saying this to calm you down, he said. I'm saying this because it's true. Her lips trembled. I really like the way you talk too much when you're deeply interested in something, he went on. The way you're very assertive with the things you want to do. The way you worry about every single small injury I have. Her eyes filled again. I did not fall for what you are, he said simply. I fell for who you are. Her hands curled into his shirt. You're extremely stubborn and assertive. You like to try and seduce me in every kind of situation. Even if we're in the middle of the forest, he added lightly. That's you. Her chest hitched. And no, I hate myself. I hate this body. I hate what people think when they see me in this state. Tears spilled faster. They look at me like I'm dangerous. She cried. Like I'll hurt them. Like I'm some song waiting to kill them. Her shoulders started shaking hard now. I never wanted that. She sobbed. I never chose this. Gray wrapped both arms around her and pulled her tight. One hand rested between her shoulders, moving up and down slowly. You did nothing wrong. She broke. Ashik, uwag. A loud, broken cry tore out of her as she buried her face into his chest. Her whole body shook, sobs coming one after another without pause. "I was so scared," she cried. "I thought if you knew, you'd leave. I'm still here." Her fingers clenched hard, almost painfully, as if she were afraid to let go. Her cries grew messy and loud, her breath coming out in gaps as her words fell apart. "I didn't want to be alone again," she whimpered. Gray held her steady, his hand patting her back again and again, calm and patient as she practically wet his clothes. "You're not alone. I'm still here." She hugged him tighter, crying openly now, no effort to hide it anymore. "Sniff, you woo." However, as Gray gently patted her back in a doting way, his lips suddenly curved slyly, and a cold glint passed right through his eyes. Tool 1 acquired, he thought. That was quick. Jasmine hummed lightly. "I did not expect this to work so cleanly." "There was no other path," Gray replied inwardly. "Her mother stays pretty much unreachable without this." Well, that woman, the Northern Duchess, showed no hints of lust even though she is a full-fledged mermaid. "I noticed. That is very strange." "Not a problem." His eyes darkened as Celine clung to him, crying like he was the only thing holding her together. Now, she had become a little dependent on him. That little spiritual powder really came in handy. Chapter 214. A half-mermaid hunger, she continued, crying on his arm for a few more minutes, until she finally went silent and shook her head, seemingly wiping her tears on his clothes. "Are you better now?" Gray asked softly, still patting her back in a gentle manner. Celine nodded her head lightly, her elongated ears twitching lightly as she pushed his chest slyly, causing him to unwind his arms around her. This gave him a complete view of her mermaid form, making him smile slyly as he gently pressed his hand against her cheek and brushed it gently. "You look truly beautiful, Celine." Stop. Saying that, her face flushed slyly. She seemed to have returned to the Celine from before, who was a little shy and was easily tricked into getting into his bed. Taking the opportunity, Gray gently kissed her lips. Her eyes widened in surprise, but as she felt his tongue prying into her mouth, they softened instantly as she wrapped her arms around his neck. The quiet noise was followed by the gentle slurp of their tongues meeting. Her mouth opened to him, and he explored slowly, tasting her. "Cheer up, slish, chup." Her fingers tangled in his hair as she kissed him back, her tongue shyly dancing with his. "Hag chew." As the kiss deepened, the shy Celine began to fade, replaced by the confident seductress who knew what she wanted. Rustle, her hands, which had been resting comfortably on his shoulders, began to roam. They slid down his chest, her fingers tracing the hard muscles through his shirt, until they reached the edge of his clothing. The kissing continued, leaving soft sounds to fill the air, as her fingers fumbled with the fastening. The sound was muffled by their continued kissing, but then she ran into a problem. She tried to push the fabric down, but his position on top of her made it impossible to get it past his hips. She tugged again, a little more insistently, her movements becoming jerky. She pulled her mouth back from his just enough to speak, her breath hot against his lips. "Gray," she murmured, her voice a frustrated whisper. "These are, huff, difficult to remove, NNGH, like this." She gave another hard tug, the fabric straining against the obstruction. "Rustle, rustle." The sound of her struggling was a stark contrast to the smooth sounds of their closeness just moments before. Gray simply smiled at her, making no move to help her. At this, Celine's pout returned for a few seconds before her eyes glowed with that familiar pink light. "Fine, we'll do it my way," she huffed. A soft, blue-pink shimmer, the same color as her scales, enveloped her hands. She placed her palms flat against his hips. Swish! Gray's pants were suddenly and forcefully pushed down his legs, pooling around his ankles as if moved by an invisible wave. The cool air hit his skin, and the tension of the moment rose. A look of pure satisfaction crossed Celine's face. Her earlier frustration was gone, replaced by a hungry gleam in her pink eyes. "There we go," she purred. Without another word, she reached out and took hold of him with a firm, confident grip, pleased with what she found. the skin smooth and velvety over the incredible hardness beneath. She began to move her hand slowly, her grip firm but gentle. Her hand moved from the base all the way to the tip, her thumb swirling over the sensitive area on each upward pass. Phoo! The slow rhythm of her touch sent it deep. A wave of sensation coursed through Gray's entire body. It was a current that started low and traveled up his spine, making his muscles tense and his breath catch. How does she manage to be this distracting? He gritted his teeth. But then he noticed the faint glow of her ears, and surprisingly, the same was happening with her beautiful scales. Is this some kind of power from her mermaid form? The pleasure was so intense it demanded more, and he found his answer in her lips. MMPH. Chew up. He crushed his mouth against hers, the gentle, sweet kiss from before turning into something hungry and demanding. The sound was sharp as their teeth almost clicked together. His tongue wasn't asking for permission anymore. It was claiming, plunging into her mouth with a newfound urgency. Slurp smack. Ha chirrup. Celine responded almost immediately. She moved closer to him, her touch becoming more urgent as she felt the intensity of the moment build between them. The soft sounds of their embrace accompanied the rhythm of their kissing. Ah, she murmured against his lips, the closeness making his heart race even faster. Lost in the dual sensations of her stroking and her kissing, Gray's hands sought to explore. Rustle. One hand remained tangled in her cyan hair, holding her close, but the other slid down from her shoulder. It moved over her back, then around her front, his palm flattening against her stomach before moving upward. He placed his hand gently on her shoulder, the warmth of her presence close to him. Through the thin fabric of her pajama top, he could sense her comfort. He gave a light, reassuring squeeze, his fingers resting on her arm. Celine shifted slightly, leaning into him a little more. He held her close, deepening their embrace as she leaned into him. Gray, she whispered softly, before she pulled him back into another passionate kiss. He switched to her other breast, giving it the same attention, massaging and squeezing, learning her shape and what made her moan. The three sensations merged into one overwhelming wave of pleasure, his tongue dominating her mouth, his hand pleasuring her breast, and the moment between them growing more intense with every passing second. Hagfu, ag. Their lips parted for a small moment as they stared at each other with lust-filled eyes that obviously wouldn't end in just foreplay. Gulp. Celine bit her lower lip slightly, her gaze dropping from his face to the big. A look of pure, unadulterated hunger crossed her face, and almost instantly, she pushed Gray onto his back. He grunted in surprise as he was rolled onto his back, the sheets tangling beneath him. Before he could react, she was moving closer, leaning over him with intent. His excitement was evident, and it was reflected in her wide, heart-shaped eyes. She looked at him like he was the most magnificent thing she had ever seen. Then, she opened her mouth in wonder. Gray's eyes widened in actual shock at her reaction, as it wasn't a normal response. It went on, elongating far beyond what a human should, becoming long and prehensile. From a distance of at least 15 centimeters, her tongue snaked through the air and touched him. Gray gritted his teeth instantly. The touch was unlike anything he had ever felt. It didn't feel like it was wet, and more like it was coated in a strange, cool, slimy substance that produced a buzzing tingle across his skin. It was a completely alien sensation that sent a jolt of electricity straight up his spine. Seeing his reaction, a look of deep satisfaction appeared in Celine's eyes. She leaned down, her impossibly long tongue retracting back in her mouth with a soft slurp. She pressed her cheek gently against the hot, hard tip of his skin, nuzzling it affectionately. Even if the mermaids were killed because they were thought to be similar to sirens, she murmured lightly, breathing out air onto his skin. They were very unusual creatures, and because of that, they developed many strange abilities, just like this long tongue of mine, and them, She suddenly opened her mouth wide. Gray's eyes grew even larger as he saw what was inside. It wasn't normal saliva. It was a thick, cyan blue liquid, clinging in shimmering, sticky strands from her tongue to the roof of her mouth, glowing with a faint, neon blue light. Taking advantage of his stunned silence, she leaned forward. Ugh! She closed her lips around him. Highest! Gray instantly sucked in a sharp, cold breath through his teeth. He tensed up sharply against the bed, a low sound escaping his throat. The sensation was overwhelming more than he could put into words. It was entirely beyond anything he had experienced before. The cool liquid in her mouth tingled against him, sharp and electric at the same time. Numbing warmth that amplified every single nerve ending. It was a pleasure so intense that it made his mind go completely blank. But even with that, he didn't finish just yet. Chapter 215. A half-mermaid service. Celine didn't give him a moment to recover. The moment he settled back down onto the mattress, she went to work. Gulp. She took a deep breath, focusing on her task. A strange cyan blue fluid covered him entirely, and it tingled against his skin with an unusual, almost electric sensation, making every nerve scream with a pleasure so intense it bordered on agony. She leaned in closer, her breath warm against him as she moved with deliberate, teasing rhythm. It was impossibly long and flexible, wrapping around him halfway down as she pressed her lips against him, creating a dual sensation of tight pressure and a writhing motion. MMPH. She made soft sounds, the sensations traveling deep into his core, making his entire body tremble. Ugh! Gray groaned slightly, to the point of even clenching the sheets because of how intense the pleasure he was receiving was. No wonder people compared mermaids to succubus. Celine kept moving in a slow, steady rhythm, her touch drawing him closer and closer to the edge. After a while, she pulled back, a thick string of her glowing blue saliva connecting her lips to his before breaking and dripping onto his thigh. She stuck out her tongue, brushing it up and down playfully. Phew! This gave enough time for Gray to breathe. Wow, I didn't have a lot of experience. I would have been overwhelmed by just that first moment. Chup! After a playful teasing gesture, she planted a small kiss before gazing up at Gray. HMN, you're handling this perfectly. My love, she murmured softly, then leaned back down and gently adjusted her posture, settling into a quiet, steady rhythm beside him. She seemed calm and focused, barely hesitating as she moved. There. Chup slish. The sound resounded throughout the room, and the feeling was indescribable. It was like being wrapped in something warm and alive, made solely for pleasure. Rustle. Her hands were not idle either, as one rested gently against him, her fingers moving in a soft, soothing rhythm, teasing the sensitive skin. The other pressed flat against his lower stomach, her thumb rubbing small circles over the sensitive spot just below his waist. Damn it, Celine. Gray almost tilted his head back, and noticing this faint second of weakness, she changed her approach, pulling back and focusing on the most sensitive area with quick, precise movements. The tingling blue fluid coated her tongue as she flicked back and forth, fast and relentless. Flick, 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 flick. It was a sudden, overwhelming wave of emotion that made his vision blur for a second. Ugh! Celine. She looked up at him, her eyes glowing with quiet triumph. Maybe it was because Gray was showing a lot of emotion, but she loved seeing him react so strongly to her help. And this seemed to excite her even more. Celine became even more animated, her movements faster than before. She was using every skill her mermaid ancestry had bestowed upon her, giving her all until she reached her limit, her tongue lapping at his balls. And then she pulled back to suck hard on the head, her cheeks hollowing to the point of making a duck face. Along with that, Celine also used her teeth, just barely scraping them along his shaft, a dangerous, thrilling edge to the overwhelming pleasure. That continued for a few more long minutes, with Celine controlling her breathing through her nose. But even a creature as supernaturally gifted as Celine had her limits. With a final deliberate effort, she finally drew away. Poppet slid out with a loud sound, slapping heavily against his stomach under the dim light. Huh. Ha-G-U-H. Celine sat back on her heels, her chest heaving as she gasped for air. Drip. A thick strand of her cyan saliva dripped from her lower lip, falling on her breast before slowly sliding down its curve. She brought a hand up to her jaw, rubbing it gingerly. Her face, still flushed with lust and exertion, now showed a hint of genuine discomfort. She looked up at him, her heart-shaped eyes wide and pleading. Phew! A puff of air escaped her lips as she tried to catch her breath. NGH. My jaw, she whined, her voice sounding a little raspy. It's huff, start to hurt. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, stretching the sore muscles. You're wheezed too much, Gray. I've never had to work this hard before. Looking at her panting expression, Gray merely patted her head lightly with a faint smile. You did truly amazing, but you don't have to push yourself so hard. He paused, letting his hand stroke her hair. We can skip to the main activity, if you'd like. Ha! Celine's panting slowed, but a defiant fire immediately returned to her pink eyes. She shook her head, her cyan hair whipping across her face. No, I'm not stopping. I want to see it through. Just once. I have to. Hearing her stubborn determination, Gray almost wanted to sigh, but then he got an idea that would help him finish much sooner. He slowly got out of bed and stood beside the bed, looking down at her. All right, but let's try it a different way. Lay on your back and let your head hang off the edge of the bed. Hearing his words, Celine's eyes instantly widened in realization as her lips curled up into a seductive and deeply lustful smile. Oh my, she purred seductively. You want me that badly? Couldn't handle being on the bottom anymore, my love. She didn't wait for an answer as she directly obeyed his words. She lay back on the bed, her body stretched out, and slid her head over the side until it hung upside down, her long cyan hair cascading towards the floor like a waterfall. In this position, her throat was a perfectly straight line. From her upside-down view, she looked up at him, her heart-shaped eyes filled with anticipation. Ah! She opened her mouth wide, a perfect willing O. Her elongated, webbed ears twitched with excitement. I'm ready for you, she purred seductively, and that was somehow even more alluring coming from her inverted position. Don't hold back now. Gray didn't need any more encouragement as he placed his hands on either side of her head, his fingers tangling in her soft hair to steady her. He looked down at her upside-down face and her wide, waiting mouth, and then he drew her closer to him, the angle allowing him to move closer than before. The warm closeness enveloped him instantly, and he didn't pause. He pulled back and then moved in again, closer this time. The sound was soft and deep. He began to move, setting a steady, powerful rhythm, sharing the moment with her. The sound repeated. She let out a small sound, her body relaxing as she adjusted to the moment. From her upside-down position, she steadied herself, and her hands, which had been limp at her sides, came up to grip his thighs, not to push him away, but to hold on. Her nails dug into his skin as she lost herself in the moment. He gazed down at her, captivated by the sight. Her breasts, still confined in the snug pajama top, moved with each motion. Her cyan hair brushed against the floor, swaying along with the movement. And then he noticed her ears. Her delicate, webbed mermaid ears trembled and twitched uncontrollably every few seconds under the overwhelming stimulation. A new idea sparked in his mind as he leaned forward slightly, his hands shifting from her hair to gently grasp the base of her twitching ears. His thumbs brushed against the sensitive fin-like membranes. The reaction was instantaneous. OHO! Celine's entire body went rigid as she gasped sharply. The sudden, intense sensation was overwhelming, and she trembled at the touch. Damn! Gray hissed, his body tensing involuntarily. The sudden rush of sensation overwhelmed him completely, letting out a low groan. He gave himself over to the moment. He leaned forward, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Zelina, im. A rush of emotion surged through him as he exhaled sharply. Celine's eyes rolled back as she held onto him, responding instinctively to the energy between them. MH, MH, MH. She stayed close, breathing with him until the moment passed, her body trembling, not with pain, but with the satisfaction of finally accomplishing her goal. Gray stayed close to her until the last shudder subsided, then slowly he pulled back. His mouth finally released hers, followed by a final, thin trickle of saliva that ran down her cheek toward her hairline. Celine lay there, limp and panting, her head still hanging off the edge of the bed. Her face was flushed, her lips swollen, and her pink eyes were hazy and unfocused. But even so, a single blissful smile graced her lips. I finally did it. Chapter 2:16. A half-mermaid's desire, he gently scooped her up, his hands sliding under her shoulders and knees, and lifted her as if she weighed nothing. Kaya! Celine let out a soft, breathless whimper, her head brushing against his chest as he carried her back to the center of the bed. He laid her down with surprising tenderness, her hair fanning out across the pillows like a spill of liquid moonlight. Gray knelt beside her, his gaze sweeping over her face. The pajama top she still wore was stretched taut across her shoulders, the soft fabric catching the dim light of the room. He reached for the hem, his fingers hooking under the soft material. You two, O1, see let you 2019s get this off you. You two, O1D. Celine gave a weak, eager nod, lifting her hips slightly to help him. Russell. He peeled the soaked top away, revealing her breasts in their entirety. They were perfect, round and pale. With her shirt now removed, he leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her collarbone. Celine tilted her head back, drawing a slow breath as he lingered there. His lips brushed her skin again, and she let out a quiet sigh, pulling him closer. His free hand roamed down her side, tracing the curve of her waist and hip before pulling her close. A few stray strands of moisture clinging to her skin. He set the shorts aside and moved close to her. "I'm coming in, Celine," Gray murmured, looking into her eyes for a reply. Her lips instantly curled up into a lustful smile as she nodded her head with eagerness. This was the last invitation that he needed. He moved closer, pressing against her as she gasped softly. "Oh!" The sound escaped directly from Celine's mouth as he held her close. The moment was both overwhelming and utterly unforgettable. The connection between them grew deeper with each passing second, a feeling so profound that it stole her breath. Squish! He held her close, their bodies pressed firmly together. He held still for a moment, letting her adjust, but also letting them both savor the moment of being together. Phew! Thankfully, she doesn't have that strange blue-colored liquid, because if she did, I wouldn't be able to handle it, he added inwardly. Or maybe it was, and perhaps she didn't learn how to use it yet. And then he finally decided to move closer. He started by shifting his hips slowly, staying close and moving with her in a slow, intimate rhythm. Teasing sensation that made her flinch. NGH. Ah! Celine's breath caught, her hands flying to his shoulders, her grip tightening for support. "Did you feel that?" "Ygis." "Oh, gods, yes," she exclaimed, her body already trembling. Seeing her startled expression, he pulled back, almost all the way out, leaving her feeling achingly empty for a split second before he pressed back in. The sound of his hips meeting hers was sharp and wet, echoing in the room. And he started moving his hips like a piston, pushing into her again and again, almost not letting her breathe. Squelch! Splat, splat! The wet sounds filled the air, a symphony of their struggle. Her body was reacting with every movement, and every time he pulled back. "Fuck, you're really something, Celine," he grunted, his hands gripping her hips, pulling her closer. Celine gasped, her mind dissolving into a haze of overwhelming feeling. She could barely speak, lost in the intensity of the moment. "It's so intense. I can't take it anymore." He shifted his weight, changing the angle just slightly, and the next movement hit a spot that made her see stars. Clang! Oh wow! Right there! She screamed, her back arching off the bed. Don't stop! Please don't stop! Of course. He didn't stop and started targeting that spot with ruthless precision, his body moving in sharp, driving motions. Thwack! 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 Each impact sent a jolt through her entire body. Her skin, slick with a sheen of sweat, quivered with every powerful strike, the sight making him eager to bite them and twist her nipples off. This state of hers. Shall probably like dirty talk, huh? Upon realizing this, he leaned down and whispered coldly into her ear. You like that, you little mermaid? You like how I'm handling you? Yes, she cried out, her voice breaking. I love it. I love you. Don't stop. Use me. The desperate words spilled from her lips, unbidden and honest. She was lost to the pleasure, transforming into a creature of pure instinct. His hands released her hips, one sliding up her body to touch her shoulder while the other moved down to rest against her hip. His hand found her sensitive spot and began to rub it in tight, fast circles. The sensation was overwhelming. The relentless intensity of their embrace and the sharp tension building inside her sent her hurtling toward the edge. Gee, Gray, I can't. I'm gonna, let go for me. He coldly commanded her. His words were the final trigger. Naya Han. Celine's entire body went rigid, her back bowing into an impossible arc as a wave of overwhelming sensation crashed over her. Her vision went white, her ears ringing as her body trembled. Glumph, flump, glumph. She convulsed violently, a series of involuntary shudders rippling through her. Convulsive clenches that racked his body completely. A rush of emotion flooded them both. Juan, Celine gasped out as Gray stopped moving, letting the last waves of her overwhelming feeling ripple through her body. Her trembling slowly stopped, her tense body going limp beneath him. But as Gray looked at her, he soon frowned as he noticed that she was actually about to faint, just like how it had happened in the tavern. Damn it all. He instantly reached up and took her nipple between his thumb and forefinger. Twist! Kaya! The scream that tore from Celine's throat was not one of pleasure, but one of pain. Her eyes, which had been hazy and half-closed, flew wide open, the pink irises practically glowing with agony and disbelief. The jolt was instantaneous, a lightning strike of sensation that fried every nerve ending and shocked her system back online, yanking her back from the precipice of unconsciousness with brutal force. Before she could even process the pain, before a single tear of shock could fall, he was moving again. He pulled back, his weapon pulling back until only the edge remained, and then he drove forward again with brutal force. Splat! Again! You bastard! The pain was already morphing, twisting into a deep ache. He didn't give her a moment to think, to breathe, and set a new, even more savage rhythm. A relentless pounding that stole the air from her lungs. The sounds were rough and overwhelming. The bed started creaking and groaning in protest, the headboard slamming against the wall with a sharp sound that echoed through the room. Is this what you wanted? To be overwhelmed until you can't think? To be teased like the little eager mermaid you are? Did you seriously think you could simply pass out and leave me frustrated? Yes, 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 she screamed, her hands scrabbling at his back, leaving red welts in their wake. Harder. Destroy me. Hearing her sincere words, he smiled and obviously agreed. He hooked his arms under her knees, pushing them up towards her chest, folding her nearly in half. The new position allowed him to go deeper than ever before, each powerful thrust pushing further than the last. Squelch, twack! Her body made soft sounds as they moved together, the overwhelming intensity leaving her mind completely blank, filled with nothing but sensation and the closeness between them. The intense pressure of his body against hers, the sharp ache, and the sight of his face, twisted in a mask of pure, unadulterated desire as he stared down at her. She was completely lost in the moment, and she deeply loved it. I'm coming, Zelina. Yes, give it to me. Come for me. Claim me. She chanted, her voice a desperate, broken plea. Without thinking twice, Gray took himself in hand, throbbing violently in his grasp. Then, he aimed at her stomach and released. Thick. He held her close, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, as she caught her breath against him. MHM. Celine lay there, her body relaxed and languid. She watched lazily as the last few drops dripped onto her skin. A slow, satisfied smile spread across her face. She touched a fingertip to the warm droplet on her belly and brought it to her lips. She murmured softly, "It's so wonderful." Chapter 217, Madness. They spent the rest of the night together, and when morning finally arrived, both of them were peacefully asleep. MHM. Stirring from his sleep, Gray slowly blinked before lifting his upper body and stretching his arms above his head. That was quite an eventful night. He looked over at Celine and smiled lightly before getting out of bed and heading toward the bathroom. It was currently 6:30, so he still had 2.5 hours to do whatever he wanted, and he would start by taking a bath. He turned on the bathtub S switch, and instantly a faint blue magic circle appeared, with hot water beginning to pour out rapidly. Then he went to the sink, grabbed one of the toothbrushes, applied a bit of toothpaste, and started brushing his teeth while the bathtub was still filling. After about 2 minutes, he was finished, so he quickly took off his clothes, throwing them randomly aside before getting into the bathtub. "Oh!" He groaned in satisfaction, and looking at the ceiling, he waved his hand lightly. Status panel. Name: Graver D. Aurelian titles. Vessel of beauty destruction. Exiled noble. Incubus in human form race. Human class. Villain rank. Early master realm ready to break through at any given moment. Unique skill. Swap unique talent. Nullification 1134, 1170, 1290. Active skills. 9 illusionary dream steps 2. 9th step. Spirit eyes elementary. 0. Passive skills. High mana recovery. Parallel mana processing. Heightened senses. Sinful mind class. Villainess presence class. Cruel instinct class. Shadow of sin class equipment. Demon converging gourd godly. Phantom loop earrings. Godly. Unnamed rapier. High emperor. Ring of gluttony. Early saint. Transcendent robe. Intermediate king. Dimensional storage. 1x low-grade Saint Chi orb. 4x Great Grandmaster Chi orbs. 7x bottles of blood vein poison. 6x spirit grade daggers. 24x poison needle boxes. 24x package of essence blood. 3x king level essences. 21x Great Grandmaster essences. 43x high-grade spiritual crystals. 192x intermediate grade spiritual crystals. 422x low-grade spiritual crystals. 192.0, 29x gold coins, 12.990x silver coins, and 120x copper coins. Sword Spirit. Unnamed, 9-colored attributeless snake. The rapier my mother gave me is actually a high emperor-grade weapon. Upon taking a look at his status, that was the first thing he had truly noticed. How is that possible? If it was, it should be an Emperor Mark 1. No, he pulled out the rapier and started taking a closer look at it. And just like he had thought, there was no Emperor mark whatsoever. Is it sealed? He pondered, his eyes narrowing as he looked at it. Spirit eyes, he even tried to activate the skill he had copied from Seraph, and still didn't see anything useful except the faint 7-colored light that came from the Sword Spirit. Proficiency 5, TSK. It seems that I'll need to find that crimson-haired guy. What Gray needed more was actually information, which should be quite stupid since he has the memories of the person who created his world. However, things were bound to change at all, since the difficulty of the world had increased a lot. If only he had written a bit more about my power, he mumbled in thought. But of course, there was no use in dwelling on those stupid thoughts instead of taking action. So he took his time to wash his body and instantly left the bathtub, drying himself and getting out of the dormitory. Celine was still sleeping, and he, of course, wouldn't he wake her up. He headed over to the arena, where he signed himself up for a never-ending battle, which was basically a fight where one could die if he didn't forfeit. Still, Gray would only be able to leave the arena where there were actually no opponents. It was basically a suicide thing that only stupid people could do, but Gray was in a hurry, so he opted for this kind of thing. Are you sure? The guy asked once again. Yes, Gray nodded lightly. This caused the staff member in front of Gray to frown deeply. But after noticing his unusual features, he sighed and spoke once again. Press the palm of your hand in this crystal, and the challenge shall be announced. Remember, there is no shame in going back in your intrusive thou. Thud. Before he could finish his words, Gray pressed the crystal, causing it to start pulsating lightly before flaring up. Ring. A sharp chime echoed through the grounds, ringing far louder than the usual match announcements. The sound rolled across training fields, dorm paths, and even into nearby halls. The students eventually slowed until they stopped to hear a cold, clear voice that spread through the academy through the sound array. Attention! An open-ended combat registration has been submitted. Murmurs started instantly. What kind of match? Open-ended? The crystal flared again, brighter this time. Participant. Grève de Aurélien. The courtyard went silent for half-second before it exploded. Way. Did they say Grayviru? That Gray? You mean the one from yesterday? Yeah, the one WHB, SHUP Drake up in the cafeteria. That damn monstrous genius from before. Students started pouring toward the arena entrances, some running, some fast walking, others activating movement skills without caring who noticed. Inside the arena control room, a few instructors stiffened. Is this a mistake? One of them asked, staring at the screen. Registration is clean. There are no restrictions or opponent limit. The administrator shook his head slowly with a bitter smile. That format hasn't been used in years. Even so, the announcement continued, making sure that everyone hard about it. Match type, endless combat. Exit condition, voluntary forfeiture by the registered participant. A third flare. Warning, lethal force permitted. The stand shook as students flooded in. What kind of lunatic signs up for that? Is he trying to make a point or something? Down in the preparation corridor, Gray adjusted the sleeve of his robe with a cold expression. The noise above did not bother him at all. It was strange to think that in just a few minutes after the first ring from the crystal, the arena was already filled with students. Step. A staff member suddenly approached him with a bitter expression. Student Gray, you are aware that this format does not pause between opponents. I know, and that challengers may enter at any time. I know, and that injuries are your responsibility. If I fall, Gray looked at him with his blank eyes. Gulp. The staff member swallowed after seeing those black pools. Understood. Kriak. The gates of the arena suddenly opened, and Gray slowly stepped forward, bringing out 2 daggers from his dimensional storage and putting them at his waist. He didn't even bring out his rapier and only kept one of the needle boxes hidden in one of the compartments of his black jacket. After reaching the center of the arena, he halted and looked at the audience. Who is my first opponent? His voice was strangely quiet, but reached everyone's ears because of the propagation magic of the arena. At the same time, the crystal rang out again. Endless combat begins now. For 2 full seconds, no one moved. Then, a second-year student with a spear jumped down, his aura flaring as if trying to claim the moment. I'll go first. Based on Gray's current popularity, anyone who would be able to beat him would get a lot of recognition, even if that person were older than Gray. Spirit eyes the moment his opponent stepped onto the arena. Gray instantly activated Seraph's ability and took a look at him. Peak of the Master Realm. Reasonably stable mana flow. However, his left-hand meridian is terrible, almost reaching the level of cripple. A few moves should be enough. After calculating his enemy's power, Gray simply lifted his right arm and stretched it out, palm open, fingers curling inward in a slow, lazy motion, calling him over like a stray animal. The guy laughed and leaned forward, his boots tapping against the stone floor as he pulled his spear back for a strike. Huh, those petty tricks won't work with him. Swap before the guy could finish his words. Gray swapped with the little rocks in the ground and slapped the shit out of him. Boom! A loud crack rang out as Gray's hand met the guy's cheek. The man's head snapped sideways, spit and blood flying from his mouth. His body lifted off the ground, legs flailing as he shot backward like he had been kicked by a giant. Thud, thud, thud. Crash! He bounced across the arena floor, rolling and spinning, arms loose, body hitting again and again with dull, ugly sounds. Each hit knocked the air out of him until he flew straight past the boundary and slammed into the ground outside, lying there twisted and still, like a broken doll tossed aside. Back at the arena, Gray lowered his hand slowly, flexing his finger lightly before his gaze returned to the audience. Next, a mark that proves that the weapon is of Emperor grade. Chapter 218, Madness 2. That single fight was enough to burn fear into everyone watching. For a moment, the arena stayed completely silent. Fuck, did you see that? He one-shot him. I knew Gray was a genius. But damn, the audience instantly went nuts, to the point that a few leaned so far forward they almost fell into the arena. The dust had not even settled when heavy footsteps echoed from the other side of the arena. Clang! A tall figure stepped forward, dragging a massive greatsword behind him. The blade scraped against the ground, throwing sparks as he walked. His grip tightened around the handle, his muscles standing out as he lifted the weapon and rested it on his shoulder. ISNT, that senior Rodrigo from the second year. Oh, that muscle brain guy that was said to have strength higher even in the third years. I wonder how he LL go against Gray. Crack. Rodrigo rolled his neck once and stared straight at Gray, his teeth clenched as his eyes burned with anger and pride. Seeing this, Gray grabbed the daggers on his waist and got into a fighting stance. Huh. ISNT, Gray is swordsman? Why ISNT, he using daggers instead of a sword, right? I was just thinking the same thing. The audience got in confusion for the reason why Gray was using daggers. They had noticed them on his waist, but they simply thought it was a secondary weapon. At the same time, Rodrigo snorted, his lips peeling back in a grin that showed too many teeth. Clamp! Stone cracked beneath his foot as he launched forward, his body exploding into motion. The greatsword rose high, both hands gripping tight, then came down in a brutal overhead arc aimed straight for Gray's skull. The speed of it stole breath from the stands. Seeing this, Gray's eyes narrowed slyly. Proficiency 5 clang. Both daggers crossed an instant before impact. Shriek! Steel slammed into steel as sparks burst outward in a violent spray. Some burning out midair, others skittering across the floor. The force drove Gray down half a step, his feet grinding against the ground, and his arms struggled to support the incoming force. TSK. His strength is a little bit higher than mine. He clicked his tongue. Grr. Rodrigo Gravlet. His muscles swelling as he leaned into the strike, trying to crush straight through the block. When resistance held, his eyes widened in surprise. He twisted his wrists and yanked the blade free, stepping back and swinging again, this time in a savage horizontal cut meant to cleave Gray in two. Rah! Gray instantly crouched down, causing the blade to scream overhead, close enough to shear a lock of hair. His palms slapped the ground, fingers biting into grit, and his body spun with emotion. Thud! His heel smashed right into Rodrigo's leg. Arg! Rodrigo barked out a sharp grunt as his balance broke, his upper body pitching backward. The greatsword slammed into the ground with a crash, and seeing this, Gray instantly took the opportunity to adjust his stance on the ground and kick it, rushing towards Rodrigo. At the same time, Rodrigo slammed a palm against the ground and forced his body to move. Muscles screamed as he kicked himself backward, rolling and springing away toward his fallen weapon, his eyes wide with instinctive urgency. But he was unfortunately too slow. Splurt! Steel punched through flesh. Arf! Rodrigo's scream tore across the arena as both daggers buried themselves deep into his back. Blood sprayed forward in a violent arc, soaking his armor as two brutal holes bloomed between his shoulders. His body jerked mid-motion, limbs spasming as strength drained out of him in a rush. He collapsed hard onto his stomach, fingers clawing uselessly at the stone, breath breaking into wet, panicked gasps. Ayag! Thud. And if that wasn't enough, Gray kicked Rodrigo S. back, seeing him rolling across the ground until he reached the area outside the barrier. Next, Gray uttered while adjusting his sleeves once again. This guy. It's irritating that he is so arrogant, but he has enough power to be. Damn it, at this point. Only a third year will be able to beat him, no? What about the 10th ranked students of the second year? Their level is above the third year, so they might have a chance. Spirit IS proficiency. 15. I need more opponents, Gray hummed inwardly. The Spirit Eyes skill was quite useful since it actually let Gray read his opponent's mana flow, which allowed him to know what kind of move his opponent is going to do. And he is pretty sure that he might be able to read his opponent's power level when its proficiency is high enough. Of course, he could just ask Jasmine. However, her readings aren't that accurate since she is quite unfamiliar with this new power status. While is that? It's actually Thomas, the lightning cheetah. No way if my memory is right. He is ranked 6th in the second year. Crackly. Suddenly, as Gray was deep in thought, a challenger had already appeared, and, surprisingly, he didn't have a weapon. Only pure lightning magic in his fists. Click. In response, Gray also put his daggers back into his waist, and instead decided to leak out a bit of his dark mana. Oh. Thomas's eyes crackled in lightning. Crackly. Lightning snapped outward as he directly made the first move. The stone beneath his feet burst apart as he vanished in a flash of bluish-white light, the sound of thunder chasing his motion a heartbeat late. He reappeared in front of Gray with a violent twist of his hips, fist wrapped in roaring lightning, and drove the punch straight toward Gray's face. Boom! Gray leaned aside at the last instant. Proficiency 5. The lightning grazed his cheek and detonated behind him, blasting a crater into the arena floor. Dust and sparks swallowed the impact point. Thomas did not stop as his body blurred again, and threw multiple fast strikes at Gray, with lightning incorporated in every single one of them. Gray easily reciprocated every blow, using his dark mana solely to strengthen his body, while also inputting mana into the ground to stabilize his posture. Swish! A lightning-charged elbow missed his temple by a breath, and seeing the opportunity, Gray's knuckles directly slammed into Thomas's side. Proficiency 5. Thud. The sound held no magic, only pure force. Kook! Thomas's body folded mid-motion, breath tearing free in a sharp cough as he skidded across the ground. What? He hit him without magic. Crackle. Thomas snarled and pushed himself up, his lightning flaring brighter and wilder. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. TSK. Rage flashed across his face as he launched again, faster, lightning exploding outward in blinding arcs. This time, he actually managed to land a hit. A crackling punch smashed into Gray's shoulder, lightning bursting across his chest. The crowd screamed in excitement, as he was the first person to actually manage to deal any damage to Gray. But strangely, Gray's body barely moved from the spot, and instead his lips curled up, giving Thomas a bad feeling. Phew! He stepped inside, right out of Thomas's reach, before the lightning dispersed and drove a short punch into Thomas's abdomen. Thud! Then another to the ribs. Thud! A knee followed, slamming into Thomas's thigh, stealing balance. Thomas tried to retreat, but Gray took the opportunity to stay close. A palm strike snapped Thomas's head sideways. A heel crushed down on his foot. An elbow carved into his collarbone. Each strike landed where Thomas never expected, through extremely unexpected angles that only a truly experienced person would be able to dodge. Lightning lashed out in panic, scorching the ground, crawling up Gray's arm. And then, Gray grabbed Thomas's wrist. Crackle! The lightning screamed louder. Gray pulled Thomas towards him, causing him to stumble forward. And right at that moment, crack! Gray's forehead smashed into his face with a brutal crack. Erg! Blood sprayed, and teeth clacked together as Thomas instantly collapsed to one knee, lightning flickering unevenly around his fists. Proficiency 5. Not bad. Gray. looking down at him, commented with a faint smile. The only problem with your fighting style is the lack of experience. What are you talking about? Thomas muttered hard as he tried to rise. Thud. But before he could do so, Gray's foot drove into his chest and sent him rolling across the arena floor, his strong lightning sputtering out in broken and weak sparks. 3 battles in a row, and yet he didn't suffer any visible wounds. Ugh, let us go, Gray. Who's next? Who's next? The crowd instantly erupted into cheers, and the ones who were hoping for Thomas to win even clapped in pure respect. Hearing their cheers, Gray simply threw a middle finger into the air, hoping to provoke someone into fighting him. But somehow, look at that. He.S. even mocking the people who thought Thomas was going to win. Oh my God, he.S. so damn handsome. The crowd grew even more excited than before. That last comment was completely unnecessary, though, but as they noticed that it was a pair of fangirls shouting loudly, they didn't bother to argue. Chapter 219, Madness 3. A few more challengers entered the arena, but none of them forced Gray to actually use a sword or sustain a serious injury. Finally, by the 24th battle, I wonder who will challenge Gray now. He has defeated every second year who stepped into the arena. Yeah, and third years seemed too afraid to go in, as none have dared. Clang! Just as the audience murmured among themselves, a crimson-haired youth suddenly stepped into the arena, wielding a longsword. Seeing him, Gray finally showed a flicker of interest. Jasmine? Yup. His body has divinity, but doesn't he come from an actual god? It might come from some direct inheritance he received. Does that mean you can absorb it directly from him? As long as you touch him, yes. Good. Wait for my signal. Then absorb all of his divinity. Okay. Twinkle, twinkle. Spinning his daggers into a reverse grip, Gray lowered his stance slightly, locking his gaze onto the crimson-haired youth. Spirit Eyes ding. The Spirit Eye's proficiency has advanced to the advanced stage. Oh, over his 20 fights, the Spirit Eye had clearly advanced beyond the intermediate level, allowing him to see mana in the air and detect areas of higher mana concentration. Now that it had reached the advanced stage, his vision improved again. But instead of gaining a new ability, it enhanced his existing ones. Oh, that's Ethan, the #1 student in the second year. This is going to be an interesting fight, since Ethan's power is said to be above 50% of the third years. Go Gray. Fuck him, UPPP. The fuck are you talking about? Obviously, Ethan is going to win. Huh. Gray is the one who is going to win. PFTTT. Dream more, you son of a bitch. This bastard streak is ending now. Take that back, you pathetic wannabe. Flump. Swish. Suddenly, the shouts from the audience were interrupted by Ethan making the first move. He directly attacked from above, his sword wrapped in golden flames that appeared at the corner of Gray's vision as he watched the crimson-haired youth smile widely and swing his sword above his head. Gray looked at the sword for 2 seconds. Nullification. -3 soul energy. Swish. The flames on the youth's sword disappeared, causing his eyes to widen. Gray quickly sidestepped the incoming blade and spun his body, delivering a spinning back fist to the youth's face. Thud. Card. The crimson-haired opponent was sent flying, but while in midair, he quickly regained his composure and stabbed his sword into the ground. KKRR. Ugh. He rubbed his injured cheek. Then his eyes filled with killing intent again as he coated his sword in golden flames and shouted loudly. Flaming sword meteor. Suddenly, he soared into the air. In that moment, a circle of golden flames encircled him, transforming him into a blazing orb of fire before this ball of fire surged toward Gray. Krah! The crimson-haired roared madly as the ball of fire appeared before Gray in a single second. Swap, but just at that moment, Gray switched positions with Ethan himself, appearing above him with a faint yet cold smile. Aha, got you. Ethan shouted loudly as the ball suddenly flipped positions in an instant, heading towards Gray directly. But just before it could meet Gray's body, Dream missed his body, turned into a dark mist that was propelled throughout the whole arena. not letting him see it all. Fuck! Ethan instantly panicked. He slashed wildly, sword cutting through smoke and nothing else, flames roaring as he spun in place, trying to force clarity through violence. Swish! He spun around with a snarl, sword flashing up just as the mist thinned enough to show Gray a few steps away, looking at him with a small smile. Stop hiding. Golden flames erupted again, this time flooding his entire body. Runes burned along his arms as mana surged outward in violent pulses. Solar cleave, he swung his sword. Instantly, a wide and heavy crescent of condensed fire tore through the arena, the heat warping stone as it rushed toward Gray. Gray stepped once to the side. The attack screamed past him and detonated against the far wall, turning stone to slag. What? Ethan did not wait. Radiant step, his body burst forward in a flash of gold, reappearing right in front of Gray. The long sword stabbed straight for Gray's throat, point steady, movement sharp and trained. Gray tilted his head. Nullification. -3 soul energy. The glow vanished mid-thrust. Ethan's pupil shrank, and Gray didn't waste any time and struck Ethan's wrist with the palm of his hand crack. The sword flew from his hand, spinning end over end before clattering uselessly across the arena floor. Gray followed with a knee to the stomach. Thud! Kirk! Ethan gagged, air exploding from his lungs as he stumbled backward. Snarling, he slammed both hands together. Divine brand burst. Golden chains of light erupted from the ground, snapping toward Gray from every direction, moving fast, snapping shut like traps. Gray moved through them. He slipped between one chain, stepped over another, twisted his shoulder aside as a third brushed past his cheek close enough to singe skin. Nullification. -3 soul energy. The chain shattered into harmless sparks. The crowd had gone quiet again, not shocked, but strangely uncomfortable as they noticed that Gray was still hiding a portion of his power. Ethan's breathing turned ragged. Sweat poured down his face, eyes wide now, darting, searching for an opening that refused to exist. He roared and raised both arms. Golden judgment descent. Light gathered above him, condensing into multiple blazing spears that rained down in a brutal storm, each one screaming with destructive force. Gray looked up and sighed. You don't learn, do you? His body turned into mist as each incoming spear missed by margins so small they scraped the fabric of his clothes, until the final one came straight down on his head. Gray lifted a finger. Nullification. -6 soul energy. The spear dissolved inches from his face. Ethan froze in shock, and when he blinked, Gray was suddenly in front of him. A punch slammed into Ethan's ribs. Thud! Another into his jaw. Crack! A sweep took his legs out from under him, followed by a stomp that stopped short of his throat by less than a finger's width. Ethan lay on his back, breathing heavily with shaky eyes as the golden flames flickered weakly around his skin. Gray looked down at him with a bored expression. Your techniques are loud, he said quietly. Predictable. You rely on power because you never learned how to fight someone who does not fear it. He turned his foot slightly, pressure increasing just enough to steal breath. Yield. PFFTT. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Ethan suddenly laughed at his words as he slammed his palm against the ground and forced himself upright, legs trembling, back hunched, swordless and bleeding. I'm not done, he growled, voice hoarse yet burning. I did not climb to the top of my year just to lie down. Foom! A powerful golden light flared again. The flames pulled inward, wrapping his body tight, clinging to muscle and bone instead of exploding outward. His breathing slowed as he lowered his fighting stance. For the first time, he stopped trying to overwhelm and started trying to endure. The crowd instantly felt the change. He is still standing. Come on, Ethan. Show him why you re-number one. Get up. Get up. Ethan wiped blood from his mouth and smiled, his eyes sharp with stubborn pride. You can be stronger than me. Step. But I'm still here. Step. And as long as I stand, I will continue fighting. Foom. Mana surget. The ground beneath his feet cracked as he lunged forward, barehanded, fist blazing gold. No technique name. He chained the strike into another, then another, body moving faster than before, forcing exchanges, forcing closeness. Gray raised an eyebrow in surprise, but that it as he started dodging his attacks, a shoulder turn, a half step, a tilt of the spine, every blow missed by nothing at all, and surprisingly, even that golden light barely touched the edges of Gray's clothes. But that turn back actually got the crowd excited. He pushing him. Gray is backing up. This is it. Ethan leapt, twisting midair, channeling everything left into one final strike. Golden light roaring so loud the arena shook. For my victory, for my rank, for myself. He came down like a falling star. Gray looked at him with bored eyes. Jasmine. Now, on it. Gray coated his right fist with mana as he stepped in, tilting his head sideways to the left, avoiding Ethan's punch. An easy opportunity. So, he drove his fist right into Ethan's stomach, pure force reinforced by dark mana, packed tight and unforgiving. Toom! The punch buried itself into Ethan's stomach. Time stopped. Ethan's body folded around the impact, eyes bulging as all air left him in a violent burst. The golden light shattered like glass. Sound caught up a heartbeat later as his body rocketed backward. The crowd screamed, "What?" Ethan flew across the arena, skipping once, twice, then slamming into the boundary wall hard enough to crack it. He did not stop, as his body tipped over the edge of the arena and vanished from sight. The crowd went silent after that, rhying, until the bell finally rang. The crowd stared at the empty edge of the arena. Then chaos erupted. What? All of that determination just to get one shot? Come on. I was about to bet 20 gold coins on your victory. What did I tell you? You jerk. Gray easily won. That's not fair at all. Just take it like a good boy. Back in the arena, Gray turned away, uninterested, already stepping back toward the center. Was it enough? Yes. I finally have my divine eyes back. Jasmine exclaimed happily. Gray also smiled at his, after all. If Jasmine got stronger, so did he. Chapter 220, Acquiring Another Skill for I need to wait 2 hours as it's being registered in the Akashic records, which is a little strange since it should have been registered since the last time I used it. Don't worry about it. We have time. Gray smiled lightly. By the way, Ethan will probably notice that the divinity on his body disappeared. What are you going to do about that? Well, if he relates his loss to me, then I'll simply kill him. His reply was instant. MHM. Jasmine nodded thoughtfully. Killing Ethan would easily be the best choice as long as Gray wasn't discovered. Besides, if anything, I already marked him with the shadow of sin. He can't escape from my grasp, even if he wanted to, he shrugged. Looking at the audience, no one seemed to want to come and fight him. So Gray simply thought that it was better to end it now. He had already gotten what he wanted from those fights, so it could be said to be quite an eventful evening. He turned toward the referee, already lifting a hand to end the challenge. Boom! The arena floor detonated. Stone screamed as lightning smashed down from above, scorching the ground into blackened glass. A figure stood at the center of the impact, electricity crawling over his skin in thick, violent arcs, each pulse strong enough to make the air vibrate. Gasps tore through the crowd. Is that Curry, the 12th ranked, third-year student? Is he really going to challenge Gray? ISNT, that too unfair. Why would it be unfair? What matters here is absolute power. The arena split into shouts and arguments, their voices crashing into each other as Curry straightened his posture. Lightning licking up his arms and across his shoulders like living chains. Gray looked at him and didn't he feel anything different. The only difference was that Curry, the guy in front of him, was at the intermediate stage of the Grandmaster realm. I really need a sword art, Gray muttered inwardly. He instantly got into the stance he had used in those 20-plus battles and awaited for Curry to make the first move. He had a disadvantage in terms of cultivation, but besides that, he was pretty confident that he was stronger, even if he had lost his sword technique. Curry scoffed lightly, with his daggers already thrusting forward, aimed cleanly at his back. Twist. But at that moment, Curry's torso twisted mid-motion, spine bending in an unnatural way as his face turned just enough to show a grin sharp with confidence. Guyu's claw-like hand shot towards Gray's neck. Thud! But just as he blinked for half a second, Ashu! Kirk! Curry's head snapped sideways as Gray's fist smashed into his face, lightning bursting outward in a wild spray. His body staggered back several meters. Why you? Two. Curry pointed a finger at Gray before suddenly feeling something hard on his mouth and spitting it out. The moment he saw the foreign thing that was on his mouth, his eyes darkened instantly. And my teeth. My beautiful teeth. His eyes instantly glowed with rage upon seeing this. And a lightning crackled to the sky as the clouds started darkening intensely. How dare you touch my beautiful teeth? Curry snarled, blood and spit dripping from his mouth. The crowd instantly felt the change. Oh shit, that pressure. Is he going all out? Curry planted his foot and slammed his palm into the ground. Boom! Lightning erupted outward in a violent ring, the shockwave tearing across the arena floor, ripping stone apart and hurling debris in every direction. Electricity raced along the cracks, turning the arena into a web of glowing veins. Gray moved through it. Dark mana surged through his legs and spine, muscles tightening as he leapt clean over the expanding wave. Stone shattered beneath him as he landed, already closing the distance between them. And just at that moment, Curry vanished. Crackle! A flash of blue-white light burst at Gray's side, followed by his sharp claw. TSK! Clicking his tongue, Gray twisted, letting the attack scrape past his ribs close enough to sting, then drove his elbow backward. Thud! Curry barely blocked, lightning exploding between their bodies as he skidded away, his shoes burning lines into the floor. Damn it, your speed is really annoying. He raised both arms. Thunder burial. Crackly. Lightning crashed down from the clouds in thick pillars, slamming into the arena one after another, each strike leaving molten craters behind. Take this. Curry pointed his finger at Gray, and instantly, the clouds started throwing lightning bolts at Gray. Phew! Gray instantly shot forward upon seeing this, weaving between the falling thunder, while also keeping an eye on Curry's movements. Crackle! One bolt suddenly clipped his shoulder, causing his face to change slightly before he ignored the pain. His speed was already increased by 60 times, and it still wasn't enough to dodge the lightning bolts entirely, so he increased it to 80 times. And fortunately for him, just at that moment, Curry lunged from the side, his fist wrapped in condensed lightning, aiming straight for his heart. Nullification. -7 soul energy. The lightning died on the spot, and Gray took the opportunity to dodge the punch and drive his knee directly into Curry's stomach. Tum! Curry folded, air tearing from his lungs as his body lifted off the ground. Gray followed, fist slamming into Curry's jaw, then another into his ribs, each hit backed by dark mana and perfect timing. Thud thud. Crack! Curry flew back, smashed into the arena wall, and dropped to one knee, coughing violently as blood dripped onto the scorched stone. Crackle! Curry forced himself up, his lightning flickering unevenly around his body, power leaking through cracks in his control. His grin returned, strained and furious. I see it now. You can cancel other people's power and even switch positions with anything you want, huh? He coldly spoke, wiping his lips. Those are some seriously unfar skills. I see it now. You can cancel other people's power and even switch positions with anything you want, huh? He coldly spoke, wiping blood from his lips with the back of his hand. His eyes lifted, burning bright despite the damage he had received. Those are some seriously unfair skills. Crackly. The crowd instantly leaned forward upon hearing that booming sound. What is he doing? That pressure is getting worse. Curry straightened his spine and spread his fingers wide. The lightning around him stopped lashing outward and instead pulled inward, compressing hard around his arm. The air screamed as thunder stacked on thunder, layer after layer, each pulse heavier than the last. The clouds above twisted violently. Crackly. Thunder rolled in overlapping waves, deep and suffocating, pressing against everyone's chest. I only get one shot with this. The lightning wrapped his arm completely, shaping itself into a massive claw made of condensed thunder, each finger crackling with terrifying density. The ground beneath his feet melted into black glass. Nine Heaven's Thunder Claw. The arena shook as gasps tore through the stands. No way. That's a kill move. Can Gray take it? Curry stepped forward. The claw tore through the air, warping space around it as thunder roared loudly enough to drown out thought. Each step he took crushed the floor beneath him, lightning spilling out like blood. Gray calmly analyzed the structure of the claw and was surprised to see that it was what people called a flawless technique, a technique with no flaws that has reached its limit. Proficiency 35 9 layers of thunder stacked in sequence, each feeding the next. Power cycling through Curry's meridians with brutal efficiency. One touch would be able to shred flesh and bone, not to mention that there were 9 layers that Gray needed to defend himself from. It shouldn't be much of a problem. Nullification. -12 soul energy. The outer layer of lightning vanished, causing Curry's eyes to widen as he didn't think that even if Gray had a skill that was able to cancel other skills, it would be able to cancel such a grand technique without spending almost all of his energy. Raffic. But still, he pressed on and continued with the second layer of the giant claw, slamming directly at Gray. To his surprise, Gray took a step forward, letting the claw tear past his ribs close enough to burn skin. His body suddenly vanished for a second, and Curry was even more surprised as Gray literally skipped the second layer. But then came the third layer of the attack, one that Gray wouldn't be able to defend himself against. Boom! Gray suddenly slapped it aside with his forearm. What? And just like that, the fourth layer came, but this time Gray was finally within enough distance to attack Curry. So, he ducked low and drove his shoulder into Curry's chest. Tum! The impact staggered Curry, lightning flaring wildly, but the claw still descended, the layers 5 and 6 screaming downward. Gray clenched his fist and compressed his mana into a single point before driving it upward, directly towards those layers. Thud! The blow cracked straight through the thunder structure, dispersing layers 5 through 7 in a violent burst that shook the arena walls. Curry screamed, blood spraying from his mouth as backlash ripped through his arm. How? The final 2 layers collapsed inward, and this was the perfect opportunity for Gray to approach again. Nullification. -30 soul energy. The 2 layers of thunder died in silence. Curry froze instantly. Ah! His arm dropped limp at his side, skin blackened, smoke rising from his fingers. He swayed once, eyes unfocused, lightning flickering weakly around his body. Gray approached him, letting his shadow fall over him before smiling coldly. Thank you for the skill. He stepped past Curry. Thud! The third year collapsed behind him, his body slamming into the cold ground as the thunder faded from the sky, and the clouds returned to normal. Ding! The skill 9 Heaven's Thunderclaw has been acquired. Current proficiency. Intermediate -60 permanent points of nullification. Chapter 221. A conflict after the fight against Curry. Gray stopped the challenge there, as he didn't need anything more, and doubted that another person with divinity would appear anytime soon. It had been a week since then, and Gray didn't find anyone who also had divinity on their body, which quite disappointed him. He also started the same challenge 2 more times, but no one actually dared to step into the arena. It was quite a pity for him, since he wanted to test the strength of those third years. Huff, a satisfied sigh slipped past his lips as Lyra gently massaged his shoulders, with a happy grin splattered across her face. That was delightful, Gray stated as he sat up, rolling his shoulders lightly. I'm happy that you're satisfied, Chew. Lyra fell into his arms, planting a quick kiss on his lips before snuggling herself into his strong arm. Currently, they were lying on the vast green field of the Academy's garden. They had just had a picnic with just the 2 of them, and were currently just enjoying each other's company. The afternoon drifted by without hurry. Lyra tugged him up from the grass a little later, her fingers laced with his as she insisted on walking through the garden paths. She kept close, swinging their joined hands with quiet joy, occasionally leaning into him as if checking whether he was still there. "You scare everyone," she said, smiling up at him. "But you're gentle with me. I really like that I am selective." Gray glanced down at her with a faint smile. She laughed at his words and pressed her shoulder against his arm again. They stopped by a small pond where sunlight trembled across the water, lily pads drifting slowly and lazily. Lyra crouched to touch the surface, watching the ripples spread, then looked back at him with eyes full of warmth. "Sit with me." She grabbed his hand lightly. They shared the stone edge to the point of their knees brushing against each other. From then on, Lyra talked about nothing important at all. She rambled about classes she barely listened to, teachers who spoke too long, and how she kept losing focus halfway through lectures. She drifted from topic to topic with easy warmth, mentioning a dessert she wanted to try later, then complaining about how strange her class felt. "There are no girls," she said, pouting slightly, "except me and Katia. Everyone else is a boy." Gray's lips twitched. After all, he was the only boy surrounded by girls in his own class. "Oh," Lyra suddenly straightened, her eyes lighting up. "Did you hear? The fifth-year students are coming back from a really high-grade dungeon." "The fifth-year students?" Gray asked calmly. "Yup. People say some of them are already at the peak of the king realm." She nodded quickly, excitement spilling over. "They went into a king-grade dungeon and only came out after 2 whole months." "Really?" MHM. Gray, do you need something?" Lyra's divinity suddenly got a spike, to the point of even rivaling those of a low-tier god. Those gods inside of her must be planning something. Hearing Jasmine's words, Gray's eyes chilled lightly as he gazed down at Lyra. She did not notice. "Oh, and there's going to be a student ball on Friday night," she continued happily. "They're inviting every student from all academies. It will be hosted here." "A ball?" "It is for the Academy's 15th year anniversary," Lyra added with a huge smile. "Everyone is going." "A student's ball?" "Isn't that the perfect place for me to encounter people with divinity? Gods do tend to prioritize finding someone young so they can train them early." His lips curled up darkly. "Gray!" A sudden shout of his name caught his attention. He sat up from the grass and turned directly to the source of the sound. Ronan came into view at full speed, hair disheveled, breath tearing out of his chest as if his lungs were on fire. "Ugh, fool. Gee, Gray." Gray did not move to help him. "What is it? And why are you so tired?" he asked flatly, raising an eyebrow. Ronan bent forward, hands braced on his knees, sucking in air until his vision steadied. Then he looked up, eyes wide with panic. That." Ronan took a deep breath before continuing. "Emmalis is in a fight to the death with the first princess, and she seems to be losing. You need to do something. A death fight." His eyes widened in complete surprise. "What the fuck is wrong with her?" Lead the way, his eyes turned significantly colder. Ronan did not waste another second. He spun and started running again, leading the way. "Wait for me, Gray." Lyra hurriedly shoved the cloth, basket, and remaining food into the small picnic bag, slinging it over her shoulder before rushing after them, worry flashing across her face. They cut through the academy grounds at speed, drawing stares as they passed. They reached the arena, and it was strangely packed. Students crowded the seats, their voices overlapping in tense excitement, fear, and disbelief. And suddenly, Gray felt a quite grand amount of strong aura. Peak of the King realm? The 50 years are already back. Despite that, he pushed their presence aside and quickly looked over to the arena. Boom! The arena floor was soaked in chaos. Steel screamed against invisible pressure as Seraph pressed forward, sword blazing with sharp, silver sword chi that carved the air with every swing. Each step she took sent thin arcs slicing outward, tearing lines into the stone and forcing Melis back again and again. Melis staggered. Her long black hair clung to her face and neck, soaked dark with sweat and blood. Strand stuck to her lips as she breathed hard, chest rising unevenly. One sleeve hung in tatters, fabric shredded by near misses, skin beneath bruised deep purple. Blood slid from a cut along her brow, trailing down past her green eye and dripping onto the cracked arena floor. Fwish! Her gravity magic pulsed wildly. The ground beneath Seraph buckled, pressure surging upward in violent waves, trying to crush bone and pin movement. And yet, Seraph did not slow down. She stepped through the pressure with clenched teeth, sword chi flaring brighter, wrapping her blade like a living edge. With a sharp twist of her wrist, she cut downward. FWIP. The arc of chi split through the gravity field and struck Melis square across the torso. Thud! Melis flew backward and crashed hard into the ground, skidding across stone until her body rolled to a stop. Sikug, kug, didami. She coughed, blood spraying from her mouth, fingers twitching as she tried to push herself up. And Melis! Lyra screamed in complete panic. Huff! Melis forced herself to her knees, shaking, palms pressed to the floor as gravity surged again in a desperate pulse. The air around Seraph distorted, pressure stacking thick and heavy. You are wasting strength, she coldly spoke, lifting her sword once again. Whoop! She lunged, and in response, Melis instantly raised her hand, gravity snapping upward in a tight, crushing sphere. Whip, whip, whip! Seraph sliced straight through it, sword chi screaming as it shattered the spell like glass. 3 consecutive strikes that landed cleanly, carving shallow but brutal wounds across Melis' side and shoulder. Splat! Blood splattered the ground, her body twisting under the force, cries tearing loose as she stumbled and fell again. Tell me, how does it feel? Seraph suddenly asked, using the tip of her feet to lift off Melis' chin. Does it feel good? She asked once again. Melis gritted her teeth at her words, as she moved her hand to conjure a spell, but was intercepted. Splurt! Harga! The tip of Seraph's sword pierced right to the middle of her backhand, causing Melis to shout loudly in pain. Why are you screaming? Gray must have suffered a lot more pain, and yet, at a simple wound like that, you're already screaming? Her eyes were locked with Melis' green ones. Cough! Melis coughed once, and then scoffed. A thin, broken sound slipped past her bloodied lips, followed by a low laugh that grew louder despite the pain tearing through her body. Seraph's brows knit together for a brief instant. What is so funny, huh? Melis lifted her head with effort, long black hair hanging loose and matted against her face. Blood dripped from her chin, pattering softly against the stone, yet her green eyes burned bright with something vicious. You, Melis said, laughter bubbling again. You're standing there pretending this is justice. Seraph's grip tightened. Melis laughed harder, her shoulders shaking despite the sword still pinning her hand. Gray suffered. She continued in a venomous tone. He suffered more times than I can count. So tell me. Her eyes locked onto Seraph's. Where were you? Seraph froze. Where were you when he needed protection? Melis went on, smile twisting cruelly. When he needed someone to stand in front of him, or at least someone to stay, or even simply someone to listen. Her laughter rang out again. You were not there, Melis whispered. Not once. Seraph's jaw clenched. I do not even know why you're doing this now, Melis said, coughing blood between words. It can't change the past, she laughed again. Aha, hawagaha. Boom. At those venomous words, something snapped. Seraph's eyes darkened as fury surged through her. Sword chi swelling violently around her blade, roaring and unstable. The pressure slammed outward, forcing the air to scream as she raised her sword high. Shut it! The killing intent flooded the arena. Her blade trembled, chi flaring brighter as she prepared to bring it down and end it in a single strike. Chapter 222. Overin, a major villain whoop. At that moment, a figure shot from the audience, getting just in front of Melis when Seraph's strike was about land. Bam! The figure took the blow with his forearms, not even backing away for a single centimeter, and simply taking it like it was almost nothing. Princess, there's no need to kill someone. Did you forget about the importance we give to duels? Seraph's eyes turned cold at the voice, taking a step back and coldly replying, a death duel doesn't need to be respected, especially for someone like her. Her eyes flashed with disgust as she glanced at Melis. Besides, how dare you intervene in a death duel? Oberyn? Oberyn laughed lightly. If such a beautiful woman was about to die, as a gentleman, how could I not intervene? He spoke with a charming smile before offering his hand towards Melis. Get out of here, no one asked for your help. Melis pulled herself up from the ground, completely ignoring Oberyn's presence. Oberyn's smile twitched, but it deepened shortly after. I like this woman. Shall we continue, princess? Melis said mockingly, spinning her staff behind her back before planting it on the ground. Seraph's eyes turned colder than before. It seems that you really want to die, huh? Boom! Her sword chi flared up as multiple swords condensed around her, all pointing at Melis, while her own sword also glowed brightly. But before any of them could act, Oberyn stepped in the middle of them. There's no need to continue this fight. We could just say that the princess won. There's no need for any of you to get more hurt. No? He flashed a faint smile. Both of them got annoyed at his words. And ignoring him, whoop, two women shot towards each other. Seraph moved first, sword chi screaming as the floating blades followed her like hunting hounds, slicing the air apart. Her sword came down in a brutal diagonal arc, the pressure alone carving a scar through the arena floor. Bam! Melis slammed her staff down. The ground groaned, gravity inverted in a violent pulse, crushing downward and outward, forcing Seraph's charge to stutter for half a breath. Blood spilled from Melis's mouth as she forced the spell through her battered body, long black hair whipping wildly around her face. Unfortunately, her spell casting was too slow. Seraph broke through the pressure with raw force, sword chi tearing the gravity field apart. One blade pierced through Melis's shoulder. Splat! Another ripped across her thigh, spinning her sideways. GHH! Melis skidded across the stone, rolling hard before slamming into the arena wall. Blood smeared behind her in an ugly streak as she pushed herself up on shaking arms. Her robes hung in tatters, soaked dark red, skin bruised and cut, breath ragged and uneven. She was already deeply injured, and yet her stubbornness made her want to keep fighting. From the stands, Gray didn't move a muscle, even when Ronan was still bickering in his ear and Lyra was gently tugging his sleeves. Is there anything strange about Melis, Jasmine? No. The only thing slyly weird about her is that her soul energy is 5 times greater than the average Master Realm. Soul energy, MHM. Whip! Seraph rushed forward, planting more sword chi in her sword and bringing it down at Melis's head before she could react. Clink! Princess, are you ignoring my warnings? Oberyn intercepted her strike once again, making her click her tongue in annoyance. You're the extra here. You're interrupting our death duel. And just because you're the headmistress's adopted son, doesn't mean that you can intervene all you want, Seraph coldly stated. As soon as those words reached Gray's ears, his eyes flashed lightly as he recalled Dante's memories. Oberyn, the successor of the sword that swallows the moon, a divine-level sword art, and also one of the main villains of the novel. I want that sword art. Gray licked his lips. Jasmine, can I borrow your Yin-Yang divine eyes? He asked for a moment. Sure. Hearing her words, Gray's eyes glowed lightly as a faint black and white energy seeped onto him as he locked onto Oberyn's figure. Drifting through Cloud's King, 12, Sword Mastery class, Superior Sword Chi class passive skills, Low Mana Recovery, Internal Sword Chi Regeneration class, Basic Recovery, Sword Meridians class equipment, King level sword, Great Grandmaster Black Knight armor set. Oh, his comprehension of the sword that swallows the moon has actually reached the advanced stage. His eyes widened a little in surprise. After all, raising a divine-grade technique to even the elementary realm is very difficult, and may even take literal decades. Of course, there are instant mastery books for that kind of thing, but some techniques can block the use of them, especially divine-grade ones. Thankfully, that didn't happen with the 9 illusionary dream steps that Gray had, because if it had, it would be a waste of favor from Gloria. And he Aurora's adopted son. His eyes landed on the arena with a cold glint. He was a little curious. Would Aurora actually intervene if the two of them fought? I'm merely doing this to keep the things between the two academies peaceful. After all, we wouldn't want one of the strongest students from Gloria Academy to die. Would we? Oberon stated lightly. Those words actually made Seraph a bit hesitant since she was the student council president and needed to consider her own position. But when she thought about what Gray probably suffered, she bit her lower lip in agony, torn between the two decisions. That instability caused her aura to flare up slyly, causing Oberon's eyes to turn colder as he took a step forward. If the princess doesn't seem to care about our academy's reputation, I shall put some sense into you, he warned coldly. Fool, why you? The left barely left Seraph's mouth as she saw the incoming punch from Oberon. She closed her eyes almost instantly, and that's when she heard a small voice coming from the audience. A few seconds passed, and nothing. Huh? Seraph opened her eyes just to notice that she was now among the audience, and as her eyes landed on the arena, she saw Gray taking Oberon's punch with a single hand. Oh, did you switch positions with the princess? That's an interesting ability. Oberon took a step back, looking at Gray with a hint of interest. But deep down, he was a little nervous. He could sense that Gray's realm was merely the early master realm, but he was able to take a punch from him. Could he be hiding his power? He pondered inwardly, his hand shifting to his waistband to sheath his sword if needed. Gray! Seraph jumped from the audience immediately, approaching Gray with a hurried face. Are you all right? She instantly began checking his body and didn't notice anything unusual, so she sighed in relief. From the stands, Lyra's eyes burned with jealousy, but Gray had practically ordered her to stay in the audience, so she didn't jump out. Gray? Oberon muttered his name, his eyes widening in realization. Why you are Gray Viru? That fucking monstrous genius? Gray raised an eyebrow at this. It seems that people from this city really respect old achievements. Hearing Gray's identity caused Oberon to become even more hesitant. He was a coward by nature, and since he was actually Gray Viru and had blocked his blow easily, don't tell me he is actually hiding his strength? If yes, is he going to kill me later for provoking him? I heard that he had recovered his talent and became stronger in the Gloria Academy. But what if he had recovered his talent long ago? Or better, he didn't lose his talent, and it was a simple scheme for him to hide away from the royal family. He started overthinking so much that he didn't notice the mocking look in Gray's eyes. He is already overthinking? As expected of a major coward that only got the role as a major villain because he was manipulated by his adopted mother. Thinking about Aurora, in the novel, there wasn't anything about my relationship with her. But from Dante's memories, he clearly made it so Aurora was supposed to be my second wife. The first being Jasmine, and only those two were supposedly my lovers. In a way, yes, my son. Gray frowned slyly upon realizing this. However, he quickly shook his head because just because Dante had written like that, it didn't mean that it would unfold this way. Besides, he isn't sure if he actually wants to deal with someone as manipulative as Aurora. From their first meeting, she only wanted him as her possession. Probably some kind of treasure, but well, that one happened. After all, the current Gray isn't the same emotionless Gray from the novel. Chapter 223. A negotiation for a sparse shit. Shit. What should I do? Even my mother warned me to be careful against Gray, and now, yes, fucking here, right in front of me. Oberon's fingers twitched slyly, but seeing Gray so calm, even though he was 2 big realms above him, made him more nervous. Where did he get that confidence from? Was he mentally unstable or something? That's me. Gray nodded lightly. He coldly stared at Overin, causing him to shiver slyly. There was no need to swing at Seraph. Even if you were the headmistress's adopted son, that could be considered an abuse of power, not to mention that Seraph is the student council president, and attacking the student council president during a death duel should be quite a hefty crime, don't you think? His words were spot on, and hearing them, Seraph had already grabbed her president emblem, which allowed her to force any of the students to obey orders. And if they didn't, the defense mechanics of the academy would activate and act on the student, eventually forcing him into submission. Overin frowned lightly. I just wanted to help out a fellow classmate. There's no need for that, right? His eyes turned to Maelys in search of a helping hand, but Maelys simply gave him a cold smile. This damn bitch. See how I'll make you beg me later. So, what is your excuse? Gray asked lightly with a faint smile. In Overin's eyes that looked like a devil smiling. Step. How about we stop here? The audience is getting bored at this point. A familiar voice suddenly reached out to them. And Mom? Overin stammered lightly. Gray also turned around just to see Aurora looking at him with a faint smile on her lips, now wearing clothes that completely hid her body, unlike the clothes she had worn in her secret meeting with him. Headmistress. Seraph bent her head politely. Gray didn't greet her or anything, and just approached Maelys, helping her lightly, before asking in a whisper, was it your idea to challenge Seraph to a death duel? Of course not, my dear brother. I'm merely the victim. She blinked twice, looking like she was the most innocent person ever. He continued staring at her, waiting for an actual response. And seeing this reaction from him, Maelys sighed deeply. She was the one who challenged me. Why? Because of you, obviously. Of me? His eyebrows furrowed for a moment. And at that moment, a memory suddenly flashed through his mind, the memory of the day when they had arrived at this academy. Her feelings towards you should be quite deep. Jasmine commented lightly. Gray nodded at her words. Well, I don't want to hurt her, as she's one of the few people I truly love. Those feelings are already deeply caged, and if they appear again, I'd probably turn into some brainless fool. Are you thinking of cultivating the emotion-severing technique again? Only if truly needed. Putting his thoughts aside, Gray pulled Maelys' cheek slyly. Why didn't you refuse her challenge? You were smart enough to know that she's stronger than you. MHPF. That's because... I'm not telling you. She averted her gaze, causing Gray's smile to twitch. Now why the fuck are you acting like this? He sighed inwardly. But because Maelys was acting like that, almost like a spoiled and stubborn child, Gray instantly got a hint of what actually happened. Thinking of Seraph's enraged expression during that small period of dialogue between the two of them before she was going to deal the final strike, he could easily guess that they were talking about him. More precisely, the time when he was being used by his family. But to think that Seraph was really enraged by that, it was probably because Maelys teased her about how she had not helped him at all or something like that. She got furious that easily because, in reality, I refused her help during that time since I didn't want to bother her. Especially since I was the one who had broken off our relationship. And having Maelys remind her of those dark times could easily cause her to flare up completely in madness. You got everything just purely based on facial expressions. It's a little obvious, to be honest. Flick. Ack. Next time, don't do something so fucking dumb. Gray flicked Maelys' forehead, causing her to rub the red spot in a pout. Despite that, she nodded lightly as a deep smile appeared on her lips and directly glanced at Seraph, who instantly noticed her look. Russell. It hurts. She supported herself further into Gray's arm, causing a vein to twitch in Seraph's smooth forehead. This caused Maelys to laugh in pure delight. Gray simply shook his head at her actions. Gray, come here, until he was suddenly called out by Seraph. He was a little confused as to why they called him, but he got closer to them nonetheless. Is there something you need from me? His eyes turned colder at the last word he spoke, directed right at the headmistress whose lips curled up. It's nothing. I just wanted you to challenge Overin for a little spar match. But of course, Overin will reduce her realm. Aurora said teasingly. What? That's not what we discuss. Chill. Your duel is already complete, and you have no right to interfere in my things. Am I clear? Aurora interrupted her words and coldly stated. Seraph gritted her teeth, but nodded nonetheless. Igrejas, had mis tres. Giving Gray one last look. She approached Melis and led her out of the arena, leaving the three of them in there. Do you accept the challenge, Gray? Aurora looked at him once more. Do I get something if I accept it? He asked a question instead. Hearing her words, Overen's pride got a little hurt. But thinking about how monstrous Gray was before, it was normal for him not to consider fighting against a mere King Realm user when he probably had the chance to be taught by monsters like his mother. MHM, that depends. What exactly do you need? She asked curiously. Hearing her words, Gray put on a thoughtful expression. Jasmine, for you to unlock your next ability, how much divinity do we need in terms of chi orbs? He asked lightly. Probably 15 Emperor-level chi orbs. 15. Yes. And that will unlock the authority of destruction completely. Along with that, I'll finally be able to materialize my body for at least 10 to 20 minutes. After hearing that it was to unlock the authority of destruction, Gray eased up a little. After all, he knew how overpowered that authority truly was. The power to destroy anything from existence, ignoring the opponent's power level, was simply too seductive for him. I can't possibly ask her that. Then there's only one opinion. He raised his eyes to meet hers. I want you to teach me your personal sword technique without me turning into your disciple, by any means possible. Those words instantly caused Overen to swallow hard as he directly noticed the freezing aura coming from his mother. Her red eyes momentarily turned blank, swirling lightly as her lips curled up into a scary yet extremely wicked smile. Why do you always refuse to be my disciple? Her lips parted as her voice came out in a freezing tone that was almost scary. That possessive look again. I already explained to you the reason, he calmly replied. Those words caused Aurora to let out a small scoff, waving her hand to suddenly condense a small box around them. Gray looked at the box and instantly noticed that it was a barrier that wouldn't let anyone know what was happening inside. I do not want to be your toy or treasure, Aurora. Now that they were alone, he called her directly by her name. Huh. She laughed in a strangely scary manner, like her voice cracked but returned almost instantly in a cynical tone. Why wouldn't you simply be mine? Her true thoughts finally came out. Why would I want to be yours? Why wouldn't you? She shouted loudly, her eyes widening in complete madness as she slowly started stepping closer to Gray, who was already leaning against the wall of the barrier. I'm extremely beautiful, just like a damn goddess. I have more money than I can count, and can directly give you whatever you want. But why? Why don't you want any of that? You should be fucking grateful that I'm already offering everything I have to you. She was finally merely inches away from him. The only thing that I just want in return. Aurora raised her hand, gently caressing Gray's cheek as she looked deeply into his calm and black eyes. Is you. Chapter 224. Gray versus Overen. Hearing her infatuated words, Gray felt nothing whatsoever. He simply grabbed her hand and pushed it away from his face. He even brushed his sleeves at the place where she had touched, as if he was disgusted by her. I don't like you, Aurora. Simple as that. He retorted calmly with a shred of hesitation. Those words caused the frozen Aurora to instantly flare up in a rage, as a gloomy aura started leaking from her body. TSK. Ha ha ha. Aurora started laughing as the gloomy aura suddenly started forming creepy creatures as if it was actually materializing. Those creatures eerily stared at Gray with an amused look, trying to analyze him with their measly weak brains. Ha 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 ha. Her laughter grew increasingly louder as she dug her nails into her face, revealing an extreme look of madness. Her eyes went bloodshot as the gloomy aura started wrapping itself around Gray's body, as if threatening to take him away. Aurora. Gray calmly called out her name, looking at her like he wasn't about to be devoured by whatever that gloomy aura was. Will you teach me your personal sword art or not? He asked lightly, causing Aurora to directly remember how they had gotten into this situation. In an instant, the gloomy aura dissipated into wisps. Her eyes stared at him with unrestrained possessiveness. "Deal." She waved her hand, causing the barrier surrounding both of them to disappear, revealing once again the arena. Then, she suddenly flew into the sky and shouted, "New challenge. Gray versus Overin." For a single second, the arena stayed frozen. Then it exploded. "What? Gray versus Overin? Is this real, or am I losing my mind? Overin is a fifth year, a Peak King realm monster. No, wait, did you hear right? The headmistress just declared it herself." Shouts crashed into each other, rising into a deafening roar. Students stood up from their seats, some climbing onto benches, others gripping the railings so hard their knuckles turned white. Excitement, disbelief, fear, all tangled together into raw noise. Is Gray insane for accepting this? Arguments broke out mid-cheer. Some laughed nervously, others shouted warnings, others screamed Gray's name with wild excitement. Even the returning fifth years changed their posture, sharp eyes narrowing as heavy auras stirred among them. They knew about Gray's power from before, and now they were a little curious to know how much he had improved. Of course, since this is an extremely unfair battle, Overin's realm will be sealed to the Grandmaster, just a single big realm above Gray's. The arena once again started shaking because of the audience. One realm above. That S still Overin. Peak King realm sealed to Grandmaster. Even then, he.s. a sword monster. In the sky above the arena, Aurora slowly descended, her long hair drifting as if stroked by an unseen hand. Her eyes swept across the crowd with a faint smile. "This fight ends when one of you cannot stand." Aurora drifted backward, her body dissolving into light as she exited the arena, her laughter trailing behind her like a curse. Silence fell. Shing! Overin slowly drew his king greatsword. The steel slid free with a sharp cry, sword chi spilling out in dense waves that pressed against the arena floor, cracking stone beneath his feet. His aura stabilized at the Grandmaster stage, sharply refined through countless battles. As for Gray, he gently tapped the two daggers on his waist while calmly looking at Overin's posture. Whip! Overin's eyes narrowed, and his sword flashed. A clean horizontal slash tore through the air, sword chi stretching outward like a pale arc, slicing straight toward Gray's torso. Whoop! Gray's body twisted, foot sliding, torso bending at an angle that looked wrong. The sword chi passed close enough to shave fabric from his robe, ripping threads free. Gray stepped inside the range. Overin reacted fast, his blade snapping back, elbow tightening as he reversed the edge and stabbed downward. Spirit Eyes' Gray's hand instantly came up. Thack! His knuckles struck the flat of the blade with a dull thud, mana flooding his arm, muscles swelling beneath skin. The impact shoved the sword aside by a hair. Gray's other hand followed and was slammed into Overin's ribs. Kook! Overin grunted, body skidding half a step back, his sword chi bursting outward to cushion the blow. So fast, someone shouted from the stands. Overin exhaled sharply and twisted, sword spinning in a tight arc. Drifting through clouds, his feet slid across the ground as he used his movement technique, his body blurring for a blink as he circled Gray and struck from behind. The blade descended toward Gray's shoulder. Swap Gray vanished, causing Overin's sword cut through empty air. At the moment, he reappeared to Overin's left, low to the ground, knee bent, fist already swinging upward. The punch caught Overin beneath the chin. TSK. Not clean. Sword chi flared at the last moment, dulling the blow. Yet his head snapped back and blood sprayed from his lips as his boots dragged a long line across the stone. The crowd erupted. He hit him again. He.s. inside his guard. Overin planted his foot and roared, sword chi surging harder, thicker, pouring from his body like a storm breaking loose. Pale light wrapped around him, sharp enough to sting the skin from a distance. "You think those small tricks can make you win against me?" He raised his sword high. "Fool him. Countless swords made out of chi materialized around him, surrounding Gray like he was a caged zoo animal. Go! The swords shot towards Gray, who took a step forward into the direction of the swords. And just when a sword was about to pierce his body, swish! His body transformed into mist. Dream mist at the same time, multiple afterimages appeared around the arena, causing Overin to grit his teeth, taking a few steps back before diving the swords into killing all the afterimages. Shit, where's he? After killing all of them, Gray still hadn't appeared, causing him to get even more nervous than he already was. Boo! Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, causing him to yelp, but that yelp was short-lived as Gray struck his wrist with his hand. Overin's grip on his sword loosened for a breath. Then, Gray's knee smashed into Overin's thigh, and an elbow cracked into his chest, mana roaring through muscle and bone. Fuck! Overin was trying to counter with a headbutt, but Gray quickly crouched down before slamming his elbow into his stomach. Kook! Saliva spilled from Overin's mouth as his body skidded across the stone, rolling hard before stopping after several meters. Oh my god! Gray actually has the advantage in the battle. How is this even possible? The crowd only seemed to grow wilder. Not to mention the look of satisfaction on both Meili's and Seraph's lips as they watched Overin get beaten up. Then, Gray walked toward him at an unhurried pace. His boots tapped softly against the broken floor. He rolled his shoulders once, then lightly knocked the hilts of his daggers together. Is that all? He stopped right in front of Overin. I didn't even have the chance to use my weapon. He spoke in a disappointed voice. This caused Overin's already fragile ego to be reborn, as his eyes flared up with a strange, undying madness. You damn bastard! Boom! His aura exploded, causing Gray to jump back and gather enough distance away from Overin. GGRRR! Overin rose slowly. Sword chi poured from his body in thick waves, wrapping his blade until the metal almost vanished inside pale light. His stance changed as his shoulders hunched, his knees bent lightly, and he started breathing heavily. The pressure crushed down on the arena. He has gone mad. That sword chi, it's different now. Overin moved first. Crack! The ground broke under his foot as he rushed forward, sword raised high. He swung straight down, a heavy chop aimed at Gray's head. Clang! Gray drew both daggers in a flash. Steel screamed as he crossed the blades above him, stopping the strike inches from his skull. The force drove him to one knee, stones splintering under the impact. Overin pushed harder. Gray twisted his wrists, slipping the sword aside, then rolled to the left as the blade slammed down again. Boom! The floor exploded where Gray had been. Gray sprang up low and fast, closing in. His right dagger shot toward Overin's ribs, but Overin twisted and summoned his black knight armor, taking the complete hit. Clack! Sparks flew as Gray followed with a kick to the knee. Thud! Overin staggered, but did not fall. And instead, he answered with a backhand slash. Whoosh! Gray leaned backward, blade passing a finger's width from his throat. He stepped in again and punched Overin square in the chest. Bam! Sword chi flared, softening the blow, yet Overin still slid back half a step. The two clashed again. Clang! 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 Daggers and swords met again and again. Gray ducked under wide swings, slashed at wrists, thighs, and shoulders. Overin hacked back with raw force, each strike heavy enough to crack stone. Spirit eyes, Gray suddenly slipped past a thrust and drove his elbow into Overin's jaw. Crack! Overin reeled, roaring, then swung blindly. Swap Gray vanished before he appeared behind Overin and kicked him straight in the back. Tum! Overin crashed forward, rolling, then forced himself up, blood dripping from his mouth as his eyes strangely burned brighter than before. He lifted his sword with both hands. Thwomp! And a ginormous amount of sword chi started gathering into it. Chapter 225, Gray vs. Overin 2, FWMP. The arena floor groaned as thin cracks spread outward from his feet. The chi did not stay close to the sword. It spiraled into a cyclone, pressing down like a crushing tide. Students near the arena edges staggered back. This pressure, it feels like my chest is being crushed. Overin exhaled slowly, shoulders rising and falling. His sword trembled as the chi kept gathering, compressing tighter and tighter, until the light around the blade became dense and sharp, almost solid. Take this. He stepped forward and directly swung his sword. Whoosh! The sword chi tore free, not as a simple slash, but as a massive crescent wall of pressure that ripped across the arena, shredding stone, lifting dust, cutting everything in its path. Gray did not retreat. His eyes narrowed. Spirit eyes mana surged through his eyes before traveling through his body, flooding his limbs, tightening his muscles, and sharpening every sense. The chi wave arrived. Boom! Gray kicked off the ground and shot upward at an angle, the slash tearing through the space beneath him. The floor behind him exploded, chunks of stone flying into the air. Before Gray even landed, Overin was already there waiting for him, swinging his sword straight for his waist. Clang! Gray crossed both daggers and blocked, his feet skidding backward as he was pushed across the ground. His arms trembled from the weight behind the strike. Yet his stance stayed firm. Overin pressed down harder. Stay down. Gray twisted his wrists, slid the sword aside, and ducked in close. His knee drove upward toward Overin's ribs. Thud! TSK. Overin grunted, chi flaring to soften the blow, then answered with a headbutt. Crack! Gray snapped his head to the side at the last moment. Unfortunately, their foreheads still met, causing pain to ring through his skull. But quickly taking advantage of Overin's momentary weakness, Gray stepped inside Overin's reach and punched him straight in the stomach. Bam! Mana burst outward as the impact landed. Overin slid back several steps, his boots carving lines into the stone. Gah! He roared and thrust his sword forward, the sword chi condensing at the tip of his sword before detonating shortly after. Boom! Swap Gray vanished and reappeared above Overin, twisting midair, daggers flashing downward toward Overin's shoulders. Clang, clang! Overin barely raised his sword in time, blocking both blades, but the force from Gray's daggers drove him to one knee. Gray landed and did not stop. Whip! The left dagger slashed at the neck while the right dagger stabbed toward the thigh. TSK! Overin twisted, sword chi flaring wildly as he spun, forcing Gray back with raw pressure, causing the two to separate. Huff! Overin's breathing slowed. The wild rage in his eyes did not fade, and instead, it seemed to have gotten ever more sharper than before. He lifted his sword and held it level with his chest, blade pointing straight at Gray. Sword chi wrapped around him in steady waves now, no longer bursting out without shape. The pressure grew into a more refined manner. This is where you fall. Overin calmly spoke, almost solemn. The sword trembled once, and then the chi sank into it. Fool! The light around the blade collapsed inward, compressing until the sword looked thin and dark, as if swallowing everything around it. Gasps exploded through the stands. That stance! He-s using his sword art. Seraph's eyes narrowed, her fingers digging into the stone railing. So he reached that stage already. Above them, Aurora hovered in the air, arms crossed, his lips curved in a sharp smile. Her eyes never left Gray. Show me, she whispered. Overin stepped forward, and each one of them caused the air to tremble. Sword that swallows the moon. First move. He vanished without a sound, causing Gray's pupils to shrink. Swallowing the earth. The air screamed as Overin appeared to Gray's left, sword already mid-swing. The blade did not cut outward. It pulled inward, dragging air, dust, and chi toward its edge like a whirl. Shriek! Gray blurred. Dream mist his body broke apart into dark smoke an instant before the blade passed through him. The slash carved a deep groove through the arena floor instead, stone folding inward as if crushed by invisible hands. Gray reformed 3 steps back. Overin did not pause. He twisted his wrists and slashed again. Foom! A second pull followed, stronger than the first. Gray felt his body drag forward, feet sliding across the ground against his will. He is pulling him in. That sword art is forcing the space around him. Gray dissolved again. Mist scattered low across the ground, slipping under the pressure, causing Over's blade to cut through empty air. Gray reappeared behind him and punched. Bam! The blow landed square on Over's back, yet sword chi flared and softened it. Overin staggered only half a step before spinning around. Fwhip! His sword stabbed forward. Fuck! Gray twisted his body, leaning sideways, causing the blade only graze his clothes, leaving a faint, warm feeling. Then, Gray vanished again. Mist flowed, coiling, spreading. Overin planted his foot and swung in a wide arc form. The pull exploded outward, ripping chunks of stone from the ground and dragging the mist back toward the blade. Gray's form snapped back into place midair. Over's eyes widened. Got you. He thrust upward. Clang! Gray crossed his daggers just in time, arms shaking as the force slammed into him. The shockwave burst outward, blasting dust into the stands. Students screamed. Some covered their faces. Others leaned forward, their eyes shaking with excitement. Seraph's breath caught. He is still not using a technique. Aurora laughed softly. That movement alone, filthy. Gray pushed off the blade and flipped backward, landing lightly despite the pressure tearing at his body. Fucking hell, this sword art is annoying, Gray cursed inwardly. And just before he could do anything more, Overin raised his sword again, the sword chi roaring louder than before. The blade darkened further, the space around it bending. Stay still. Overin roared and charged. Spirit Eyes Gray narrowed his eyes and stepped forward instead of back. Swish! Mist burst from his feet. One step. Two. Overin swung downward with everything he had. The blade passed through Gray's chest and cut through the air. At the same time, Gray reappeared at Overin's side and drove his knee directly into his ribs. Crack! Kugh! Overin gasped, blood spraying from his mouth as he was thrown sideways. The crowd exploded. He dodged it again. How is he still moving like that? Overin slammed into ground, rolled, then forced himself up, shaking, sword still in hand. His eyes were filled with annoyance as he stared at Gray. How? I used the first move of the sword art from the inheritance of the heavenly sword. I practically perfected it, and he was still able to dodge it. His grip on his sword tightened as he looked at Gray, who was calmly staring at me. Not to mention that he isn't using a sword, and even had plenty of opportunities to attack me with the daggers, but used his knees or punches. Is he playing around with me? Overin gritted his teeth. Seeing this, Gray smiled lightly. Just a little bit more, he grinned inwardly. Spirit Is Proficiency. 92. The Spirit Is Proficiency was about to reach master level, and that was exactly why Gray didn't want to finish the fight yet. Damn it! Overin roared and surged forward again. Sword chi burst out, flooding the blade as he slashed upward, then down, then across. Each strike chained together with no pause between them. Whoosh! Clang! Boom! Gray moved, taking a step forward before his body turned into mist. The sword passed through afterimages again and again. And suddenly, Gray slipped inside Overin's guard and slammed his shoulder into Overin's chest. Thud! Overin stumbled back, barely keeping his footing. Shit! With no other choice, he swung blindly. Gray ducked low, mist spreading along the ground, then reappeared behind him and drove a punch into Overin's kidney. Crack! Arg! Overin screamed, chi flaring wildly as he spun and thrust backward. The sword went right through the mist as Gray's figure vanished once again. The audience had gone insane at this point. He is reading every move. That timing is terrifying. Overin's breathing slowly grew ragged. Veins bulged along his neck as he forced more chi into his sword, ignoring the pain tearing through his body. Stay still. He suddenly gathered a large amount of sword chi into one strike. Not even forming a move from his sword technique, the sword chi compressed as his sword darkened, causing the air to start shaking from the sheer pressure of the power. Then he lunged at Gray, directly swinging the sword above his head. Spirit eyes, Gray stepped forward. For a split second, their eyes met, but what Overin saw next was none other than mist. Dream mist, the sword swept through Gray's chest. Nothing. Gray reformed at Overin's side and slammed his knee into Overin's ribs. Then followed with a short punch to the jaw. Bam! Crack! Overin flew backward, skidding across the ground, sword almost slipping from his grasp. At that instant, Gray's vision sharpened. The world slowed down as he looked at Overin's body, and suddenly he started seeing his mana meridians, the chi flow, and even a materialized killing intent. All of it had become clear to his eyes. Ding! Spirit Eyes Proficiency. 100 Spirit Eyes have reached Master-level mastery. Gray's smile deepened slightly as the mist faded around his feet. The fight had given him what he wanted. Chapter 226. Gray vs. Overin 3. I guess I can end the fight now. Overin was already on the edge, and his aura was constantly flickering. Blood was dripping from multiple small wounds across his body, not to mention that the hand that was holding his sword was already trembling. But then, Overin pushed himself upright once more. His chest heaved, and his vision was getting blurry as he started saying afterimages of Gray, as if he had used his movement technique. And yet the humiliation burned hotter than the pain. Why you? His voice came out completely hoarse. You think you've already won? Gray did not answer, and that silence was worse than any kind of insult. Something inside Overin snapped again, but this time it was not wild rage, but a strong determination that filled his bones with strength. With that, Overin slowly lifted the trusty sword that had been with him for over 100 battles. Whoosh! This time, the chi did not burst outward in wild waves. It withdrew. The sword chi around him folded inward, sinking into his body, then into the blade. The bright glow dimmed, then vanished completely. The sword turned dark, dull, as if it had swallowed its own light. The temperature dropped, and then a low hum spread across the arena. Students felt their ears ring. The sky above twisted. Clouds that had been drifting lazily now churned in a tight spiral directly over Overin's head. Wind reversed direction, blowing inward toward him. Dust and broken stone began sliding across the ground, dragged by a force no one could see. Students staggered at the sudden pressure, and some even dropped to one knee. What was he doing? Seraph's eyes widened slightly. That stance, how interesting. Aurora's smile revealed a hint of amusement as her eyes locked onto Overin's figure for the first time in a while. She had been so focused on Gray that she had forgotten that her own adopted son was already a very rare talent. Overin raised the sword above his head with both hands. Quiver. His arms trembled violently, blood seeping from the cracks in his skin where the pressure tore at him from within. His veins bulged like ropes along his forearms. The ground beneath his feet began to sink, unable to bear the density of the chi compressing there. Sword that swallows the moon, second move. The space above the blade began to fold. Not metaphorically. The sky itself seemed to bend inward, warping like cloth being twisted by invisible hands. Light dimmed further, and the air thinned, swallowing the skies. Boom! The sword came down, but did not create a simple slash. The space in front of Overin folded like paper being crushed in a fist. A vertical fracture ripped through the air itself, stretching upward into the sky and downward into the arena floor. It was as if an invisible giant had split the heavens open. Light bent toward the fracture. Sound warped. The pressure that followed was not sharp. It was crushing. A massive wall of condensed sword intent descended, dragging the sky with it. The clouds above compressed into a dark funnel, spiraling downward. The arena floor cracked in a straight line as the tier advanced, stone rising and crumbling into dust before being swallowed into the collapsing space. The students screamed in complete panic as that was a move that surely surpassed what had reached the peak of the king realm, even if his cultivation was sealed. Zoom! Several barriers in the stands activated on their own, glowing as they resisted the outward shockwaves. The fifth-year students stood up at once. their auras flaring instinctively to protect the rest of the students. Even the main barrier around the arena flickered under the strain. Dai, Overin roared, blood spraying from his mouth as he forced every last drop of chi into the technique. The collapsing sky surged toward Gray. The pressure hit him first. His robe snapped violently against his body. The stone beneath his boots shattered and sank half a foot. The wind held past him, trying to drag him forward into the tear. Chunks of rock lifted off the ground and spiraled into the fracture. The air itself felt like it was being pulled from his lungs. The descending wall of sword intent loomed over him, devouring everything in its path. This wasn't a simple move. It was a crushing force that was about to swallow his body whole. And yet he stood still. From his stands, Ronin, Lyra, and Seraph's faces showed a huge amount of panic on their faces, their mouths moving as if trying to speak with Gray. But because of the impact, Gray couldn't hear them, but from their mouth movements, he could easily know that they were asking him to teleport away from there. Unfortunately, that ISNT needed. Spirit eyes, his eyes shone lightly as, under the gaze of everyone, he stretched his index finger to meet the ever-increasing strike. Nullification. Swish. The collapsing sky did not explode or shatter. It did not clash against some opposing force in a grand collision. It simply disappeared. The massive fracture that had torn through the heavens trembled, as if someone had brushed over it with an unseen hand. The spiraling clouds above loosened, their violent rotation slowing into confused drifting. The crushing wall of sore intent, the one that had been descending with enough force to bury the entire arena, thinned out in midair and dispersed into faint streaks of chi that scattered like smoke under sunlight. The trench carved across the arena floor stopped growing. The shattered stone that had been lifting toward the tier dropped back down with dull thuds. The suffocating pressure that had pressed against everyone's lungs vanished so suddenly that several students stumbled forward from the abrupt release. Overin's sword completed its downward arc. It cut through nothing. The blade hummed once and then fell silent. The chi he had poured into the technique no longer answered his call, as if it had never been there. His arms trembled violently from the recoil of emptiness. What? His voice came out hoarse and thin, completely different from the roar he had unleashed seconds earlier. Across from him, Gray stood exactly where he had been. His robe fluttered lightly in the fading wind, strands of his hair settling back into place. There was no wound on his body, no sign that a technique capable of tearing apart the sky had just descended upon him. 472 soul energy. That was quite a stretch. For several seconds, no one in the arena spoke. Then the confusion erupted. What just happened? It disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. It was right there. I saw it hit him. I swear it hit him. That was the second move of a heavenly inheritance. You can't just dodge that. Lyra stared at the arena with wide eyes, her fingers tightening around the fabric of her skirt. Huff! I didn't even see him move. Ronin rubbed his face with both hands as if trying to wake himself up. There's no way. Did the barrier absorb it? No, it didn't even touch the barrier. Seraph's brows were drawn tightly together. She had felt the pressure clearly. She had seen the space fold and collapse. What stood before her now made no sense whatsoever. That wasn't evasion, she murmured under her breath. He didn't step aside or counter it. What did he exactly do? Did he erase the technique? She thought about the possibility, but it was simply impossible. There was no way that Gray would be able to do that. Her gaze locked onto Gray, searching for some visible trace of effort. There was none at all, reinforcing her thoughts. High above the arena, Aurora hovered in silence. Unlike the others, her eyes had not widened in confusion. They had sharpened with interest. The moment Gray's lips moved, she had felt something change around him. A severing move that took place on the tip of his index finger. A clean, precise cut at the very root of the technique. The structure that held swallowing the skies together had vanished in an instant. The core that anchored the collapsing space had been erased before the descending force could complete itself. He had not endured it or overpowered it, but he had simply removed its foundation. Aurora's breathing slowed, her pupils glowing faintly with a deep green hue that flickered with growing possessiveness. He erased the base of completed sword art in less than a second, without even lifting a weapon. Her lips curved upward slowly, showing a maddening, sick smile. "You are mine." Back in the arena, Oberyn stared at his own sword as if it had betrayed him. "I felt it. I released it," he muttered, his voice trembling from complete shock. "I completed the form. I did everything right." His gaze lifted to Gray, and for the first time since the duel began, there was no arrogance in his eyes, only complete disbelief. "I knew that he was going to be this fucking strong. He was a monstrous genius back then. For God's sake, why did I accept my mother's proposal to challenge him?" Still, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "What did you do?" Gray remained silent at his words, simply looking at him calmly. Then he took a step forward. Thack! The sound of his boot pressing against cracked stone echoed clearly in the silent arena. Another step, and Oberyn instinctively stepped back. His grip loosened. Cling! The sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a sharp metallic clang that rang louder than it should have. Nor was he using any kind of technique. And yet, as he approached, the pressure in the arena felt heavier than it had during Oberyn's grand attack. Everyone could feel the invisible pressure, because Gray didn't need to use a grand technique to build his reputation or to show off. He simply had a strange majesty that clung to his bones, making him seem like the most eye-catching person no matter where he went. This kind of overbearing, no one could truly match it. Chapter 227. Plans for the future admit defeat. Gray took one more step and stared down at Oberyn, not showing a single ounce of emotions on his eyes, causing the already trembling man to almost pee himself. Oberyn felt his throat tighten as he looked up. His black eyes were like the abyss, and the more you stared into them, the more you would lose yourself. His legs trembled as cold sweat ran down his spine. "I gulp. Fortified." Oberyn barely managed to get the words out. For a second after the words left Oberyn's mouth, no one reacted. It was as if the entire arena had forgotten how to breathe. He forfeited. Oberyn forfeited. That's the successor of a divine being. He used the second move of a heavenly inheritance and still lost. The noise exploded all at once, louder than any cheer from earlier in the fight. Students shot up from their seats. Some grabbed the person next to them and shook them violently. Others simply stared at the arena with their mouths hanging open. "No way, no way. I thought Gray was dead when that strike fell. He didn't even use a big technique. That's the worst part. He didn't Fuck. I knew that he was strong, but not that damn strong." Ronan let out a long groan he hadn't realized he was holding and ran a hand through his hair. Lyra's eyes were shining, half in shock, half in excitement. That was insane. Not far from them, several fifth years exchanged looks. That wasn't normal. "Do you think he's one of the so-called children of heaven?" One of them narrowed his eyes. "No, the luck contained on his body is average, completely average." The fifth year exchanged looks after hearing the man's words, and because of that aspect, they only grew uneasy at Gray's presence. Further away from them, Sarah stood still, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. There was no smile this time or satisfaction like when Oberyn had been getting beaten earlier. Only realization. "So this is your level," she murmured quietly. She had fought him before and actually thought that she understood his limits. She was wrong, entirely fucking wrong. Above the arena, Aurora began to laugh softly, her eyes full of delight. Her scarlet eyes never left Gray. "Perfect," she whispered. There was no confusion in her gaze, only a pure, unfiltered hunger of possession. While the audience shouted and argued, while instructors whispered to each other in tense voices, while Oberyn stood there shaking in humiliation, Gray simply stood in the center of the ruined arena, as if forcing a peak King Realm genius to kneel and admit defeat had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience. And slowly, very slowly, the cheers began to rise. "Gray, The chant started from one side of the arena, then spread like wildfire until hundreds of voices were shouting his name in complete awe. Are you all right? Losing that amount of soul energy usually makes someone dizzy or even makes them pass out directly. I can hold on for a while, so I'll head to the dormitory and meditate in the dream world, he answered inwardly, though the faint heaviness behind his eyes warned him. MHM. He walked toward the exit gates with the same calm pace he had used when crushing Overness' spirit, ignoring the cheers, ignoring the way students leaned forward from the stands as if trying to catch one more glimpse of him before he disappeared. Gray. The moment he stepped outside the arena, Lyra's voice cut through the noise, instantly breaking him out of his thoughts. She stood a few steps away, her hands clenched near her chest, her eyes shining in a way that made it clear she had not blinked once during the entire match. My man. She barely managed 2 words before Ronan shoved past her with reckless enthusiasm, his boots scraping against the stone as he lunged straight at Gray with both arms wide open. Swapashu. You damn foo-dash. Thud. In the blink of an eye, Ronan's body vanished from in front of Gray and reappeared a step ahead, momentum completely unadjusted, sending him crashing face first into the unforgiving ground. The impact echoed sharply as his nose met stone, and a pained groan followed a second later. Puffed. Gray stood where Ronan had been, his hands still resting casually in his pockets without changing his expression. Lyra stared between the two of them, her mouth slightly open, before her excitement surged back twice as strong. She hurried closer, barely sparing Ronan a glance as he rolled onto his back and muttered curses at the sky. What was that? She demanded, her eyes sparkling as she circled Gray like she was examining some rare treasure. You didn't chant anything. You didn't even move your hands. And yet, that killing move disappeared. Since when can you do something like that? Gray looked at her for a quiet moment without saying anything at all, his eyes closing for a slyly moment. The faint exhaustion behind them was there, but he kept his posture straight and shoulders relaxed, giving away nothing. Lyra leaned closer, lowering her voice as if she were trying to coax a secret out of him. Was it some high-tier technique? Or something you've been hiding all along? You could tell your cute girlfriend, right? Instead of answering, Gray lifted his hand slowly and brushed a strand of hair away from her face. The simple gesture made her freeze in place. He leaned down and pressed a soft kiss against her forehead, lingering for a second longer than necessary, before moving just slightly and touching his lips to the tip of her nose. Lyra's entire body went stiff. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and her earlier barrage of questions died in her throat. I'm going to take a nap, Gray murmured quietly, straightening up as a yawn slipped past his lips, his eyes narrowing slightly as the fatigue finally began to show on them. Tired. The yawn made the statement feel more honest than any explanation would have. He turned and started walking again toward the dormitories. Behind him, Lyra stood frozen for 2 seconds before clutching her face with both hands, barely containing the squeal threatening to escape her, while Ronan pushed himself up from the ground and groaned. I risked my life charging at him for that, Ronan muttered, wiping dust from his face, only to glance at Lyra's smitten expression and click his tongue. Unbelievable. He couldn't understand why Lyra was so smitten. He had seen Gray kissing her on the lips before, and yet she didn't have this kind of reaction. Women truly are strange creatures, he muttered under his breath. Gray did not look back once. Once he got into his dormitory, he directly opened his status window to check his current soul energy. Unique talent. Nullification 538-1110-1290. After taking a deep look, Gray closed the translucent window with a slow swipe of his fingers, then walked toward the edge of his bed and sat down, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees while his gaze remained fixed on the floor. I can't keep burning soul energy like this every time I want to crush someone, he muttered thoughtfully. He then remembered the number next to his current limit and nodded lightly. I only lost 180 permanent soul points to copy those 2 skills for now, but that amount is going to increase in the future. So I shouldn't focus only on meditation. Perhaps But today you indeed pushed nullification further than usual. I know. Then what are you planning to do? What is exactly step one? Aurora. There was no hesitation in his voice. You plan to ask her for help? I plan to collect what she owes me. He corrected. I dominated that spar publicly and made it clear that she would teach me her own sword art. And you want her sword art that much? Is her sword art something incredible? Yes. Gray stood and walked toward the window, staring out at the academy grounds below. My close combat is extremely efficient, but not refined in the traditional sense. Aurora's sword art is structured and precise, as it doesn't waste anything, not even an ounce of sword energy. If I integrate her foundation into my own sword abilities, I 1T need nullification to dismantle higher-grade techniques. I'll break them properly. You think she will agree? She 1T refuse, as her pride 1T allow it. You are confident. She has been watching over me since I was a kid, like I belonged to her since the day she set her eyes on me. Teaching me gives her an excuse for her to stay close to me. Jasmine hummed faintly. So you gain technique, and she gains proximity. Exactly. He turned back toward the room. Step 2 is increasing my soul capacity without burning my current limit. That will not be simple. Indeed, he began pacing slowly. There are relics, artifacts designed to stabilize or expand soul energy. Gloria Academy holds a few of them, but most of them circulate through underground markets and high-tier missions. You're planning to obtain one. Yes. Buy? Steal? Earn? That depends on the opportunity, he said evenly. If I find one tied to a mission, I'll earn it. If it's locked behind politics, I'll maneuver. If someone unworthy holds it, I'll simply take it by force. You sound disturbingly calm. He stopped walking. I 1T keeps sacrificing permanent soul points every time I erase something. If I expand my capacity or find an artifact that reduces the permanent drain, nullification becomes sustainable. And until then, I restrict usage to decisive moments only. No teatrix. Jasmine paused before speaking again. You thought all this out in under a minute? Yes. Gray's gaze sharpened slightly. I always like to think ahead. A faint smile curved his lips. I refuse to become dependent on a single ability. If someone stronger than me forces me into a corner where nullification is my only option, that means I failed long before the fight began. You hate failing. I despise inefficiency more. Silence settled for a few seconds. And Aurora? Gray's eyes darkened slightly. I'll visit her tomorrow. To train? Mayhaps. Chapter 228. A private tutor. The next day, Gray was directly in front of the headmistress's office. But he didn't knock on the door, and instead, he pressed his back against the wall and simply waited without impatience. Students who passed through the corridor slowed for a second when they noticed him, whispers trailing in his wake, but none dared approach his presence alone discouraged conversation, especially since he had destroyed one of the strongest geniuses of the academy. A few minutes later, Aurora's voice came from inside. Come in. Gray pushed himself off the wall and reached for the handle without hesitation. The door opened, revealing the wide office lined with towering bookshelves and tall arched windows that bathed the room in soft morning light. Aurora sat behind her desk, posture straight, auburn hair falling neatly over one shoulder. Her red eyes lifted from the documents before her and settled on him. Gray stepped inside and closed the door behind him with a quiet click. He did not bow or greet her. He walked forward at an unhurried pace and took a seat across from her desk, leaving enough distance to remain outside her immediate reach. He leaned back slightly in the chair, one leg crossing over the other, and looked at her. Aurora also stared back at him, letting the silence stretch for a few seconds, studying him as if he were a sword she intended to test for flaws. We had an agreement. Aurora's lips curved into a faint, wry smile as she leaned back in her chair, folding her hands neatly over the desk. So impatient, she murmured. You win one spar and march straight into my office the next morning to claim your prize. You said you would teach me your personal sword art, and I will. Her red eyes sharpened slightly. Though I expected you to at least pretend to be polite. Would that make you teach me better? Gray tilted his head. She laughed at those words before adding no. But it would make you look less like a conqueror collecting tribute. He raised one eyebrow. I am collecting what was promised. Aurora's smile widened at that, amused rather than offended. She stood slowly from her seat, and she walked around the desk, her heels clicking softly against the polished floor. You realize, she uttered, stopping a few steps in front of him, private lessons with me are not something students request so bluntly. You were the one who agreed to my requests. Aurora stopped in front of him, close enough that he could catch the faint scent of her perfume, something subtle yet deliberate, warm and distracting in a way that felt intentional. Her red eyes softened for a brief second, the sharp authority in them melting into something far more personal. I agreed, she stated, tilting her head as she looked down at him. Do you know why? Gray did not look away. Because you lost. Definitely because I'm not yours, he added inwardly. She laughed once again. No, she replied, taking another slow step forward until the distance between them shrank to something more intimate. Because you were mine. How predictable, Gray muttered inwardly. The words slipped out before she seemed to restrain herself. Her fingers brushed lightly against the back of his chair, nails tapping once against the wood as she leaned down slightly, her face closer to his than necessary. You walk into my office without knocking. You don't bow. You don't greet me. You look at me as if I'm not your headmistress, but something you intend to conquer. Her lips curved faintly. Do you have any idea what that does to me? Gray's expression did not change. Does it make you teach worse? The only reason he was pressing that same phrase was to deny her advances without directly offending her. He was indirectly saying that he considered her teaching valuable, causing her to consider how vantageous was for her to teach him. Huh. For a split second, the warmth in her gaze sharpened into something intense, almost possessive. Her pupils thinned slightly, as if she were restraining the urge to close the distance entirely. You are dangerously unaware of how attractive that arrogance is, she murmured. Her hand lifted, her fingers hovering near his cheek, close enough to touch but stopping just short, as if she were testing her own restraint. Careful, Gray, she added softly. If you keep looking at me like that, I might forget this is supposed to be a lesson. He didn't flinch. If you forget, then I'll remind you. For a split second, something unbalanced flickered across her expression, a crack in her composed persona where obsession threatened to surface fully. Then, she straightened herself abruptly. The warmth vanished. The playful seduction disappeared as if it had never existed, and her posture returned to that of the composed and untouchable headmistress. You truly are infuriating, she scoffed with a small sigh, though a faint smile still lingered at the corner of her lips. Very well. She stepped back, creating distance, and her tone shifted into something professional. If I am to teach you my personal sword art, you will follow every instruction without argument. Gray uncrossed his legs and stood slowly, meeting her gaze head-on. As long as the instruction is worth following. Her eyes flashed briefly, a spark of delight breaking through her composure again. You see? That tone and look. One day, you will regret provoking me. He gave a slight tilt of his head. I doubt it. For a moment, she stared at him again, and the possessive glint returned before vanishing just as fast. Let us begin your private lessons. Snap. The air around them began to distort. The bookshelves blurred. The desk dissolved into motes of light. Mana twisted violently around them, folding space inward until the office vanished completely. Stone replaced wood. A circular battleground formed beneath their feet, surrounded by sealed barriers that shimmered faintly with protective runes. Aurora now stood several meters away, and her outfit had completely changed into something more fitting for the occasion. She wore a sleeveless high-collar top of deep wine red, the fabric hugging her torso without restricting her shoulders. Thin silver lines traced along the seams, forming subtle patterns that resembled flowing blades curving around her waist and ribs. The material caught the faint light of the barrier above, revealing a layered weave reinforced with mana-conductive threads. A wide black sash wrapped tightly around her midsection, securing the scabbard resting against her left hip. The sash accentuated the natural curve of her waist, drawing the eye before continuing downward into sleek, dark trousers that tapered cleanly to her ankles. The fabric was flexible yet structured, allowing swift footwork without excess movement. Her boots were light, knee-high, and fitted, made from soft leather reinforced at the toes and heels. They made no sound when she changed her stance. She looked less like a headmistress and more like a duelist carved from discipline and countless death fights. Gray blinked once. His own clothing had changed as well. The academy uniform he had been wearing was gone, replaced by a tailored variation of Aurora's training attire. His top mirrored hers in design, but was cut to fit his broader shoulders and lean frame, the deep red fabric contrasting against his pale skin. The silver lines along the seams followed his form precisely, emphasizing the clean lines of his posture. The black sash around his waist was tied firmly, though unlike Aurora's, it held no scabbard. His trousers were equally fitted, designed for unrestricted movement, and his boots matched hers in material and build. He glanced down briefly at his sleeves, flexing his fingers once as he felt the unfamiliar texture against his skin. "You changed my clothes." Aurora's lips curved faintly. "Of course." Her tone was light, almost innocent. "You can't train in my sword art while dressed like a wandering delinquent." Gray looked back up at her, one eyebrow lifting slightly. "You had permission to alter my attire?" She smiled. "I don't need permission." Her gaze lingered on him for a moment longer than necessary, slowly traveling from his shoulders down to his waist before returning to his eyes. "It suits you," she added softly. "I was right about your proportions." Gray's expression remained neutral, though there was the faintest narrowing of his eyes. "You measured me." "Mentally," she replied without shame. A small pause, and perhaps once or twice when you weren't paying attention. Silence hung between them for a second. Then Aurora shifted into a proper stance. The blade angled diagonally across her body, her playful tone fading into a more serious one. "Do not misunderstand," she said calmly. "These uniforms are not for decoration. The fabric enhances mana flow along specific channels. If you move incorrectly, it will resist you." Gray rolled his shoulders once, adjusting to the fit. Noted. Aurora's red eyes gleamed. "Good answer." The air between them tightened noticeably. "Now, take your stance," she said softly, her voice lowering as her presence sharpened, just like the sword in her hands. "I want to test your actual sword skills before imparting my own technique." Chapter 229, A Private Tutor 2. Gray stepped forward and then raised his sword lightly. The tip angled forward, shoulders relaxed, feet placed shoulder-width apart. His left foot slid half a step back, heel barely lifting as he adjusted his center of gravity. Aurora observed everything about that same stance. The angle of his wrist, the tension in his forearm, and the even distribution of weight through his hips. Her lips curved faintly. "Interesting." Whoop. She moved first with no warning at all. One moment she stood still, the next she had crossed half the distance between them, her boots gliding over the stone with barely a sound. Her blade cut downward in a clean diagonal arc aimed at his shoulder. Gray stepped to the side rather than blocking directly. Steel scraped against steel as he redirected the edge at the last second, turning her strike away with a precise flick of his wrist. The impact rang through the training ground, sharp and controlled. Aurora pivoted instantly. Her elbow snapped toward his jaw. Gray leaned back, the strike grazing air, and countered with a horizontal slash toward her midsection. She twisted her torso fluidly, the blade missing by inches as she brought her knee up toward his ribs. He caught her leg with his free hand. For a split second, they were locked in close proximity. Their faces are only a breath apart. Her red eyes gleamed. "You hesitate less than I expected." Gray shoved her leg aside and stepped back before she could capitalize. "MHM." She advanced again, and this time, the exchange was much faster than before, as 3 consecutive strikes came in a flash. High, low, thrust. Gray met each one without brute force. turning his blade slightly offline to deflect rather than clash head-on. The uniform tugged faintly at his shoulders when his movement was inefficient, exactly as she had warned. He adjusted mid-motion instantly. Aurora's lips curved. "You feel it. Ido. Good." Upon hearing his confirmation, she increased her speed. The air vibrated as her sword carved through space with sharper intent. Gray blocked the first, slipped under the second, and barely avoided the third as the tip grazed across his sleeve, slicing a thin line through the fabric. He retaliated with a forward thrust aimed at her sternum. Clang! She parried outward and stepped into his space, shoulder colliding with his chest. The force pushed him back half a step, enough to disrupt his balance. Her blade flashed toward his neck. Gray dropped low instead of retreating. He swept his leg toward her ankle. Aurora jumped lightly, clearing the sweep, but Gray used the motion to rise and deliver a rising slash from below. Clang! She blocked cleanly, the impact sending a brief shock through both of their arms. They separated again. "Phew! You rely on adaptability," Aurora observed, circling him slowly. "You read and adjust rather than commit. And you like to force commitment," Gray replied. A faint smile touched her lips. "Correct." Swish! She lunged again, this time feinting high before shifting her blade mid-arc toward his thigh. Gray reacted a fraction too slow and, unfortunately, tip-tapped against his leg. Splat! A line of red surfaced through the fabric. It was a deep cut, but Gray knew if it contained a little bit more force, that small swing probably would cripple him. Aurora withdrew instantly. "In a real fight, that would have crippled you," she stated calmly. Gray glanced down briefly at the shallow wound before lifting his gaze again. "Don't hold back." Her eyes darkened slightly. "As you wish." The next clash carried more weight. Aurora pressed forward with structured precision, each strike flowing seamlessly into the next as her footwork tightened and became more efficient. There was no wasted motion in her shoulders, no unnecessary swing. Gray began to understand her sword style. It wasn't about using overwhelming power, but complete control of her sword. She was calculating every angle of her sword and his to get the perfect off-arrow movement to gain the advantage, and then use that same advantage to transition to another swing. "TSK, breaking this flow will be too difficult," he groaned inwardly. He attempted to break the rhythm. Rather than meeting her blade directly, he stepped inside her guard and aimed a short-range thrust toward her collarbone. She rotated her wrist, trapping his blade against hers for a brief moment before twisting sharply. The torque forced his grip to strain. He released one hand instantly to prevent disarmament and drove his elbow toward her ribs. She absorbed the hit with a partial turn, minimizing impact, then retaliated with a short headbutt that snapped against his forehead. Crack! The dull crack echoed lightly. They both stepped back again. A faint red mark formed on Gray's brow, causing him to rub it lightly. "Your movement changed, huh?" Her lips curled up lightly before she licked them softly, as if her eyes were the most delicious prey ever. How delicious! Swoosh! She moved again without warning, and this time the exchange lasted longer. 10 strikes. 15. Clink, clang. Steel rang repeatedly across the enclosed battlefield, sharp metallic notes layering over each other. Sparks flickered briefly where edges met at precise angles. Gray began narrowing his movements, trimming excess motion, letting her rhythm guide his counters rather than resisting outright. The uniform resisted less. Aurora noticed, and her eyes flickered with approval. He stepped forward during one of her transitions, intercepting her blade mid-rotation and sliding along its length until their hilts nearly collided. Their forearms pressed together. For a second, neither moved. Then Gray shifted his weight and attempted a close-range shoulder throw. Aurora anticipated it. She hooked her leg behind his and reversed the leverage, using his own momentum to twist him off balance. But Gray did not fall like someone caught off guard. Full. The moment his center shifted, he released tension instead of resisting it. His torso bent fluidly, spine arching as he allowed the momentum to carry him rather than fight it. One hand shot down to the stone, fingers splaying for balance, and his body flipped over in a controlled arc. His legs swept overhead in a clean gymnastic rotation, his boots slicing through the air before he landed lightly on the tip of his feet a few meters away. Swoosh! The instant his soles touched stone, he lunged forward again. Aurora had barely straightened from the throw when his blade flashed toward her. Thud! She raised hers to intercept, but Gray shifted mid-strike, stepping inside her guard and driving his shoulder into her sternum while his hilt struck sharply against her collarbone. The impact forced her back half a step. Phew! Gray retreated immediately, sliding backward to create distance. His boots scraped lightly against the stone as he steadied himself. Then he lifted his left hand and crooked two fingers. Come. Aurora's red eyes narrowed instantly. I already got the hang of her fighting style now, Gray thought calmly, watching the small tightening of her stance. Huh. She exhaled once, then vanished forward as her speed suddenly increased. The blade came from his right flank, cutting horizontally. Gray pivoted, deflecting. A thrust followed instantly toward his abdomen clown. He parried downward, but soon came a rising slash from below, aimed at his jaw. He leaned back just enough for the edge to pass inches from his throat. Steel clashed again and again, but now his counters were more efficient. He no longer reacted half a beat late and started anticipating them. Where her wrist twitched before a feint, he did not commit, and when her shoulder dipped, he shifted early. Aurora noticed this, and a faint smile ghosted across her lips even as she pressed harder. She increased her pace further. So did he. Clang, clink. Their movements blurred across the battleground, boots carving arcs into the stone as sparks flickered between colliding blades. The sound of steel striking steel echoed in rapid succession, no longer isolated clashes but continuous ringing. Gray started matching her acceleration, matched her angle changes, matched her transitions, but only up to a point, until Aurora's footwork became lighter, and her blade began arriving a fraction faster than before. So, Gray increased his speed once again, but as he did so, Aurora did as well, repeating the same process until he finally reached the threshold of his current speed. And she did not stop at all. Whip! Her next strike slipped past his defense by a hair's breadth. Splat! The edge sliced across his side, cutting through fabric and grazing skin. A sharp line of pain flared across his ribs. He did not retreat. An opportunity. Instead, he stepped into it. As her blade completed the arc, Gray twisted his torso deliberately into the strike, absorbing part of the impact while driving his shoulder forward with full force. His free hand shot out and grabbed her upper arm, and using the momentum of her swing, he pivoted sharply and dragged her weight downward. Aya! Aurora's balance shifted unexpectedly. Her boots lost traction for a split second. Gray used it. He forced his entire weight forward, guiding her descent rather than resisting it. Thud! They hit the ground hard. Stone cracked faintly beneath the impact. Aurora's back met the floor first. Gray followed immediately, one knee sliding between hers to stabilize himself, his palm pressing against the ground beside her head to stop his descent. His other hand still held her arm pinned lightly against the stone. Phew! Huh! For a moment, neither moved. Their breathing mingled in the narrow space between them as they intensely stared at each other, their chest puffing up and down. Chapter 230, A Private Tutor 3. A thin line of red marked his side where she had cut him. A similar shallow cut traced her shoulder from earlier. Aurora stared up at him. Her eyes were almost glowing, her face flushing slyly as she then bit her lower lip in a coquettish manner. The possessive spark in her eyes no longer hid behind professionalism. HAA. Her breathing had deepened, though whether from the fight or something else was unclear. You pin me down? She muttered in a lower voice. Gray did not shift away. You were off balance, and you chose to follow me down. Russell. Her hands, which had been resting loosely at her sides, began to move. Slowly, they slid upward along his forearms. Her fingertips brushing against the firm lines of muscle beneath the training fabric. The touch was light at first, exploratory, as if testing whether he would pull away or not. And he didn't tee. Her arms continued upward until they looped around his neck, drawing him closer without force, more like it was inviting him. Her fingers laced loosely behind him, her nails grazing lightly at the base of his hair. The distance between their faces shrank. "You adapt too quickly," she whispered, her gaze dropping briefly to his lips before returning to his eyes. "It's quite terrifying, to say the least." "Really?" Her smile deepened. "Yes." Her fingers tightened faintly behind his neck. "Do you know what that makes you?" Gray's expression remained calm, though his eyes darkened slightly. "Effective. It makes you mine," she breathed out. The words came almost unconsciously, slipping out between restraint and obsession. The fuck is she talking about? Gray frowned inwardly. Is this her way of trying to seduce me? Her hand slid from behind his neck to cup his jaw, thumb brushing along the faint mark on his brow from earlier. The gesture was gentle, contrasting the intensity in her eyes. "You look good in my colors. On the ground with me. Above me." Her lashes lowered halfway. Then she pulled him the final inch closer. Her lips hovered for a fraction of a second, heat lingering in the narrow space between them. Her lips met his with a heat that had nothing to do with the battle. At first, the contact was firm, claiming rather than questioning, her fingers tightening slightly at the back of his neck as if anchoring him in place. The taste of iron lingered faintly between them from the shallow cuts, blending with the warmth of her breath. Gray did not freeze and even reciprocated. One of his hands shifted from the stone beside her head to her waist, his fingers pressing into the fabric of her uniform, feeling the softness of her skin. The other remained braced near her shoulder, keeping their balance as the kiss deepened. Aurora tilted her head slightly, adjusting the angle with instinctive precision, the same precision she used with the sword. Her lips softened for a moment, then parted just enough to draw him closer, her breath mingling with his in slow, heated exhales. There was no rush, no clamsiergency, only a conscious intensity. Her nails grazed lightly along the nape of his neck, sending a subtle shiver down his spine before her hand slid upward, fingers threading briefly into his hair to pull him closer again. The barrier above them hummed faintly. Their bodies remained close, pressed from chest to thigh, warmth bleeding through the thin layers of training fabric. Aurora broke the kiss first, not entirely, but just enough to draw back half an inch, her lips brushing against his once more before separating. Her eyes opened slowly. The red in them seemed even darker now, almost molten. With a sudden shift of her hips and a twist of her arm, she attempted to reverse their position again, but Aurora did not complete the reversal even if she could. Instead, she stopped midway through the motion, her hand still resting against his shoulder, her leg still loosely hooked against his. The playful heat in her eyes slowly cooled into the same serious look from before. She brushed a strand of auburn hair away from her face and shifted beneath him, not pushing him off, but easing the tension between them. Enough distractions, she sighed softly, though the faint curve of her lips betrayed lingering delight. "If I continue like this, we won't get any training done." Gray did not move away immediately. "Then teach me." Her gaze sharpened at that tone. "You truly don't waste time. Time wastes itself." She let out a faint breath that might have been a laugh, then placed her palm against his chest and pushed lightly. "Stand up." Gray rose without resistance, offering her a hand as she sat up. She accepted it, though her fingers lingered a second longer than necessary before she stood gracefully. They were separated by a few meters once more. Aurora lifted her sword again, but instead of attacking, she planted the tip lightly against the stone and rested both hands over the pommel. "I will teach you the first movement of my personal art," she said calmly. "But before that, you must understand what it is." Gray watched her without blinking. "The name of this sword technique is soul-chasing extremities," she continued, her red eyes showing a hint of pride on them. The name hung in the air for a few moments. "It has only 3 moves." "Only 3?" Gray raised an eyebrow in surprise. The normal pattern for a sword technique was at least 5 moves, and since this technique only had 3, it would either be an extremely high-grade sword technique or a technique that was merely used as a normal move. Yes, she began walking slowly in a circle around him as she spoke. This is not a sword style designed for tournaments or to make yourself look cool. Basically, not for display. Her gaze flickered toward him. It is a sword created for killing. No embellishment nor hesitation. Killing refines the sword. Killing tempers the will. Killing proves the Tao of the sword. Her voice lowered slightly. Each movement is absolute. There are no wasted transitions. No ornamental flourishes. Every cut aims for an end. Gray felt a faint stir of interest. A killing art, he murmured. Aurora stopped in front of him. It is also a soul technique. His eyes sharpened. Soul technique? She nodded. Every strike is not merely physical. The intent binds to the soul. When you practice it correctly, your soul is tempered alongside your blade. It strengthens, condenses, sharpens. Oh, Gray almost couldn't hold back the grin that threatened to appear on his face. How lucky! This was indeed a good decision. A sword art that cultivated the soul itself. Perfect, especially for someone whose most dangerous ability depended on soul energy. He kept his expression neutral. It cultivates while fighting? Yes. Aurora's lips curved faintly. That is why it is called soul chasing. Each movement hunts not only the enemy's life, but their spirit. And in doing so, it refines your own. She lifted her blade, pointing it toward him. But understand this clearly, Gray. Her gaze darkened slightly. This path is not gentle. The more lives you end with this art, the sharper your soul becomes. The more hesitation you carry, the more the art will resist you. Gray did not hesitate. I don't hesitate. Her eyes searched his face for a moment, as if measuring the weight of those words. Good. She changed her stance slightly. The first move is called Severing Pursuit. The air around her subtly tightened. It is not the fastest cut, not the strongest. It is the cut that decides inevitability. Gray tilted his head slightly. Inevitable? When you execute it properly, the opponent will feel as if escape has already been denied. Their soul will sense the end before the blade reaches them. A faint pulse of pressure radiated outward from her. This is not about speed, she continued. It is about intent. You must have already accepted their death before you move. Gray's eyes darkened. I see. Aurora's lips curved slightly. Do you? She stepped back, raising her sword into a precise, controlled stance. Watch carefully. The playful woman from moments ago was gone. In her place stood a swordswoman whose path was carved in blood and certainty. Because once you learn this, there is no returning to ignorance. Chapter 231. A private tutor for... Aurora inhaled slowly. The entire battlefield seemed to be quiet with her breath. Her stance shifted almost imperceptibly. Her left foot slid half a step forward as her spine straightened. The sword lowered slightly, angled toward the ground as though she were abandoning aggression instead of preparing it. For a moment, nothing happened, but just then the air around her changed. It was subtle at first, the faintest distortion curling around her silhouette, like heat rising from stone. Her auburn hair lifted slightly, even though there was no wind. Her red eyes sharpened, and in that gaze something changed. Swish! A thin strand of strange gray energy began forming along the tip of her sword. It was not bright and did not glow like common sword chi. It clung to the steel like ash carried by breath, flowing slowly, wrapping around the edge in a narrow stream. Gray felt it before he fully saw it. The space between them tightened, not because of pressure pushing outward, but because something was pulling inward. The air along the line between her blade and his chest grew heavy, compressed, as though that path had already been chosen. Step. Then she moved, swinging her sword diagonally with no unnecessary motion, not wasting a single millisecond of imprecision. It seemed like a pretty casual swing, but the moment the blade descended, the world narrowed to that single line. The gray energy did not burst outward. It condensed instantly. Ooh. Gray's body did not react first. His instincts did as a sharp, silent awareness crawled up his spine. The pressure coiled around his awareness, precise and suffocating in a controlled way, as if invisible fingers had already measured the point where he would be severed. But just as the swing was completed, whoop, the gray crescent lingered in the air for the briefest second, suspended like a scar across space itself. Crack! Then the stone behind Gray split. A perfect diagonal fracture carved through the battlefield floor, smooth and absolute, extending several meters without jagged edges or shattered debris. It looked less like destruction and more like something had been cleanly removed from existence. The gray trace faded slowly, dissolving into nothing. And like that, the place fell into silence once again. Aurora lowered her sword with a faint smile, looking at Gray, who was very damn bewildered by the strength of her sword art. "This move is called Severing Pursuit," she explained. Gray nodded lightly. Although his eyes remained on the fractured stone, he was still quite shocked by that seemingly simple swing. It simply was perfect. No wasted motion, no excessive power, just pure inevitability. Aurora lifted the sword slightly, letting the faint remnants of that gray flow dissipate completely. "The energy you saw is called soul-chasing chi," she continued. She stepped toward the split line in the ground and tapped it lightly with her blade. "It is not ordinary sword chi formed from compressed mana. It is born from the repetition of lethal intent. When your body moves with killing in mind, when your will has already accepted the end of your opponent, your soul aligns with that conclusion." Her red eyes returned to him. When that alignment becomes natural, the chi forms. Gray looked at the dissipating gray sword chi, his eyes narrowing slyly as he tried actually to copy that kind of energy. Not enough soul energy. Not enough. 500 points aren't enough. That meant the gray energy she had released, the one that had already been fully formed and used without strain, its level still stood above the Saint realm. Thinking of this, his eyes turned to Aurora. She stood there quietly, silver robes swaying lightly around her slender frame, her presence neither overbearing nor relaxed. "Let me borrow your eyes, Jasmine." And Machem, hearing her confirmation, Gray's eyes shone as a faint black and white energy seeped onto him as he locked onto Aurora's figure. Yin-yang divine eyes in an instant. A blue panel materialized right in front of his eyes. Status panel. Name, Aurora L. Cathith titles. The strongest swordsman race, sword class, sword of everything rank. Early sovereign realm cannot break through further without a master. Active skills. Soul-chasing extremities, sovereign, 99. Void-breaking step, sovereign, 99. Sword formation class. Soul-chasing sword intent passive skills. Instant mana recovery. Extreme sword chi regeneration class. Supreme recovery. Inverted sword meridians class equipment. Silver silk transparent robes, sovereign special physique. Innate sword body can transform into a sword. It hasn't found its true master yet. Upon seeing her status, Gray almost sucked a cold breath in great surprise. He didn't expect Aurora to be so strong, and neither did he expect her to be an actual sword. She was the only character who appeared multiple times for whom Dante didn't actually have a character sheet. But yeah, she might be stronger than Gloria if not having a master is holding her back. He dismissed the panel before looking at Aurora. "Would you like to try?" she asked, tilting her head slightly, studying him with curiosity deeply etched on her eyes. She knew how terrifying of a genius Gray was, so she was indeed quite curious about how much of that first move he was able to understand on his first time seeing it. Gray nodded lightly. He was feeling pretty confident since the sword art suited him the most. He stepped forward and then closed his eyes. His memories surged back to the moment Aurora performed, the slight shift in her stance, the way her sword was angled lower, the way the intent moved first and the energy followed. A sword art that strengthened the soul with every kill. A chi that hunted more than flesh. A path that aligned perfectly with his own. Swish! His aura slowly sharpened, and suddenly, A thin gray strand flickered into existence around his fingers. He wasn't even using a sword, and was using his hand instead. This caused Aurora's eyes to widen slightly. Gray raised his hand, the gray energy almost turning into the faint shadow of a sword. The intent was formed perfectly. The structure locked into place. Whip, and in a single smooth motion, he performed the exact same movement she had shown earlier. The air screamed. A condensed gray arc split forward with frightening accuracy, cutting through the ground and leaving behind a flawless diagonal fracture. But just immediately, bluff, Gray's body jerked violently. A mouthful of blood burst from his lips, splattering across the stone. His vision blurred at the edges. The world tilted. His knees nearly buckled before a hand caught his shoulder. Didn't he expect you to get it on your first try? Aurora's voice trembled, something close to shock breaking through her usual composure. Because of that, I didn't warn you, your current realm, even if you can cross realms to fight. Isn't enough to perform the sword art. Her fingers pressed lightly against his back. A soft silver glow seeped into him. I'm sorry about that. Mana flowed through his meridians like cool water, repairing torn pathways, soothing the backlash tearing through his soul. The dizziness slowly faded. His breathing steadied. The taste of iron disappeared. Aurora exhaled softly once she felt his condition stabilize. You understood the intent instantly, she said quietly, still sounding stunned. That alone is abnormal. She stepped back, though her eyes remained fixed on him. Since you grasped the first move in one attempt, you should try forming soul-chasing sword chi next. When you reach the Grandmaster realm, you should have enough mana and soul energy to perform the move without harming yourself. Gray nodded slightly. Of course, he had understood what she meant. Power without capacity was simply self-destruction. Just as he was about to respond, a notification appeared before his eyes. You have recovered 200 soul points by stealing the soul energy in the air. Oh! His lips slowly curled upward. This sword technique really suited him. All right, we're done for today. Aurora clasped her hands with a big smile. You can come to me this Friday, as I'll help you awaken your soul-chasing chi, she added lightly before approaching him. Hearing her words, Gray nodded slyly, stretching his arms above his head, but as he did so, a hand suddenly shot and tightened around both of his wrists. He calmly stared at Aurora, who was mischievously smiling at him. One kiss, please? She asked. If you wanted a kiss, you didn't need to lock my wrists. Gray spoke with a deadpanned expression, glancing at her hand around him. Her smile widened. Oh, my bad. Darling, she released him slowly, fingers sliding down his wrists with a faint rustle of fabric brushing against skin. Instead of stepping back, she moved closer. Russell, one hand, rose to his jaw, tilting his face slightly toward her, thumb grazing his cheek. She pressed her lips to his. A soft CHH sound slipped between them as her lips sealed over his. She did not rush and held him there, savoring the pressure, her fingers tightening faintly against his jaw. Gray's breath hitched for a split second. His eyes lowered then closed. Aurora tilted her head, deepening the angle. A faint hum escaped her as her lips moved against his with unhurried heat. The sound vibrated softly between them, intimate and satisfied. Gray responded. His hand slid to her waist, his fingers pressing into the fabric as he pulled her a bit closer. His lips parted slightly, answering her pressure, their mouths brushing again with a softer, wetter smack as the kiss deepened. Aurora's other hand slipped behind his neck, his fingers threading into his hair as she leaned into him fully now, her massive breasts squishing against his chest. Shortly after, she finally pulled away, a faint bridge of saliva connecting their tongues before breaking a second later. Aurora remained close, her forehead nearly brushing his, softly breathing into his face. I love it. Chapter 232. 2 weeks later. What exactly is your plan, Gray? Jasmine suddenly asked. Why do you ask? Gray replied as he headed over to the Phoenix classroom. It had been over 2 weeks since he had met Aurora. He had already learned the soul-chasing chi by now, and also recovered all of the soul points he had wasted before. Gray also started practicing a few more miscellaneous moves that he had copied, since it was merely a Grandmaster grade technique. And since it was already flawless, it couldn't improve further. As for the spirit eyes, Gray didn't know its actual grade, but he presumed that it should be the Saint realm, although he doubted that it was higher than that. Well, you're reciprocating Aurora's wishes now. Did you remember me telling you that I need resources? Gray asked. Well, yeah. You even asked me what the best solution to get resources when you were a handsome man was, and I replied that it was seducing women. But you do not require many resources right now. You have enough magic crystals, and if anything, you can sell them to get other types of resources. That makes me remember, why are you still holding back your breakthrough? You are still in the early master realm when you can easily break through. Gray smiled at her words. In my childhood, I was a kid who really loved to read books, and among them, I read a lot about mana cultivation itself. He began speaking. The mana cultivation realms are divided into 10 big realms: Trainee Knight Mage, Elementary, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, King, Saint, Emperor, and finally, Sovereign. Each of those large realms has 4 smaller stages: Early, Intermediate, Late, and Peak. In those books, the trainee stage was simply called the past mortal stage because it's in that realm that you begin becoming a more perfect being. The next 3 realms are called the foundation stage, where one starts cultivation by trying to feel the mana around them. They try to understand that energy and manipulate it before finally being able to control it perfectly and transforming it into a small dantian that gathers mana. MHM, Jasmine hummed thoughtfully. The next 3 realms are called the nascent stage. In this realm, a user has already perfected their use of mana, and that's when they create an unconscious force field of mana around their body to protect themselves. It's also in this stage where one is finally able to come into contact with the laws of the world, albeit almost impossible. Only a genius of the highest degree could potentially do that. But most users still retain a little bit of information that will help them in the last stage and the last 4 realms of this world. He paused lightly. The transformation stage. As soon as he said those words, he reached the Phoenix class door and stopped. Then, he reached out to the doorknob and opened it before entering the classroom. Everyone was already there except the professor. Why did you stop? Now I'm a little curious about the transformation stage. Jasmine puffed her cheeks in complete annoyance. Gray's lips curled up at her words, but he remained silent inwardly and headed towards his seat, which was next to Cassandra. The moment he sat down, Cassandra directly grabbed his hand beneath the table and held it firmly, her fingers gently brushing the back of his hand. You already got your answer, no? Gray suddenly added, causing Jasmine to furrow in thought as she recalled his words. But you're still at Master Realm. You still have plenty of realms until the transformation stage, no? Jasmine instantly understood that Gray was trying to comprehend some kind of law, but she was still a little bit curious after all. He had until the Great Grandmaster Realm. When you comprehend a law, your body and soul will be strengthened with it each time you break through, especially when you break through a big realm where the benefits are more than 5 times better than a small realm. He explained, I can only get the highest benefits if I stay in my current realm, and if I only comprehend at the peak of the Great Grandmaster Realm, I would lose a lot of power in the process. I see. But are you sure that you can do it? You said yourself that only a genius of the highest degree could do that. Besides, what does it have to do with Aurora? Well, why do you think that fits me the most, Jasmine? Gray suddenly asked instead. Hearing his words, Jasmine felt thoughtful for a moment. Destruction, or maybe emptiness. Wrong. The law that benefits me the most is seduction. It's essentially a law that gives me power. The more people I seduce based on their power level. I think that's the only law that actually strengthens someone, besides the breakthrough or comprehending the law to a higher level. But isn't Aurora already in love with you? Not really. She simply sees me as her possession. Now that I know that she is actually a sword, the thing that I need to do is become her master. In other words, reverse the roles and make her become my possession. Other than that, I really do need more resources, but not the normal kind, but treasures that are classified as heaven and earth grade. I remember you mentioning that once. You said that it's treasures that are born after being alive for more than 100 years, right? Or they are born solely because of natural causes like a blessing from the heavens itself. Correct. And the most fitting person to help me get them, it's still Aurora. If I were in Gloria Academy, I'd try to use Gloria, but I'm not, so Aurora is still the best option for now. What about Seraph? Gray fell silent at those words. He really didn't mind using her to get whatever he wanted. However, he was a little afraid of getting close to Seraph. If Aurora was crazy to possess him. Seraph was literally obsessed with him in unhealthy degrees, probably more than 5 times more than Lyra. This was the snowball effect of his actions back then, and now he had to deal with it. Creak. Before Jasmine could press him further, the classroom door suddenly opened, causing every conversation inside immediately fall silent. A woman stepped in. Professor Ellen. She wore a fitted dark blue coat that hugged her waist and flared slightly at the hips, long black hair cascading down her back in glossy waves. Her glasses caught the light as she adjusted them, and her calm smile held a hint of something else beneath it. Her gaze swept the room before briefly pausing on Gray for half a second longer than necessary. Her lips curved slightly. Good. Everyone is here, she said smoothly as she walked toward the podium, her heels clicking against the floor. The girls in the class straightened instantly. A few of them stole glances toward Gray, then toward Ellen. Professor Ellen folded her hands together. Today, we will not be having a lecture. A ripple of whispers moved through the room. Instead, you will be participating in a dungeon crawl test, she continued, her eyes glinting faintly. The room exploded. A dungeon. Wait already. Clack. Ellen tapped the podium lightly. The dungeon grade is Great Grandmaster Realm, she said slowly, savoring the moment. The entire class froze. Even Cassandra's fingers tightened around Gray's hand beneath the table. Hey, are you serious? That means the boss. It could reach the king realm. Ellen nodded. Correct. The boss has the potential to temporarily step into the king realm under certain conditions. Several students swallowed. One girl near the window leaned toward her friend and whispered, if Gray leads, we might survive. Please let me be on his team. Another nodded quickly. At those murmurs, Cassandra's grip on Gray's hand grew possessive. Under the table, she intertwined her fingers with his more firmly, her thumb brushing slowly over his skin. Ellen's gaze flicked down for the briefest moment. Her smile thinned. You will not be forming small parties, she continued calmly. A collective groan escaped. Due to the dungeon grade exceeding the highest realm present in this classroom, you will enter as a full class. Surprise flickered across their faces. As a class? All of us. Yes. The atmosphere instantly changed. Relief, excitement, nervous energy. Several girls immediately looked at Gray with open expectation now. If it's all of us, then he has to lead, right? There is no other choice. Ellen adjusted her glasses again. The leader will be decided based on strength, combat capability, and proven performance. Her eyes settled directly on Gray. Gray. The room went silent. You have demonstrated superiority not only within this academy, but also in comparison to your own academy. Ellen's gaze softened as she looked at him. Because of that, you will lead this operation. Cassandra lifted her chin proudly. Yes, we're with him. A girl, too, rose back, clenched her fists in excitement. Does that mean he'll give us orders the whole time? Another giggled nervously. Ellen's lips curved again, though there was something tight in her expression. Follow his commands without hesitation. She instructed. In a dungeon of this level, disobedience results in death. Her eyes lingered on Gray once more. You will depart in 1 hour. Prepare yourselves. She turned, beginning to walk toward the door, then paused briefly without looking back. Gray. Her voice lowered slightly. I expect. Great result from you. Chapter 233. Dungeon Crawl. Aye. The door closed as Ellen went out because of a ringing stone, and then the silence from the announcement lasted for less than a second. The classroom erupted almost instantly. Gray released Cassandra's hand to stand. The moment their fingers separated, Cassandra's eyes narrowed faintly. She kept her posture composed, crossing one leg over the other, as if unaffected, but her nails pressed into her palm beneath the table. She did not speak, but Gray could easily see that she was pouting. The crowd tightened around him as more questions reached his ears. Leader, say something. Should we conserve mana at the start? What if the boss enters King Realm mid-fight? Before Gray could answer, someone slipped through the students without hesitation. Maelys. Her long black hair shimmered under the classroom light as she stepped directly into his space, ignoring the others entirely. Her cold expression toward the surrounding students softened the instant she looked at him. Without warning, she grabbed his right hand and pulled it against herself, pressing it snugly against her chest, as if claiming ownership in the most shameless way possible. Several girls froze. Maelys tilted her head slightly, her eyes shining with a playful glow that no one else ever received. What is the plan, big brother? She asked sweetly, voice carrying a spoiled lilt that contrasted sharply with the icy demeanor she showed the rest of the class. A few students stared in disbelief. Be big brother? She acts like that with him? Isn't she terrifying to everyone else? Maelys ignored them. Her fingers tightened faintly around his wrist, as if daring anyone to question her. Gray looked down at her calmly. Across the room, Cassandra's smile stiffened almost imperceptibly. Seraph, seated near the window, watched the scene with unreadable eyes. Her gaze shifted from Maelys' hand placement to Gray's expression, then toward the classroom door. Outside, Professor Ellen had not gone far. The door opened again. Ahem. The single sound sliced through the noise. Professor Ellen stepped back inside, smiling politely, yet with a hint of annoyance hidden deep in her eyes. Onto the dungeon details, she said smoothly, adjusting her glasses. The students scrambled back toward their seats. Maelys slowly released Gray's hand, though not before brushing her fingers lightly along his palm, as if reluctant to let go. She returned to her seat with perfect composure, her expression instantly cooling into indifference toward everyone except him. Ellen moved to the front of the classroom. This dungeon was recently discovered near the northern ridge, she began. It is classified as a great Grandmaster grade labyrinth-type structure. The projection appeared above her palm before splitting into layered sections. The first segment of the labyrinth is stable. Mana density is moderate. The monsters that appear there are in the Master Realm. Early to peak. A few students relax slightly. Meaning we warm up first? Someone asked from the back. If you consider dozens of coordinated Master Realm beasts a warm-up. Ellen schliepskurved faintly. The projection zoomed deeper. As you descend, the mana thickens. Pathways narrow. And, of course, your visibility drops. The creatures will evolve accordingly. New silhouettes appeared. Second section. Peak Master to Early Grandmaster. Are they organized or instinct-driven? A girl raised her hand. Organized. Ellen replied without hesitation. Pack movement. Ambush patterns. Some show basic tactical intelligence. The room grew quieter. The third section marks the turning point, she continued. Mana saturation reaches a level where pressure alone will slow your breathing. From that point onward, monsters begin appearing at late Grandmaster. A few exchanged glances. In the deepest accessible layer, Ellen spoke, letting the words sink in, houses early great Grandmaster entities. Only early? A student asked cautiously. Yes. The dungeon's core stabilizes at that threshold. No creature inside, aside from the boss, can naturally exceed early great Grandmaster. A soft wave of tension eased through the room. It shouldn't be much of a problem, Gray thought inwardly. But it's still a great opportunity to test my new abilities. His lips curled up slyly. He didn't have the time to test the Nine Thunders Thunderclaw, so those monsters would be a perfect test subject for him. I should also take the time to get their chi orbs to converge it to demon energy. This kind of little progress still helps in later stages, he added inwardly. Unlocking Jasmine's power was an absolute priority for him. Swish! The projection suddenly changed as the map dissolved into the image of a massive serpentine outline coiling through darkness. Now, on to the boss. Her voice turned a little serious. The creature's image sharpened. It is described as a mutated abyssal fang serpent. Length estimated at over 50 meters. Scales reinforced by condensed mana layers. Natural affinity toward poison and constriction. A low murmur spread. Mutated how? Cassandra asked calmly. Its mutation appears to stem from prolonged exposure to unstable core energy within the dungeon's nucleus. As a result, its bloodline has partially deviated. Ellen nodded approvingly at Cassandra's question. The serpent's eyes in the projection glowed faintly crimson. In its normal state, it remains at peak Great Grandmaster. And the Berserk stage? Seraph's voice cut in, quiet but sharp. Ellen's gaze flickered toward her. When critically wounded or when its core is threatened, it enters a forced amplification state. During that stage, its mana output spikes beyond its natural limit. She paused. It can temporarily step into the King realm. The classroom fell completely silent. How long does that state last? A girl asked quickly. Unknown. Reports suggest between 30 seconds and 2 minutes, depending on damage received. 2 minutes is enough to wipe us, someone muttered. Ellen did not deny it. The projection shifted again. Around the serpent's image, several smaller but still imposing figures appeared. Minions, she stated. For confirmed, the silhouettes sharpened into massive, scaled entities with elongated bodies and blade-like crests along their backs. These are its direct offspring or fragments formed through mutation. Each stands at intermediate Great Grandmaster. So they're stronger than anything else in the dungeon except the boss? Yes. Do they act independently? They guard the inner core chamber. Coordinated. They respond to the main serpent's aura fluctuations. Meaning if we injure the boss, the minions will react violently. Melis leaned slightly forward. Correct. Poison resistance? A girl near the window frowned. Hi, Ellen answered. Physical resistance is also above average. Their scales deflect standard mana blasts and less concentrated. Weak points? The same girl raised her hand again. The eyes. The inner jaw. The joint is beneath the third scale segment behind the head. Gray's eyes sharpened faintly at that detail. What about terrain? The central chamber is circular, roughly 100 meters in diameter. Mana vents along the walls. Limited cover. So will be exposed, Cassandra muttered softly. Yes. Ellen let the projection fade. You are not required to slay the boss if the risk becomes unacceptable, she said. However, full subjugation will yield exceptional academy rewards. At the word rewards, several students straightened. What kind of rewards? Someone asked immediately. Ellen's gaze flickered toward Gray before answering. The dungeon will belong to you, students, meaning that everything in it will be thoroughly shared between all of you. Of course, some things might be given to you and not to others based on your contribution, as we will be watching. The room buzzed again. Everything like core fragments, mana stones, serpent blood essence, all of the above, Ellen confirmed. Her eyes settled on Gray one more time. The question is not whether the dungeon is dangerous. The room fell silent for a moment. The question is whether your leader can guide you through escalating pressure, coordinated elite threats, and a pseudo-king realm berserk phase, without losing control of the field. Every kid of gaze turned toward him. Expectation, excitement, nervousness, even obsession in certain pairs of eyes. She is really putting the weight on my shoulders. Ellen allowed the silence to stretch for a few seconds longer before closing the projection with a soft flick of her wrist. That will be all, she said calmly. You will gather at the southern battleground in 30 minutes. Travel formation will be handled by the Academy's spatial array. Her gaze swept across the room. Bring standard combat equipment. No necessity vai. You will not know how long the internal time distortion lasts until we enter. A few students stiffened at that. Internal time distortion? A girl frowned. Yes. Ellen replied. Labyrinth type. Dungeons often alter temporal flow. An hour inside, maybe several outside, or the reverse. Great. So we might come out older. Another girl groaned softly. Ellen schliepst twitched faintly. Dismissed. Chairs scraped against the floor as the class erupted into conversation. Gray had barely risen from his seat before he was surrounded. What is the formation? Do we conserve mana in the early layers? Are we rotating the front line? Should we save our trump cards for the serpent? Many questions bombarded him. Gray glanced around once, taking in their faces before nodding lightly. I have a plan for this dungeon. The noise died down almost instantly, their eyes shining in expectation after hearing his words. At this, Gray smiled and started explaining his plan. Although he could easily deal with the whole dungeon alone, helping a class full of girls wouldn't be much of a problem, right? The only thing he needed, after all, was the boss S-Core. Chapter 234, Dungeon Crawl 2. Half an hour later, the battleground was already filled with the students of the Phoenix class. The wide stone arena stretched beneath the open sky, formation arrays faintly glowing along the edges. Humming with a faint pressure, wind brushed against cloaks and hair as students stood in loose clusters, weapons at their sides, expressions ranging from eager to tense. Gray stood near the front. Then someone frowned. Where are the other classes? They're late? One glanced toward the northern entrance. No way. The Azure Dragon class would be shown up early just to glare at us. A girl shaded her eyes with her hand and looked around. Did we get the time wrong? Another student muttered. Cassandra's gaze swept across the empty viewing platforms. There is no movement anywhere. Strange. Maylis tilted her head slightly.